Hi, this is Tony Robbins. Dear listener, I want to thank you for getting this audio program and beginning this journey with me. I can promise you it's going to be an experience you will not forget. This has been a passion project for me, and I've worked on it for 4 years to bring people the best information possible from 50 of the smartest financial minds in the world. Frankly, I'm frustrated by how people are treated by a financial system that is not organized to put the investor first. And most people don't even think of themselves as investors. So I want to show you, whether you're starting with next to nothing or if you have plenty of money, how to expand and truly become financially secure, independent, and free. And because I believe so much in it, I asked Simon & Schuster to let me do the first and the last chapter here, because I want you to hear my voice, scratchy as it may be, and even the doctors told me not to do it, so you feel the emotion I have for this. So thank you for the journey, and I look forward to hearing from you, hopefully in social media, on the blog or my website, to understand and to hear the kinds of impact and how you've changed your life as a result of this work. So let's begin, and it begins with 2 quotes. The future has many names. For the weak, it's unattainable. For the fearful, it's unknown. And for the bold, it's ideal. Victor Hugo. And our second one, to avoid criticism, say nothing, do nothing, be nothing. Aristotle. Section 1. Welcome to the jungle. The journey begins with this first step. Chapter 1. It's your money, it's your life, take control. Money's a good servant, but a bad master. Sir Francis Bacon. Money. Few words have the power to provoke such extreme human emotions. A lot of us refuse to even talk about money, like religion, sex, or politics. The topic's taboo at the dinner table and off limits in the workplace. We might discuss wealth in polite company, but money is explicit, it's raw, it's garish, it's intensely personal and highly charged. It can make people feel guilty when they have it or ashamed when they don't. But what does it really mean? For some of us, money is vital and crucial, but not paramount. It's simply a tool, a source of power used in the service of others and a life well lived. Other people are consumed with such a hunger for money that it destroys them and everyone around them. Some are even willing to give up the things that are far more valuable to get it: their health, their time, their family, their self-worth, and unfortunately, in some cases, even their integrity. But at its core, money is about power. We've all seen how money can have the power to create or the power to destroy. It can fund a dream or start a war. You can provide money as a gift or wield it as a weapon. It can be used as an expression of your spirit, your creativity, and your ideas, or your frustration, your anger, and your hate. It can be used to influence governments and individuals. Some marry for it, and then they find out the real price of money. But we all know that at some level, it's an illusion. Money isn't even gold or paper today. It's zeros and ones in banking computers. What is it? It's like a shapeshifter or a canvas. It assumes whatever meaning or emotion we project on it. In the end, money isn't what we're after, is it? I mean, think about it. What do we really, really want? What are the feelings and the emotions we think money will create for us? The feeling of empowerment, or of freedom, or security, or of helping those we love and those in need, or just of having choice, of the feeling of being alive? Money is certainly one of the ways we can turn the dreams we have into the reality we live. But even if money is just a perception, an abstract concept, it doesn't feel that way when you don't have enough of it. I've been there, I bet you have too. And one thing's for sure, you either use money or it uses you. You either master money or on some level, money masters you. How you deal with money reflects how you deal with power. Is it an affliction or a blessing? A game or a burden? When I was choosing the title of this book, a few people were actually outraged at the suggestion that money could be a game. How could I use such a frivolous term for such a serious topic? But hey, let's get real. As you'll soon see, the best way to change your life is to find people who are already achieving what you want and then model their behavior. You want to master your finances? Find a financial master and imitate what he or she does with money, and you'll have found a pathway to power. I can tell you right now, I've interviewed many of the wealthiest people literally in the world, and most of them do think of money as a game. Why else would anyone work 10 or 12 hours a day after they've made billions of dollars? And remember something. Not all games are frivolous. I tell people games are a reflection of life. Some people sit on the sidelines and some play to win. How do you play? And I want to remind you something. This is a game you and your family can't afford to lose. So here's my promise to you. If you'll stay with me and follow these 7 simple steps in this book, the steps that have been distilled from the world's most successful financial players, you and your family will win this game, and you can win big. But to win, you have to know the rules, and you've got to learn the best strategies for success from those who've already mastered the game. The good news is you can save years of time and do it in just a few minutes by simply learning the pitfalls to avoid and the shortcuts to experience lasting financial success. The financial industry often works to make this topic feel incredibly complex, but in reality, once you get past the jargon, it's relatively simple. This book is your opportunity to stop being the chess piece and become the chess player in the game of money. I think you're going to be very surprised how, with just a little bit of an insider's understanding, you can easily transform your financial life and start enjoying the financial freedom you deserve today. Let's get to it. Just imagine right now, what would life be like if you'd already mastered this game? What if money didn't matter? Think about it. How would you feel if you didn't have to worry about going to the office every morning or paying the bills or funding your retirement? What would it be like to live your life on your own terms? And what would it mean if you had the opportunity to start your own business, or that you could afford to buy a home for your parents or send your kids to college, or just have the freedom to travel the world any way you want in class, in style if you would? How would you live your life if you could wake up each day knowing there was enough money coming in to cover not only your basic needs, but also your goals and dreams? The truth is, a lot of us would keep working because that's how we're wired. But we do it from a place of joy and abundance. Our work would continue, but the rat race would end. We'd work because we want to, not because we have to. That's financial freedom. But the question you got to have in your mind is it a pipe dream? Is it really possible for the average person, or more importantly for you, to make this dream into a reality? Whether you want to live like the 1% or just have the peace of mind knowing you won't outlive your savings, the truth is you can always find a way to make the money you need. How? The secret to wealth is simple. I tell it to everyone. I try to wake them up. Find a way to do more for others than anyone else does. Become more valuable. Do more. Give more. Be more. Serve more. And you'll have the opportunity to earn more. Whether you own the best food truck in Austin, Texas, or you're the top salesperson at your company, or even the founder of Instagram. But this book isn't just about adding value. It's really about how to go from where you are today to where you truly want to be, wherever that is financially, whether that's security or financial independence or absolute financial freedom. It's about increasing the quality of your life today by developing the one fundamental skill that the vast majority of Americans have never developed, the mastery of money. In fact, 77% of Americans, 3 out of every 4 people, say they have financial worries, but only 40% report having any kind of spending or investment plan. You want to get something real scary? Try this on for size. 1 in 3 baby boomers have less than $1,000 saved. Polls show that fewer than 1 in 4 trust the financial system, and I say with good reason. I mean, stock ownership right now is hitting record lows, particularly among young people. But the truth is, you'll never earn your way to freedom. You'll see later in this book, even multi-million-dollar earners like the Godfather director Francis Ford Coppola or boxer Mike Tyson or actress Kim Basinger, they lost it all because they didn't apply the fundamentals you'll soon be learning. You have to be able to not only hold on to a portion of what you earn and keep it for your family, but more importantly, you got to multiply what you earn and make money while you sleep. Sound good? That's what this book is really about. See, you have to make the shift from being a consumer to really becoming an owner. And when you do that, you become an investor. Actually, a lot of us are already investors. Maybe you got in the game, first of all, when your grandmother or grandfather bought you a few shares in their favorite stock just when you were being born, or perhaps your employer auto-enrolled you in the company's 401k plan. Or maybe you first became an investor when a friend told you to forget the Kindle and buy Amazon stock instead. But is that enough? If you're listening to this right now, my guess is you know the answer is no way. I don't have to tell you, it's not your parents' or your grandparents' investment world anymore. Their plan used to be so simple, right? Go to college, get a job, work your tail off, and then maybe get a better job with a bigger corporation. And after that, the key was find a way to add value, move up the ladder, invest in the company's stock, and retire with a pension. Remember pensions? That promise of a never-ending income for life? They've become relics, haven't they? You and I both know that world's over. We live longer now on less money. New technologies keep coming online, stoking a system that often seems designed to separate us from our money instead of helping us grow it. In fact, as I speak these words, interest rates on our savings right now hover near zero, while markets rise and fall like corks on the ocean. Meanwhile, we're faced with a financial system with limitless choices and mind-boggling complexity. Today, there are more than 10,000 mutual funds and 1,400 different ETFs and hundreds of global stock exchanges to choose from. It seems like every day we're pitched more and more complex investment instruments with kind of an alphabet soup of acronyms: CDOs, REITs, MBSs, MLPs, CDSs, CETFs. How about WTF? How about HFT? That's short for high-frequency trading, where 50 to 70% of the tens of millions of trades that churn through the market each day are now generated. They're done by high-speed machines. What does that mean to you? Well, let me give you an example. It only takes a half a second, or what they call 500 milliseconds, to click your mouse to complete your E-Trade order. In that short time, the big boys of the supercomputers will have bought and sold thousands of shares of the same stock hundreds of times over, making micro profits with each transaction. In fact, Michael Lewis, the best-selling author of the HFT expose Flash Boys, A Wall Street Revolt, told 60 Minutes, quote, "The United States stock market, the most iconic market in global capitalism, is rigged. It's done by a combination of the stock markets, the big Wall Street banks, and high-frequency traders. They're able to identify your desire to buy shares in Microsoft and buy them in front of you and then sell them back to you at a higher price," end quote. How fast are these guys? Well, one HFT firm spent $250 million to straighten the fiber optic cables between Chicago and New York, reconstructing the landscape and literally terraforming the earth to shave, get this, 1.4 milliseconds off its transmission time. Now, even that's not fast enough. Some trades are already taking place in microseconds. That's a millionth of a second. Soon, HFT technology will allow those trades to begin in nanoseconds or a billionth of a second. Meanwhile, they're laying cable on the ocean floor, and there's even talk of solar-powered drones acting as microwave relay stations to connect exchanges between New York and London over the ocean. If all this leaves you reeling, I'm with you. What are your chances of competing with flying robots trading at the speed of light? Where do you turn to find a path through this high-tech, high-risk maze of choices? An expert is an ordinary man away from home giving advice. Oscar Wilde. The problem is, when it comes to money, and investing for that matter, everybody has an opinion. Everybody's got a tip. Everybody has an answer. But I'll give you a hint. They rarely have one that'll really help you. Have you noticed how beliefs around money are like religion and politics? I mean, conversations get intense and emotional, don't they? Especially online, where people without any real knowledge or any mastery will promote their own theories and will criticize other strategies with such vehemence, even though they've got no proven track record of their own. It's kind of like a psychologist on Prozac telling you how you can have a fulfilled life, or an obese person telling you how you can get thin and fit. They may be nice people, they might be sincere, they might care, but they haven't produced the result. See, I tend to separate pundits into those who talk the talk and those who walk the walk. I don't know about you, but I'm sick and tired of hearing from all these experts who tell us what to do, but they haven't produced any extraordinary, magnificent gold medal results in their own lives. Now, if you thought getting this book you were going to hear from another investment guru is going to make you some crazy promises, you came to the wrong place. I'll leave that to what I call the financial entertainers. You know the ones. They scream at you about buying the hottest stock, or they implore you to save your money and put it in some mythical mutual fund. You know the one where they promise you'll get continually compounded interest of 12% annual growth every year for decades. Come on, it hasn't existed in decades. Look, many of these people dole out advice that too often has no basis in reality, and they often don't even invest in the products they push. Conversely, some of them might be really sincere. They think they're helping, but people can be sincere and be sincerely wrong. I want you to know I'm not one of those positive thinkers who's going to pump you up with some false view of the world. I believe in intelligence. You have to see things as they really are, but not worse than it is, because that view of life only gives you an excuse to do nothing. Now, I know you may know me from the past, 10, 20 years ago, as the smiling guy with the big teeth on TV, but I'm not here to tell you to do a bunch of affirmations. I'm the guy who's focused on helping you dig deep, solve real problems, and take your life to the next level. For 38 years, I've been obsessed with finding strategies and tools that can immediately change the quality of people's lives. And I've proven their effectiveness by producing measurable results where others have failed. So far, I've reached more than 50 million people from 100 different countries through my books, videos, and audio programs, and another 4 million people in my live events. What I've known from the beginning is that success leaves clues. People who succeed at the highest level aren't lucky. They're doing something different than everyone else does. And I'm interested in those people. I'm interested in those that have this, relentless hunger, I'd call it. Those people that have got to grow and got to achieve. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not deluded. I'm aware there are very few people in the world who are fit and healthy and who sustain that. Most people don't have decades of sustained love and passion in their intimate relationship, nor do they experience ongoing gratitude and joy every day. There are very few people who maximize their business opportunities. There's probably even fewer that start out with little or nothing and become truly financially free. But a few do. A few do have great relationships, great joy, great wealth, and endless gratitude. And I've studied the few who do versus the many who talk. If you want to look for obstacles, what's wrong is always available, but so's what's right. So I'm a hunter of human excellence. I seek out those individuals who break the norms and demonstrate to all the rest of us what's really possible. I learn what these few extraordinary individuals do that's different than everybody else, and then I emulate them. I find out what works, and then I clarify it, simplify it, and systematize it into a way to help people move forward and get the same quality of results. Ever since the dark days of 2008, when the global financial system nearly melted down, I've been obsessed with finding ways to help everyday people take control of their money and fight back against a system that often feels rigged against them. The fix has been in for years, and it hasn't gotten a whole lot better with all the so-called reforms on Capitol Hill. In some areas, it's gotten worse. To find answers, I decided to interview 50 of the most brilliant and influential players in the world of money. In this book, you won't get talking heads, and you won't get my opinions either. You're going to hear it straight from the masters of the game, self-made billionaires, Nobel laureates, and financial titans. Here's just a sampling of a few of the masters of money that you'll learn from. First, John C. Bogle, known as Jack to his friends. The 85-year-old sage who has 64 years of stock market history and is the founder of the Vanguard Group, the #1 mutual fund in the world. How about Ray Dalio, the founder of the largest hedge fund on the planet, Bridgewater, which has $160 billion in assets, and Ray literally started with nothing. We'll learn from David Swensen, one of the greatest institutional investors of all time. He grew Yale's University endowment from a $1 billion endowment to $23.9 billion. Call it $24 billion. $1 to $24 billion in less than 2 decades. An unbelievable man. How about Kyle Bass, a man who took $30 million in investment money and turned it into $2 billion in just 2 years, all during the worst economic time we've gone through, the subprime crisis. Then we'll meet Carl Icahn, who's outperformed everybody, Warren Buffett, the market, and virtually everyone else in the last 1, 5, and 10-year cycles. We'll get a chance to meet Mary Callahan Erdos, who many consider to be the most powerful woman in finance. She oversees more than $2.5 trillion, that's with a T, trillion dollars, as the CEO of J.P. Morgan Asset Management. And finally, Charles Schwab, who led a revolution to open Wall Street to individual investors, and whose iconic company now has $2.38 trillion, again a T under management, trillion. I'm going to put you in the room with these and many other superstars who get consistent results decade after decade in up markets and down, booms and busts. They always find the way to win. Together, we're going to uncover the core secrets to their investment success and show how that can apply to even the smallest amount of money, not billions, not even hundreds of thousands, with the tiniest amount that you might be beginning with. But here's the key. I wrote this book based on timeless wisdom of the most successful investors in the world. After all, none of us knows which way the economy headed by the time you're hearing this book. Will there be inflation or deflation, a bull market or a bear? This book's focus is to show you how to survive and thrive in any market condition. The real experts are going to explain to you how. Plus, they'll be opening up their portfolios and literally showing us the exact mix of investments that they rely on to weather every storm. And they'll answer this question. I asked it to every one of them. If you couldn't pass on any of your financial wealth to your children, but only a set of principles or a portfolio, what would it be? That could be the greatest inheritance of all, and you don't have to be one of their kids to get it. The secret of getting ahead is getting started. Mark Twain. Get ready, because together we're about to go on a journey through 7 simple steps to financial security, independence, and freedom. Whether you're a millennial just starting out, a baby boomer facing retirement, or a sophisticated investor looking to keep your edge, this book will offer you a practical blueprint for setting and achieving your financial goals, and it'll help you break free from whatever limiting behaviors might be holding you back from true abundance. Look, we're going to explore the psychology of wealth, something I've studied and taught for nearly 4 decades. We'll tackle the money mistakes people make, zeroing in on what keeps them from following through on their best-laid plans. And to make sure you get the results you desire, I've gone to the best behavioral economists on earth to find solutions that really work. Small, simple adjustments that automatically trigger you to do what others need discipline to maintain. Strategies that can make the difference between retiring comfortably or dying broke. Let's face it, so many smart, accomplished people have put aside this area of money because it just seems so overcomplicated, so overwhelming, if you would. There's no such word as overcomplicated, is there? So I'll just say it's complicated and overwhelming. One of the first people I really gave this manuscript to, by the way, was a brilliant friend of mine named Angela, who's accomplished enormous mastery in many areas of her life, but never in the area of money. She told me that people thought she was amazing because she literally sailed 20,000 miles of ocean in some of the roughest seas on small sailboats. But she knew she neglected her finances, and it embarrassed her. She told me, it seems confusing, and I just felt like I couldn't be competent. I already felt like I was defeated before I started, so I gave up. And she said, it's not even my nature. But she found that by following these 7 simple steps in this book, she could finally get control of her finances, and it was easy and truthfully painless. She told me, Tony, I figured out I could save for the future just by cutting a few things that really don't give me joy anymore. Things I'd gotten used to just paying for, she told me. Once she started thinking about saving, she was able to set up an automatic investment account, and by chapter 2.8, she'd already transformed her life. A few days later, she came in to see me and said, I got my first ever brand new car. Come check it out. I asked her, how'd you do it? She said, I began to realize that I was spending more money on my old car for repairs and gas than it cost me to finance a brand new car. You should have seen the look on her face when she pulled up in a shiny new pearlescent white Jeep Wrangler. The smile was priceless. So what I want you to know about this book is it's not just about how to have a comfortable retirement, but also how to have an extraordinary quality of life today, living the life you desire and deserve today. Look, you can live life on your own terms today while you simultaneously lock in your future quality of life as well. The feeling of empowerment and inner strength and certainty that you're going to experience when you master this area of life will spill into every other part of your life, your career, your health, your emotions, your relationships. Why? Because when you lack confidence about money, it unconsciously affects your confidence in other areas too. But when you take charge of your finances, it empowers you and it excites you to take on other challenges quickly. So what holds us back from getting started on the road to financial freedom? Well, for a lot of us, like my friend Angela, it's that feeling that we're in over our heads. We've been taught to think that this is too complex or this is not my field. But frankly, the system is designed to be confusing so that you'll give up control to, quote, professionals who often reap enormous fees by keeping you in the dark. You're going to learn in the chapters ahead how to prevent that from ever happening to you, and most importantly, I'm going to show you how investing your way to freedom isn't confusing at all and something that you absolutely can make happen in your life today. And you can do it with the smallest amount of money possible to start with, and it's amazing how fast it can build with compounding. One reason people succeed is they have the knowledge that other people don't. You pay your lawyer or your doctor for the knowledge and skills you don't have. They also tend to have their own special language, don't they? Something that at times can make them feel insulated from the rest of us. For example, in the medical world, you might hear that 225,000 people have died from, quote, iatrogenic deaths, end quote, in the past year. That's according to the Journal of the American Medical Association, or JAMA as it's known. It's the third largest cause of death in the United States. Iatrogenic. How's that for a $100 word? It sounds important, doesn't it? But what does it even mean? Is it a rare tropical disease, a form of Ebola, a genetic mutation? No, iatrogenic actually refers to an inadvertent death caused by a doctor or a hospital or an incorrect or unnecessary medical procedure. Now, why don't they just come out and say so? Because it doesn't serve a medical institution's interest to put in plain language that a layperson can understand. It might inflame them. It might make them fearful. After all, so many doctors and hospitals deal with so many people, there's a ratio that's going to happen. But knowing that it's the third largest cause of death might wake somebody up a bit, so it's not discussed. It's put in words that you don't understand. Now, the financial world has its own jargon too, and with special words for things that are really just additional fees disguised in language that would make it impossible for you to realize that they're taking much more of your money than you'd ever imagine. I hope you'll let me be your translator as well as your guide on this journey, because together we're going to break the code. We're going to cut through the complexity that keeps most people feeling like outsiders in the world of finance. Plus, today, there's so much information that even the most sophisticated investor can feel overloaded, especially when we realize that what's being pushed on us often has nothing to do with our needs. Say you're having mild chest pains, and so you Google the word heart. What do you see? It's not something about the heart attack you might want to deal with right now. Instead, you get Heart, the music group that hasn't had a hit in 20 years. How does that help you? By the way, Heart, I love you guys. Don't take this personal. Now, my plan is to serve you by becoming your personal financial search engine, a smart search engine, one that'll filter through all the superfluous, even harmful financial information out there and deliver to you the simple, clear solutions you need. Before you know it, you're going to be an insider too. You're going to learn why, for example, how chasing returns, like trying to get the biggest return, never works. I'm going to show you why nobody beats the market long term. Well, nobody but except a few unicorns I'll introduce to you later in the book. And why the vast majority of financial experts aren't even legally responsible to put your interest in front of their own. Doesn't that sound insane? It's true, unfortunately, and you have to know or you'll get hurt. You're going to learn why the returns you see advertised by mutual funds, when you see what the returns that they say that you're going to get, those are not the returns you would have actually earned if you'd been investing at that time. It's wild. You're going to find solutions that could add literally millions of dollars to your lifetime of investing returns. And by the way, statistical studies show that you can save between $150,000 and $450,000 by just hearing and applying the principles of Section 2 of this book. It's not my number. It's the real thing. You'll be putting money back in your pocket and not in what I call the fee factories. You'll also learn about a proven way of growing your money with 100% principal protection. That's right. You can't lose the money you put in, and you still get tax-free returns. This is IRS approved. And this vehicle is finally available to just individual investors like you and I, not just the ultra wealthy. And here's what truly sets this book apart. I don't just tell you about investment strategies that ultra-wealthy people have and you can't afford or access. I found ways to make them affordable and accessible for you personally. Why should a privileged few be the only ones that tap into these extraordinary opportunities? Isn't it time we level the playing field? Remember, it's your money, and it's time for you to take back control. A moment's insight is sometimes worth a life's experience. Oliver Wendell Holmes, Sr. Now, before we go on, let me tell you what moved me to write this book. If you've watched any of the coverage of my work over the years, or if you've read or listened to any of my previous books, you probably know my track record for creating massive and measurable change, helping people lose 30 to 300 pounds, turning around relationships that seem to be at their end, helping business owners grow their companies 30 to 130% in a year. I also help people overcome what most would see as enormous tragedies, from couples who've lost a child to soldiers coming back from Afghanistan with post-traumatic stress disorder. Listen, my passion is helping people create real breakthroughs in their relationships, in their emotions, in their health, their careers, and their finances. For nearly 4 decades, I've had the privilege of coaching people from every walk of life, including some of the most powerful men and women on the planet. I've worked with presidents of the United States as well as presidents of small businesses. I've coached and helped transform the performance of sports stars from the early days with Andre Agassi and Wayne Gretzky to today's superstars like Serena Williams. I've had the privilege to work with award-winning actors with the coolness of Leonardo DiCaprio and the warmth of Hugh Jackman. Top entertainers have tapped into my work, from Aerosmith to Green Day, from Usher to Pitbull to LL Cool J, and billionaire business leaders as well, such as casino magnate Steve Wynn, who basically rebuilt Las Vegas, and the internet wizard Mark Benioff. In fact, Mark quit his job at Oracle and began building Salesforce.com after attending one of my Unleash the Power Within seminars in 1999. Today, it's a $5 billion enterprise, and it's been named the world's most innovative company by Forbes magazine for the last 4 consecutive years, beating Apple year after year. So obviously, my clients don't come to me for motivation. They got plenty of that already. What they come to me for are strategies to help them hit the next level and to keep at the top of their game. In the financial arena, since 1993, I've had the honor to coach Paul Tudor Jones, one of the top 10 financial traders in history. Paul predicted the October 1987 Black Monday crash. Do you remember it? It's still the largest single-day U.S. stock market crash by percentage ever. And while markets plummeted around the world and everyone else was losing their shirt, Paul as much as doubled his investors' money in 1987. He did it again back in 2008, bringing his investors nearly a 30% positive return while the market plummeted 50%. My job working with Paul is to capture the principles that guide all his decisions. Then I put him into a system that he uses daily and, most importantly, at critical times. I'm not some positive thinking coach. Quite the opposite. I'm a prepare for anything coach. And I've been in touch with Paul, tracking his trading every day through a roller coaster of market conditions. From the tech bubble of the late 1990s to 9/11, from growth in real estate to the collapse of the subprime market and the financial meltdowns of 2008 and early 2009. I've been there during the subsequent European debt crisis, as well as the largest one-day percentage crash in gold that's happened in the last 3 decades in 2013. In spite of the diversity of these financial challenges, in 28 full consecutive years, Paul has never had a single losing year. I've been working with Paul for the last 21 of those years. He's truly unmatched in his ability to find the way to victory. So I've had this privilege of being shoulder to shoulder with him while he made money consistently, no matter how volatile the market. Through him, I've learned more about the real world of investing than anybody could possibly imagine learning, and more than about making decisions in tough conditions that I could ever get from 100 MBA courses. I've also been incredibly blessed to not only work with Paul during this time, but also consider him one of my dearest friends. I want to tell you, what I love and respect about Paul most is he not only creates financial results for himself, but he's one of the most extraordinary philanthropists literally in the world. Over the years, I've watched him grow the Robin Hood Foundation from the simple idea of harnessing the power of free markets to alleviate poverty in New York into what Fortune magazine now calls, quote, one of the most innovative and influential philanthropic organizations of our time, end quote. So far, Robinhood has distributed more than $1.45 billion in grants and initiatives, changing millions of lives in the process. I've also learned my own lessons along the way, some through pain of my own trial and error, which is what this book is designed to help you avoid as much as possible. I earned my own scars on Wall Street. I took a company public when I was just 39 years old, and I watched my personal net worth soar to over $400 million in a few weeks, just short of $500 million. And then I watched it plunge back to earth with the dot-com crash of 2000. But that stock market correction was nothing compared to what we've all been through in the recent years. The meltdown of 2008 to 2009 was the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. Do you remember how it felt when it looked like our financial world was coming to an end? When the Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped 50%, dragging down maybe your 401k with it? When the bottom fell out in real estate and the price of your home may have plummeted by 40% or more? Millions of people lost the gains from a lifetime of hard work, and millions more lost their jobs. During those terrible months, I received more phone calls from a greater variety of people needing help than ever before. I heard from my barber who couldn't put his kids through college anymore, and even some of my billionaire friends who literally lost half or more of what they'd built over decades of work starting with nothing. People would tell me that they were losing their homes, that their savings were gone. I don't know how to describe it. It just killed me inside because I know what this feels like. I mean, I've worked hard and I've been blessed with financial success, but it wasn't always that way. Far from it. I grew up with 4 different fathers in California's dusty San Gabriel Valley. I can vividly remember as a kid not picking up the phone or answering the door because I knew it was there. It was the bill collector. and we had no money to pay him. As a teenager, I was embarrassed to have to wear school clothes that we bought for 25 cents at the thrift store. And as you know, kids can be pretty brutal when you're not hip. Today, the thrift store shopping would be a sign of coolness, go figure. And when I finally got my first car, a beat-up 1960 Volkswagen Bug, a car that had no reverse, so I had to park on a hill, and of course there was never enough money for gas. Thankfully, I didn't buy into the theory that this is just how life is. If I had, I never would have changed. Somewhere inside of myself, I had to find a way to overcome my circumstances. And because of my own experiences today, I can't stand to see anybody else suffer. It makes me crazy. And 2008 brought more needless economic suffering than I'd seen in my lifetime. But in the immediate aftermath of the stock market crash, everybody agreed that something had to be done to fix the system. And I kept waiting for those promised changes to happen. But years later, it was still business as usual. And the more I learned about the roots of the financial crisis, the angrier I got. My personal tipping point came after I watched an Academy Award-winning documentary called Inside Job. It's narrated by Matt Damon, and it's all about the Wall Street gunslingers who took crazy risks with our money and nearly toppled the economy. Oh, and by the way, what was their penalty? We, the taxpayers, bailed them out, and somehow that same cast of characters were put in charge of the recovery. By the end of the film, I was seething with frustration, but I converted my anger into a question. What can I do? This book was the answer. There is no friend as loyal as a book. Ernest Hemingway. It wasn't an easy decision. I haven't written a book in almost 20 years. Last year, on average, I was on a plane 1 out of every 4 days, traveling to more than 15 countries. I run more than a dozen companies and a nonprofit foundation. I have 4 children, an amazing wife, and a mission I love and live. To say my life is full would be just a bit of an understatement. Both Unlimited Power and Awaken Giant Within, my 2 previous books, were international bestsellers, and that was enormously gratifying. But I hadn't felt compelled to write again until now. Why? I love live events. I love the total immersion experience, the immediacy, the flexibility of communicating with 5,000 to 10,000 people at a time, where we get to go deep. And I love keeping people's attention focused for 50 hours in a weekend. That's right, 50. All this in a day and age when most people won't sit for a 3-hour movie that someone spent $300 million on. I can vividly remember Oprah telling me that she loved my work, but she couldn't stay for more than 2 hours. And 12 hours later, she's standing on a chair shouting to the camera, "This is one of the greatest experiences of my life." Usher told me he loved my work too, but certainly he couldn't last an entire weekend. Just like Oprah, he ended up having the time of his life. 50 hours later, he grabs me and says, "This is like one of the greatest concerts of my life." He said, "I was writing notes like crazy and you made me laugh my ass off." I guess I can say ass in an audio like this. I'm not offending you, am I? Good. My live event experience is filled with so much emotion, music, excitement, profound insight, strategies, and people are using them while they're there. People are moved to massive action. They don't just think, they don't just feel, they change and they transform. And, my body language and my voice are essential to that style of teaching. So I gotta confess, when I sit down to write words on a page, I feel like there's a gag over my mouth and there's one hand tied behind my back. Heck, I found that I could reach more than 10 million people through one TED Talk alone. And I'm really glad, by the way, you're listening to this on audio, because at least you hear my craziness for a chapter or 2. So what made me change my mind? Well, the financial crisis caused tremendous pain, but I think it made a lot of us reevaluate and think about what's most important in our lives, things that have nothing to do with money. It was a time to get back to basics, to the values that have sustained us through troubled times before. And for me, it made me remember my early days when I was sleeping in my car, homeless, and searching for a way to change my life. How did I do it back then? Books. Books changed me. They helped to establish me. I've always been a voracious reader, and as a young man, I decided I was going to read a book a day. I took a speed reading course, and I figured leaders are readers. But I didn't quite read a book a day, but over 7 years, I did read over 700 books to find answers that I thought could help myself and other people. Books on psychology, on time management, on history, on philosophy, on physiology. I want to know just about anything that could immediately change the quality of my life or anyone else I had the privilege to touch. But the books I read as a child, as a very young man, as a teenager, made the deepest impression on me. They were really my ticket out of a world of pain, a world where I had no compelling future. When I read, it transported me to a realm of, limitless possibilities. I remember reading Ralph Waldo Emerson's essay on self-reliance and the lines, "There is a time in every man's education when he arrives at the conviction that envy is ignorance, that imitation is suicide, and that he must take himself for better or worse as his portion." Another favorite book of mine was philosopher James Allen's As a Man Thinketh, which echoed the biblical proverb, "As a man thinketh, so his heart will be." It came to me at a time when my mind was a battlefield filled with fear. He taught me that everything we create in our lives starts with thought. I devoured biographies of great leaders, great thinkers, great doers, Abraham Lincoln, Andrew Carnegie, John F. Kennedy, Viktor Frankl, and reading their stories made me realize that these great men and women of the world had experienced pain and suffering even greater than my own. They weren't just lucky or even fortunate. Somehow there was something in them, an invisible force that would not let them settle for less than they could do or be or give. And you know what? I realized that biography is not destiny, that my past did not have to equal my future. And finally, another favorite of mine was an American classic from 1937, Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich. Hill spent 2 decades in the early 20th century interviewing 500 of the most accomplished individuals, from Andrew Carnegie to Henry Ford to Theodore Roosevelt to Thomas Edison. And he wanted to find out what made them tick. He discovered they all shared a relentless focus on their goals and had a combination of burning desire, faith, and persistence to achieve them. Hill's message that ordinary people could overcome any obstacle success gave hope to a generation of readers struggling through the Great Depression, and Think and Grow Rich became one of the best-selling books of all time. Napoleon Hill's quest has been an inspiration to me most of my life, and like his classic, this book is modeled on seeking out the best in the world, from Warren Buffett to Sir Richard Branson, and including the man experts in the field called the Edison of our day, Ray Kurzweil. Ray's the man who invented the first digital music synthesizers, the first software to translate text into speech. He's the man behind Siri on your iPhone. He developed a device that allows the blind to walk the streets and read road signs and also order from any menu. Today, Ray is head of engineering development for Google. But here's what I wanted to do different than Hill. I wanted to write a book that went beyond psychology to the real plans. I wanted to cover the real tools that could help you build a better future for yourself and your family. I wanted a handbook, a blueprint, an owner's manual for the new economy. And so as I began to reassociate to the power of a book, I thought I need to put these answers in a form that's available to everyone. And with today's technology, this book has a few great advantages to help push you along the way. It has electronic segments where you can go online and see some of these men and women I've interviewed or hear their words. We have an app that's designed to trigger you to walk through the 7 simple steps so you don't just learn the ideas, but you follow through and get the financial freedom you really deserve. And by the way, when I began this adventure, many people told me I was crazy. Many so-called experts and even some friends warned me that I was nuts to try to bring the complex world of finance to a wide audience. Even my publisher begged me to write about anything else. But I knew I could pull it off if I found the best voices to guide the way. Most of the people I've interviewed here do not give interviews, or if they do them, they're extremely rare. They might speak in Davos, Switzerland, at the World Economic Forum, or for the Council on Foreign Relations. But bringing their knowledge to the general population and their voices has never been done. Sharing their critical insights in a way that anyone could act on became the mission of this book. How did I make it work? I'm very fortunate. Today I'm honored to have great relationships with some of the most influential people literally in the world. Friends in high places who are willing to make a few calls on my behalf. And before long, I found doors opening to me, and I was getting access literally to the masters of the game. Welcome to the jungle. Guns N' Roses. So where do I start? I decided to start with a person that most people have never even heard of, even though he's been called the Steve Jobs of investing. But ask any of the world's financial leaders, whether they're the chairwoman of the Federal Reserve or the head of an investment bank or the President of the United States, they all know about Ray Dalio. They read his weekly briefing. Why? Because governments call to ask him what to do and how to invest their money. Same with some of the largest pension funds and insurance companies in the world. Ray is the founder of Bridgewater Associates, the world's largest hedge fund with $160 billion in assets under management, or AUM as they call it. You're going to learn terms along the way here. AUM, assets under management, which is how much money he's managing. All this, by the way, he's doing at a time when a large hedge fund might have $15 billion. So he's 10 times their size. And by the way, what does it take to work with Ray Dalio? Well, maybe this is why you haven't heard of him. You have to have a net worth of $5 billion initially, and your initial investment has to be $100 million minimum to get in the door. But today, don't even bother trying, because he won't take your money or anybody else's at this point, no matter how much money you have. He's closed his fund. Now, Ray Dalio comes from a really unlikely background. He was born in Queens, New York, to a jazz musician father and a homemaker mom. He started as a caddy who picked up his first stock tips at the local golf course. Now he's worth about $14 billion and is the 31st richest man in the United States. How'd he do it? I had to find out. Here's a man whose pure alpha fund, according to Barron's, has lost money only 3 times in 20 years. And in 2010, he produced a 40% return for his key clients. Over the life of the fund that he launched in 1991, he's produced a 21% compounded annual return before fees. If there's anyone I wanted to ask, can the average investor still make money in this crazy volatile market with high-frequency trading and all the other crazy stuff, it was Ray. So when Ray told me, quote, "There's no question you can still win," end quote, I was all ears. How about you? It's not easy to get access to Ray Dalio, but as it turns out, Ray already knew who I was and was a fan of my work for more than 20 years. One afternoon, I sat down with him in his surprisingly modest home on the wooded island off the Connecticut coast. He got right to the point, telling me that individual investors like you can win, but only if you don't try to beat the pros at their own game. Quote, "What they gotta know, Tony, is you can win," he said, "but you can't do it by trying to beat the system. You don't even want to try. I have 1,500 employees and 40 years of experience, and it's a tough game for me. This is a poker game with the best poker players on earth," he said. Now, Ray is 65 years old, and he speaks with a soft New York accent that I could never duplicate, and he uses his hands like a conductor when he talks. He reminded me that poker, like investing in the markets, is what he calls a zero-sum game. In other words, for every winner, there's going to be losers. Quote, "As soon as you're in that game, you're not just playing poker against the guys across the table. It's a world game, Tony, and only a small percentage of the people make money in it. They make a lot. They may take money away from those who are not as good at the game," he said. "So I'd say to your investors, the average guy, you don't want to try to be in that game." So I asked Ray, look, if you're telling me that they can't compete in this game, should people be thinking twice about letting someone else play for them? What about their broker, their wealth advisor, or a mutual fund manager who they say tells them they can get better returns? Ray told me, quote, "You think you're going to a doctor, but they're not doctors," he told me. "We're trained to throw our total faith into doctors and do whatever they tell us without thinking, hoping they have all the answers. But Ray Dalio says the typical money managers are not going to help you win because they don't have the skills or the resources to play in the big game either. Quote, "If they did, you wouldn't have access to them," Ray said. He said to me this, quote, "The Olympics is easy compared to what we do," Ray said. "This is more competitive. You can go to your broker-dealer and you think you have to say, is this a smart guy? He might be smart. He might care about you, but you've got to ask a different question. How many gold medals has he won?" See, you have to be very, very careful because there's so many people who give you advice, but they have to be good enough to be able to take the money away from the best people in the game, and most of them can't. So what's the answer, Ray? Quote, "Instead of trying to compete, you've got to learn there is a passive way to win. There's a way to not put all your eggs in one basket. It's a system to protect you against all the downsides. Because the best investors know one thing, Tony. They know they're going to be wrong no matter how smart they are." End quote. Wait a second. Ray Dalio, who gets compounded returns of 20% per year, can still be wrong? Quote, "That's right, Tony. I'm going to be wrong," he said. "We're all going to be wrong. So you've got to set up a system that protects you for when you're wrong." End quote. So at the end of nearly 3 hours together, it was time to ask the big question. I said, "Ray, what is that system?" And Ray said to me, "Tony, the last time I took money, you had to have a $5 billion net worth and get access to my knowledge, and the minimum investment was $100 million. It's really complex and it changes a lot." I said, "Come on, Ray, I know that. I knew that about you. You just told me, though, that nobody's going to win by going to their local wealth manager or broker. So I know you care about people, If you couldn't pass on any of your money, Ray, if all you could do was share a set of principles or a portfolio or a system that will allow them to make money in good times and bad, tell me what would it look like, and what would that look like for the average investor? We went back and forth a bit, and in the end, guess what? I got him laughing, and the man is an incredibly generous soul, and he started walking me through the sample ideal portfolio. He shared with me the exact investment mix that would help you maximize your returns with what he believes is the least amount of downside in any market you might see today or in the future. Now, by the way, if I use the word portfolio, if you're not familiar with that term, it's just a collection of diverse investments. It's a way to put together your finances in a way where you maximize your financial returns and you try to limit your downside by not investing in one thing, but diversifying. A diversified portfolio, if you will. Now, Ray revealed to me a simple system of what to invest in and what percentages and the exact amounts for each of these investments. Now, when I left him, I was shaking with excitement. And when we went back with professionals and they took the formula and they back-tested this, they found by using a strategy, you would have made money 85% of the time over the last 30 years, from 1984 to 2013. It only lost money 4 times in 30 years. And you know what? One of those losses was 0.03%, which is basically break even. His biggest loss was 3.93, just under 4%, and that was in 2008 when the market from peak to trough was down 51%. Imagine being successful 85% of the time making money, and the few times you're not, your average loss was only 1.9%. I mean, if you had the opportunity to go to Vegas and someone told you could be successful 85% of the time and when you lost you'd only lose 1.9% on average, how much would you invest? How often would you invest? See, this is truly amazing. And over that time, the average rate of return compounded is just under 10% per year, and that's after all fees. This is the investment plan, by the way, that you can set up for yourself. And it's only one of the systems from the world's greatest investors that you're going to learn here in section 6 of this book called Invest Like the 0.001%, not the 1%. I call that section the Billionaire's Playbook. Now, I know you want to jump right ahead right now, turn me off, and look up that portfolio. But please, let me remind you, there are 7 simple steps you have to follow to make this work. If you haven't figured out where you're going to get the money to invest, if you haven't figured out what your goals are, if you don't know what the rules of the game are, then access to the best portfolio in the world will really be worthless. So please stay with me. Let's stay in sequence. There really is a method to my madness. Now, how valuable is this information from Ray Dalio? Well, if others have paid $5 billion to get access to it, and it's only going to cost you the price of this book or audio program, then that's not a bad return on your investment, is it? But I got to tell you something. As exciting as it was to learn his investment system, what I found most interesting about Ray was how he looks at the world. He sees it as a jungle, and his life is a constant, exhilarating battle that he storms through that jungle with. He told me, quote, "The way I look at life, Tony, we all have something we want, something that represents a greater quality of life. But to get there, you have to go through this jungle filled with challenge. If you pass through it, you get to have the life you desire and deserve. It's like I'm on the other side of the jungle," he told me, "and you could have this terrific job, a terrific life, if you can cross that jungle. But there's all these dangerous things, and they could kill you. So do you stay on one side and have a safe life, or do you go into the jungle? How do you approach that problem?" Well, Ray goes into the jungle with very smart and trusted friends, not alone. He has them side by side with him, and he's always asking the question, quote, "What don't I know?" That's the key thing, he said. Quote, "What's been very successful for me throughout my whole life is to not be arrogant about knowing, but to embrace the fact that I have weaknesses. And I don't know a lot about this and that and the other thing. The more you learn, the more you realize you don't know, and the more effective you'll become." Is that ever the truth? And frankly, I'm a living example, because when I went into this book, I was thinking I knew what I was doing. After all, I had decades of experience with one of the greatest investors in the history of the world. But during my 4-year quest to meet the best investors on earth, all of them, the very top 50, I got to tell you, I was humbled over and over again by how much I didn't know. And I found something interesting. Unlike the talking heads who claim to have all the answers that you see on TV or on the internet, the best investors on earth are essentially humble. Like Ray Dalio, they'll tell you what they think, and then they'll admit they could be wrong. Riches are not the end of life, but an instrument of life. Henry Ward Beecher. As my journey continued, I found my mission was evolving. At each stop along the way, I was discovering tools, opportunities, and investment products available to ultra-wealthy people that the average person never even hears about. And ironically, some of the best ones have very little risk or limited risk, what these great investors call asymmetrical risk-reward. I know it's a mouthful, but it just means they get big upside potential for very little downside exposure or risk. And that's what the smart money lives for. It was really exciting for me to find out about these opportunities and take advantage of some of them myself, because at this stage of my life, I'm old enough and fortunate enough and well off enough financially to have those choices. But my sons and daughters don't, some of my closest friends don't, and most importantly, likely neither do you, unless you've got tens of millions stashed away and you're just listening to this to see where Ray Dalio puts his money. Very possible, I guess. So listen, I changed my path from being a passive information gatherer in the world of investing to becoming a passionate advocate for my friends and readers and listeners. I just didn't want to come to you and tell you about something that wealthy people get to do. I wanted to open up those opportunities so you could take advantage of them, so that anyone could. So I looked for companies that have been focused exclusively on serving ultra-wealthy people, and then I worked to convince them to create new opportunities for investors at any economic level and at any age level. I've worked here to highlight their services, and in some cases, I've even gone all in and partnered with them to help create new products that will be available to you for the very first time. But what I'm most proud of is that I've persuaded many of them to open up their services for people who are not wealthy, but even more importantly, for free. In fact, in this book, you're going to learn about a revolutionary strategic venture between two firms, Stronghold Financial and Hightower, the fifth largest investment advisory firm in the United States. This is a firm that provides transparent, conflict-free advice. Unfortunately, that's unique in the financial world we are today, and they do it for the ultra-wealthy. They'll now provide that same extraordinary planning advice at no charge for you, regardless of how much money you have to invest. You're going to learn how to access a complimentary online platform that allows you to test drive your broker and see what you're truly paying. Are you overpaying and underperforming? You're going to know probably for the first time, because most of this is made so complex in legalese that there's no way for us to figure it out. But their site will do it. I'm really hoping this could be the beginning of a sea change in the world of personal finance and a real leveling of the playing field for the first time. Now, you got to be asking yourself, why in the world would a big company like Hightower or Stronghold do this? Well, first, it's the right thing to do. That's how I promoted and pushed them on this. I said, look, people need to know what they're truly paying for. There's very few industries on earth where you could buy the same item and one person pays 30 times more for it, and that happens every day in the mutual fund and stock world. Secondly, Hightower and Stronghold both know that people with lots of money didn't always start out with lots of money. It's the secret to wealth, remember? Do more for others than anybody else does. And if Hightower and Stronghold do this for you at this stage of your life, then they're betting you won't forget them in the future. Maybe you'll become a raving fan and a loyal client forever. So you get the help you need today for no money, and they get a future client. That's financial synergy, an opportunity to create an elusive win-win that you rarely see in the world of Wall Street. Kindness in words creates confidence. Kindness in thinking creates profoundness. Kindness in giving creates love. Lao Tzu. One of the greatest gifts of mastering the game is not only being able to win, but to have enough to make a difference for others. No matter how difficult our situation may be, I can tell you there's always people out there who are suffering more. When someone creates wealth, I believe it's his or her privilege, I believe his or her responsibility to give back to those who are just beginning the journey or those who've experienced tragedies that have knocked them off the path. I'll share with you the story a little later about my family, because we were the recipient of a simple act of kindness, and that literally changed my life. It was simply an act of someone providing food at a time when we desperately needed it, and it really helped shape who I am today and what drives me. So for many decades now, I've been paying it forward, working to give back by feeding more than 2 million people a year through my Tony Robbins Foundation. And for the last few years, my wife and I have personally matched all those contributions. So today, I'm proud to say that a kid who started with no food himself personally helps 4 million people a year to feel cared for and fed. In fact, in total, over the last 37 and a half years, almost 38 years now, I've had the honor to feed 42 million people. So I had a goal. I want to use this book as a vehicle to help you develop enough wealth, both physical and emotional and financial wealth, so that you can be a force for good through your own economic contributions as well. I know it might take time, but I will tell you this. If you won't give a dime out of $1, you're not going to give 1 million out of 10 million, much less 100 million out of 1 billion. The time to give is now. When I had nothing is when I began this process. And the reward when you give, even at times when you think you have very little, is you teach your brain that there's more than enough. You can leave scarcity behind and move towards a world of abundance if you can give even a little bit when you think you can't. So I'd like to get you started on the path. And as you listen to this, I want you to know you're not only helping yourself create a financial future, but you're going to help those 17 million American children who face hunger every night. How? I made a decision to do more in 1 year than I've done in my entire lifetime of feeding people. So in the name of my readers and my listeners, at the time of this publication, I'm donating 50 million meals for men, women, and children who suffer in this country from homelessness or just from hunger. And you'd be surprised who those people are. Yes, some of them are scarred by memories of serving in war, and some are mentally or physically challenged. But millions are people just like you and me who had a normal life, and then the loss of a job, or a health problem, or a family loss pushed them over the edge to where they couldn't meet their financial obligations. And listen, most Americans are only a few lost paychecks away from insolvency. So I decided to do this. And by the way, I'm not doing this as a book promotion. This book is going out. I'm not waiting to see how many books are sold. I'm writing the check up front because I'm committed and because I want to inspire others to do what they can as well. So together, let's both you and I reach out and help. In fact, as I was writing this book, Congress slashed $8.7 billion from what used to be the food stamp budget. To give you perspective, that means every family that they've served in the past now needs to go without a meal 1 week out of the month for 12 months. This is insane. I've witnessed firsthand the impact this has had on volunteers and nonprofit organizations that are already working to fight against hunger, and that's why I put up 50 million meals, but I'm using my influence to get people to pay attention, and I'm using it to get matching funds so that hopefully we can feed 100 million people. You're welcome to join in and help, but know this, because you bought this book, because you're listening to it, you're personally feeding 50 million people. My hope is by the end of the book, you'll be inspired to make some small direct donation on your own as well. I have information in the last chapter on how you can use your spare change, literally, to help change the world. And there are so many simple and enjoyable ways in which you can give and create a legacy that you can be proud of and that your family can enjoy being a part of as well. Well, that's quite a full chapter, isn't it? I know it's a lot, but hopefully it didn't feel too long. Do I have you hooked on what's really possible for your life right now? Can you imagine what it would feel like to take yourself from where you are today to where you really want to be? What would it be like to have your experience of money no longer be a source of stress, but rather a feeling of excitement or even pride? I want to make you a promise. I promise you, the feelings you'll have after you conquer this area of your life will create a momentum like very few things else in your life. Because when financial success is turned around, you'll start to think about and focus on the things that are even more important. Are you ready? And one final note. If you listen this far, I want to compliment you because, unfortunately, you're in the top 10% of people that buy a nonfiction book. That's right. Statistics show that fewer than 10% of the people who buy a book that is a nonfiction book ever get past the first chapter. How insane is that? Now, I wrote this book to be simple, but also I wanted to give you the opportunity to go deep, to master this game, to arm you with the skills that would allow you to master your financial world once and for all, today and for years and decades to come. It's not meant to be a, quote, little red book of investing. So I want to invite you right now. I want to challenge you. I know there's so much in your life that can distract you. Commit yourself right now to take the full journey with me. I promise you, if you do, the rewards you'll reap will last for decades to come. But first, let me give you a quick overview on what it'll take to have an income for the rest of your life. A paycheck that gives you the life you have today or a lifestyle that's even better than today without ever having to work another day of your life. Because once you achieve that, you'll only work because you want to. Let's grab an outline for the road ahead. Let's discover the 7 simple steps to financial freedom. Turn the page and let's rock.
Chapter 1.2 The 7 Simple Steps to Financial Freedom. Create an Income for Life. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Lao Tzu. Tell me something. Have you ever had that experience, the completely humiliating experience of playing a video game against a child? Who always wins? The child, of course. But how does she do it? Is she smarter, quicker, stronger? Here's how it works. You're visiting your niece or nephew, and she or he will say, "Come play it with me, Uncle Tony." You immediately protest, No, I don't know this game. You go ahead and play. And they say, "Come on, it's easy. Just let me show you." Then they shoot a few bad guys when they pop up on the screen. You still resist, so they start pleading. Come on, please, please, please." You love this kid, so you give in. Then she says the simple words that tell you you're being set up. You go first. So you decide you're going to make it happen. You're going to show this kid a thing or two, and then what? Bam, bam, bam. And 3.4 seconds, you're dead. Shot in the side of the head. Smoked. Then the kid takes the gun and suddenly it's bam, 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 bam. The bad guys are dropping from the sky and whizzing around every corner in hyperspeed. The kid is anticipating every move and picking them off. And about 45 minutes later, you get your second turn. Now you're ticked off and even more committed. This time you last a full 5 seconds, and she goes another 45 minutes. You know the drill. So why do these kids always win? Is it because they have better reflexes? Is it because they're faster? No, it's because they've played the game before. They already have one of the greatest secrets to wealth and success in life. They can anticipate the road ahead. Remember this. Anticipation is the ultimate power. Losers react, leaders anticipate. And you'll learn to anticipate from the best of the best. The Ray Dalios and the Paul Tudor Joneses and the army of 50 other extraordinary financial leaders who know the road ahead. They're here to help you anticipate the problems and challenges on the path to financial freedom so you don't get hurt along the way. Like Ray Dalio says, it's a jungle out there, full of things that can kill you financially, and you need trusted guides to help you get through it. With their help, we're going to lay out a plan that will help you anticipate the challenges, avoid unnecessary stress, and arrive at your ideal financial destination. I want to give you a quick overview of where we're going and how this book is set up, so you can make the best use of it. But before we do that, let's be clear about our true purpose. This book is committed to one primary outcome: to set you up so you have an income for life without ever having to work again. Real financial freedom. And the good news is, it can be achieved by anyone. Even if you're starting out in debt, deep in the hole, no exaggeration, with a little bit of time, consistent focus, and the right strategies applied, you can get to financial security or even independence in a few years. Before we walk through the steps, let's first take a look at why being financially secure used to seem so simple. What's changed? And what do we need to do? Let's start with a little history lesson. You can be young without money, but you can't be old without it. Tennessee Williams. Everything about your financial life seems so much harder these days, doesn't it? I'm sure you've wondered, why is it so difficult to save money and retire comfortably? We've come to treat retirement as a given in our society, a sacrosanct stage of life. But let's not forget that retirement is a relatively new concept. The idea has really only served a generation or two, for most of us, our parents and grandparents. Before their time, folks generally worked until they couldn't, until they died. Do you remember your history? When was Social Security invented? It was created under Franklin Delano Roosevelt during the Great Depression, when there was no social safety net for old and sick people. And old was a different concept back then. The average life expectancy in the United States was 62 years. That's all. And Social Security retirement benefits were supposed to kick in at age 65, so not everybody was expected to collect, or at least not for very long. In fact, Roosevelt himself didn't live long enough to cash in on his benefits, not that he would have needed them. He died at the age of 63. The Social Security Act eased the suffering of millions of Americans during a time of crisis, but it was never intended to become a replacement for retirement savings, just a supplement to cover the most basic needs. And the system wasn't designed for the world we live in today. Here's the new reality. There's a 50% chance that among married couples, at least one spouse will live to the age of 92, and a 25% chance that one will live to 97. Wow. We are closing in on a life expectancy of age 100 pretty damn quick. And with longer lives, we expect longer, much longer years for our retirement. 50 years ago, the average retirement was 12 years. Someone retiring today at age 65 is expected to live to 85 or longer. That's 20-plus years of retirement, and that's the average. Many will live longer and have 30 years of retirement. It is not realistic to finance a 30-year retirement with 30 years of work. You can't expect to put 10% of your income aside and then finance a retirement that's just as long. John Chauvin, Stanford University professor of economics. How long do you expect to live? All the breakthroughs we're seeing in medical technology might add years to your life, decades even. From stem cell technology to 3D printing of organs to cellular regeneration, technologies are exploding onto the scene. You'll hear about them in Chapter 7.1, The Future is Brighter Than You Think. It's a blessing, but are you ready? Many of us are not. A recent survey conducted by MassMutual asked baby boomers to name their number one fear. What do you think it was? Death? Terrorism? Pestilence? No. The number one fear of baby boomers was outliving their savings. Death, by the way, checked in a distant second. The baby boomers have a right to be scared, and so do millennials. According to an Ernst & Young study, 75% of Americans can expect to see their assets disappear before they die, and the Social Security safety net, if it survives into the next generation, won't provide a reasonable standard of living on its own. The current average benefit is $1,294 per month. How far do you think that will stretch if you live in New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, or Miami? Or how long will the equivalent system work in your country if you live in London, Sydney, Rome, Tokyo, Hong Kong, or New Delhi? No matter where you live, if you don't have another source of income, you could end up the best-dressed greeter at Walmart. It's obvious that we'll need to stretch our retirement income longer than ever before, smack in the middle of a flat economy at a time when many are struggling to recover lost ground. How have we responded to this growing emergency? A lot of us find the problem so painful and overwhelming that we just block it out and hope it goes away. According to EBRI, the Employment Benefit Research Institute, 48% of all working Americans haven't even calculated how much money they'll need to retire. Yep, 48%. That's an astounding number. Almost half of us have yet to take one of the first steps toward planning for our financial futures, and our time of reckoning is coming. So what's the solution? It starts with taking step 1. Make the most important financial decision of your life. By the time you finish this book, you'll not only have an automated plan for saving and investing, you'll also know how to create income without having to work. Wait a second. That's too good to be true, you're thinking. And anything that sounds too good to be true probably is, right? Yet, I'm sure you know there are some exceptions to the rule. What if I told you that today there are financial instruments that will let you make money when the markets go up and not lose a penny when they go down? 20 years ago, it would have been impossible for ordinary investors to imagine such a thing, but investors using these tools in 2008 didn't lose a dime or even a night's sleep. I have this kind of security and freedom for my family. It's an amazing feeling to know you'll never run out of income. And I want to make sure you have it for yourself and your family as well. In this book, I will show you how to create a guaranteed lifetime income stream, a paycheck for life without ever having to work again. Wouldn't it be great to open up your mail at the end of the month and instead of finding a statement with an account balance you're hoping hasn't gone down, you find a check in its place? Imagine this happening every month. That's income for life, and there's a way to get it. In Section 2, we'll show you how to build your investments into a sizable nest egg, what I call a critical mass, that will enable you to make money, even while you sleep. With a few simple strategies, you'll be able to create a guaranteed income stream, allowing you to build, manage, and enjoy your own personal pension on your own terms. It's probably hard for you to imagine that there's a structure available today that can deliver for you these things. 1. 100% principal protection, meaning that you can't lose your investment. 2. The returns in your account are directly linked to the upside of the stock market, for example, the S&P 500. So if the stock market goes up, you get to participate in the gains, but if the market goes down, you don't lose. And 3, you also have the ability to convert your account balance to a guaranteed income that you'll never outlive. You can stop imagining. It's here. It's one of the opportunities that's now available for investors like you, and you will find out about it in Chapter 5.3. To be clear, I'm not suggesting here that even with income for life, you'll want to stop working when you reach the traditional retirement age. Chances are you won't. Studies show that the more money you earn, the more likely you are to keep working. It used to be that the goal was to get rich and retire by the age of 40. Now the goal was to get rich and work until you're 90. Nearly half of all individuals who earn $750,000 per year or more say they will never retire, or if they do, the earliest they would consider it is age 70. How about the Rolling Stones and Mick Jagger at age 71 still rocking the world? Or think of business moguls like Steve Wynn at 72, Warren Buffett at 84, Rupert Murdoch at 83, Sumner Redstone at 91. At those ages, they were all still running their businesses and crushing it. Probably still are. Maybe you will be too. But what happens if we can't work or don't want to work anymore? Social Security alone is not going to be much of a cushion for our retirement. With 10,000 baby boomers turning 65 every day and the ratio of old to young getting more and more lopsided, it may not even be around, at least as we know it. In 1950, there were 16.5 workers paying into the Social Security system to support one person getting benefits. Now, it's 2.9 workers per recipient. Does this ratio sound sustainable to you? In an article titled, "It's a 401k World," Thomas Friedman, the New York Times columnist and best-selling author, wrote, "If you are self-motivated, wow, this world is tailored for you. The boundaries are all gone. But if you're not self-motivated, this world would be a challenge because the walls, ceilings, and floors that protected people are also disappearing. There will be fewer limits, but also fewer guarantees. Your specific contribution will define your specific benefits much more. Just showing up will not cut it." As for those sweet employee pensions our parents and grandparents counted on in retirement, they too are going the way of blacksmiths and telephone operators. Only about half of America's private sector workforce is covered by any kind of retirement plan at all, and most of those are now do-it-yourself, take-all-the-risk models. If you're a municipal, state, or federal employee, you might still enjoy a government-backed pension, but with every passing day, there are more folks like those from Detroit to San Bernardino wondering if that money will be there when it's their time to collect. So what's your retirement plan? Do you have a pension? A 401k, an IRA? Today, about 60 million Americans participate in 401k plans, totaling over $3.5 trillion. But they can be a bad, even disastrous deal for you if you're in one of the high-fee plans that dominate the market. That's why if you're in a 401k plan, you've got to listen to Chapter 2.5. Myth 5, your retirement is just a 401k away. What you'll learn and the simple changes you can make could transform your life, giving you peace of mind and the certainty you need today, and mean the difference between retiring early and not being able to retire at all. Death and taxes, the only constants. Not to be outdone by volatile markets, moving faster than the speed of light, literally, exorbitant and hidden fees, and an outdated pension system, let's not forget about our good old friend the taxman. Oh, the taxman. He'll take up to 50% or more, thank you very much, on everything you earn. If you thought hidden fees were the only drag on accumulating wealth, you've missed the biggest culprit of all. We all know the drag of taxes to some degree, but few realize just how big a bite taxes take from our ability to achieve financial freedom. Sophisticated investors have always known this. It's not what you earn, it's what you keep that matters. The greatest investors in the world understand the importance of tax efficiency. Just how destructive can taxes be when compounded over time? Let's try a metaphor. Say you've got $1 and somehow you're able to double it every year for 20 years. We all know this game. It's called compounding, right? After year 1, you've doubled your dollar to $2. Year 2, $4. Year 3, $8. Year 4, $16. Year 5, $32. If you had to guess, what do you think your dollar has grown to by year 20? Through the magic of compounding, in just 2 decades, your dollar turns into, drumroll please, $1,048,576. That's the incredible power of compounding. As investors, we want to tap into this power. But of course, the game is not that simple. In the real world, Caesar wants to be paid first. The tax man is looking for his piece. So what's the impact of taxes on the same scenario? Once again, take a guess. If you're fortunate enough to pay only 33% in taxes per year, what do you think your dollar has now grown to after taxes in 20 years? Again, take a moment and really guess. Well, if the tax-free number was $1,048,576, with 33% tax, would that be about $750,000 or even $500,000? Think again, Kimosabi. Now, let's look at the next column and see the incredible dollar-draining power when we take out money for our taxes each year before compounding, doubling our account. Assuming an annual tax rate of 33% at the end of those same 20 years, the actual net amount you'll end up with is just over $28,000. That's right, $28,000, a difference of over $1 million, and that doesn't even account for state taxes. In some states, such as California, New York, and New Jersey, you can expect the total to be significantly smaller still. Sure, this dollar-doubling, dollar-draining scenario is based on returns you'll never see in the real world, but it illustrates what can happen when we neglect to consider the impact of taxes in our financial planning. Given the way things are going in Washington, do you think taxes are going to be higher or lower in the coming years? You don't even have to answer that one. In Section 5, I'm going to give you the in that until now was only available to sophisticated investors or ultra-high net worth individuals. I'm going to show you what the smartest investors already do, how to take taxes out of the equation using what the New York Times calls the insider's secret for the affluent. It's an IRS-approved method to grow your money tax-free, and you don't have to be rich or famous to take advantage of it. It could literally help you achieve your financial independence 25% to 50% faster, depending upon your tax bracket. No person is free who is not master of himself. Epictetus. But plan or no plan, the future is coming on fast. According to the Center for Retirement Research, 53% of American households are at risk for not having enough money in retirement to maintain their living standards. That's more than half. And remember, more than a third of workers have less than $1,000 saved up for retirement, not including pensions and the price of their home, while 60% have less than $25,000. How can this be? We can't blame it all on the economy. The savings crisis started long before the recent crash. In 2005, the personal savings rate was 1.5% in the United States. In 2013, it was 2.2%, after topping 5.5% at the height of the meltdown. What's wrong with this picture? We don't live in isolation. We know we need to save more and invest. So why don't we do it? What's holding us back? Let's start by admitting that human beings don't always act rationally. Some of us spend money on lottery tickets even if we know the odds of winning the Powerball jackpot are 1 in 175 million. and that we are 251 times more likely to be hit by lightning. In fact, here's a statistic that will blow your mind. The average American household spends $1,000 a year on lotteries. Now, my first reaction when I heard this from my friend Shlomo Benartzi, a celebrated professor of behavioral finance at UCLA, was, that's not possible. In fact, I was recently at a seminar and asked the audience how many had bought a lottery ticket. In a room of 5,000 people, fewer than 50 raised their hands. If only 50 out of 5,000 are doing it and the average is $1,000, then there are plenty of people buying way more. By the way, the record is held by Singapore, where the average household spends $4,000 a year. Do you have any idea what $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 set aside and compounded over time could be worth to you? In the next chapter, you're going to discover how little money it takes to have $500,000 to $1 million or more in retirement that requires almost no time to manage. So let's turn to behavioral economics and see if we can't find some little tricks that could make the difference between poverty and wealth. Behavioral economists try to figure out why we make the financial mistakes we do and how to correct them without even our conscious awareness. Pretty cool, huh? Dan Ariely, renowned professor of behavioral economics at Duke University, studies how our brains fool us regularly. Human beings evolved to depend on our sight, and a huge part of our brain is dedicated to vision. But how often do our eyes deceive us? In a simple visual illusion exercise, Ariely shows a drawing of a narrow table on the left and a fat table on the right, and asks people to choose which one is longer. Most people pick the narrow table on the left because it appears to be longer. But they are wrong. The lengths of both tables are exactly the same. If you do an internet search for Ariely table illusion, you can do this exercise yourself. Even after proving the tables are the same size by using a red line to reveal the lengths of each, once the red line is removed, the left narrow table still appears to be longer. We know the answer, and yet our brains continue to deceive us. The one on the left still looks longer. Your eyes haven't caught up with your brain. Our intuition is fooling us in a repeatable, predictable, consistent way, Ariely said at a memorable TED Talk, and there is almost nothing we can do about it. So if we make these mistakes with vision, which in theory we're decent at, what's the chance that we don't make even more mistakes in areas we're not as good at? Financial decision-making, for example. Whether or not we think we make good financial decisions or poor ones, we assume we're in control of the decisions we do make. Science would suggest we're not. Just like the visual illusions we're susceptible to, Ariely later told me in an interview that he chalks up many of our decision-making mistakes to cognitive illusions. A case in point. If you were to walk into your local Department of Motor Vehicles tomorrow and be asked the question, do you want to donate your organs, what do you think you would say? Some of us would immediately say yes and think ourselves selfless and noble. Others might pause or balk or be turned off by the gruesomeness of the question and decline. Or maybe you'd punt and say you need time to think about it. Regardless, you'd assume that your decision is based on free will. You are a competent and capable adult qualified to determine whether or not to donate your organs to save a life. But here's the thing. A lot of it depends on where you live. If you are in Germany, there's about a 1 in 8 chance you'll donate your organs. About 12% of the population does. Whereas in Austria, Germany's next-door neighbor, 99% of people donate their organs. In Sweden, 89% donate, but in Denmark, the rate is only 4%. What gives? Why such a disparity? Could it be about religion or a fear factor? Is it based on culture? It turns out the answer is none of the above. The huge disparity in donor rates has absolutely nothing to do with you personally or your cultural heritage. It has everything to do with the wording on the form at the DMV. In countries with the lowest donor rates, like Denmark, there is a small box that says, check here if you want to participate in the organ donor program. In countries with the highest rates, like Sweden, the form says, check here if you don't want to participate in the organ donor program. That's the secret. Nobody likes to check boxes. It's not that we don't want to donate our organs. That little bit of inertia makes all the difference in the world. If a problem is too overwhelming, we tend to just freeze and do nothing, or we do what's been decided for us. It's not our fault. It's the way we're wired. The problem with organ donation is not that people don't care. It's that they care so much. The decision is difficult and complicated, and many of us don't know what to do. And because we have no idea what to do, we just stick with whatever is chosen for us, says Ariely. This same sense of inertia, or picking what has been chosen for us, helps explain why only a third of American workers ever take advantage of available retirement plans. It explains why so few of us have made a financial plan for our futures. It seems complicated. We're not sure what to do, so we punt, or we do nothing at all. Ariely told me that when it comes to the physical world, we understand our limitations and build around them. We use steps, ramps, and elevators. But for some reason, when we design things like healthcare and retirement and stock markets, we somehow forget the idea that we are limited, he said. I think that if we understood our cognitive limitations in the same way that we understand our physical limitations, even though they don't stare us in the face in the same way, we could design a better world. Remember what Ray Dalio said about going into the jungle, that the first thing he asked himself was, "What don't I know?" If you know your limitations, you can adapt and succeed. If you don't know them, you're going to get hurt. My goal in this book is to wake people up and give them the knowledge and the tools to take immediate control of their financial lives. So I've created a plan that won't trip you up because it's too complex or too hard or time-intensive. Why? Because as we've seen from those DMV forms, complexity is the enemy of execution. That's why I've divided this plan into 7 simple steps and created a powerful new smartphone app completely free to guide you through them. You can download it right now by going to tonyrobbins.com/masterthegame. You can check off your progress as you go and celebrate your victories along the way. The app will support you, answer your questions, and even give you a nudge when you need it, because you're going to get excited, have the best intentions, and then a few distractions or an attack of inertia can knock you off target. This automated system is designed to prevent that. And guess what? Once you're done, you're done. After your plan is in place, you'll only have to spend an hour or so once or twice a year to make sure you're on course. So there's no excuse not to stay on the path to a lifetime of financial security, independence, and freedom, and have plenty of time to enjoy the things that really matter to you. Hopefully by now, your mind is churning. I know I've given you a lot to think about so far, but I'm committed to creating lasting breakthroughs in your financial life, and I want you to get a clear picture of the road ahead. So let's take a quick walk through the 7 simple steps to financial freedom. If you belong to a generation raised on blogs and tweets, my guess is that you're saying, why don't you just put these 7 steps, and for that matter the whole book, in one paragraph for me, or even an infographic? I could do that, but knowing information is not the same as owning it and following through. Information without execution is poverty. Remember, we're drowning in information, but we're starving for wisdom. So I want to prepare your mind for each of the steps that are coming. And this way, you'll be ready to take the necessary actions that will guarantee that your path to financial freedom is realized. This book is designed to give you mastery over a subject that torments most people because they've never taken the time to master the fundamentals that would set them free. And mastery means going deep. Anyone can listen to something, remember it, and feel like they've learned something. But true mastery requires 3 levels. The first is cognitive understanding. It's your ability to understand a concept. Any of us can get it, and many of us already have a cognitive understanding of personal finance and investing. But that and $3 will almost buy you a cup of coffee at Starbucks. What I mean is that information by itself is not valuable. It's only the first step. You start getting real value when you reach the second step, emotional mastery. That's where you have heard something with enough repetition and it's stimulated enough feelings inside you, desires, hungers, fears, concerns, that now you become conscious and capable of consistently using what you've learned. But the ultimate mastery is physical mastery. That means you don't have to think about what you do. Your actions are second nature. And the only way to get it is through consistent repetition. My great teacher, Jim Rohn, taught me that repetition is the mother of skill. I'll give you a perfect example of where I fell short in this area. In my early 20s, I decided I wanted to get a black belt in martial arts, and I had the privilege of meeting and becoming dear friends with the Grandmaster Jun Rhee. He's the man who brought Taekwondo to this country and who trained both Bruce Lee and Muhammad Ali in the art. I told him I wanted to gain my black belt in the shortest time in history, and I was willing to do whatever it took in terms of practice, commitment, and discipline to break the record. He agreed to travel on the road with me to complete my training, and it was brutal. I'd often finish a seminar and arrive at 1 o'clock in the morning for my training, and then work with the master for another 3 or 4 hours. I would have to get by on 4 hours of sleep at the most. One night, after a particularly long period of practicing the same exact move at least 300 times, I finally turned to my teacher and asked, "Master, when can we go on to the next move?" He looked at me sternly and said, "Oh, Grasshopper, this is the next move. The fact that you can't tell the difference between the move you made this time and the one you did before shows you are still a dabbler. Those fine distinctions are the difference between a master and an amateur, and mastery requires this level of repetition. With each repetition, you must learn more," he said with a smile. Do you see my point? This audiobook was not designed for you to breeze through in an afternoon. As you listen, you'll notice that this book is unlike anything you've encountered before because it reflects my unique style of teaching. You'll be asked a lot of questions, and you'll sometimes hear facts and phrases that you've heard before. There will be a lot of points emphasized. It's a technique designed to mark out key ideas and to build knowledge in your mind, body, and spirit so that action becomes automatic. That's when you'll start seeing results and reaping the rewards that you desire and deserve. Are you up for the challenge? And remember, this is not just a book, it's a blueprint. Each section is designed to help you understand exactly where you are in financial terms and help you close the gap between where you are now and where you truly want to be. This work is designed to arm you not just for today, but for the rest of your life. I know you'll come back at different stages to take things to the next level. Section 1. Welcome to the jungle. The journey begins with this first step. Like all great adventures, we'll start by getting oriented for the trip. In Chapter 1.4, you'll learn more about the psychology of wealth, what holds us back, and some simple cures. You'll uncover what it is you're really investing for and unleash the power of the best financial breakthrough strategies. Then in the next chapter, we blast off. Here you'll take the first of the 7 simple steps and make the most important financial decision of your life. This chapter is a must-listen. You'll learn how, with even the smallest amount of money combined with the miracle power of compounding, you can absolutely become financially independent in your life without ever having to make a fortune in annual income. You'll activate this system by deciding on a portion of your income to save and invest for compounded interest. You'll become not just a consumer in the economy, but also an owner, an investor with a stake in the future. You'll learn how to build your own automated money machine, a system that will generate income for you for a lifetime while you sleep. Section 2. Become the insider. Know the rules before you get in the game. Maybe you've heard that old expression, when a man with money meets a man with experience, the man with the experience ends up with the money, and the man with the money ends up with the experience. Now that you've decided to become an investor, this section explains the critical rules of the game so that you don't fall prey to those players with all the experience. This roadmap shows the way through the investment jungle that Ray Dalio was talking about, with the worst danger zones marked with big red X's. These are the marketing myths. Some people call them investment lies. They are often designed to systematically separate you from your money. You'll learn why the returns the mutual funds advertise are not the returns that you actually receive. I know it sounds crazy, but the 1% fee that you think is the total cost you're paying is really only one of more than 10 potential fees, and that your average mutual fund might be eating up 60% of your potential returns over time. Remember, in this short section alone, you'll save between $250,000 and $450,000 minimum back in your pocket without getting any better returns over your investment lifetime. And you'll see that this amount is all documented based on studies, not based on my opinion or funny math. We'll also discuss the deceptions that can be part of target date funds and no-load funds, and arm you with a real understanding of how to protect yourself from firms that often tailor these products and strategies for their maximum profit, not yours. By the end of this section, you'll have taken your second step, and even if you only have a small amount of money, you'll be investing it like an insider. Section 3. What's the price of your dreams? Make the game winnable. Together we'll explore your financial dreams and set some realistic goals that will make the game truly winnable. Most people have no idea how much money they'll need to achieve financial security, independence, and freedom, or the giant numbers they have in their heads are so intimidating that they never even start a plan to get there. But in Chapter 3.1, you'll figure out what you really want, and it's going to be exciting, especially when you realize that your dreams may be closer than you think. You'll not only dream, but you'll turn those dreams into reality, a plan, in Chapter 3.2. It's going to be different for everyone, and we have the software to customize it for you. You can do it online or on your app, where you can keep it and change it as many times as you want until you find a realistic and achievable plan. And if you're not getting to your dreams fast enough, we're going to show you 5 ways to speed it up in Section 3. By the time you've taken Step 3, you'll not only know how to build wealth for your future retirement, but how to enjoy it along the way. Section 4. Make the most important investment decision of your life. Now that you're thinking like an insider, you know the rules of the game, and you've learned how to make the game winnable. It's time to make the most important investment decision of your life. Where do you put your money and in what proportions? Asset allocation is what every Nobel Prize winner, every hedge fund manager, every top institutional investor, bar none, told me was the key to successful investing. Yet virtually 99% of Americans know little or nothing about it. Why? Maybe it seems too complicated, but in Chapter 4.1 I'm going to make it simple and also show you where to go to have an expert assist you online. Proper asset allocation means dividing up what you're investing into buckets that are secure and give you peace of mind versus buckets that are riskier but may have greater potential for growth. It's the ultimate bucket list. And when you complete Step 4, you'll not only know how to become wealthy, but how to stay wealthy. Section 5. Upside without the downside. Create a lifetime income plan. What good is investing if you don't have any money to spend? Most people have been so conditioned to focus on putting more money in a 401k plan or building their retirement account, they forget they'll need to draw it down as income someday. And since account balances fluctuate, remember they don't just go up. We must create and protect our income plan. Remember 2008? How do you protect yourself from the next crash? How do you set up a portfolio that avoids getting whipsawed? How do you know you won't end up outliving your money, which is so many people's number one fear? You may be blessed with a long life, but it may not feel like a blessing if you run out of money. In this section, we'll offer specific insights into one of the best-kept secrets in the financial community and help you develop a guaranteed lifetime income plan, a certain revenue stream that can form the foundation for true financial peace of mind. We'll explore creative ways you can stop or drastically limit losses and increase your gains, using the investment vehicles favored by banks, large corporations, and some of the world's wealthiest individuals. What do they know that you don't know? It's how to have the upside without the downside, and to make sure your gains aren't eaten away by taxes. Section 6. Invest like the 0.001%, the billionaire's playbook. We'll hear what's good and what's challenging about the state of the global economy, how we got here, and what may be coming next from some of the clearest and most influential thinkers in the financial world. Then you'll meet the masters of the game, 12 of the most colorful and brilliant minds in finance, and learn what has guided them through every economic condition. We'll ask Paul Tudor Jones how he made a 60% monthly return in 1987 by predicting the Black Monday crash when the market was burning down around him, and how 21 years later he was able to make nearly 30% when the market lost nearly 50% and the world seemed to be falling apart. Plus, we'll look at how he avoided losses and managed to have 28 straight profitable years in every conceivable market, never losing a dime. Some of the people you'll be meeting in our Billionaires Playbook, such as Charles Schwab, Carl Icahn, T. Boone Pickens, Ray Dalio, and Jack Bogle, struggled when they were growing up. They weren't born with a silver spoon in their mouth. So how did they make it to the top? We'll ask what money means to them, and we'll peek into their actual portfolios. By the time you finish Step 6, you'll know how the 0.001% invests. Section 7. Just do it, enjoy it, and share it. Here we'll come up with an action plan to help you live a better, fuller, richer, more joyful life. And we'll talk about what to do to stay on target. I guarantee we'll blow your mind with some of the breathtaking new technologies that will make even the near future better than you think. This is the opposite of what most people believe. According to an NBC Wall Street Journal poll, 76% of Americans, an all-time record, think that their children's lives will be worse off than their own. But you're going to get an insider's look at what's coming from some of the most brilliant minds of our time. We'll hear from my friends Ray Kurzweil, the Edison of our age, and Peter Diamandis, creator of the X Prize, about new technologies coming online. 3D printers that will transform your personal computer into a manufacturing plant, self-driving cars, exoskeletons that enable paraplegics to walk, artificial limbs grown from single cells, innovations that will dramatically change our lives for the better in the very near future. I'm hoping this will inspire you and also show you that even if you somehow screw up and don't get your financial act together, you'll still have a better quality of life. And for those with the resources, you're looking at a future of limitless possibilities. We'll wrap up with the simple fact that the secret to living is giving. Sharing with others not only gives you a greater quality of life, but also brings you a greater experience of joy. And you'll learn about new technologies that make giving painless and fun. As you feed your mind and build your own wealth, my hope is that you'll do well enough to help others. And remember, you're my partner in giving now. And as you're listening, someone in need is being fed. I don't believe people are looking for the meaning of life as much as they are looking for the experience of being alive. Joseph Campbell. I've made these 7 simple steps to financial freedom as clear and simple as possible for you. Now it's up to you to take action and follow through each of the 7 steps one at a time to get the job done. What do you need to see it through? What works best for you? Let's create a simple plan together now. Some of you might sit down and listen to the whole book over a weekend, and if you do, then you're as crazy and obsessed as I am, a brother or sister on the path. If you don't have a weekend to spare, consider taking a chapter a day or a section a week. Immerse yourself a little bit at a time for a few weeks, and you'll get it done, whatever it takes. This is a journey of a lifetime, a journey worth mastering. If you're with me, let the journey begin. Chapter 1.3. Tap the power. Make the most important financial decision of your life. My wealth has come from a combination of living in America, some lucky genes, and compound interest. Warren Buffett. Let's kick it into gear now. It's time to begin our journey by tapping the power that can create real wealth for anyone. It's not some get-rich-quick scheme, and it's not what most people think will make them financially free or wealthy. Most people are looking to make some big score, a financial windfall, and then they think they'll be set. But let's face it, we're not about to earn our way to wealth. That's a mistake millions of Americans make. We think that if we work harder, smarter, longer, we'll achieve our financial dreams, but our paycheck alone, no matter how big, isn't the answer. I was reminded of this fundamental truth on a recent visit with the noted economist Burton Malkiel, author of one of the classic books on finance, A Random Walk Down Wall Street. I went to see Malkiel in his office at Princeton University because I admired not just his track record, but his no-nonsense style. In his books and interviews, he comes across as a straight shooter, and the day I met him was no exception. I wanted to get his insights on some of the pitfalls facing people at all stages of their investment lives. After all, this was the guy who helped create and develop the concept of index funds, a way for the average investor to match or mimic the markets, a way that anyone, even with a small amount of money, can own a small piece of the entire stock market and have true portfolio diversity instead of being stuck with the ability to buy only a small number of shares of stock in one or two companies. Today, this category of investments accounts for over $7 trillion in assets. Of all the people I'd planned to interview for this book, he was one of the best qualified to help me cut through the clutter and doublespeak of Wall Street and assess our current investment landscape. What's the biggest misstep most of us make right from the start? Malkiel didn't even hesitate when I asked him. He said the majority of investors fail to take full advantage of the incredible power of compounding, the multiplying power of growth times growth. Compound interest is such a powerful tool that Albert Einstein once called it the most important invention in all of human history. But if it's so awesome, I wondered, why do so few of us take full advantage of it? To illustrate the exponential power of compounding, Malkiel shared with me the story of twin brothers, William and James, with investment strategies that couldn't have been more different. He gives this example in one of his books, so I was familiar with it, but to hear him tell it in person was an incredible experience. A little like hearing an 81-year-old Bruce Springsteen play an acoustic version of Born to Run in his living room. The story supposes that William and James have just turned 65, the traditional retirement age. William got a jump start on his brother opening a retirement account at the age of 20 and investing $4,000 annually for the next 20 years. At 40, he stopped funding the account, but left the money to grow in a tax-free environment at the rate of 10% each year. James didn't start saving for retirement until the ripe old age of 40, just as his twin brother William stopped making his own contributions. Like his brother, James invested $4,000 annually, also with a 10% return tax-free, but he kept at it until he was 65, 25 years in all. In sum, William, the early starter, invested a total of $80,000, $4,000 per year times 20 years at 10%, while James, the late bloomer, invested $100,000, $4,000 per year times 25 years at 10%. So which brother had more money in his account at the age of retirement? I knew where Malkiel was going with this, but he told the story with such joy and passion that it's like he was sharing it for the very first time. The answer, of course, was the brother who'd started sooner and invested the least money. How much more did he have in his account? Get this, 600% more. Now, step back for a moment and put these numbers in context. If you're a millennial, a Gen Xer, or even a baby boomer, pay close attention to this message. And know that this advice applies to you no matter where you are on your personal timeline. If you're 35 years old and you suddenly grasp the power of compounding, you'll wish you got started on it at 25. If you're 45, you'll wish you were 35. If you're in your 60s or 70s, you'll think back to the pile of money you could have built and saved if only you'd gotten started on all that building and saving when you were in your 50s and 60s, and on and on. In Malkiel's example, it was William, the brother who'd gotten the early start and stopped saving before his brother had even begun, who ended up with almost $2.5 million. And it was James, who'd saved all the way until the age of 65, who had less than $400,000. That's a gap of over $2 million. All because William was able to tap into the awesome power of compounding for an additional 20 years, giving him an insurmountable edge, and saddling him with the family dinner checks for the rest of his life. The man on top of the mountain didn't fall there. Vince Lombardi. Not convinced that compound interest over time is the only sure way to grow your seed of money into the bumper crop of financial security you'll need to meet your future needs? Malkiel shared another favorite story to bring home his point, and this one's from our history books. When Benjamin Franklin died in 1790, he left about $1,000 each to the cities of Boston and Philadelphia. His bequests came with some strings attached. Specifically, The money was to be invested and could not be touched for 100 years. At that point, each city could withdraw up to $500,000 for designated public works projects. Any remaining money in the account could not be touched for another 100 years. Finally, 200 years after Franklin's death, a period of time that had seen stocks grow at an average compounded rate of 8%, each city would receive the balance, which in 1991 amounted to approximately $6.5 million. Imagine that $1,000 grows to $6.5 million, with no money added over all those years. How did it grow? Through the power of compounding. Yes, 200 years is a long, long time, but a 3,000% rate of return can be worth the wait. Malkiel's examples show us what we already know in our hearts to be true, that for most of us, our earned income will never bridge the gap between where we are and where we really want to be, because earned income can never compare to the power of compounding. Money is better than poverty, if only for financial reasons. Woody Allen. Still think you can earn your way to financial freedom? Let's take a quick look at how it's worked out for some of the highest-paid people in the world. Legendary baseball pitcher Curt Schilling earned more than $100 million in an incredible career that included not one but 2 World Series championships for the Boston Red Sox. But then he poured his savings into a video game startup that went bankrupt and brought Schilling down with it. "I never believed that you could beat me," Schilling told ESPN. "I lost." Now he's $50 million in debt. Kim Basinger was one of the most sought-after actresses of her generation, torching the big screen with indelible roles in such films as 9½ Weeks, Batman, and L.A. Confidential, which earned her an Academy Award as Best Supporting Actress. At the height of her A-list popularity, she earned more than $10 million per picture, enough to spend $20 million to buy a whole town in Georgia. Basinger ended up bankrupt. Marvin Gaye, Willie Nelson, MC Hammer, Meatloaf, Billy Joel, they sold millions of albums and filled stadiums with adoring fans. Francis Ford Coppola, he packed theaters as the director of The Godfather, one of the greatest American films that, at least for a while, held the all-time box office record with gross ticket sales of $129 million. All had near brushes with bankruptcy, Coppola 3 times. Even Michael Jackson, the king of pop, who reportedly signed a recording contract worth almost $1 billion and sold more than 750 million records, was forced to the brink of bankruptcy in 2007 when he was unable to pay back a $25 million loan on his Neverland ranch. Jackson spent money like he would never run out until he finally did. At his death 2 years later, he reportedly owed more than $300 million. Do you think any of these ultra-mega stars imagined a day when the money would stop flowing? Do you think they even considered preparing for such a day? Have you ever noticed that no matter how much you earn, you find a way to spend it? By these examples, it's clear to see that you and I are not alone. We all seem to have a way of living up to our means, and some of us, I'm afraid, find a way to live beyond our means. We see this most of all in the stars who take the biggest falls, like the rich beyond their dreams prize fighters who hit the canvas with a thud. Just look at the up and down and out career of former heavyweight champ Mike Tyson, who made more money in his time than any other boxer in history, nearly $500 million, bankrupt. But 5-division world champion Floyd Money Mayweather Jr. is about to beat Iron Mike's earning record. Like Tyson, Mayweather fought his way up from hardscrabble beginnings. In September 2013, he scored a guaranteed purse of $41.5 million for his bout against Saul Canelo Alvarez, a record amount that grew to more than $80 million based on pay-per-view totals. And that was just for one fight. Before this giant payday, he'd already topped the Sports Illustrated Fortunate 50 list, ranking the richest athletes in the United States. I love Mayweather personally. He's an extraordinarily gifted athlete with a work ethic like few alive. He's also incredibly generous with his friends. There is a lot to appreciate in this man. But Mayweather had fought his way to the top of this list before, only to lose his fortune to wild spending sprees and bad investments. He is reported to spend so recklessly he is known to carry around a backpack filled with $1 million in cash, just in case he needs to make an emergency donation to Louis Vuitton. Like so many achievers, the champ is smart as a whip, and my hope is that he's following better investment practices today. But according to no less an authority on money than 50 Cent, Mayweather's former business partner, the champ has no income outside of fighting. The rapper summed up the boxer's financial strategy in plain terms. It's fight, get the money, spend the money, fight. Fight, get the money, spend the money, fight. Sound like a ridiculous strategy? Unfortunately, we can all relate at some level. Work, get the money, spend the money, work. It's the American way. Before you speak, listen. Before you write, think. Before you spend, earn. Before you invest, investigate. Before you criticize, wait. Before you pray, forgive. Before you quit, try. Before you retire, save. Before you die, give. William A. Ward. Here's the $41.5 million question. If these individuals couldn't build on their talents and blessings and earn their way to financial freedom, how can you expect to earn your way? You can't. But what you can do is make a simple change in strategy and embrace a whole new mindset. You have to take control and harness the exceptional power of compounding. It will change your life. You have to move from just working for money to a world where money works for you. It's time to get off the sidelines and get into the game, because ultimately, we must all become investors if we want to be financially free. You're already a financial trader. You might not think of it in just this way, but if you work for a living, you're trading your time for money. Frankly, it's just about the worst trade you can make. Why? You can always get more money, but you can't get more time. I don't want to sound like one of those tearjerker MasterCard commercials, but we all know that life is made up of priceless moments. Moments that you'll miss if you're trading your time for money. Sure, from time to time we all need to miss a dance recital or a date night when duty calls. But our precious memories aren't always there for the taking. Miss too many of them and you might start to wonder what it is you're really working for after all. The ultimate ATM. So where do you go if you need money and you're not a world champion fighter with a backpack of large bills? What kind of ATM do you need to complete that transaction? Right now, I'm betting the primary money machine in your life is you. You might have some investments, but let's say you haven't set them up with income in mind. If you stop working, the machine stops. The cash flow stops, your income stops. Basically, your financial world comes to a grinding halt. It's a zero-sum game, meaning that you get back just what you put into it. Look at it this way. You're an ATM of another kind, only in your case, the acronym might remind you of that lousy time for money trade. You've become an anti-time machine. It might sound like the stuff of science fiction, but for many of you, it's reality. You've set things up so that you give away what you value most, time, in exchange for what you need most, income. And if you recognize yourself in this description, trust me, you're getting the short end of the deal. Are we clear on this? If you stop working, you stop making money. So let's take you out of the equation and look for an alternative approach. Let's build a money machine to take your place, and let's set it up in such a way that it makes money while you sleep. Think of it like a second business with no employees, no payroll, no overhead. Its only inventory is the money you put into it. Its only product? A lifetime income stream that will never run dry, even if you live to be 100. Its mission? To provide a life of financial freedom for you and your family, or future family if you don't have one yet. Sounds pretty great, doesn't it? If you set up this metaphorical machine and maintain it properly, it will hold the power of 1,000 generators. It will run around the clock, 365 days a year, with an extra day during leap year, and on the 4th of July, too. But your machine can't start working until you make the most important financial decision of your life. The decision? What portion of your paycheck you get to keep. How much will you pay yourself off the top before you spend a single dollar on your day-to-day living expenses? How much of your paycheck can you, or more importantly, will you, leave untouched no matter what else is going on in your life? I really want you to think about this number because the rest of your life will be determined by your decision to keep a percentage of your income today in order to always have money for yourself in the future. The goal here is to enable you to step off the 9-to-5 conveyor belt and walk the path to financial freedom. The way to start off on that path is to make this simple decision and begin to tap into the unmatched power of compounding. And the great thing about this decision is that you get to make it. You, no one else. I can't afford to waste my time making money. Jean-Louis Agassiz. Let's spend some time on this idea, because money you set aside for savings will become the core of your entire financial plan. Don't even think of it as savings. Call it your freedom fund, because freedom is what it's going to buy you, now and in the future. Understand, this money represents just a portion of what you earn. It's for you and your family. Save a fixed percentage each pay period and then invest it intelligently, and over time, you'll start living a life where your money works for you instead of you working for your money. And you don't have to wait for the process to start working its magic. You might say, "But Tony, where do I come up with the money to save? I'm already spending all the money I have." We'll talk about a simple yet extraordinary technique to make saving money painless. But in the meantime, let me remind you of my friend Angela, the one who realized she could drive a new car for half the money she was spending on her old car. Well, guess what she did with the 50% of the money she was paying out? She put it toward her freedom fund, her investment for life. When we started, she thought she couldn't save anything. The next thing you know, she was saving 10%. Then she even added an additional 8% from her savings on the cost of the car for short-term goals as well. But she never touches the 10% of her income that is locked in for her future. In the end, it doesn't matter how much money you earn. As we have seen, if you don't set some of it aside, you can lose it all. But here you won't just set it aside stuffed under your mattress. You'll accumulate it in an environment you feel certain is safe, but still offers the opportunity for it to grow. You'll invest it, and if you follow the money power principles covered here, you'll watch it grow to a kind of tipping point where you can begin to generate enough in interest to provide the income you need for the rest of your life. You might have heard some financial advisors call this pile of money a nest egg. It is a nest egg, but I call it your money machine, because if you continue to feed it and manage it carefully, it will grow into a critical mass, a safe, secure pile of assets invested in a risk-protected, tax-efficient environment that earns enough money to meet your day-to-day expenses, your rainy day emergency needs, and your sunset days of retirement spending. Sound complicated? It's actually pretty simple. Here's an easy way to picture it. Imagine a box you'll fill with your investment savings. You'll put money into it every pay period, a set percentage that you get to determine. Whatever that number is, you've got to stick to it, and good times and bad, no matter what. Why? Because the laws of compounding punish even one missed contribution. Don't think of it in terms of what you can afford to set aside. That's a sure way to sell yourself short. And don't put yourself in a position where you can suspend or even invade your savings if your income flows to a trickle some months and money is tight. What percentage works for you? Is it 10% or 15%, maybe 20%? There's no right answer here, only your answer. What does your gut tell you? What about your heart? If you're looking for guidance on this, experts say you should plan to save at least a minimum of 10% of your income, although in today's economy, many agree 15% is a far better number, especially if you're over the age of 40. You'll find out why in Section 3. Can anybody remember when the times were not hard and money not scarce? Ralph Waldo Emerson. By now, you might be saying, "This all sounds great in theory, Tony, but I'm spread thin enough as it is. Every penny is accounted for." And you wouldn't be alone. Most people don't think they can afford to save. But frankly, we can't afford not to save. Believe me, all of us can find that extra money if we really have to have it right now for a real emergency. The problem is in coming up with money for our future selves, because our future selves just don't seem real. Which is why it's still so hard to save even when we know that saving can make the difference between retiring comfortably in our own homes or dying broke with a tiny bit of financial support from the government. We've already learned how behavioral economists have studied the way we fool ourselves about money, and later in this chapter I'll share some of the ways we can trick ourselves into doing the right thing automatically. But here's the key to success. You have to make your savings automatic. As Burton Malkiel told me during our visit, the best way to save is when you don't see the money in the first place. It's true. Once you don't even see that money coming in, you'll be surprised how many ways you find to adjust your spending. In a few moments, I'll show you some great, easy ways to automate your savings so that the money gets redirected before it even reaches your wallet or your checking account. But first, let's look at some real examples of people living from paycheck to paycheck who managed to save and build real wealth even when the odds were against them. Delivering millions. Theodore Johnson, whose first job was with the newly formed United Parcel Service in 1924, worked hard and moved his way up in the company. He never made more than $14,000 a year, but here's the magic formula. He set aside 20% of every paycheck he received and every Christmas bonus and put it into a company stock. He had a number in his head, a percentage of income he believed he needed to save for his family, just as you will by the end of this chapter, and he committed to it. Through stock splits and good old-fashioned patience, Theodore Johnson eventually saw the value of his UPS stock soar to over $70 million by the time he was 90 years old. Pretty incredible, don't you think? And the most incredible part is that he wasn't a gifted athlete like Mike Tyson or a brilliant director like Francis Ford Coppola, or even a lofty corporate executive. He ran the personnel department, but he understood the power of compounding at such an early age that it made a profound impact in his life, and as it turned out, in the lives of countless others. He had a family to support and monthly expenses to meet, but to Theodore Johnson, no bill in his mailbox was more important than the promise of his future. He always paid his freedom fund first. At the end of his life, Johnson was able to do some beautiful, meaningful things with all that money. He donated over $36 million to a variety of educational causes, including $3.6 million in grants to 2 schools for the deaf, because he'd been hard of hearing since the 1940s. He also set up a college scholarship fund at UPS for the children of employees. Have you heard the story of Osceola McCarty from Hattiesburg, Mississippi? A hard-working woman with just a 6th grade education who toiled for 75 years washing and ironing clothes. She lived simply and was always careful to set aside a portion of her earnings. I put it in savings, she explained of her investment philosophy. I never would take any of it out, I just put it in. It just accumulated. Oh boy, did this woman's money accumulate. At 87 years old, McCarty made national news when she donated $150,000 to the University of Southern Mississippi to start a scholarship fund. This woman didn't have the compelling screen presence of a Kim Basinger or the distinctive musical talent of a Willie Nelson, but she worked hard and knew enough to see that her money worked hard too. I want to help somebody's child go to college, she said, and she was able to do just that on the back of her good diligence. There was even a little left over for a small luxury item. She bought an air conditioner for her house. All the way at the other end of the spectrum, we see the rousing example of Sir John Templeton, one of my personal role models and one of the greatest investors of all time. I had the privilege of meeting John and interviewing him several times over the years, and I'm including our last interview in our Billionaires Playbook. Here's a little background. He didn't start out as Sir John. He came from humble beginnings in Tennessee. John had to drop out of college because he couldn't afford the tuition, but even as a young man, he recognized the incremental power of compounded savings. He committed to setting aside 50% of what he earned, and then he took his savings and put it to work in a big-time way. He studied history and noticed a clear pattern. Tony, you find the bargains at the point of maximum pessimism, he told me. There's nothing that will make the price of a share go down except the pressure of selling. Think about it. When things are going well in the economy, you might get multiple offers on your house, and you'll hold out for the highest price. In bull markets, it's hard for investors to get a good deal. Why? When things are going well, it's human nature to think they're going to continue going well forever. But when there's a meltdown, people run for the hills. They'll give away their homes, their stocks, their businesses, for next to nothing. By going against the grain, John, a man who started with practically nothing, became a multi-billionaire. How did he do it? Just when Germany was invading Poland in 1939, plunging Europe into World War II and paralyzing the world with fear and despair, he scraped together $10,000 to invest in the New York stock market. He bought 100 shares of every company trading under $1, including those considered nearly bankrupt. But he knew what so many people forget, that night is not forever. Financial winter is a season, and it's followed by spring. After World War II ended in 1945, the U.S. economy surged, and Templeton's shares exploded into a multi-billion-dollar portfolio. We saw the same kind of growth happen as the stock market soared from the lows of March 2009 to more than 142% by the end of 2013. But most people missed it. Why? When things are going down, we think they're going to go down forever. Pessimism takes over. I'll show you in Chapter 4.4, Timing is Everything, a system that can help you keep your head and continue to invest when everyone else is afraid. It's in these short, volatile periods that astronomical returns really become available. I took those insights to my Platinum Partners, an exclusive mastermind group I'd started to support my foundation, and shared with them some of the potential opportunities in front of them. Take the Las Vegas Sands Corporation, listed on the New York Stock Exchange. On March 9, 2009, its stock price had dropped to $2.28 a share, and today it's $67.41, a 3,000% return on your money. That's the power of learning to invest when everyone else is afraid. So what can we learn from Sir John Templeton? It's amazing what research, faith, and action can do if you don't let everybody else's fears paralyze you. This is a good lesson to remember if, as you're listening, we're going through more tough financial times. History proves that those down and scary times are the times of greatest opportunities to invest and win. He knew if he could set aside half of his meager earnings, he'd stake himself to where he could take full advantage of any investment opportunities. But even more important, he became one of the world's leading philanthropists, and after he became a British citizen, the Queen of England knighted him for his efforts. Even in death, his legacy of giving continues. Each year, the John Templeton Foundation gives away more money in grants to advance human progress through breakthrough discoveries, about $70 million, more than the Nobel Prize Commission awards in a decade. And what's the great takeaway of Theodore Johnson's story? You don't have to be a financial genius to be financially free. The lesson of Osceola McCarty's life? Even a day laborer can pinch enough pennies to make a meaningful difference. The lesson of these three wise investors? By committing to a simple but steady code of savings, by drawing down on your income each pay period and paying yourself first, there's a way to tap the power of compound savings and let it take you to unimaginable heights. The most difficult thing is the decision to act. The rest is merely tenacity. Amelia Earhart. So how much will you commit to set aside? For Theodore Johnson, that number was 20%. For John Templeton, it was 50%. For Osceola McCarty, it was simply a case of penny wisdom, putting those pennies in an interest-bearing account and letting them grow. What about you? Got a number in mind? Great. It's time to decide. It's time to commit. It's time to take the first of the 7 simple steps to your financial freedom. The most important financial decision of your life needs to be made right now. It's time for you to decide to become an investor, not just a consumer. To do this, you simply have to decide what percentage of your income you will set aside for you and your family and no one else. Once again, this money is for you, for your family, for your future. It doesn't go to the Gap or to Kate Spade. It doesn't go to expensive restaurants or a new car to replace the one that's still got 50,000 miles to go on the odometer. Try not to think of it in terms of the purchases you're not making today. Focus instead on the returns you'll reap tomorrow. Instead of going out for dinner with friends at a cost, say, of $50, why not order in a couple pizzas and beers and split the cost among your group? Trade one good time for another. Save yourself about $40 each time out, and you'll be way ahead of the game. What's that you say? $40 doesn't sound like much? Well, You're right about that. But do this once a week and put those savings to work, and you could take years off your retirement time horizon. Do the math. You're not just saving $40 a week, but this one small shift in your spending can save you approximately $2,000 each year. And with what you now know, that $2,000 can help to harness the power of compounding and help you to realize big, big gains over time. How big? How about $500,000 big? That's right, $500,000. How? If you had Benjamin Franklin's advisors, they'd tell you to put your money in the market, and if you too generate an 8% compounded return over 40 years, that $40 weekly savings, $2,080 per year, will net you $581,944, more than enough to order an extra pizza with everything on it. Are you starting to see how the power of compounding can work for you, even with just a few small, consistent actions? And what if you found some more aggressive savings than $40 a week? Even $100 could mean a $1 million difference at the time you would need it most. Remember, you can't begin to tap into the awesome power of compounding until you commit to this all-important savings piece. After all, you can't become an investor until you have something to invest. It's basic, the foundation for creating wealth, the difference between being a wage earner and an investor, and it starts with setting aside a portion of your income that you automatically lock away and keep for yourself and your family. So what will it be? 10%? 12%? 15%? 20%? Find your threshold, highlight it, click on it, commit to it, make it happen, and automate it. How do you automate it? You can start by downloading our free app from TonyRobbins.com/masterthegame. It's a great way to begin your journey by setting in place automatic reminders to capture your commitments and make sure you implement your new plan. If you haven't done it yet, do it now. It will help guide you through the following easy steps. 1. If you get a regular paycheck, you'll most likely be able to set up an automated plan with a call to the Human Resources Department, instructing them to send a specific percentage of your paycheck that you and you alone choose directly to your retirement account. 2. If you already have automatic deductions going into your 401k, you can increase the amount to the percentage you've chosen. And in the following sections of this book, I'll show you how to make sure your retirement plan is set up in such a way that you can actually win this game, to make sure you're not paying hidden fees and that your money is free to grow in a compounded environment, ideally tax-deferred or tax-free for maximum growth. Got that taken care of? Outstanding. But what if you're self-employed, or if you own your own business or work on commission? No problem. Just set up an automatic transfer from your checking account. What if you don't have a retirement account, a place to put your dedicated savings? Simple. Stop right now, jump online, and open up a savings or retirement account with a bank or financial institution. You can check out tdameritrade.com or schwab.com. Both have lots of choices to help you locate one that's a good fit for you, or you can find one on our app. Or if you're feeling low-tech and looking to roll up your sleeves and get started in a hands-on way, simply walk down the street and visit your banker. When's a good time to get started on this? Would now be a good time? Go ahead. I'll wait. If you don't want to work, you have to work to earn enough money so that you won't have to work. Ogden Nash. Great. You're back. You've got it done. Congratulations. You've just made the most important financial decision of your life, the first of the 7 simple steps to financial freedom. Now you're on your way to converting your dreams into reality. Just ahead, I'll share with you some of the safest, most certain strategies to grow your money in a tax-advantaged way. But for now, let's just lock down this basic savings piece, because your financial future will flow from your ability to save systematically. Most of you probably know this on some level, but if you know it and you're still not doing anything about it, well, then you just don't know it. Contrary to popular wisdom, knowledge is not power, it's potential power. Knowledge is not mastery, execution is mastery. Execution will trump knowledge every day of the week. I hate losing more than I even want to win. Brad Pitt as Oakland A's general manager Billy Beane in Moneyball. What if, after everything you've just learned, you still haven't taken that first step to set aside a percentage of your earnings to save for compounded interest? Is there something holding you back? What's really going on? Could it be that you're not systematically saving money because it feels like a sacrifice, a loss, instead of a gift to yourself today and in the future? In my search for answers, I met with Shlomo Benartzi of the UCLA Anderson School of Management. He said, "Tony, the problem is people feel like the future is not real, so it's hard to save for the future." Benartzi and his colleague, Nobel Prize winner Richard Thaler of the University of Chicago, came up with an amazing solution called Save More Tomorrow, or SMART, with a simple but powerful premise. If it hurts too much to save more money now, just wait until your next pay raise. How did they come up with it? First, Shlomo told me they had to address the challenge of immediate gratification, or what scientists call present bias. He gave me an example. When he asked a group of students whether they wanted a banana or some chocolate for a snack when they met again in 2 weeks, a full 75% said they wanted a banana. But 2 weeks later, with the choices in front of them, 80% picked the chocolate. Self-control in the future is not a problem, said Shlomo. It's the same with saving, he told me. We know we should be saving. We know we'll do it next year, but today, we go and spend. As a species, we're not only wired to choose today over tomorrow, but also we hate to feel like we're losing out on something. To illustrate the point, Shlomo told me about a study in which monkeys, our not-so-distant cousins, were given an apple while scientists measured their physiological responses. Enormous excitement. Then another group of monkeys was given 2 apples. They also displayed enormous excitement. And then one change was made. The monkeys that were given 2 apples had 1 taken away from them. They still had 1 apple, but what do you think happened? You guessed it. They were angry as hell. Scientifically speaking. Think this happens with people too? In fact, how often does this happen with the average person? We forget what we already have, don't we? Remember this study when I tell you the story of a billionaire named Adolf Merkel in the next chapter. You'll have a flash of insight. The bottom line is, if we feel like we're losing something, we avoid it. We won't do it. That's why so many people don't save and invest. Saving sounds like you're giving something up, you're losing something today. But you're not. It's giving yourself a gift today of peace of mind, of certainty, of the large fortune in your future. So how did Benartzi and Thaler get around these challenges? They came up with a simple system to make saving feel painless. It aligns with our natures. As Shlomo said in a TED Talk, Save More Tomorrow invites employees to save more maybe next year, sometime in the future when we can imagine ourselves eating bananas, volunteering more in the community, exercising more, and doing all the right things on the planet. Here's how it works. You agree to automatically save a small amount of your salary, 10%, 5%, or even as little as 3%. This is a number so small you won't even notice the difference. Then you commit to saving more in the future, but only when you get an increase in pay. With each pay raise, the percentage saved would automatically get a little larger, but you wouldn't feel it as a loss because you never had it in the first place. Benartzi and Thaler first tested the Save More Tomorrow plan almost 20 years ago at a company in the Midwest where the blue-collar workers said they couldn't afford to squeeze another dime out of their paychecks. But the researchers persuaded them to let their employer automatically divert 3% of their salaries into a retirement account and then add 3% more every time they got a pay raise. The results were amazing. After just 5 years and 3 pay raises, those employees who thought they couldn't afford to save were setting aside just under a whopping 14% of their paychecks, and 65% of them were actually saving an average of 19% of their salaries. When you get to 19%, you're approaching the kinds of numbers that made Theodore Johnson, the UPS man, incredibly wealthy. It's painless, and it works. It's been proven time and again. Today, 60% of larger companies are offering plans like Save More Tomorrow. Find out if yours does, and if not, tell your HR department about this book and see if you can get one put in place. Of course, you'll still need to go out and actually earn your raise. Your boss isn't likely to hand it to you just because you've asked nicely. But once you do, you're free to earmark the full amount of the raise or just a portion, depending on your circumstances. In some cases, if you work for a matching company, your employer will help to effectively double your contribution, and you'll be well on your way soon enough. You can go online to see the impact of a Save More Tomorrow plan on your own financial future. Do an internet search for the 1% More Savings Calculator that is on the New York Times website at nytimes.com. If your employer doesn't offer the plan, you can set one up with America's Best 401k and many other 401k systems. You could start out with 5%, although I would encourage you to start out with no less than 10% if at all feasible, automatically going into your Freedom Fund, and then commit to 3% more every time you get a raise. Go online or make one phone call, and it will be happening for you. You could do this today and lock in your future in the most painless way possible. There's no excuse for you not to do it. You can even go to our app where we've pre-written an email that you can send to your boss or head of HR so you can put this process to work for you right away. How's that for easy? Do it right now. But what if you're self-employed? What if you own your own business and you feel like you need to put every cent into it? Believe me, you'll find a way. What if there was a new tax that came out? You had to pay 10% more or even 15% more to the government. You'd hate it. You'd scream bloody murder, but you'd find a way to pay it. So think of this percentage as a tax you get to pay, because the money doesn't go to Uncle Sam, but to your family and future self. Or think of yourself as a vendor who's got to be paid first. If it has to be done, you'll do it. But in this case, it's something you're setting aside that is yours and your family's to keep forever, right? And remember, you want to automate it. That's the whole secret. Earn more, spend less, and automate it. Like letters of fire across the sky. As a young man, I came across George Samuel Classon's classic 1926 book, The Richest Man in Babylon, which offered common-sense financial advice told through ancient parables. I recommend it to everyone. Over the years, one passage has stayed with me. A part of all I earn is mine to keep. Say it in the morning when you first arise. Say it at noon. Say it at night. Say it each hour of every day. Say it to yourself until the words stand out like letters of fire across the sky. Impress yourself with the idea. Fill yourself with the thought. Then take whatever portion seems wise. Let it be not less than 1/10 and lay it by. Arrange your other expenditures to do this if necessary, but lay that portion first. No one would have remembered the Good Samaritan if he'd only had good intentions. He had money as well. Margaret Thatcher. Lay that portion first, my friend, and then act on it. It doesn't matter what the number is, just get started. Ideally, it shouldn't be less than 10%, but as time goes by, make the number mean something. The next step. Now that you've set up an automated investment plan, your Freedom Fund, your new money machine, there may be two questions burning in your mind. First, where do I put this money? And second, how much am I going to need to achieve financial security or freedom? We're going to answer both of these questions clearly, and the answers are going to come from the best financial achievers in the world. But first we need to understand what you're really investing for. What's behind your personal desire for financial freedom? And what does wealth really mean to you? What are you really after? So let's take a quick moment to look at how you are going to master money. Chapter 1.4. Money Mastery. It's time to break through. Gratitude is the sign of noble souls. Aesop. Money is one of the ways we can turn the dreams we have into the reality we live. Without enough money or a true scarcity of it, life can feel miserable. But when you have money in your pocket, does everything automatically get better? I think we all know the answer. Money can't change who we are. All it does is magnify our true natures. If you're mean and selfish, you have more to be mean and selfish with. If you're grateful and loving, you have more to appreciate and give. Take a moment and think back to the financial meltdown of 2008. Trillions of dollars of stock and home values evaporated into thin air. Millions of jobs were lost in a matter of months. What did you experience? How did it hit you? How did it affect your family? How about your friends? Some of us reacted with fear, some with anger, some with resignation, some with resolve. All these responses were not about money, but about us. These events shined a light on what money really means to us, what power we give it, whether we let money control us or whether we take control of it. Your money or your life. One of the most powerful examples I know from that time is a gentleman named Adolf Merkel. In 2007, he was the 94th richest man in the world and the richest man in Germany, with a net worth of $12 billion. He owned the largest pharmaceutical company in Europe, and then he expanded his empire into manufacturing and construction. He was proud of what he'd accomplished. He was also something of a speculator. In 2008, he decided to make a bet in the stock market. He was so certain that Volkswagen was going down, he decided to short the company. Just one problem. Porsche made a move to buy Volkswagen, and the stock price shot up, not down. Almost overnight, Merkel lost nearly $750 million on that single gamble. To make matters worse, he desperately needed some cash to pay off a huge loan. But in 2008, banks weren't loaning money to anyone, not you, not me, not billionaires, not even other banks. So what did Merkel do? Search for new financing? Cut his expenses? Sell some companies at a loss? No. When he realized he'd lost a total of $3 billion and was no longer the richest man in Germany, that he had failed his family, he wrote a suicide note and walked in front of a speeding train. That's right. He killed himself. In a tragic irony, his family discovered only a few days later that the loans he sought had come through, and his companies were saved. Did Adolf Merkel die because of money, or did he die because of what money meant to him? For Merkel, money was an identity. It was a source of significance. The loss of his status as the richest man in Germany was too much to bear, and he felt like a failure, even though there was still $9 billion left in his pocket. You might be thinking, what a waste. But it may be a little too easy for us to judge this man. How often have we attached our identity or our future prospects to money at some level? Probably more than we'd all like to admit. The billionaire who wants to die broke. On the other hand, there are people like Chuck Feeney, an Irish-American from Elizabeth, New Jersey, and a self-made billionaire. Have you ever tried to get through an airport, anywhere in the world, and found yourself lured into a room full of shiny bottles of liquor and perfume and other tax-free luxury items? Duty-free shopping, DFS. That's Chuck Feeney's idea. He started with nothing in 1960 and ended up with a sales empire worth $7.5 billion. At one point, Forbes had listed him, like Merkel, as one of the richest men in the world. But Feeney was so humble, you would never have known it. Most of his life, he didn't own a car or a home. He flew coach and wore a plastic watch. Like Merkel, his bank account was dwindling. Right now, he's in his 80s, and Feeney has just over $1 million left to his name. But the big difference between him and Merkel is that instead of trying to hold on to every last penny, Chuck Feeney gave all his money away. This is a guy who, for the last 30 years, has made it his mission to take this vehicle called money and use it to change lives everywhere. His philanthropy reaches all over the world, from helping to create peace in Northern Ireland to fighting AIDS in South Africa to educating kids in Chicago. The most amazing thing about Feeney is that he did it all anonymously. Feeney wanted no credit. In fact, only recently has word gotten out that he's the man behind all these incredible projects. And he's still going. Chuck Feeney says his goal is to bounce the last check he writes. Obviously, money meant very different things for Adolf Merkel and Chuck Feeney. What does money really mean to you? Do you use money, or does money use you? Like I've said from the beginning, if you don't master money at some level, it's going to master you. The ultimate goal, giving back. For me, money was always out of reach as a child. It was always a source of stress because there was never enough of it. I remember having to knock on the neighbor's door to ask for food for my brother and sister and me. Then on a Thanksgiving day when I was 11 years old, something happened that changed my life forever. As usual, there was no food in the house and my parents were fighting. Then I heard someone knocking at the front door. I opened it a crack and saw a man standing on the steps with grocery bags filled with enough food for a big Thanksgiving dinner. I could hardly believe it. My father always said that nobody gave a damn about anybody. But all of a sudden, someone I didn't know, who wasn't asking for anything in return, was looking out for us. It made me think, does this mean that strangers care? And I decided that if strangers care about me and my family, I care about them. What am I going to do? I promised myself that day I was going to find a way somehow, someday, to give back and pay it forward. So when I was 17, I saved my money from working nights as a janitor and went out on Thanksgiving and fed 2 families. It was one of the most moving experiences of my life. It lifted my spirit to see faces turn from despair to joy. Truly, it was as much a gift to me as it was to them. I didn't tell anybody what I was doing, but the next year I fed 4 families, then 8. I wasn't doing it for brownie points, but after 8 I thought, man, I could use some help. So I enlisted some friends, and they got into it too. It grew and grew. Now my foundation feeds 2 million people every year in 36 countries through our international basket brigades. Would I have known the joy of giving if it wasn't for that terrible Thanksgiving when I was 11? Who knows? Some would call it luck or fate or plain old good fortune. I see the hand of God in it. I call it grace. Here's what I know. I learned the joy of giving, and it had nothing to do with money. Money is simply a vehicle for trying to meet our needs, and not just our financial needs. Much of our life is guided by the beliefs we develop over the course of time, the story we create about what life's about, how we're supposed to be, what we're supposed to do or give. Ultimately, what's going to make us happy or fulfilled? Everyone has a different happy. Some people find happiness pleasing others, while others find happiness in power and domination. Others define their happy as $1 billion. Some think the way to happiness and a meaningful life is to get closer to God and give up everything material. Still others think the ultimate idea of happiness is freedom. Whatever emotion you're after, whatever vehicle you pursue, building a business, getting married, raising a family, traveling the world, whatever you think your nirvana is, I have found it's only an attempt by your brain to meet one or more of 6 human needs. These 6 basic needs make us tick. They drive all human behavior and are universal. They are the force behind the crazy things other people do and the great things we do. We all have the same 6 needs, but how we value those needs and in what order determines the direction of our life. Why are the 6 human needs so important to understand? Well, if you're going to build wealth, you've got to know what you're really after, what you're building it for. Are you looking for wealth to feel certain and secure? Are you chasing wealth to feel special and unique? Or are you looking to have a sense of contribution? You want to do things for others in a way you've never been able to do before. Or maybe all of the above. If you value certainty as the most important need in your life, you're going to move in a very different direction, act differently in relationships, in business and finance, than if love is your number 1 need. If we get underneath what you're really after, it's not money at all. What you're really after is what you think money is going to give you. Ultimately, it's a set of feelings, and beneath those feelings are needs. Need 1. Certainty/comfort. The first human need is the need for certainty. It's our need to feel in control and to know what's coming next so we can feel secure. It's the need for basic comfort, the need to avoid pain and stress, and also to create pleasure. Does this make sense? Our need for certainty is a survival mechanism. It affects how much risk we're willing to take in life, in our jobs, in our investments, and in our relationships. The higher the need for certainty, the less risk you'll be willing to take or emotionally bear. By the way, this is where your real risk tolerance comes from. But what if you're totally certain all the time? If you knew what was going to happen, when it was going to happen, how it was going to happen. You knew what people were going to say before they said it. How would you feel? At first you'd feel extraordinary, but eventually you'd be what? Bored out of your mind. Need 2. Uncertainty/variety. So, God, in her infinite wisdom, gave us a second human need, which is uncertainty. We need variety. We need surprise. Let me ask you a question. Do you like surprises? If you answered yes, you're kidding yourself. You like the surprises you want. The ones you don't want, you call problems. But you still need them to put some muscle in your life. You can't grow muscle or character unless you have something to push back against. Need 3. Significance. The third is significance, that basic human need that drove Adolf Merkel. We all need to feel important, special, unique, or needed. So how do some of us get significance? You can get it by earning billions of dollars or collecting academic degrees, distinguishing yourself with a master's or a PhD. You can build a giant Twitter following. Or you can go on The Bachelor or become one of the next Real Housewives of Orange County. Some do it by putting tattoos and piercings all over themselves and in places we don't want to know about. You can get significance by having more or bigger problems than anybody else. You think your husband's a dirtbag, take mine for a day. Or, of course, you can also get it by being more spiritual or pretending to be. Unfortunately, one of the fastest ways to get significance that costs no money and requires no education is through violence. If someone puts a gun to your head in that instant, he becomes the most significant thing in your life, right? Spending a lot of money can make you feel significant, and so can spending very little. We all know people who constantly brag about their bargains or who feel special because they heat their homes with cow manure and sunlight. Some very wealthy people gain significance by hiding their wealth, like the late Sam Walton, the founder of Walmart, and for a time the richest man in America, who drove around Bentonville, Arkansas in his old pickup, demonstrating he didn't need a Bentley. But of course he did have his own private fleet of jets standing by. Significance is also a moneymaker. That's where my dear friend Steve Wynn has made his fortune. The man who made Las Vegas what it is today knows people will pay for anything they believe is the best, anything that makes them feel special, unique, or important, anything that makes them stand out from the crowd. He provides the most exclusive, luxurious experiences imaginable in his casinos and hotels. They are truly magnificent and unmatched in the world. He's got a nightclub called XS. What else? That is the hottest spot in Las Vegas. Even on a weeknight, it has a line out the door. Once you're in, you have the privilege of purchasing an ordinary bottle of champagne for $700. Or if you want to step up and show everyone you're a player, you can spend $10,000 for a special Ono cocktail of rare vintage cognac and fresh orange juice that comes with a white gold necklace. Hey, it comes to your table with a sparkler, just so everybody knows you're significant, and out of your mind. Need 4. Love and connection. The fourth basic need is love and connection. Love is the oxygen of life. It's what we all want and need most. When we love completely, we feel alive. But when we lose love, the pain is so great that most people settle on connection, the crumbs of love. You can get that sense of connection or love through intimacy or friendship or prayer or walking in nature. If nothing else works, you can get a dog. These 4 needs are what I call the needs of the personality. We all find ways to meet these, whether by working harder, coming up with a big problem, or creating stories to rationalize them. The last 2 are the needs of the spirit. These are more rare. Not everyone meets these. When these needs are met, we truly feel fulfilled. Need 5. Growth. Number 5 is growth. If you're not growing, you're what? You're dying. If a relationship is not growing, if a business is not growing, if you're not growing, it doesn't matter how much money you have in the bank, how many friends you have, how many people love you. You're not going to experience real fulfillment. And the reason we grow, I believe, is so we have something of value to give. Need 6. Contribution. That's because the 6th need is contribution. Corny as it may sound, the secret to living is giving. Life's not about me, it's about we. Think about it. What's the first thing you do when you get good or exciting news? You call somebody you love and share it. Sharing enhances everything you experience. Life is really about creating meaning, and meaning does not come from what you get, it comes from what you give. Ultimately, what you get will never make you happy long term, but who you become and what you contribute will. Now, since this book is about your money, think about how money can fulfill the 6 human needs. Can money give us certainty? You bet. Variety? Check. Obviously, it can make us feel important or significant. But what about connection and love? In the immortal words of the Beatles, money can't buy you love, but it can buy you that dog, and it can, unfortunately, give you a false sense of connection because it attracts relationships, although not always the most fulfilling kind. How about growth? Money can fuel growth in business and in learning, and the more money you have, the more you can contribute financially. But here's what I truly believe. If you value significance above all else, money will always leave you empty unless it comes from a contribution you've made. And if you're looking for significance from money, it's a high price to pay. You're looking for big numbers, but it's unlikely you'll find big fulfillment. The ultimate significance in life comes not from something external, but from something internal. It comes from a sense of esteem for ourselves, which is not something we can ever get from someone else. People can tell you you're beautiful, smart, intelligent, the best, or they can tell you that you are the most horrible human being on earth. But what matters is what you think about yourself. Whether or not you believe that deep inside you are continuing to grow and push yourself to do and give more than was comfortable or you even thought possible. There's nothing more significant than growing and giving. So while money is an extraordinary vehicle to meet many of our 6 needs, it's not the only one. When you are pursuing money, don't forget why you are pursuing it. You're trying to meet some emotional and psychological desires. Underneath those emotions are the needs that must be fulfilled for your life to be extraordinary. When the astronauts went to walk on the moon, imagine the journey they went on. From being a small child dreaming of someday flying to outer space to the day when Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong stood on the moon, looking back at that extraordinary view of planet Earth that we've all seen only in pictures. They were the first human beings to do it in the entire history of the species. How incredibly significant. What happened next? Ticker tape parades, shaking the president's hand. They were heroes. And then what? What do you do after you've walked on the moon and you're only 39 years old? If you've studied the history of the astronauts or read their biographies, you'll know that many of them became extremely depressed. Why? Because the only way they could find adventure was by traveling into space or all the way to the moon. They forgot how to find adventure in a simple smile. I'm not going to preach to you anymore, but I wanted to take this short time to say that while it's time to master your money, don't wait to master yourself. The fastest way to feel connection, a sense of how significant your life is, a deep sense of certainty and variety, and put yourself in a state where you can give to others, is to find a way each day to appreciate more and expect less. The wealthiest person on earth is one who appreciates. I interviewed Sir John Templeton for the first time when I was 33 years old. Remember, he was the multi-billionaire who started with nothing and made all of his money when everyone else was afraid, during the worst times in history. World War II, Japan after the war, and in the late 1980s and early 1990s when massive inflation hit parts of South America. When others were fearful, he went out and invested. I asked him, "What's the secret to wealth?" And he said, "Tony, you know it and you know it well. You teach it to everyone. It's gratitude." When you're grateful, there is no fear. When you're grateful, there is no anger. Sir John was one of the happiest and most fulfilled human beings I have ever known. Even though he passed in 2008, all these years later, his life continues to inspire others. If you want to be rich, start rich. What can you be grateful for today? Who can you be grateful for today? Could you even be grateful for some of the problems and the pain that you've been through in your life? What if you took on the new belief that everything in life happens for a reason and a purpose, and it serves you? What if you believed in your heart of hearts that life doesn't happen to you, it happens for you? That every step along the way is helping strengthen you so that you can become more, enjoy more, and give more. If you'll start from that place, money won't be the source of your pleasure or your pain. Making money will just be a fun journey of mastery, and wealth a great vehicle to achieve what matters most in life. But as long as money is such a part of our lives, let's get right back on the money track. As heartfelt as this chapter has been, not all the people you'll meet along the financial path will be operating from the benevolent place of growth and contribution. You're going to be entering a world that is filled with people and organizations that too often will be looking to take advantage of your lack of experience and understanding. So I want to prepare you for what's ahead. Before we discuss where to put your money and what to look for, I have to show you what to look out for. There's a reason why most investors do not make money over time. I want to arm you with the knowledge that will both protect you and allow you to maximize the growth of your investments so you can achieve true financial freedom faster than you can imagine. The peace of mind you deserve will soon be yours. Section 2. Become the insider. Know the rules before you get in the game. Chapter 2.0. Break free. Shattering the 9 financial myths. Remember the golden rule. He who has the gold makes the rules. Unknown. You have to learn the rules of the game, and then you have to play better than anyone else. Albert Einstein. I know that you want to jump right in and learn where to put your money to obtain financial freedom, and I want to dive in and show you. I absolutely light up when I see someone really get it, and they come to understand and embrace that the game is truly winnable. But it's not enough to just save your money, get a great return, and reduce your risk. You have to know that there are a lot of people looking to take a piece of your wealth. The system is riddled with loopholes, what I would call landmines, that can blow up your financial future. So in this section, we're going to go through 9 myths, you might call them lies, that have been marketed to you over the years. And if you aren't aware of them, if you don't see them coming, they will systematically destroy your financial future. This next section is where the book starts to pay off. In fact, if you have the average American salary of $50,000 per year and currently save 10% of your income and invest that money over time, you'll save $250,000 over your investment lifetime by just part of what you will learn in this section. That's 5 years of your current lifestyle at your current income without having to work a single day. And that is statistically proven, not a number I'm pulling out of a hat. If you make only $30,000 per year and save just 5% of your income each year, you'll still save $150,000 over your investment lifetime. That's a half a decade's worth of your current income without having to work for it. If you're in the $100,000 plus category, this section could put $500,000 to $1 million back in your pocket over your lifetime. Sounds like a massive promise, huh? I will let the numbers do the talking. It's a short section, so pay attention because you're going to want to take immediate action. By shattering these myths, you will be able to immediately stop the bleeding in areas where you never thought you needed to. Knowing these 9 myths will protect you and ensure that you get the level of financial freedom that you're truly committed to. Let's begin. Welcome to the jungle. Whether you are a seasoned investor or just beginning to see yourself as an investor, the jungle that Ray Dalio so vividly described holds the same dangers for all of us. But most of the danger lies in the fact that what you don't know can hurt you. The offer. I want you to imagine someone comes to you with the following investment opportunity. He wants you to put up 100% of the capital and take 100% of the risk, and if it makes money, he wants 60% or more of the upside to come to him in fees. Oh, and by the way, if it loses money, you lose, and he still gets paid. Are you in? I'm sure you don't need any time to think this through. It's a no-brainer. Your gut response has to be, there's no way I'm doing this, how absurd. The only problem is, if you're like 90% of American investors, you've invested in a typical mutual fund, and believe it or not, these are the terms to which you've already agreed. That's right. There is $13 trillion in actively managed mutual funds with 265 million account holders around the world. How in the world do you convince 92 million Americans to participate in a strategy where they willingly give up 60% or more of their potential lifetime investment upside with no guaranteed return? To solve this riddle, I sat down with the 85-year-old investment guru Jack Bogle, the founder of Vanguard, whose 64 years on Wall Street have made him uniquely qualified to shed light on this financial phenomenon. His answer? Marketing. Tony, it's simple. Most people don't do the math, and the fees are hidden. Try this. If you made a one-time investment of $10,000 at age 20, and assuming 7% annual growth over time, you would have $574,464 by the time you're nearly my age, 80. But if you paid 2.5% in total management fees and other expenses, your ending account balance would only be $140,274 over the same period. Let's see if we've got this straight. You provided all the capital. You took all the risk. You got to keep $140,274, but you give up $439,190 to an active manager? They take 77% of your potential returns? For what? Exactly. Money Power Principle 1. Don't get in the game unless you know the rules. Millions of investors worldwide are systematically marketed a set of myths, investment lies, that guide their decision-making. This conventional wisdom is often designed to keep you in the dark. When it comes to your money, what you don't know can and likely will hurt you. Ignorance is not bliss. Ignorance is pain. Ignorance is struggle. Ignorance is giving your fortune away to someone who hasn't earned it. A failed experiment. It's not just high-cost mutual funds that are the problem. This example is just a peek under the sheets at a system designed to separate you from your money. Without exception, every expert I've interviewed for this book, from the top hedge funds managers to Nobel Prize winners, agree that the game has changed. Our parents didn't have a fraction of the complexity or dangers to deal with that we have today. Why? They had a pension, a guaranteed income for life. They had CDs that paid conservative but reasonable rates, not the 0.22% you would be paid at the time of this writing, which won't even keep up with inflation. And some had the privilege of putting small investments into steady dividend-paying blue-chip stocks. That ship has sailed. The new system, which really got rolling in the early 80s with the introduction of the 401k, is an experiment that's now been conducted for the most part on the single largest generation in U.S. history, the baby boomers. How is this experiment working? This do-it-yourself pension system has failed, said Teresa Ghilarducci, a nationally recognized expert in retirement security at the New School for Social Research and outspoken critic of the system as we know it. It has failed because it expects individuals without investment expertise to reap the same results as professional investors and money managers. What results would you expect if you were asked to pull your own teeth or do your own electrical wiring? What's changed? We exchanged our guaranteed retirement pensions with an intentionally complex and often extremely dangerous system filled with hidden fees which gave us freedom of choice. And somehow, in the midst of working your tail off, providing for your family, staying in shape, and taking care of the important relationships in your life, you were supposed to become an investment professional. You're supposed to be able to navigate this labyrinth of products, services, and unending risk of your hard-earned money? It's near impossible. That's why most people give their money to a professional, often a broker. A broker who by definition works for a company that is not required by law to do what's in your best interest. More on this baffling concept in Myth 4. A broker who gets paid to funnel your money to the products that may be the most profitable for himself and or the firm he works. Now, let me be clear. This is not another Bash Wall Street book. Many of the large financial institutions have pioneered some extraordinary products that we will explore and advocate throughout this book. And the vast majority of people in the financial services industry care intensely for their clients, and more often than not, they are doing what they believe to be the best thing. Unfortunately, many don't also understand how the house reaps profits, whether the client wins or not. They are doing the best they can for their clients with the knowledge, training, and the tools, products, they have been provided. But the system isn't set up for your broker to have endless options and complete autonomy in finding what's best for you, and this could prove costly. Giving up a disproportionate amount of your potential returns to fees is just one of the pitfalls you must avoid if you plan on winning the game. And here is the best news yet. The game is still winnable. In fact, it's more than winnable. It's exciting as hell. Yes, there are major challenges and more pitfalls you must avoid, but consider how far we have come. Today, with the click of a button and a minimal charge, you can invest in just about anything you want, anywhere in the world you want. It's easier than it's ever been to do pretty well, said James Clunan in a recent Wall Street Journal article. Clunan is founder of the nonprofit American Association of Individual Investors. You just have to decide to do the right thing. Heck, just 35 years ago, you had to spend hours in a public library or write away to a company just to see its financial statements. Brokerage costs and mutual fund fees were outlandish. Tax rates were larcenous, wrote Jason Zweig in his Wall Street Journal article, Even When Stocks Make You Nervous, Count Your Blessings. Aside from high-frequency traders, technology has made the world of investing a much more efficient space for all of us. And this fits perfectly with the millennial generation who wouldn't accept anything less. For us, it's all about convenience, Emily exclaimed, my personal assistant, who is a straight-down-the-fairway millennial. There is no tolerance for slow or inefficient. We truly want everything to be at the touch of a button. We order everything on Amazon. We lift one finger and it's done. I can stream a movie on Netflix. I can get a car registration online. I can buy stocks online. I can do my online presentation. This morning I took a picture of my check and had it in my bank account by 6. I didn't even have to get out of my pajamas. The house has the edge. Steve Wynn, the billionaire gambling mogul credited with transforming Las Vegas into the entertainment capital of the world, is one of my dearest friends. The casinos he's built are considered to be some of the most magnificent playgrounds in the world. Through it all, he's made his fortune from one simple truth. The house has the edge. But by no means does he have a guaranteed victory. On any given night, a high-rolling gambler can take millions out of Steve's pocket, and they can also leave if his house doesn't completely captivate them. On the other hand, nearly all mutual fund companies have a stacked deck. They are the ultimate casino. They've captured you, you're going nowhere, and they are guaranteed revenue whether you win or not. Twice burned. After 2008, when the U.S. stock market lost more than 37%, the financial world was completely changed for most Americans. Even 5 years later, a survey from Prudential Financial showed that 44% of American investors still say they would never put their money in the stock market again, while 58% say they lost faith in the market. But the insiders are still in the game. Why? Because they know better. They know the right way to play the game. They know that today there are powerful tools and strategies that have never existed before. Get this. Today you can use a tool issued and backed by one of the largest banks in the world that will give you 100% principal protection guaranteed by their balance sheet and allow you to participate in 75% to 90% of the upside of the market, the S&P 500, without being capped. That's right, this is not a misprint. You can participate in up to 90% of the upside, but if the market collapses, you still get 100% of your money back. Sounds too good to be true? And if a product like this did exist, you would have already heard of it, right? Wrong. The reason? In the past, to even hear about this, you had to be in the top 1% of the 1%. These are not retail solutions where they sit on the shelf. These are custom designed for those with enough money to partake. This is just one example of how, as an insider, you'll soon know the new rules of how to achieve wealth with minimal risk. Risk comes from not knowing what you're doing. Warren Buffett. The road less traveled. The journey ahead is one that requires your full participation. Together we are going to climb this mountain called financial freedom. It's your personal Mount Everest. It won't be easy, and it will require preparation. You don't head up Everest without a very clear understanding of the dangers that lie ahead. Some are known, and some could sneak up on you like a violent storm. So before we set foot on the mountain, we must fully grasp what's on the path before us. One false step could mean the difference between wondering how you will pay next month's mortgage and an abundant life free of financial stress. We can't ask someone to climb it for us, but we also can't do it alone. We need a guide who has our best interests at heart. The pinnacle. The core concept of successful investing is simple. Grow your savings to a point at which the interest from your investments will generate enough income to support your lifestyle without having to work. Eventually, you reach a tipping point at which your savings will hit a critical mass. This simply means that you don't have to work anymore unless you choose to, because the interest and growth being generated by your account gives you the income you need for your life. This is the pinnacle we are climbing toward. The great news is, if you become an insider, today there are new and unique solutions and strategies that will accelerate our climb and even protect us from sliding backward. But before we explore these solutions in more depth, let's map out our journey with more clarity. There are two phases to your investing game: the accumulation phase, in which you are socking away money for growth, and a decumulation, during which you are withdrawing income. The journey up the mountain will represent our accumulation phase with the goal of reaching the pinnacle or critical mass. The goal is to stay on top of the mountain as long as we can, to take in the views and breathe in the fresh air of freedom and accomplishment. There will be many hurdles, obstacles, and if you're not alert, even lies that will prevent you from reaching the peak. To ensure our best chance of success, we will flush these out in the chapters to come. And when we enter the second act of our life, when it's time to enjoy what we made, we will have the freedom to work only if we want to. At this stage, we will ski down the mountain and enjoy ourselves, spending time with the ones we love, building our legacy, and making a difference. It's during this phase that we will eliminate the number one fear of baby boomers, the fear of outliving our money. The second phase is rarely discussed by the asset management industry that is focused on keeping money invested. It's not about having some arbitrary amount of money in your account on some given day, exclaimed Dr. Jeffrey Brown, professor of finance at University of Illinois and consultant to the U.S. Treasury and the World Bank. I think a lot of people are going to get to retirement and suddenly wake up and realize, you know what, I did a fairly good job. I have all this money sitting here, but I don't know how long I'm going to live, and I don't know what my investment returns are going to be, and I don't know what inflation is going to be. What do I do? After I read one of his recent Forbes columns, I called Dr. Brown to see if he would be willing to sit down and share specific solutions for investors of all shapes and sizes. We'll sit down and hear from Dr. Brown on how to create income for life and even how to make it tax-free in his interview in Section 5, Upside Without the Downside, Create a Lifetime Income Plan. And who better to outline the solution than the man who is not only a top academic expert, but was also one of only 7 people appointed by the President of the United States to the Social Security Advisory Board. Break the chains. In the words of David Swensen, one of the most successful institutional investors of our time, to have unconventional success, you can't be guided by conventional wisdom. Let's shatter the top 9 financial myths that misguide the masses, and more importantly, uncover the new rules of money, the truths that will set you financially free. Let's start with the biggest myth of all. Chapter 2.1. Myth 1. The $13 trillion lie. Invest with us, we'll beat the market. The goal of the non-professional should not be to pick winners. Neither he nor his helpers can do that, but should rather be to own a cross-section of businesses that in aggregate are bound to do well. A low-cost S&P 500 index fund will achieve this goal. Warren Buffett, 2013 letter to shareholders. When you look at the results on an after-fee, after-tax basis, over reasonably long periods of time, there's almost no chance that you end up beating the index fund. David Swensen, author of Unconventional Success and manager of Yale University's more than $20 billion endowment. Financial entertainment. When you turn on the financial news today, you can see that it is less news and more sensationalism. Talking heads debate with zeal. Stock pickers scream their hot picks of the day while sound effects smash, crash, and ka-ching through our living room speakers. Reporters film live on the scene directly from the trenches of the exchange floor. The system, paid for by advertisers, breeds the feeling that maybe we are missing out. If only we had a hot tip. If only we knew the next must-own mutual fund manager that would surely be the 5-star Comet. Mutual funds are rated between 1 and 5 stars by rating authority Morningstar. Chasing returns is big business. Personal finance writer Jane Bryant Quinn once coined this sensational hype as financial porn, luring us into glossy pages where the centerfolds are swapped with 5-star ratings and promises of carefree walks on the beach and fishing off the dock with our grandkids. The bottom line is that advertisers are fighting to get a grasp on our money. The war for your assets rages on. So where do you put your money? Who can you trust? Who will protect you and get you the best return on your investment? These are the immediate questions that are sure to come to mind now that you've committed to becoming an investor, now that you've committed to socking away a percentage of your income. So where do most people put their money for the long haul? Usually the stock market. And the stock market has indeed been the best long-term investment over the past 100 years. As Steve Forbes pointed out at one of my financial events in Sun Valley, Idaho in 2014, $1 million invested in stocks in 1935 is worth $2.4 billion today if you held on. But the moment you open an IRA or participate in your 401k plan at work, there will be a jolly salesman or sales process telling you to park your money in a mutual fund. And by buying an actively managed mutual fund, what exactly are you buying? You are buying into the fund manager in hopes that his or her stock-picking abilities will be better than yours. A completely natural assumption, since we have insanely busy lives and our version of picking stocks would be the equivalent of throwing darts. So, we hand over our money to a 5-star, actively managed mutual fund manager who, by definition, is actively trying to beat the market by being a better stock picker than the next guy. But few firms will discuss what is sometimes called the $13 trillion lie. That's how much money is in mutual funds. Are you ready for this? An incredible 96% of actively managed mutual funds fail to beat the market over any sustained period of time. So let's be clear. When we say beat the market as a whole, we are generally referring to a stock index. What's an index, you ask? Some of you might know, but I don't want to risk leaving anyone in the dark, so let's shed a little light. An index is simply a basket or list of stocks. The S&P 500 is an index. It's a list of the top companies by market capitalization in the U.S. as selected by Standard & Poor's. Companies like Apple, Exxon, and Amazon make up the list. Each day they measure how all 500 stocks performed as an aggregate, and when you turn on the news at night, you hear if the market, all the stocks on the list collectively, was either up or down. So instead of buying all the stocks individually or trying to pick the next high flyer, you can diversify and own a piece of all 500 top stocks simply by investing in a low-cost index fund that tracks or mimics the index. One single investment buys you a piece of the strength of American capitalism. In a way, you are buying into the fact that over the past 100 years, the top-tier companies have always shown incredible resiliency. Even through depressions, recessions, and world wars, they have continued to find ways to add value, grow, and drive increasing revenues. And if a company fails to keep making the grade, they fall off the list and are replaced with another top performer. The point here is that by investing in the index, you don't have to pay a professional to try and pick which stocks in the index you should own. It's effectively been done for you because Standard & Poor's has selected the top 500 already. By the way, there are a number of different indexes out there. Many of us have heard of the Dow Jones Index, for example, and we will explore others soon. 10,000 options. There are 7,707 different mutual funds in the United States, but only 4,900 individual stocks, all vying for a chance to help you beat the market. But the statistic is worth repeating. 96% will fail to match or beat the market over any extended period. Is this groundbreaking news? No, not to insiders, not to the smart money. As Ray Dalio told me emphatically, you're not going to beat the market. No one does. Only a few gold medalists. He just happens to be one of those medalists honest enough to issue the warning. Don't try this at home. Even Warren Buffett, known for his incredibly unique ability to find undervalued stocks, says that the average investor should never attempt to pick stocks or time the market. In his famous 2014 letter to his shareholders, he explained that when he passes away, the money in a trust for his wife should only be invested in indexes so that she minimizes her cost and maximizes her upside. Buffett is so sure that professional stock pickers can't win over time that he was more than happy to put his money where his mouth is. In January 2008, Buffett made a $1 million wager against New York-based Protégé Partners, with the winnings going to charity. The bet? Can Protégé pick 5 top hedge fund managers that will collectively beat the S&P 500 index over a 10-year period? As of February 2014, the S&P 500 is up 43.8%, while the 5 hedge funds are up 12.5%. There are still a few years left, but the lead looks like the world's fastest man, Usain Bolt, running against a pack of Boy Scouts. Note, for those unfamiliar with what a hedge fund is, it is essentially a private closed-door fund for only high-net-worth investors, where the managers can have total flexibility to bet for the market and make money when it goes up, or against the market and make money when it goes down. The facts are the facts are the facts. Industry expert Robert Arnott, and founder of Research Affiliates, spent 2 decades studying the top 200 actively managed mutual funds that had at least $100 million under management. The results are startling. From 1984 to 1998, a full 15 years, only 8 out of the 200 fund managers beat the Vanguard 500 index. The Vanguard 500 index is an index fund put together by founder Jack Bogle, which is a mirror image of the S&P 500 index. That's less than 4% odds that you pick a winner. If you've ever played blackjack, you know the goal is to get as close to 21 without going over or busting. By way of comparison, if you get dealt 2 face cards in blackjack, each face card is worth 10, so now your total is 20, and your inner idiot shouts, "Hit me," you have about an 8% chance of winning. Just how badly does chasing performance hurt us? Over a 20-year period, December 31st, 1993 through December 31st, 2013, the S&P 500 returned an average annual return of 9.28%. but the average mutual fund investor made just over 2.54%, according to Dalbar, one of the leading industry research firms. Ouch! A nearly 80% difference. In real life, this can mean the difference between financial freedom and financial despair. Said another way, if you were the person who simply owned the S&P 500, you would have turned your $10,000 into $55,916, whereas the mutual fund investor, who was sold on the illusion that he or she could outperform the market, ended up with only $16,386. Why the huge performance gap? Because we buy high and sell low. We follow our emotions or our broker's recommendations and jump from fund to fund, always looking for an edge. But when the market falls, when we can't take the emotional pain any longer, we sell. And when the market is up, we buy more. As Barton Biggs observed, a bull market is like sex. It feels best just before it ends. Wisdom of ages. At 82 years young, Burt Malkiel has lived through every conceivable market cycle and new marketing fad. When he wrote A Random Walk Down Wall Street, he had no idea it would become one of the classic investment books in history. The core thesis of his book is market timing is a loser's game. In Section 4, we will sit down and you'll hear from Burt, but for now, what you need to know is that he was the first guy to come up with the rationale of an index fund, which again, does not try to beat the market but simply mimics or matches the market. Among investors, this strategy is called indexing or passive investing. This style is contrary to active investing, in which you pay a mutual fund manager to actively make choices about which stocks to buy or sell. The manager is trading stocks, actively working with hopes of beating the market. Jack Bogle, founder of the behemoth Vanguard, subsequently bet the future direction of his company on this idea by creating the first index fund. When I sat down with Jack for this book, he echoed why Vanguard has become the largest index mutual fund manager in the world. His best single rant: maximum diversification, minimal cost, and maximum tax efficiency, low turnover trading, and low turnover cost, and no sales loads. How's that for an elevator pitch? Shortcut. Now, you might be thinking that there must be some people who can beat the market. Why else would there be $13 trillion in actively managed mutual funds? Mutual fund managers certainly have streaks where they do, in fact, beat the market. The question is whether or not they can sustain that advantage over time. But as Jack Bogle said, it all comes down to marketing. It's our human nature to strive to be faster, better, smarter than the next guy. And thus, selling a hot fund is not difficult to do. It sells itself. And when it inevitably turns cold, there will be another hot one ready to serve up. As for the 4% that do beat the market, they aren't the same 4% the next time around. Jack shared with me what he says is the funniest way to get this point across. Tony, if you pack 1,024 gorillas into a gymnasium and teach them each to flip a coin, one of them will flip heads 10 times in a row. Most would call that luck, but when that happens in the fund business, we call him a genius. And what are the odds it's the same gorilla after the next 10 flips? To quote a study from Dimensional Fund Advisors, run by 2013 Nobel Prize winner Eugene Fama, so who still believes markets don't work? Apparently it is only the North Koreans, the Cubans, and the active managers. This part of the book is where anyone hearing it who works in the financial services industry will either nod in agreement or press the off button. Some will even be gathering the troops to mount an attack. It's a polarizing issue without a doubt. We all want to believe that by hiring the smartest and most talented mutual fund manager, we will achieve financial freedom more quickly. After all, who doesn't want a shortcut up the mountain? And here's the crazy thing. As much as everyone is entitled to their own opinion, nobody is entitled to their own facts. Sure, some mutual fund managers will say, we may not outperform on the upside, but when the market goes down, we can take active measures to protect you so you won't lose as much. That might be comforting if it were true. The goal in investing is to get the maximum net return for a given amount of risk and ideally the lowest cost. So let's see how the fund managers did when the market was down. And 2008 is as good a place to start as any. Between 2008 and early 2009, the market had its worst one-year slide since the Great Depression, 51% from top to bottom to be exact. The managers had plenty of time to make defensive moves. Maybe when the market was down 15% or 25% or 35%, they would have taken appropriate measures. Once again, the facts speak for themselves. Whether the fund manager was trying to beat the S&P Growth Index, made up of companies such as Microsoft, Qualcomm, and Google, or trying to beat the S&P Small Cap Index, made up of smaller companies such as Yelp, once again, the stock pickers fell short. According to a 2012 report titled S&P Indices versus Active Funds Scorecard, SPIVA for short, the S&P 500 Growth Index outperformed 89.9% of large-cap growth mutual funds, while the S&P 500 Small Cap 600 Growth Index outperformed 95.5% of small-cap growth managers. The unicorns. Now, having made it clear that almost nobody beats the market over time, I will give one caveat. There are a tiny group of hedge fund managers who do the seemingly impossible by beating the market consistently. But they are the unicorns, the rarest of the rare, the magicians, the market wizards. Like David Einhorn of Greenlight Capital, who is up 2,287%. No, that's not a typo. Since launching his fund in 1996 and has only one negative year on his track record. But unfortunately, it doesn't do the average investor any good to know they are out there because their doors are closed to new investors. Ray Dalio's fund, Bridgewater, hasn't accepted new investors in over 10 years, but when it did, it required a minimum investment of $100 million and $5 billion in investable assets. Gulp. Paul Tudor Jones, who hasn't lost money in over 28 years, called his investors recently and sent back $2 billion. When a hedge fund gets too big, it's harder to get in and get out of the market, harder to buy and sell their investments quickly and easily, and being slow means lower returns. Before you begin to think this is a glowing report on hedge funds, let me be clear. For the 5th year in a row, ending in 2012, the vast majority of hedge fund managers have underperformed the S&P 500. According to the financial news site Zero Hedge, in 2012 the average fund returned 8% as opposed to 16% for the S&P 500. In 2013 they returned an average of 7.4%, while the S&P soared to 29.6%, its best year since 1997. I am sure their wealthy clients weren't too pleased. And to add insult to injury, they usually charge 2% per year for management, take 20% of the overall profits, and the gains you do receive are often taxed at the highest ordinary income rates. Painful. The biggest bank in the world. No matter what aspect of life, I'm always looking for the exception to the rule, as that's where outstanding tends to live. Mary Callahan Erdoes fits that bill. In an industry dominated by men, she has risen to the top of the financial world. Wall Street is a place where performance speaks louder than words, and Erdoes' performance has been extraordinary. Her consistent breakthrough results have led her to become the CEO of J.P. Morgan's asset management business, and she now oversees portfolios that total more than $2.5 trillion. Yes, that's trillion with a T. We had a fantastic interview for this book, and she shared some profound wisdom which we will cover in Section 6. But when I brought up the studies that no manager beats the market over time, she was quick to point out that many of J.P. Morgan's fund managers have beaten the market in their respective classes over the past 10 years. Why? The examples she provided didn't lose as much as the market when the market went down. This difference, she says, is what provided the edge they needed to stay ahead. Erdoes and many industry experts agree that certain, less developed or emerging markets provide an opportunity for active managers to get an edge. They have the opportunity to gain an even greater advantage in frontier markets, places such as Kenya and Vietnam, where information isn't as transparent and doesn't travel as fast. Erdos says this is where firms such as J.P. Morgan has massive reach and resources and can use its on-the-ground contacts in the community to give them valuable insights in real time. According to Jack Bogle, there is no empirical basis to show that active management is more effective for all the major asset classes, large cap growth, value, core, mid-cap growth, and so on. But it does appear that these frontier markets present opportunities for active management to sometimes outperform. Will they continue to outperform going forward? Only time will tell. It will be up to you to evaluate them for yourself, and don't forget to take into account the fees and the taxes, which we will discuss in the next chapter. All weather. You might be hearing this book in a bull market, a bear market, or a sideways market. Who knows? The point is that you need to have your investment set up to stand the test of time. An all-weather portfolio. The people I've interviewed have done well in both good times and bad, and we can all count on ups and downs in the future. Life isn't about waiting for the storm to pass, it's about learning to dance in the rain. It's about removing the fear in this area of your life so you can focus on what matters most. When, where, and how. So what does the all-weather portfolio look like? Where do I put my money, Tony? First, you don't have to waste your time trying to pick stocks yourself or pick the best mutual fund. A portfolio of low-cost index funds is the best approach for a percentage of your investments because we don't know what stocks will be best going forward. And how cool to know that by passively owning the market, you are beating 96% of the world's expert mutual fund managers and nearly as many hedge fund managers. It's time to free yourself from the burden of trying to pick the winner of the race. As Jack Bogle told me, in investing it feels counterintuitive. The secret? Don't do something, just stand there. And by becoming the market and not trying to beat it, you are on the side of progress, growth, and expansion. So far we have referred many times to the market or the S&P 500. But remember that the S&P 500 is only one of many indexes or markets. Most have heard of the Dow Jones Industrial Average. There are others such as a commodities index, a real estate index, a short-term bond index, a long-term bond index, a gold index, and so on. How much of each to buy is critical, and something we will get to in Section 4. In fact, how would you like to have Ray Dalio tell you what his ideal allocation would be? The strategy he shares ahead has made just under 10% annually and lost money in only 4 of the last 30 years, between 1984 and 2013. In fact, when the market was down 37% in 2008, his portfolio model was down only 3.93%. I sure wish I had known this back then. Or how about David Swensen, the man who took Yale's endowment from $1 billion to more than $23.9 billion while averaging 14% annually? He too shared his ideal allocation for you. Priceless information all captured in Section 6. Invest like the 0.001%, the billionaire's playbook. So if you look at these experts' models without fully understanding asset allocation, it's like building a house on a weak foundation. Or if you focus on asset allocation before knowing your goals, it will be a complete waste of time. And maybe most importantly, if we don't protect you from the people looking to take a good chunk of your wealth, all is lost. That's why we are uncovering the 9 myths. Step 2 in our 7 simple steps to financial freedom, so that you become an insider, so that you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. It pays to be a star. Even after everything we have showed you about actively managed mutual funds, there are undoubtedly those who will say, "Tony, I have done my research and not to worry. I only invest in 5-star funds, nothing less." Oh, really? According to Morningstar, over the decade ending December 2009, roughly 72% of all fund deposits, about $2 trillion, flowed to 4- and 5-star funds. For those who aren't familiar, Morningstar is the most popular and thorough service for evaluating mutual funds, and they apply a 5-star ranking system to the past performance. Brokers are starry-eyed as they share with you the next hot fund. David Swenson told me that the stars are so important that mutual fund companies are quick to eliminate funds which fall below the 4-star threshold. For a 5-year period ending 2012, 27% of domestic equity funds and 23% of international equity funds were either merged or liquidated, a common practice to eliminate a poor track record from a family of funds. It's routine for mutual fund companies to set up multiple new funds to see which one is hot and euthanize the others. As Jack Bogle explains, a firm will go out and start 5 incubation funds, and they will try and shoot the lights out with all 5 of them. And of course, they don't with 4 of them, but they do with 1. So they drop the other 4 and take the one that did very well public with a great track record and sell that track record. Imagine we could adopt this practice in our own investing life. What if you could pick 5 stocks, and if 4 went down and only 1 went up, you could pretend all your losers didn't happen, and then tell your friends that you are the hottest stock picker since Warren Buffett. In addition, the lackluster performance of these 4- and 5-star supernovas, dying stars, is well researched in a Wall Street Journal article entitled "Investors Caught with Stars in Their Eyes." A study was done in which the researchers went back to 1999 and studied the 10-year subsequent performance of those who bought 5-star funds. Their findings? Of the 248 mutual stock funds with 5-star ratings at the start of the period, just 4 still kept that rank after 10 years. How many times have you picked a shooting star only to watch it burn out? We all have at some point. And here we see that it's because we had less than 2% odds that the shooting star wouldn't fizzle into darkness. We all want the guy with the hot hand, but history tells us that it's the hot hand that will inevitably turn cold. Isn't that why Vegas always wins? An insider knows that chasing the high flyer is chasing the wind. But it's human nature to chase performance. It's almost irresistible. Yet the herd mentality quite literally results in financial destruction for millions of families. And I know that if you are listening to this book, you are not willing to fall victim any longer. You're becoming an insider now. And what other cool strategies do insiders use? Let's find out. Upside with protection. In the past 100 years, the market was up approximately 70% of the time. But that leaves 30% of the time that the market was down. So while investing in the indexes is a great solution for a portion of your money, it shouldn't be for all of your money. Markets are volatile at times, so it only makes sense that you will want to protect a portion of your portfolio if or when the markets take another big dive. Heck, there have been 2 50% hits since 2000. One exciting strategy we will introduce allows us to make money when the market index goes up, yet simultaneously guarantee that we will not lose our original investment if the market goes down. The catch? You don't get to capture or participate in all of the gains. Most are in disbelief when I explain that there are tools out there that can guarantee that you don't lose while still giving you the ability to participate in market wins. Why haven't you heard of them? Because they're typically reserved for the high net worth. I will show you one of the only places where the average investor can access these. Imagine your friends with their baffled and even suspicious looks when you tell them you make money when the market goes up but don't lose money when it goes down. This strategy alone can completely change the way you feel about investing. It's your safety rope while climbing the mountain when everyone else is white-knuckling it with hope. Imagine the feeling of certainty, of peace of mind, knowing that you aren't at risk. How would this change your life? How would you feel when you open up your monthly statements? Would you be gritting your teeth or feel calm and collected? We've only scratched the surface of the incredible insight and tools that lay ahead, so you must stay tuned. But for now, we can remember the following. Stocks have by far been the best place to be for long-term growth over time. Stocks are volatile. You will learn from the market masters how to smooth out the ride by investing in and diversifying across multiple different indexes. Don't be sold that someone is going to beat the market. Instead, align yourself with the market. Once you put your indexing plan in place, which we will do step by step, you won't have to spend your time trying to pick which stock to buy because the index has done it for you. This will save you a tremendous amount of time and angst in trying to pick a winner. Begin to think like an insider. Never again will you tolerate the herd mentality in your own life. Fees on fees. By tapping into the power of indexing, by passively owning the market, you are also combating our second myth. Nearly every person I ask doesn't know exactly how much they are paying in fees. I'll admit I also didn't know at one stage in my life. The fee factories have become masterful at either hiding the fees or making them appear negligible. No big deal. Nothing could be further from the truth. When climbing the mountain of financial freedom, you will need every bit of forward progress to succeed. You can't afford to take 2 steps forward and 1 step back by letting excessive fees drain your account. So the real question is, are you funding your retirement or someone else's? Find out now. Chapter 2.2. Myth 2. Our fees? They're a small price to pay. The mutual fund industry is now the world's largest skimming operation, a $7 trillion trough from which fund managers, brokers, and other insiders are steadily siphoning off an excessive slice of the nation's household, college, and retirement savings. Senator Peter Fitzgerald, co-sponsor of the Mutual Fund Reform Act of 2004, killed by the Senate Banking Committee. Insult to injury. Nothing is more infuriating than to be told one price but then realize that you are paying another. When you agree on the price of a new car, but when it comes down to signing the documents, a couple thousand in fees magically appear. Or checking out of a hotel to discover an additional resort fee, a tourism tax, a wireless internet fee, fees for towels. You get the point. It's frustrating. We feel trapped, we feel snowed, strong-armed, or simply deceived into paying more than we should. With the help of fine print, the $13 trillion mutual fund industry is hands down the most masterful in the craft of hiding fees. In a Forbes article entitled The True Cost of Owning a Mutual Fund, Ty Bernanke peels back the layers to dissect the actual cost and arrives at a heart-stopping total. The average cost of owning a mutual fund is 3.17% per year. If 3.17% doesn't sound like a big number to you, think of it in light of what we just learned about becoming or owning the market. For example, you can own the entire market, all 500 stocks in the S&P 500, for example, for as little as 0.14%, or as the investment world calls it, 14 basis points. That's just 14 cents for every $100 you invest. Just a quick FYI for you insiders, there are 100 basis points in 1%, so 50 basis points is 0.5%, and so on. Owning the entire market is accomplished through a low-cost index fund such as those offered through Vanguard or Dimensional funds. And we already know that owning the market beats 96% of all the mutual fund stock pickers over a sustained period. Sure, you might be willing to pay 3% to an extraordinary hedge fund manager like Ray Dalio, who has a 21% annualized return, before fees, since launching his fund. But with most mutual funds, we are paying nearly 30 times or 3,000% more in fees, and for what? Inferior performance. Can you imagine paying 30 times more for the same type of car your neighbor owns, and it only goes 25 miles per hour to boot? This is exactly what is happening today. Neighbors are both invested in the market, but one is shelling out fistfuls of cash each year, while the other is paying pennies on the dollar. Same returns, different results. The cost of ignorance. 3 childhood friends, Jason, Matthew, and Taylor, at age 35, all have $100,000 to invest. Each selects a different mutual fund, and all 3 are lucky enough to have equal performance in the market of 7% annually. At age 65, they get together to compare account balances. On deeper inspection, they realize that the fees they have been paying are drastically different from one another. They are paying annual fees of 1%, 2%, and 3% respectively. Next is the impact of fees on their ending account balance. Jason, $100,000 growing at 7% minus 3% in annual fees equals $324,340. Matthew, $100,000 growing at 7% minus 2% in annual fees equals $432,194. Taylor, $100,000 growing at 7% minus 1% in annual fees equals $574,349. Same investment amount, same returns, and Taylor has nearly twice as much money as her friend Jason. Which horse do you bet on? The one with the 100-pound jockey or the 300-pound jockey? Just 1% here, 1% there. Doesn't sound like much, but compounded over time, it could be the difference between your money lasting your entire life or surviving on government or family assistance. It's the difference between teeth-clenching anxiety about your bills or peace of mind to live as you wish and enjoy life. Practically, it can often mean the difference of working a full decade longer before you can have the freedom to quit working if you choose to. As Jack Bogle has shown us, by paying excessive fees, you are giving up 50% to 70% of your future nest egg. Now, this example is hypothetical, so let's get a bit more real. Between January 1st, 2000 and December 31st, 2012, the S&P 500 was flat. No returns. This period includes what is often called the lost decade because most people made no progress but still endured massive volatility with the run-up through 2007, the free fall in 2008, and the bull market run which began in 2009. So let's say you had your life savings of $100,000 invested. And if you simply owned or mimicked the market during this 12-year period, your account was flat and your fees were minimal. But if you paid the 3.1% in average annual fees and, assuming your mutual fund manager could even match the market, you would have paid over $30,000 in fees. So your account was down 40%, only $60,000 left, but the market was flat. You put up the capital, you took all the risk, and they made money no matter what happened. I am smarter than that. Now, you might be thinking, Tony, I am smarter than that. I looked at the expense ratio of my mutual funds and it's only 1%. Heck, I even have some no-load mutual funds. Well, I have some swampland in Florida to sell you. In all seriousness, this is the exact conclusion they want you to arrive at. Like the sleight of hand magician, the mutual fund companies use the oldest trick in the book, misdirection. They want us to focus on the wrong object while they subtly remove our watch. The expense ratio is the sticker price most commonly reported in the marketing materials, but it certainly doesn't tell the whole story. And let me be the first to confess that at one stage in my life I thought I was investing intelligently, and I owned my share of the top 5-star actively managed mutual funds. I had done my homework, looked at the expense ratios, consulted a broker. But like you, I am busy making a living and taking care of my family. I didn't have the time to sit down and read 50 pages of disclosures. The laundry list of fees is shrouded within the fine print. It takes a PhD in economics to figure it out. PhD in fees. Just after the 2008 crash, Robert Hilton Smith graduated with a PhD in economics and decided to take a job with the policy think tank Demos. And like all of us, nothing he learned in college would prepare him for how to create a successful investment strategy. So like most, he started making dutiful contributions to his 401k. But even though the market was rising, his account would rarely rise with the market. He knew something was wrong, so he decided to take it on as a research project for work. First, he started by reading the 50-plus page prospectuses of each of the 20 funds he invested in. Incredibly boring and dry legalese designed to be, in Hilton Smith's words, very opaque. There was language he couldn't decipher, acronyms he hadn't a clue what they stood for, and most importantly, a catalog of 17 different fees that were being charged. There were also additional costs that weren't direct fees per se, but were passed on to and paid for by the investors nonetheless. To better shroud the fees, Wall Street and the vast majority of 401k plan providers have come up with some pretty diverse and confusing terminology. Asset management fees, 12b1 fees/marketing fees, trading costs, brokerage commissions, spread costs, market impact costs, soft dollar costs, redemption fees, account fees, purchase fees, record-keeping fees, plan administrative fees, and on and on. Call them what you want, they all cost you money. They all pull you backward down the mountain. After a solid month of research, Hilton Smith came to the conclusion that there wasn't a chance in hell that his 401k account would flourish, with these excessive and hidden fees acting as a hole in his boat. In his report titled Savings Drain: The Hidden 8 Excessive Costs of 401ks, he calculated that the average worker will lose $154,794 to 401k fees over his or her lifetime, based on an annual income of approximately $30,000 per year and saving 5% of their income each year. A higher income worker making approximately $90,000 per year will lose upwards of $277,000 in fees in his lifetime. Hilton Smith and Demos have done a great social good in exposing the tyranny of compounding costs. Death by 1,000 cuts. In ancient China, death by 1,000 cuts was the cruelest form of torture because of how long the process took to kill the victim. Today, the victim is the American investor, and the proverbial blade is the excessive fees that slowly but surely bleed the investor dry. David Swenson is the chief investment officer of Yale's endowment. He has grown the fund from $1 billion to more than $20 billion, and he is considered to be the Warren Buffett of institutional investing. When I sat down with him in his Yale office, I was enlightened yet angered when he shared the real truth regarding the fee factories that are slaughtering Americans. David shared, overwhelmingly, mutual funds extract enormous sums from investors in exchange for providing a shocking disservice. Later in the book, we will sit down and look over David's shoulder at his portfolio recommendations, but it doesn't matter how great your strategy if excessive fees are eroding the path beneath your feet. The asset-gathering complex and the actively managed mutual funds they peddle are for the most part a disastrous social experiment that began with the advent of the 401k in the early 80s. The 401k was not a bad concept. It was a good idea for those who wanted to put extra money away. But it was just meant to be a supplement to a traditional pension plan. Today, there is over $13 trillion in managed mutual funds, much of which is held in retirement accounts, such as 401ks and IRAs. They were supposed to get us to our retirement goal. They were supposed to beat the market. But not only do they rarely beat the market, a significant majority are charging astronomical fees for their mediocrity. The aggregate of these fees will ultimately cost tens of millions of people their quality of life, and could very well be the #1 danger and destroyer of your financial freedom. Sound like an overstatement? Jack Bogle, founder of Vanguard, says, "I think high costs eroding already lower returns are as much of a risk for investors as the economic situation in Europe or China." It gets worse. So let's recap. Not only will the vast majority, 96%, of actively managed mutual funds not beat the market, they're going to charge us an arm and a leg and extract up to 2/3 of our potential nest egg in fees. But here's the kicker. They're going to have the nerve to look you in the eye and tell you that they truly have your best interests at heart while simultaneously lobbying Congress to make sure that that is never the case. The truth/solution. First, you need to know how much you are paying. I recommend visiting the investment software website Personal Fund at personalfund.com for its cost calculator that analyzes each of your funds and looks beyond just the expense ratio to the additional costs as well. Keep in mind these calculators can only estimate the fees. They can't take into account other costs such as taxes because each person's tax bracket may differ. You may also own the mutual fund inside your 401k in which you won't be paying taxes on the growth but instead will be paying a plan administrator. Some 401k plans are low cost while others are hefty with expenses. The average plan administrator charges 1.3% to 1.5% annually, according to the Nonpartisan Government Accountability Office. That's $1,300 for every $100,000 just to participate in the 401k. So when you add this 1.3% for the plan administration to the total mutual fund cost of 3.17%, it can actually be more expensive to own a fund than a tax-free account when compared with a taxable account, a whopping total of 4.47% per year. Think about it. You are saving 10%, but half of it is being paid in fees. How insane is that? But as you'll learn here, you don't have to be caught in this trap. By becoming an insider, you can put a stop to this thievery today. Fees this high are the equivalent of climbing Everest in flip-flops and a tank top. You were dead before you got started. Add 'em up. Forbes published a list of the real costs of owning a mutual fund. In a non-taxable account, the costs are expense ratio 0.90%, transaction cost 1.44%, cash drag 0.83%, for a total cost of 3.17%. In taxable accounts, the costs are the same plus 1% as the tax cost, for a total of 4.17%. Escape. To escape the fee factories, you must lower your total annual fees and associated investment cost to 1.25% or less on average. This means the cost of the advice, a registered investment advisor to help you allocate appropriately, rebalance your portfolio periodically, and so on, plus the cost of the investments should ideally be 1.25% or less. For example, you might be paying 1% or less to the registered investment advisor and 0.20% for low-cost index funds like those offered through Vanguard, for a total of 1.2%. And the 1% paid to the advisor as a fee can be tax-deductible, which means your net out-of-pocket cost is close to half, depending on your tax bracket. Most Americans use a typical broker where the commissions aren't deductible, nor are those expensive fees the mutual fund charges. We will discuss the difference between a broker and a registered investment advisor shortly. You don't want to miss this one. In Section 3, we will show you step-by-step ways how to dramatically reduce your fees and legally reduce your taxes, and all that money you save will accelerate your path to financial freedom. Never again. Now that you know how the game is played, now that you have looked behind the curtain, make the decision that you will never be taken advantage of again. Resolve right now that you'll never again be one of the many. You're becoming an insider now. You are the chess player, not the chess piece. Knowledge is power, but execution trumps knowledge, so it's what you do from here that will matter. Yes, I will show you exactly how to reduce your fees, but you must decide to take the necessary action. You must declare that you will never again pay insane fees for subpar performance. And if this book can save you 2% to 3% per year in unnecessary fees, we just put hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe even millions, back in your pocket. Said another way, this could get you to your goal that much quicker and save you 5 to 15 years of accumulation time so you can retire sooner if you so choose. By simply removing expensive mutual funds from your life and replacing them with low-cost index funds, you will have made a major step in recouping up to 70% of your potential future nest egg. How exciting! What will that mean for you and your family? Vanguard has an entire suite of low-cost index funds across multiple different types of asset classes that range between 0.05% and 0.25% per year in total all-in costs. Dimensional Funds is another great low-cost index fund provider. If you don't have access to these low-cost providers in your 401k, we will show you how to make that happen. And while low-cost index funds are crucial, determining how much of each index fund to buy and how to manage the entire portfolio over time is the key to a success. We will cover that ahead. Now that you have resolved to take action, to whom do you turn? Who do you trust as a guide? Going back to your broker to help you save on fees is like going to your pharmacist to help you get off meds. How do you find conflict-free advice? And how do you know that the guidance you're getting isn't in the best interest of the person on the other side of the desk? Let's uncover myth 3, and let's get answers to these pressing questions. Breakout of fees. If you really want to know how badly you're being abused through hidden fees, let's go through some of the core fees and costs that impact your mutual fund investments. 1. Expense ratio. This expense is the main price tag, the number they want us focused on. But it certainly doesn't tell the whole story. According to Morningstar, U.S. stock funds pay an average of 1.31% of assets each year to the fund company for portfolio management and operating expenses such as marketing, 12B-1 fees, distribution and administration. Many of the larger funds have realized that a 1% ballpark expense ratio is where they want to come in so that investors don't flinch and brokers have a good story to sell. Tell. 2. Transaction costs. Transaction costs are a broad, sweeping category and can be broken down further into categories such as brokerage commissions, market impact costs, the cost of moving the market as mutual funds trade massive market moving positions, and spread costs, the difference between the bid and ask or the buy and sell price of a stock. A 2006 study by business school professors Roger Edlin, Richard Evans, and Gregory Kadlec found that U.S. stock mutual funds average 1.44% in transaction costs per year. This means that these transaction costs are perhaps the most expensive component of owning a mutual fund, but the industry has deemed it too tough to quantify, and thus it goes unreported in the brochures. 3. Tax costs or 401k costs. Many people are excited about the tax-deferred treatment of their 401k, but for most employees, the tax cost has been swapped out with plan administrative fees. These are charged in addition to the fees paid to the underlying mutual funds, and according to the nonpartisan GAO, Government Accountability Office, the average plan administrator charges 1.13% per year. If you own a mutual fund in a taxable account, the average tax cost is between 1% and 1.2% annually, according to Morningstar. 4. Soft dollar costs. Soft dollar trading is a quid pro quo arrangement whereby mutual fund managers choose to pay inflated trading costs so that the outside firm executing their trades will then rebate the additional costs back to the fund manager. It's a rewards program for using a particular vendor, the frequent flyer miles of Wall Street. The fund manager can use these funds to pay for certain expenses such as research and reports. These are costs the fund manager would otherwise have to pay, so the net result is that you and I pay. These are simply well-disguised increases in management revenue that hit the bottom line. It's unreported and nearly impossible to quantify, so we aren't able to include it in our equation, but make no mistake, it's a cost. 5. Cash drag. Mutual fund managers must maintain a cash position to provide daily liquidity and satisfy any redemptions, selling. Since cash is not invested, it doesn't generate a return and thus hurts performance. According to a study titled Dealing with the Active, authored by William O'Reilly, CFA, and Michael Prizano, CFA, the average cost from cash drag on large-cap stock mutual funds over a 10-year time horizon was 0.83% per year. It may not be a direct fee, but it's a cost that takes away from your performance. 6. Redemption fee. If you want to sell your fund position, you may pay a redemption fee. This fee is paid to the fund company directly, and the Security and Exchange Commission, SEC, limits the redemption fee to 2%. Like the world's most expensive ATM, it could cost you $2,000 to get back your $100,000. 7. Exchange fee. Some funds charge a fee to move or exchange from one fund to another within the same family of funds. 8. Account fee. Some funds charge a maintenance fee just to have an account. 9. Purchase fee. A purchase fee, not to be confused with a front-end sales load, commission, is a charge to purchase the fund that goes directly to the fund company. 10. Sales charge, load, or deferred sales charge. This charge, typically paid to a broker, either comes out when you purchase the fund, so a smaller amount of your initial deposit is used to buy shares in the fund, or you pay the charge when you exit the fund and redeem your shares. Chapter 2.3. Myth 3. Our returns. What you see is what you get. Surprise, the returns reported by mutual funds aren't actually earned by investors. Jack Bogle, founder of Vanguard. Most people are familiar with the boilerplate disclaimer that past performance doesn't guarantee future results. Far fewer are aware of how past performance numbers themselves can be misleading. How funds massage numbers legally. Wall Street Journal, March 31, 2013. Lipstick on a pig. In 2002, Charles Schwab ran a clever TV ad where a typical Wall Street sales manager is giving a morning pep talk to his boiler room. Tell your clients it's red hot, en fuego. Just don't mention the fundamentals. They stink. He wraps up his morning sermon by dangling courtside tickets to the Knicks for the winning salesman and gives his final send-off. Let's put some lipstick on this pig. Get my good side. In 1954, Darrell Huff authored a book entitled How to Lie with Statistics. He points to the countless number of dodges which are used to fool rather than to inform. Today, the mutual fund industry has been able to use a tricky method to calculate and publish returns that are, as Jack Bogle says, not actually earned by the investors. But before we explain this masterful sleight of pencil magic, let's first understand the illusion of average returns. Imagine a hypothetical market that is up and down like a roller coaster. Up 50%, down 50%, up 50% and down 50%. This produces an average return of 0%. And like you, I would expect that a 0% return would mean that I didn't lose any money, and we would both be wrong. Why? If you start with an actual dollar amount, let's use $100,000, at the end of the 4-year period, you are actually down $43,750 or 43.75%. You thought you were even, but instead you're down 43.75%. Would you have ever guessed this? Now that you're an insider, beware. Average returns have a built-in illusion. They spin a performance enhancement that doesn't exist. In a Fox Business article titled Solving the Myth of Rate of Return, Eric Crom explains how this discrepancy applies to the real world. Another way to look at it is to review the Dow Jones since 1930. If you add up every number and divide it by 81 years, the return averages 6.31%. However, if you do the math, you get an actual return of 4.31%. Why is this so important? If you invested $1,000 back in 1930 at 6.31%, you would have $142,000. At 4.31%, you would only have $30,000. The scales are weighted. Now that we see that average returns aren't a true representation of what we earn, sit back and relax, because the grand illusion isn't over yet. The math magicians on Wall Street have managed to calculate their returns to look even better. How so? In short, when the mutual fund advertises a specific return, it's not, as Jack Bogle says, the return you actually earn. Why? Because the returns you see in the brochure are known as time-weighted returns. Sounds complicated, but it's not. However, feel free to use that to look brilliant at your next cocktail party. The mutual fund manager says if we have $1 at the beginning of the year and $1.20 at the end of the year, we are up 20%. Fire up the marketing department and take out those full-page ads. But in reality, investors rarely have all their money in the fund at the beginning of the year. We typically make contributions throughout the year, i.e. out of every paycheck into our 401k. And if we contribute more during times of the year when the fund is performing well, a common theme we learned as investors chase performance, and less during times when it's not performing, we are going to have a much different return than what is advertised. So, if we were to sit down at the end of the year and take into account the real world of making ongoing contributions and withdrawals, we would find out how much we really made, or lost. And this real-world approach is called the dollar-weighted return. Dollar-weight returns are what we actually get to keep and spend, as where time-weighted returns are what fund managers use to fuel advertising. Jack Bogle has been a continual proponent of changing this rule. He believes that investors should see how much they actually earned or lost based on their own personal situation, contributions and withdrawals included. Sounds like common sense, right? But it's no surprise why mutual funds are resistant. Bogle says, "We've compared returns earned by mutual fund investors, dollar-weight returns, with the returns earned by the fund themselves, or time-weighted returns, and the investors seem to lag the fund themselves by 3% per year. Wow. So if the fund advertises a 6% return, its investors achieved closer to 3%. The truth and the solution. Average returns are like profile photos for online dating. They paint a better portrait than the reality. If you know the amount you started with in your investment, and you know how much you have now, you can go to a website such as MoneyChimp at moneychimp.com and use the return rate calculator. It will show you exactly what the actual return is on your money over that period of time. You must also remember that the returns reported by mutual funds are based on a theoretical person who has all their money invested on day one. This just isn't true for most, so we can't delude ourselves into believing that the glossy brochure returns are the same as what we have actually received in our account. The path is clear. Nobody said climbing a mountain would be easy, but it's a heck of a lot easier when you have a machete called truth to hack away the lies and grant a clear view of the path ahead. As an insider, you are no longer flying blind. You now know that stock-picking mutual funds don't beat the market over any sustained period, especially after you account for fees and taxes. You also know that fees do matter, and that by lowering your fees, you can get back as much as 60% to 70% of your future potential nest egg. How will this awesome truth impact your future? And finally, you know that average returns don't paint the real picture. Actual returns matter. And you now have the simple tools to calculate them. Your journey to financial freedom has more than begun. You are hitting your stride, and the truths you have learned so far will separate you from being one of the sheeple. Flying solo. As I have taught people these tools, I often notice that people feel as though they can no longer trust anyone. In a sense, they feel betrayed as they become enlightened and start to understand the real rules of the game. They think they must now handle everything on their own and become an island unto themselves because nobody can be trusted. This just isn't true. There are a number of incredible financial professionals that are full of integrity and committed to their clients' futures. I have an amazing advisor whom I trust implicitly to act in my best interest, and together we review and manage my investments. Like you, I am insanely busy and don't have the time or desire to spend my days managing the details of my portfolio. In reality, if done properly, a brief quarterly or twice-a-year review is all that is needed to go over your objectives and rebalance the portfolio. So how do you know the difference between a salesman and a trusted advisor? Between a broker and a guide? Myth 4 will help us quickly determine if the person on the other side of the desk is working for you or the name of their company's letterhead. As Deep Throat from the Watergate scandal said, "Follow the money. Always follow the money." Chapter 2.4. Myth 4. I'm your broker and I'm here to help. It is difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on his not understanding it. Upton Sinclair. Let me get this straight. So let us recap. The mutual funds sold to me are charging me astronomical fees that could strip me of up to 70% of my future nest egg. 96% of actively managed mutual funds are underperforming the market, or their benchmarks, over any sustained period of time. I am being charged 10 to 30 times what it would cost me to own a low-cost index fund and become or mimic the market. The returns the mutual funds are selling are typically way better than the returns I actually receive, since they are marketed as time-weighted returns, not dollar-weight returns. Dollar-weight returns are what we actually get to keep/spend, as where time-weighted returns are what fund managers use to fuel advertising. And as the grand finale, your broker will look you in the eye and tell you that he has your best interest at heart, because more than likely he sincerely believes he is helping you. He doesn't understand nor has even been educated on the impact of what we just described. Heck, he's probably following the same advice he's giving you for his own personal finances. Chomp chomp. How in the world can the vast majority of Americans be dying the death of 1,000 cuts but not rise up, vote with their pocketbook, and take their hard-earned money elsewhere? The answer is, they've been kept in the dark for decades. Most people I talk to are highly suspicious of the financial services industry as a whole and its desire to help you succeed. They've been burned before. Yet in the face of a constant barrage of conflicting information and marketing hype, they quickly become overwhelmed, not to mention the demands of daily life. Many have put their financial lives on autopilot and have accepted being part of the herd. Hope has become their strategy. There's a social comfort in knowing that you're not alone. It reminds me of watching the Discovery Channel and the wildebeest that cautiously approaches the crocodile-infested water for a drink just minutes after the jaws of a croc clamped down on his buddy. Is the animal stupid? No. The animal knows that without water it will die in the blistering African sun, so it takes a calculated risk. Most of us feel the same way. We know we can't sit on the sidelines on the edge of the riverbank, because inflation will destroy us if we just sit on our cash. So, alongside our neighbors and colleagues, we journey down to the water with trepidation, and when we least expect it, chomp. A Black Monday, a dot-com bubble, another 2008. All the while, the brokerage firm with whom we entrusted our family's quality of life is taking no risk and reaping record compensation year after year. As I write this in early 2014, the market prices have continued to grow. From 2009 through the end of 2013, the market was up 131%, including dividend reinvestment. That's the fifth largest bull market in history. People are seeing their account balances rise and are getting comfortable again. Mutual fund managers and executives are raking it in, but the crocs are still feeding. Protection from whom? In late 2009, Representatives Barney Frank and Chris Dodd submitted proposed regulation called the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act. 1 year later, after intense lobbying by the financial services community, a version of the bill passed with far less teeth than the original. But nobody stopped to ask the obvious question. From whom or what exactly do we need protection? From the people who we trust to manage our financial future? From the brokers who sell us expensive mutual funds? From the managers themselves who play legal but shady games to line their pockets? From the high-frequency traders that are front-running the market and pinching millions 1 penny at a time? In the last couple years alone, we have seen rogue traders cause billions in losses for banks. Large firms such as MF Global misappropriate client funds and ultimately declare bankruptcy. Insider trading convictions from one of the world's largest hedge funds, and bank traders criminally prosecuted for rigging LIBOR, London Interbank Offered Rates, the world's most widely used benchmark for short-term interest rates. The chef doesn't eat his own cooking. We are continually sold and influenced by those who do as I say, not as I do. In a sobering 2009 study released by Morningstar and tracking over 4,300 actively managed mutual funds, it was found that 49% of the managers owned no shares in the fund they manage. That's right, the chef doesn't eat his own cooking. Of the remaining 51%, most own a token amount of their funds when compared with their compensation and total net worth. Remember, these guys earn millions, sometimes tens of millions, for their skills. 2,126 own no shares in the fund they manage. 159 managers had invested between $1 and $10,000 in their own fund. 393 managers invested between $10,001 and $50,000. 285 managers invested between $50,001 and $100,000. 679 managers invested between $100,001 and $500,000. 197 managers invested between $500,001 and $999,999. 413 managers invested more than $1 million. So the obvious question is, if the people who manage the fund aren't investing in the fund they run, why in the world would I? Good question. The chef doesn't eat his own cooking if the ingredients are bad, if he knows what the kitchen really looks like and smells like. These fund managers are smart. They work under the hood. Where are the customers' yachts? Fred Schwed Jr. was a professional trader who quit Wall Street after losing a lot of his money in the crash of 1929. In 1940, he wrote the investment classic, Where Are the Customers' Yachts? Or A Good Hard Look at Wall Street. The joke behind the title has been retold many different ways over the years, but in Schwed's version, a successful Wall Street broker named William Travers is admiring the many beautiful yachts while on vacation in Newport, Rhode Island. Each yacht he inquires about happens to belong to a broker, banker, or trader. He asks, Where are the customers' yachts? Nearly 75 years have passed since this story was first published, but it could have been written yesterday. Whom to trust? We have all seen numerous variations of the same commercial. The husband and wife, looking concerned, sit across the desk from their financial advisor. And with the wisdom of a grandfather and the look of a man who has weathered many storms, the hired actor assures them that with his help, they will be just fine. Don't worry, we got your back. We'll get your kids through college, we'll get you that sailboat, we'll get you that vacation home. The insinuation is loud and clear. Your goals are our goals. We're here to help. But the real question is, are your interests really aligned? Does the person with whom you trust to plan you and your family's future have every incentive to operate in your best interest? Most would think yes, and most would be wrong. And the answer to this question may be the difference in failing or succeeding in your journey to financial freedom. When climbing the mountain, how would you feel if your guide was more concerned about his own survival than yours? As David Swenson reminded me, your broker is not your friend. The suitability standard. And here's the truth. The financial services industry has many caring people of the highest integrity who truly want to do what's in the best interest of their clients. Unfortunately, many are operating in a closed-circuit environment in which the tools at their disposal are pre-engineered to be in the best interest of the house. The system is designed to reward them for selling, not providing conflict-free advice. And the product or fund they sell you doesn't necessarily have to be the best available, or even in your best interest. By legal definition, all they have to do is provide you with a product that is suitable. What kind of standard is suitable? Do you want a suitable partner for life? Honey, how was it for you tonight? The sex was suitable. Are you going to be promoted for doing suitable work? Do you fly the airline with a suitable safety record? Or better yet, let's go to lunch here. I hear the food is suitable. Yet, according to David Karp, a registered investment advisor, the suitability standard essentially says, it doesn't matter who benefits more, the client or advisor. As long as an investment is suitable, meets the general direction of your goals and objectives, at the time it was placed for the client, the advisor is held free of liability. The gold standard. To receive conflict-free advice, we must align ourselves with a fiduciary. A fiduciary is a legal standard adopted by a relatively small but growing segment of independent financial professionals who have abandoned their big-box firms, relinquished their broker status, and made the decision to become a registered investment advisor. These professionals get paid for financial advice and, by law, must remove any potential conflicts of interest, or at a minimum disclose them, and put the client needs above their own. By way of example, if a registered investment advisor tells a client to buy IBM, and later that day he buys IBM in his own personal account for a better price, he must give the client his stock at the lower price trade. Imagine having investment advice where you knew that the law protected you from your advisor steering you in a specific direction or to a specific fund to make more money off of you. One huge additional advantage? The fee you pay a fiduciary for advice may be tax-deductible depending on your tax bracket. So a 1% advisory fee could really be closer to 0.5% when you take into account the deduction. Contrast this with the 2% or more you pay to a mutual fund manager, none of which is tax-deductible. Finding a fiduciary. If there is one single step you can take today to solidify your position as insider, it's to align yourself with a fiduciary, an independent registered investment advisor, RIA for short. Most people I ask don't know whether their investment guy or gal is a broker or a legal fiduciary, but nearly everyone believes that their investment person should have their best interest at heart. And as I mentioned before, they typically do have their client's interest in mind, but they're operating within a framework that rewards them for selling. And by the way, you'll never hear them referred to as brokers. They're called registered representatives, financial advisors, wealth advisors, vice president of this, that, or the other thing. In fact, the Wall Street Journal reported finding in excess of 200 different professional designations for financial advisors, more than half of which are not tracked by the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, FINRA, which oversees how investments are pitched to investors. Many of these financial service credentials are pure window dressing and do not impart a fiduciary duty. Not all advice is good advice. Aligning yourself with a fiduciary is by all accounts a great place to start. But this does not necessarily mean that the professional you select is going to provide good or even fairly priced advice. And like any industry, not all professionals have equal skill or experience. In fact, 46% of financial planners have no retirement plan. That's right. The cobbler's kid has no shoes. Over 2,400 financial planners were anonymously surveyed in a 2013 study by the Financial Planning Association, and close to half don't practice what they preach. Heck, I can't believe they admitted it. Truth is, we are living in uncharted territory. With endless complexity, central banks printing money like crazy, and even some governments defaulting on their own debt, only the elite advisors of the planning industry know how to navigate these waters. The Butcher and the Dietitian. A good friend of mine recently forwarded me a YouTube video entitled The Butcher versus the Dietitian, a 2-minute cartoon that effectively and succinctly highlighted the major difference between a broker and a legal fiduciary. The video made the glaringly obvious point that when you walk into a butcher shop, you are always encouraged to buy meat. Ask a butcher what's for dinner and the answer is always meat. But a dietitian, on the other hand, will advise you to eat what's best for your health. They have no interest in selling you meat if fish is better for you. Brokers are butchers, while fiduciaries are dietitians. They have no dog in the race to sell you a specific product or fund. This simple distinction gives you a position of power. Insiders know the difference. I did a little digging, and the man behind the video was Elliot Weisbluth, a former litigator who 15 years ago became incensed by the conflicts of interest in the investments industry and made it his mission to provide an alternative to the brightest and most successful advisors and independent firms. In other words, choosing independence should not mean a sacrifice in sophistication and access to the best solutions. His great idea caught fire, and Hightower is now one of the largest independent registered investment advisors in the country, with nearly $30 billion in assets and 13th on the INC 500 list of fastest-growing companies. The explosive growth of Hightower shows that clients want a dietitian. They are getting sick of getting sold meat and then realizing that their health is in jeopardy. I interviewed Elliot for this book, and we have since developed a great friendship. I didn't have to twist Elliot's arm to leave frigid Chicago and join me for a day in 78-degree Palm Beach. An audacious proposal. Together we sat on my back lawn overlooking the ocean and had a long conversation about the myths being marketed and injustices being done to the average investor. Elliot has a unique passion, a fervency to serve investors by eliminating the self-interest and inherent conflicts that have become the norm in big firms. From day one, he made the commitment to full disclosure, full transparency, and conflict-free advice in every aspect of the business. and by not accepting payments or kickbacks for selling a product or service, his firm stands in a position of true power and integrity. Firms compete to work with Hightower, and all of the benefits are passed down to the client. What's really powerful is how Elliot grew the business. First, he built a unique platform that no one thought was possible. Then he recruited the best corner office advisors from the biggest firms and gave them the path to moral high ground. The opportunity to quit working for the house and work only for the client. And by giving them the freedom to not have to serve two masters, they could do whatever was in the client's best interest at all times in all transactions. There was only one problem. Hightower was built to service only the wealthiest Americans. In fact, all of the top advisors in the industry are focused on the wealthy. Makes sense, right? If you manage money, you want to manage fewer clients who have more money. This arrangement maximizes your own profitability. Too many small accounts means lots of overhead and cost. It's just not an efficient way to do business. In spite of all that, I decided to drop a challenge on Elliot. Let's blaze a trail. Elliot, I want you to figure out a way to deliver the same fully transparent, conflict-free advice to anyone who wanted the service, not just the wealthy. There has to be a way, Elliot, I said, leaning forward on the edge of my chair. You care so passionately about justice and fairness that your own mission calls you to do this for everyone. Elliot sat back in his chair. He expected a simple interview and was now being asked to deploy some serious resources. And perhaps more importantly, I challenged him to figure out how to deliver some of the solutions that are normally reserved for folks with ultra-high net worth. It was quite a challenge. To democratize the best investment advice coupled with the best available solutions. Oh, and one more thing, Elliot. I think you should make a complimentary review service that is entirely free. People need to know how they are being treated. Elliot took a few deep breaths. Geez, Tony. I know you think big, but to gear up and make this available to everyone at no charge? Come on. I just smiled and said, Yes, crazy, isn't it? No one else is going to do this. Nobody is showing how people are overpaying for underperformance. My guess is that we could show them using technology. You have the resources and the will to make this happen if you commit yourself. I let the conversation end by simply asking him to take some time to think about the impact of what this could mean for people's lives, and to get back in touch once he had fully thought it through. It's doable. Elliot returned to Chicago and gathered his troops. After much deliberation and a deep determination to find a way, Elliot called me back. After his team reviewed some patented technology we could utilize, he was convinced this could be a game changer. But he had one more request. He would want to partner with an extraordinary chief investment officer, one with decades of experiences and the values to match, a captain of the ship not afraid of uncharted waters. I knew just the man. A.J. Gupta is the founder and chief investment officer of Stronghold Wealth Management, a firm that provides white-glove service for the ultra-high net worth. He is also my registered investment advisor and has been managing my family's money for over 7 years. He spent almost 2 decades within the world's largest brokerage firms as the classic corner office success story. AJ came to the proverbial fork in the road. His choice? Either leave the brokerage world behind and carry the fiduciary flag, or continue to walk the line of trying to be a dietitian within the walls of a butcher shop. I asked AJ what was the pivotal moment of decision. It came as a result of total frustration, he confessed. There were investments that I knew were best for my client, but the firm wouldn't allow me to access them because they weren't approved. I didn't want to steer my client to an inferior investment just so I could earn more. I treat my clients as my family, and I realized that no longer could I make choices by the constraints imposed by someone in a far-off ivory tower. AJ's commitment was not just in words. He gave up a 7-figure bonus to leave and start his own firm. Not surprisingly, his entire team and client base followed him. After years of extraordinary performance and service, AJ's departure from the brokerage world earned him the notice of Charles Schwab, a major service provider to independent investment advisors. He received a surprise call from the Charles Schwab headquarters letting him know that Chuck had selected him to represent the face of the more than 10,000 independent RIAs in Schwab's national media campaign. Subsequently, AJ arranged for Chuck and me to meet, as he agreed to be one of the 50 financial moguls interviewed for this book. When I introduced AJ and his team at Stronghold to Elliot, it was an incredible alignment of values. What was amazing was the sum of the whole was drastically greater than its parts. They began a monumental collaborative effort. For nearly a year, AJ and Elliot worked together with a common goal: to democratize the best investment advice and help Americans wake up to their right to, first, know what they have been sold, and then make the switch to receive transparent advice. And Stronghold Financial, a new division of Stronghold Wealth Management, was born. So in addition to serving those of high net worth, Stronghold now serves everyone, regardless of how much he or she has to invest. Look under the hood, for free. My biggest ask from AJ and Elliot was to make it possible for anyone, not just the wealthy, to be able to tap into the top-tier advice, research, and planning. But I wanted them to do it for free. Most financial planners charge $1,000 or more to analyze your current investment assets, assess how much risk you're taking, quantify your true fees, and put together a new asset allocation. Stronghold's patented system accomplishes this in just 5 minutes, and it's completely free. Here's a bit more how it works. When you visit the Stronghold Financial website at strongholdfinancial.com, the system will allow you to link all of your accounts, even your 401k and accounts you have scattered at multiple firms. It will then analyze every holding you own, every fee you are paying, every risk you are taking. It will give you a comprehensive analysis and a new asset allocation. It will also reveal some of the unique strategies we will review in Section 5 of the book and compare them to your current approach. You can take this complimentary info and implement on your own, and they don't charge a dime. Or, if you decide to move forward, with the click of a button you can transfer your accounts and have Stronghold manage your wealth, so long as you meet the minimum account size. For those who become clients, there is a team of fiduciary advisors that are available by phone to guide you in your journey and answer any questions you may have. There are no commissions, just a fee, which is based on your total portfolio value. So whether you have $2,500 or $25 million doesn't matter. Advice that was previously reserved for those of high net worth is now at your fingertips. And if you would prefer to work with someone in your local area, Stronghold has a network of independent advisors in all 50 states that are aligned with the same principles and have access to some of the unique solutions we will review ahead. I am extremely proud of what Elliot, AJ, and I have worked together to create, a complimentary service that can impact the entire population. And quite frankly, it exists only because we were so frustrated by a system that often uses deceit and manipulation as weapons against investors. It's time for a changing of the guard. So while I am not currently an owner in Stronghold, at the time of this recording, we are in conversations about how I can become a partner and align further with its mission of serving investors with extraordinary advice and investment solutions. Finding a fiduciary. I don't want you to get the impression that Stronghold is the only fiduciary. There are thousands out there, and many of them are outstanding, so I would like to give you 5 key criteria for finding your own fiduciary. You can also do an internet search for the directory of fee-only financial advisors at findanadvisor.napfa.org. This website, sponsored by the National Association of Personal Financial Advisors, will allow you to search the country for any fee-only advisor you choose. One caveat: just because they are on the list doesn't mean they are skilled. Like any profession, be it a doctor or a teacher, there are wide ranges of competency. In addition, in the world of independent fiduciaries, size does matter, so many smaller firms may not have the same level of access to certain investments and/or competitive pricing. So if you choose to find your own fiduciary, next are 5 key initial criteria you may want to consider when selecting an advisor. 1. Make sure the advisor is registered with the state or the SEC as a registered investment advisor or as an investment advisor representative, IAR, of a registered investment advisor, RIA. 2. Make sure the registered investment advisor is compensated on a percentage of your assets under management, not for buying mutual funds. Make sure this fee is the only fee and is completely transparent. Be sure there are no 12B-1 fees or pay-to-play fees being paid as compensation. 3. Make sure the registered investment advisor does not receive compensation for trading stocks or bonds. 4. Make sure the registered investment advisor does not have an affiliation with a broker-dealer. This is sometimes the worst offense when a fiduciary also sells products and gets investment commission as well. 5. With an advisor, you don't want to just give them your money directly. You want to make sure that your money is held with a reputable third-party custodian such as Fidelity, Schwab, and TD Ameritrade, which offer 24/7 online account access and send the monthly statements directly to you. For those who are willing, have the time, and are brushed up on proper asset allocation, more on this in Section 4, investing on your own, without a fiduciary, may be a viable option, which could also result in additional cost savings. Buy Enron. An extremely competent fiduciary in your life will do more than provide transparent advice and investment solutions. They should protect you from the marketing noise because history shows us that the noise from a conflicted broker or the firm they work for can be extremely dangerous. Let me share with you an example in recent history. Remember Enron, the energy giant with $101 billion in annual revenue in 2000, that decided to cook the books in hopes to keep shareholders happy? The big brokers and the mutual funds that own the majority of Enron shares were big fans of the energy giant. My dear friend and business mastermind, Keith Cunningham, is a straight shooter with a classic Texas drawl. When he speaks at my Business Mastery event, he pulls no punches when showing how brokers with no vested interest in how their clients fare will pour on bad advice even when the situation is dire. When he shared with me the breakdown of how brokers promoted Enron during their collapse, I was astonished. In March 2001, just 9 months before declaring bankruptcy, Enron signaled that it was having trouble. Anyone who was willing to look at the cash flow statement could see that they were hemorrhaging cash in spite of what they said its profits were, Keith shouted to my audience of close to 1,000. But that didn't stop the big Wall Street firms from recommending the stock. In fact, in March 2001, Merrill Lynch's advice on Enron was near-term buy, and Goldman Sachs had the company on their recommend list. In June 2001, J.P. Morgan recommended to buy, and in August, Bank of America called Enron a strong buy. In October, A.G. Edwards advised buy, and Lehman Brothers recommended strong buy, attractive. In November, Prudential and Credit Suisse First Boston both advised to hold, and Goldman Sachs recommended market perform, noting the stock will imitate the market. On December 2, 2001, Enron went bankrupt. Notice how the recommendation to buy or hold was made literally until there was nothing left to hold, because the stock had no value. The company was bankrupt. Needless to say, if you're getting advice from a broker, you can expect that the inherent conflicts will show up in one way or another. Lobbying for profits. Putting client interests first may seem like a simple concept, but it's causing an uproar on Wall Street. What's number one for brokers? Wall Street Journal, December 5, 2010. So why hasn't the status quo changed? Under Dodd-Frank, the SEC was required to conduct a study on a universal fiduciary standard across all investment firms. You heard me right. The politicians wanted to conduct a study to determine if acting in the client's best interest is a good idea. It's a tragic comedy played out on Capitol Hill. In my interview with Dr. Jeffrey Brown, I asked about his opinion on fiduciary standard. Who better to ask than the guy who advised not only the executive office of the president, but was also brought in by China to advise its Social Security program. I think anybody that is managing money for someone else, it's very, very important that they have a legal and an ethical responsibility for doing the right thing and looking out for other people's money. I mean, these are really people's lives we're talking about here at the end of the day, right? The industry backlash has been nothing less than intense. You can hear the gears of the lobbying machine spinning at full speed as they remind Capitol Hill of the generous campaign contributions. The truth and the solution. So now that you know the rules of the game, what's an investor to do? Now you have the 5 steps of how to evaluate and find a fiduciary if you choose to find your own. As I mentioned, you can visit the Stronghold website at strongholdfinancial.com, which has a patented online system which, in just 5 minutes, will provide you with the following. Within seconds, the system will pull in and review your current holdings, stocks, bonds, and mutual funds, from all your accounts, including your 401k. The system will show how much you are really paying and how much less you will have at retirement if you don't minimize fees. Remember the effect of compounding fees we reviewed in Chapter 2.3? The system will show your risk exposure. In other words, how well did your portfolio hold up in 2008 and other market downturns? The system will provide conflict-free advice and introduce you to a number of portfolio options. The system will take into account your current tax situation and recommend a more tax-efficient allocation. If you decide to move forward, you can quickly and automatically transfer your accounts to one of the recommended third-party custodians, such as TD Ameritrade, Fidelity, Schwab. From there, the team will implement the recommendations and provide ongoing account management and service. If you have more than $1 million in investable assets, you will have access to the Private Wealth Division, which has greater access to investments which are limited to accredited investors. At any time, you can also pick up the phone and speak with a member of the team who is a registered fiduciary advisor to answer any questions regarding your personal situation. Or you can ask to be connected to one of the partners in your local area. So what's the plan? Wow, we have come a long way. The myths we have already exposed at this point remain unknown by the vast majority of investors. In fact, even many high net worth individuals aren't privy to this insider info. And now that we are gaining an unobstructed view, we need to start to look at the actual strategies we are currently using to see if they align with our goals. Let's start with the 401k. That little piece of tax code that changed the financial world forever. Should we use it or lose it? Let's find out. Chapter 2.5. Myth 5. Your retirement is just a 401k away. Baby boomers have been the primary mice used in the great 401k retirement experiment. Doug Warren, author of The Synergy Effect. Many ideas or inventions start off with great intentions. Nuclear fusion opened the door to free energy for mankind and now can be used to provide electricity to an entire city. By contrast, if stuffed into a warhead, it could level an entire city. It is often with a dash of man's greed and ingenuity that we can turn something great into something that can cause more damage than good. Such is the 401k. A great little piece of tax code that, if used right, can power our retirement for years to come. But if used as it is in most of today's plans, it can damage our chances for financial freedom. And since the 401k is the only retirement account most people will ever have, this chapter could be the most important one in this book. We will show how to use the 401k system and not let the system use you. You will discover how to implement much of what we have learned thus far so that your 401k becomes a great retirement plan for you, not a retirement plan for the broker or the mutual fund managers. But first, a bit of backstory is important. How did we get here? The 401k was given to us nearly 3 decades ago. It gave us the opportunity to participate in the stock market, to own a piece of American capitalism. And we could save on our taxes by making tax-deductible contributions from our paychecks. But the 401k was never meant to be the sole retirement plan for Americans. I reached out to John Chauvin, professor of economics at Stanford. He made it perfectly clear when we spoke by phone. Tony, you can't save just 3% of your income for 30 years and expect to live another 30 years in retirement with the same income you had when you were working. Let's not forget that this social experiment is only a few decades old. We're only now starting to see a generation where the majority will attempt to retire having only used a 401k during their lifetime. When we look back at history, what started out as a loophole for highly paid executives to sock away more cash became a boon for companies that decided to eliminate the cost and obligation of traditional pensions and shift all the risk and expense to the employee. That's not to say that pensions didn't have their own problems. For instance, you couldn't move them from job to job. Interestingly, employees didn't mind taking on this new responsibility because at the time, stocks were soaring. Who wants boring guaranteed pensions when stocks could make us rich? Money then flowed into the market like never before. All that new money being deposited means lots of buying, which is what fueled the bull markets of the 80s and 90s. With trillions up for grabs, mutual fund companies began an unprecedented war to manage your money. The stock market was no longer just a place where companies turned to the public to exchange cash for ownership. It was no longer a place for only the high net worth and sophisticated institutions. It became every man's savings vehicle. Welcome, Captain. When the 401k came to be, it represented freedom that often gave us the illusion of control. And with markets on the rise, we sometimes mistake luck for being a good investor. We went from a system of defined benefits where people had a pension, they had an income for life, to the idea of the 401k, which was obviously cheaper for employers, and on the surface it seemed like it was beneficial to individuals because they had more control of their own investment decisions. Dr. Alicia Manel is the director of the Center of Retirement Research at Boston College and is one of the top retirement experts in the country. We spoke for nearly 2 hours regarding the retirement crisis facing the vast majority of Americans. But even Alicia, a former employee of the Federal Reserve and member of the President's Council of Economic Advisors, made some serious missteps when it came to her own retirement. So, I have a defined benefit plan, guaranteed lifetime income from the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston. When I was at the Treasury, one of my colleagues said, "Oh, take it early. You can invest that money much better than the Federal Reserve can." That money is long gone. Being solely responsible for your investment decisions is a scary thought for most, especially before reading this book. As captain of your financial ship, you must navigate all the available investment choices, generate returns sufficient enough to support your retirement, be a part-time investment expert, and do it all while holding down a full-time job or business and raising a family. Nationally recognized expert and outspoken critic of the current system, Teresa Ghilarducci, authored a brilliant article in the New York Times titled "Our Ridiculous Approach to Retirement," and managed to pack all the challenges we face into a single paragraph. Not yet convinced that failure is baked into the voluntary, self-directed, commercially run retirement plan system? Consider what would have to happen for it to work for you. First, figure out when you and your spouse will be laid off or be too sick to work. Second, figure out when you will die. Third, understand that you need to save 7% of every dollar you earn. Didn't start doing that when you were 25 and you are 55 now? Just save 30% of every dollar. Fourth, earn at least 3% above inflation on your investments every year. Easy, just find the best funds for the lowest price and have them optimally allocated. Fifth, do not withdraw any funds when you lose your job, have a health problem, get divorced, buy a house, or send a kid to college. Sixth, time your retirement account withdrawals so the last cent is spent the day you die. Yes, the system needs to be fixed, and yes, it will take time and some major progress both on Capitol Hill and Wall Street. But the good news is that for those of you who are informed, you will be able to navigate it. You can use the system as an insider would and let it work to your advantage. Come again? So let's do a little recap. We now know that actively managed stock-picking mutual funds don't beat the market. And this is exactly what you find in the vast majority of 401k plans, but not all. We also know that these expensive funds charge hefty fees, which can erode 50% to 70% of our potential retirement nest egg. Depending on your age today, think of how much you have already left on the table to this point. Is it 10,000, 25,000, 100,000? Scary, huh? Now, stick those expensive mutual funds inside a name-brand 401k plan, usually offered by a payroll or insurance company, and they will charge you a whole host of additional costs. The sum of all these costs forms an insurmountable headwind. With the vast majority of plans out there, the odds of you winning the 401k game are slim to none. 401k plans receive the benefit of tax deferral, but most plans are loaded with up to 17 different fees and costs between the underlying investments and the plan administration. Some of these fees are communication expenses such as enrollment materials, ongoing materials, enrollment meetings, investment advice, record-keeping and administrative expenses such as base fee, per participant fee, per eligible employees, distributions, loans origination, loans maintenance, semi-annual discrimination testing, 5500 filing package, other expenses. Investment expenses, for example, base fee, individual mutual fund expenses, manager/advisor fee, other asset fees, revenue sharing, wrap administration, and so on. Trustee expenses like base fee, per participant fee, asset charge. But now, the good news. With the right 401k, one that is lean, mean, and doesn't take your green, you can turn the headwind into a tailwind. You can gain momentum by taking advantage of what the government gave us. America's best 401k? Okay, prove it. Once I truly grasped what Jack Bogle calls the tyranny of compounding costs and realized the destructive power of excessive fees, I immediately called the head of my human resources department to find out the specifics of our own company 401k plan. I wanted to know if my employees, who I care about like my own family, were being taken to the cleaners. Sure enough, we were using a high-cost name-brand plan loaded with expensive funds and excessive administration and broker fees. The broker assured me that the plan was top-notch, lean on fees and right on track. Sure it was, right on track to make his BMW lease payment. Convinced that there had to be a better plan out there, my team and I began to do some research. After a frustrating process of looking at a bunch of garbage plans, a good friend of mine referred me to a firm called America's Best 401k. That's a bold name. I called the owner, Tom Zagainer, and said, "Prove it." In the first 5 minutes of meeting Tom in person, it's obvious he has immense passion about helping people get free from crappy, fee-loaded 401k plans. He calls the 401k industry the largest dark pool of assets where nobody really knows how or whose hands are getting greased. A pretty grim diagnosis of his own industry. Get this, Tony. The industry has been around for 3 decades now, and only in 2012 did service providers become required by law to disclose fees on statements. But in spite of the disclosure, over half of all employees still don't know how much they're paying. In fact, 67% of people enrolled in 401ks think there are no fees, and of course, nothing could be further from the truth. How are you different, Tom? How is America's best truly the best, as you say? Having been burned once, I felt like Papa Bear looking after his cubs because I knew this decision would directly impact my employees and their kids. They had already been paying excessive fees for years, and I couldn't allow that to happen again. As the owner of the company, I came to find out that I am also the plan's sponsor, and I discovered it is my legal duty to make sure they aren't getting taken advantage of. More about this later. Tom explained, "Tony, America's Best 401k only allows extremely low-cost index funds such as Vanguard and Dimensional funds, and we don't get paid a dime by mutual funds to sell their products." I had just interviewed Jack Bogle, and he confirmed that Vanguard does not participate in paying to play, a common practice where mutual funds share in their revenues to get shelf space in a 401k plan. By the way, what this means to you is that the so-called choices on your 401k plan are not the best available choices. They are the ones who pay the most to be offered up on the menu of available funds. And guess how they recoup their costs to be on the list? High fees, of course. So not only are you failing to get the best performing funds, but also you are typically paying higher fees for inferior performance. Okay, Tom, what about the other plan fees? I want to see full disclosure and transparency on every single possible fee. Tom proudly produced an itemized spreadsheet and handed it across the coffee table. The total cost, including the investment options, investment management services, and record-keeping fees, is only 0.75% annually. That's it. No hidden fees or other pop-up out-of-nowhere fees. We cut our total fees from well over 2.5% to just 0.75%, a 70% reduction. As you recall from Chapter 2, when compounded over time, these fee savings equate to hundreds of thousands of dollars, even millions, that will end up in the hands of my employees and their families. That makes me feel so great. On the PDF included with this audiobook, you'll find 2 charts showing a sample 401k, similar to the one my company used to use, versus America's Best 401k, and how those savings compound directly into my employees' accounts. Over $1.2 million going back to my family, my staff, by making a simple switch. And by the way, this calculation is just based on fees and doesn't take into account that we are beating 96% of mutual fund managers because we are using low-cost, market-mimicking mutual funds. Megaphone. My staff and I were so impressed that 6 months after Tom and his team installed my company's plan, and after I had referred him to a ton of my good friends, I decided to partner with America's Best 401k and help them get the word out. I knew this story had to be told in this book. And because they charge so little, they can't afford to run Super Bowl ads or have their sales reps take you golfing. Their grassroots efforts are gaining momentum, and I hope to amplify their voice. Now it's time to pull back the curtain. Tom and his team have built a powerful fee checker, which can pull up your company's plan from the company's tax return filing, and within seconds, it will show you how your company's plan stacks up against others and what you are really paying in fees. It will show you what the cost savings means to you over time. It's not uncommon to uncover hundreds of thousands of dollars in potential savings. Visit the fee checker by doing an internet search for 401k fee checker at americasbest401k.com. Need extra motivation? As if high fees destroying your retirement weren't enough of a motivation, business owners should be very concerned and employees should be armed with the truth. Why? Because the Department of Labor, DOL, is out in full force to defend employees against high-fee plans. And who is liable? The business owner. That's right. Not the mutual fund managers, not the broker, not the administrator of the crappy 401k plan. It's the business owner who can get in serious hot water. According to the CFO Daily News in 2013, 75% of the 401ks audited by the DOL last year resulted in plan sponsors being fined, penalized, or forced to make reimbursements for plan errors. And those fines and penalties weren't cheap. In fact, the average fine last year was $600,000 per plan. That's a jump of nearly $150,000 from 4 years ago. And the DOL just hired another 1,000 enforcement officers in 2014, so we can all expect 401k plan audits to increase. I don't know about you, but this certainly got my attention. Numerous corporations are being sued by their own employees thanks to class action attorneys. Caterpillar, General Dynamics, Bank of America, just to name a few. Even Fidelity, one of the largest 401k providers in the industry, recently settled 2 class action lawsuits for $12 million after being sued by their own employees over excessive fees in its plan. Sure, these are big companies with a lot to lose, but it's really the small business owners who are at greater risk because smaller plans, those with less than $10 million in plan assets, have the highest fees of all. So what do you do as a business owner? First, it's the law that you have your plan benchmarked annually against other plans. The new law began in 2012, so it might be news to you. Once a year, the DOL requires that you compare your plan against other comparable plans to make sure your plan has reasonable fees. Nearly every business owner I ask has no clue about this. I sure didn't. Do you think the person who sold you that expensive plan is going to call you about it? Of course not. America's Best 401k will not only provide you with a free fee analysis, but also provide this complimentary benchmark. If the DOL walks into your office on a Friday afternoon, don't let them ruin your weekend by standing there like a deer in the headlights. You want to be able to confidently hand them your plan benchmark. Who to hold to the fire. The DOL is on a rampage and can hold the business owner over the fire. I had no idea that as a business owner and plan sponsor, I am the legal fiduciary for the 401k plan. There are numerous cases where business owners have become personally liable for an egregious 401k plan. By using a firm like America's Best 401k, they will install a professional fiduciary, which will dramatically alleviate your liability, and yes, this is included in the 0.75% annual fee. And they provide ongoing benchmarking as a free service. What to do if you are an employee? First, visit the fee checker on the America's Best 401k website and forward the report to the owner or upper management. Truth is, the highest income earners in any business tend to have the highest account balances, so they too have a lot to lose. You are doing your entire company a wonderful service by educating them on their own plan. High fees are a drain on everyone's hard-earned cash, and a possible change will affect everyone's chances of financial freedom. Remember, we all need a tailwind, not a headwind. You can also march down to the HR department and make certain they listen to this chapter. If fees aren't a motivator, remind them that they are the fiduciary to you and your fellow colleagues. They legally owe it to you to make sure they have a plan that is competitive and in your best interests. That should grab their attention. If your employer does not switch to a low-cost option, and to the extent that your employer isn't matching your contributions, it may make sense to opt out. If you decide to opt out but still plan on staying with the company, a good plan will allow for an in-service distribution, allowing you to roll your current 401k account into an individual retirement account. Just check with your HR department. An IRA is simply a retirement account held in your name alone, but you will have much more freedom to choose the investments. And from there, you can implement some of the solutions we will review in Section 3. Also, your personal fiduciary can review this account and explain your best options. Now that we know how to free ourselves from high-cost plans riddled with underperforming mutual funds, how do we best utilize a low-cost plan and the tax benefits that the government gives us? Unconventional wisdom. If you haven't noticed, our government has a spending problem. Like an out-of-control teenager with a platinum Amex, they have racked up over $17.3 trillion in debt and close to $100 trillion in unfunded, not paid for yet, liabilities with Social Security and Medicare. So do you think taxes will be higher or lower in the future? Do you know that following the Great Depression, the highest income tax bracket was over 90%? The truth is, you can tax every wealthy individual and corporation at 100% of their income and profits and still fall way short of the government's promises. Take a look at this video I made for an eye-opening presentation. You'll find it by going to my website at tonyrobbins.com and typing in the search box, "The National Debt." Conventional logic, as most CPAs will attest, is to maximize your 401k or IRA contributions for tax purposes because each dollar is deductible, which simply means you don't have to pay tax on that dollar today, but will defer the tax to a later day. But here's the problem. Nobody knows what tax rates are going to be in the future, and therefore you have no idea how much of your money will be left over to actually spend. I was recently meeting with one of my senior executives on this topic, and I asked him how much he had in his 401k. He said he was approaching $1 million and felt comfortable that he could live off of this amount if needed. I asked him in a different way. How much of the $1 million in your 401k is yours? All of it, of course, he replied. Half, my friend, half. Between state and federal income taxes, you will be spending only half that amount. The truth sank in. He sat back realizing that $500,000 is not his. It's Uncle Sam's. He was simply investing the government's money alongside his own. But then I asked, how much is yours if the tax bracket goes up to 60%? A little mental math, and he replied, only $400,000 or 40% of the million will be mine. Ouch. But that's not possible, is it? If you look at tax rates on the wealthiest Americans over the last 20 years, between 1990 and 2010, they are near the lowest they have ever been. The average for 3 decades from the 1930s through the 1950s was 70%. When taxes were raised by Bill Clinton, he raised them on all wage earners, not just the wealthy. With the record-breaking levels of debt we have accumulated, many experts say taxes will likely be raised on everyone over the course of time. In short, the percentage of your 401k balance that will actually be yours to spend is a complete unknown. And if taxes go up from here, the slice of the pie you get to eat gets smaller. And it's a spiraling effect because the less you get to keep and spend, the more you have to withdraw. The more you withdraw, the quicker you run out. Senator William Roth, the best legal tax haven? A Roth IRA, and more recently the addition of the Roth 401k, is often overlooked, but it is one of the best and yet legal tax havens in the face of rising future tax rates. And we owe a big nod of the cap to Senator William Roth for their introduction back in 1997. Let's look at how they work. If you were a farmer, would you rather pay tax on the seed of your crop or on the entire harvest once you've grown it? Most people seem to get this question wrong. We are conditioned to not want to pay tax today and thus defer into the future. They think it's best to pay tax on the harvest. But in reality, if we first pay tax on the seed, that's when the value of what's being taxed is smallest. A big harvest means a big tax. If we pay our taxes now on the seed, then whatever we have come harvest time is ours to keep. A Roth account works this way. We pay our tax today, deposit the after-tax amount, and then never have to pay tax again, not on the growth and not on the withdrawals. This arrangement protects your pie from the government's insatiable appetite for more tax revenues and, most importantly, allows you to plan with certainty how much you actually have to spend when you take withdrawals. And here is an incredibly exciting piece of news. With your 401k contributions being Roth eligible by checking the box, you can pay tax today and let your growth and withdrawals be free from the IRS's grabby paws. And you can give substantially more because while a Roth IRA is limited to $5,500 annually, the Roth 401k allows for $17,500 per year. And you can do both simultaneously. And for the high-income earner making more than $122,000 per year, although you can't use a Roth IRA, there are no income limitations on the Roth 401k. Anyone can participate. This is a relatively recent change in our tax code and can provide quite a benefit for higher income earners. Save more tomorrow. So the secret to the 401k is simple. You have to do it, but you have to do it within a cost-efficient plan and take advantage of the Roth 401k, especially if you believe taxes will go up for you in the future. And if you take advantage of one of the greatest breakthroughs in finance, the system we covered earlier called Save More Tomorrow, most people won't make the commitment to save more today, but they will make the commitment to save more tomorrow. So in essence, you are agreeing in advance that your savings rate will increase each year. For example, let's say today you save 3% of your salary. The next year you agree to go up 1% for a total of 4%. And then you keep auto-escalating your savings amount until you reach a certain cap. America's Best 401k has this auto-escalation feature built into the system. So not only do you have the lowest possible fees, but you also have an opportunity to set yourself for an accelerated path to financial freedom. Bullseye. Now we have a chance to combine all we have learned. By now you have decided to set aside a percentage of your income, and that may very well be in your 401k. You want to make absolutely sure that your 401k has the lowest possible fees and low-cost index funds. You can see how your company plan fares by using the fee checker on America's Best 401k website. Once again, if you are an employee, you should make the company owner or management aware of their legal responsibility to provide the most efficient plan available, and that they are at risk of getting into major hot water by the Department of Labor. If you are a business owner, you are legally required to get the plan benchmarked annually. America's Best 401k website will provide a complimentary benchmark if you take 2 minutes to fill out a simple online form. Go to americasbest401k.com and click on Request a Proposal. Here's the great news. The typical small plan will save $20,000 per year in fees alone. Bigger plans will save hundreds of thousands, even millions, over the life of the plan, all of which goes directly back to the employees and the owner's personal retirement plan as well. 7 frequently asked questions. Stick with me here. We're about to start putting ideas into action. These are the 7 most common questions that come up in the context of 401k plans and IRAs and how to best utilize them. Here we go. 1. So should I participate in my 401k? To the extent your employer matches your contributions, you should certainly take advantage of your 401k as they are essentially covering the taxes for you. And if you think taxes are going up, checking the box so that your contributions receive Roth tax treatment is the way to go. A quick side note, the 401k plan itself might be insanely expensive and the investment options poor. If that is the case, you may not want to participate at all. To determine how your company's plan stacks up, use the 401k fee checker at americasbest401k.com to assess your company's plan. Just to be clear, if you check the box to make your contributions Roth eligible, you will still be investing in the same investment options or list of funds, with the only difference being that you will pay taxes on the income today. But your future nest egg will be completely tax-free when you withdraw. Retirement expert Dr. Jeffrey Brown of the University of Illinois gave me his take on his own personal finances. I'd take advantage of every Roth opportunity I can, because I've spent a lot of time looking at the long-term fiscal outlook for the United States, and you know I'm a pretty optimistic guy on the whole. But I have to tell you that I cannot envision any situation in which our need for tax revenue in the future is not going to be higher than it is today. Taking it one step further, Dr. Brown has personal guidance for his younger students. Absolutely pour as much money as you can into that Roth because you're going to be paying little or no taxes on it, and then someday you could have the greatest income ever. If you are one of the few that thinks taxes in the future will be lower, you could be in for a huge surprise. Conventional wisdom says we should be in a lower tax bracket when it comes time to retire, as we won't be earning as much. But in reality, our home is often paid off, so we don't have any mortgage deductions, and the kids are long gone, so we don't have any dependents. Finally, you might be self-employed and think that all this 401k talk is irrelevant. Not so. You can start a solo 401k, which is a 401k for an individual business owner and his or her spouse. 2. What is a Roth 401k, and how can I use it to my advantage? I said it before, but it's worth repeating. Most of today's 401k plans allow you to simply check a box, and your contributions will receive the Roth tax treatment. This decision means you pay tax today, but you never pay tax again. 3. Should I set up a Roth IRA? Yes. You can set up a Roth IRA account and contribute $5,500 per year, $6,500 if you're 50 and up. You can even do so if you are already maxing out your 401k contributions. Opening a Roth IRA is as simple as opening a bank account. TD Ameritrade, Fidelity, and Schwab are 3 firms that make the process incredibly simple. You can do it online in less than 10 minutes. 4. But what if I make too much money for a Roth IRA? Sadly, you cannot contribute to a Roth IRA if your annual income is over $114,000 as an individual or more than $191,000 for a married couple for 2014. But don't fret. Regardless of how much you make, you can still participate in a Roth 401k. And if you have an IRA, you might want to consider a conversion of your IRA into a Roth IRA, but know that you will have to pay tax today on all the gains. 5. Should I convert my traditional IRA to a Roth IRA? Let's say you have an IRA with $10,000. The government will allow you to pay the tax today because they need the money, and you will never have to pay tax again. This process is called a Roth conversion. So if you are in the 40% bracket, you would pay $4,000 today, and your remaining $6,000 will grow without tax, and all withdrawals will be tax-free. Some people cringe at the idea of paying tax today because they view it as their money. It's not. It's the government's. By paying the tax today, you are giving them their money back earlier. And by doing so, you are protecting yourself and your nest egg from taxes being higher in the future. If you don't think taxes will be higher, you shouldn't convert. You have to decide, but all evidence points to the hard fact that Washington will need more tax revenue, and the biggest well to dip into is the trillions in retirement accounts. 6. What about my old 401k plan with past employers? Older plans can either be left with a previous employer or rolled over into an IRA. One would only leave it with an old employer if the plan itself was low cost and had favorable investment options. By rolling over the plan into an IRA, which takes about 10 minutes online to move the funds from your former plan to a third-party IRA custodian like Schwab or Fidelity, you will have greater control. You can invest in nearly any investment, not just a limited menu they offer. And with this great control, you will be able to hire a fiduciary advisor and implement some exciting strategies and solutions we will review in Section 3. With a fiduciary advisory, you don't pay commissions, you pay for advice. And it's typically 1% or less of your invested assets, and remember, you get to deduct it from your taxes. Second, by rolling over your old 401k into an IRA, you will then have the option to convert an IRA into a Roth IRA. 7. What else can I do if I'm maxing out my plans and would like additional options to save? Small business owners that are making a lot of money and want to reduce their taxes today can benefit greatly from the addition of a cash balance plan on top of their 401k plan. Cash balance CB plans are the fastest growing of the defined benefit pension plans and could overtake 401k plans within the next few years, according to researchers at Sage Advisory Service, a registered investment advisory firm headquartered in Austin, Texas. In fact, over 1/3 of Fortune 100 companies have adopted a cash balance plan. So what is it? A cash balance plan is basically a pension plan. In other words, the amounts deposited are earmarked to provide the business owner with a future retirement income. So what's the biggest draw? For a high-income business owner, not only can they max out their 401k and a profit-sharing plan, but they can also add a cash balance plan which creates some very large, fully deductible contributions. You can see a chart showing the possible IRS deductions on the PDF included with this audiobook. Money Power Principle 2. One of the most important money power principles is, you get what you tolerate. Don't tolerate having your money in a plan that is siphoning off fees to the benefit of someone else. And we have to remember that the 401k is only as good as what's inside it. So let's discover the next myth. Because the most popular place for people to put their 401k money is one of the most misunderstood investments of our time. Chapter 2.6. Myth 6. Target date funds. Just set it and forget it. I am increasingly nervous about target date funds with each passing day. Jack Bogle, founder of investor-owned Vanguard. When you are looking at your 401k investment options, do you ever wonder just how they came up with that list? Or why your spouse or best friend who works across town has an entirely different menu of choices? As the saying goes, always follow the money. You gotta pay to play. In the world of mutual funds, the common practice of sharing in revenues is known as pay-to-play fees. According to the Towers Watson worldwide consulting firm, approximately 90% of 401k plans require pay-to-play fees in exchange for placing a mutual fund as an available option on your plan's menu. These pay-to-play fees virtually guarantee that the client, you and I, get a limited selection and will end up owning a fund that proves profitable for the distributors, the broker, the firm, and the mutual fund company. Said another way, the choices you have in your 401k plan are carefully crafted and selected to maximize profits for the vendors, brokers, and managers. If one has to pay to play, they are going to want to maximize their profits to recoup their cost. and target date funds, sometimes called life cycle funds, may just be the most expensive and widely marketed creation to make their way into your plan's investment options, with the exception being Vanguard's ultra-low-cost versions. Do target date funds miss the mark? Despite being the fastest-growing segment of the mutual fund industry, target date funds, TDFs, may completely miss the mark. The pitch goes like this. Just pick the date/year in which you will retire, and we will allocate your portfolio accordingly. The Golden Years 2035 fund, for example. The closer you get to retirement, the more conservative the portfolio will become. I'm sure you've seen these options in your 401k, and statistics would say that you are likely invested in one. Here's a bit more about how they actually work. The fund manager decides upon a glide path, which is the fancy way of describing the schedule in which they will decrease the stock holdings, more risky, and ramp up their bond holdings, traditionally less risky, in an attempt to be more conservative as your retirement nears. Never mind that each manager can pick his own glide path and there is no uniform standard. Sounds more like a slippery slope to me. Then again, this is all built on two giant presuppositions. 1. That bonds are safe. 2. That bonds move in the opposite direction of stocks, so that if stocks fall, your bonds will be there to protect you. As Warren Buffett says, bonds should come with a warning label. And since bond prices fall when interest rates go up, we could see a massive plummet of bond prices and bond mutual fund prices if or when interest rates go up. In addition, numerous independent studies show how bonds have strong correlation in bad times. Translation: stocks and bonds don't always move in opposite directions. Just look at 2008, when bonds and stocks both fell hard. The marketing message for target date funds is seductive. Pick the date, and you don't have to look at it ever again. Set it and forget it. Just trust us. We got you covered. But do they? One gigantic misunderstanding. A survey done by InvestNet and Behavioral Research Associates found that employees who invested in TDFs had some jaw-dropping misconceptions. 57% of those surveyed thought they wouldn't lose money over a 10-year period. There are no facts to support that perception. 30% thought a TDF provided a guaranteed rate of return. TDFs do not give you any guarantee of anything, much less a rate of return. 62% thought they would be able to retire when the year or target date of the fund arrives. Unfortunately, this false perception is the cruelest of all. The date you set is your retirement year goal. TDFs are not a plan to get you to your goals, but rather just an asset allocation that should become less risky as you get closer to retirement. Considering that there are trillions of dollars in TDFs, a huge percentage of Americans are in for a shocking surprise. So what are you really buying with a TDF? You are simply buying into a fund that handles your asset allocation for you. It's as simple as that. Instead of picking from the list of fund options, you buy one fund and voila. It's all handled for you. Sorry, she no longer works here. After graduating college, David Babbel decided he wanted to work for the World Bank. It would no doubt be an interesting place to work, but for those fortunate to be employed there, they also paid no taxes. Smart man. When he applied, they turned him away, saying he needed a postgraduate education in one of 6 categories to land a job. Not to risk being denied a position, he decided to get all 6. He has a degree in economics, an MBA in international finance, a PhD in finance, a PhD minor in food and resource economics, a PhD certificate in tropical agriculture, and a PhD certificate in Latin American studies. When he returned with his fistful of diplomas, they told him they weren't hiring Americans due to the recent reduction of financial support from Washington to the World Bank. It was a punch in the gut for him. Not knowing where to turn, he responded to a newspaper ad from Cal Berkeley. After they hired him as a professor, he later found that they ran the ad to comply with affirmative action, but had no intention of getting qualified candidates to respond. Years later, he moved on to Wharton to teach multiple subjects related to finance. But he isn't just a bookworm. A paper he had written on how to reduce risk in bond portfolios caught the attention of Goldman Sachs. He took a leave of absence and spent 7 years running the risk management and insurance division at Goldman Sachs, while still holding down a part-time professorship at Wharton. Later, he finally had a chance to work at the World Bank. He has also consulted for both the United States Treasury and the Federal Reserve. But when the Department of Labor asked him to do a counter-study on whether target date funds were the best default retirement option, he had no idea the path that lay ahead. On the other side of the proverbial aisle was the Investment Company Institute, the lobbying arm for the mutual fund industry, which had paid $2 million for a study and got exactly what they wanted. A study that said TDFs are the best thing since sliced bread. Keep in mind that at this point, TDFs were just a concept, a glimmer in the eye of the industry. In his study for the Department of Labor, conducted with 2 other professors, one of whom was a Nobel laureate, Babel compared TDFs to stable value funds. Stable value funds are ultra-conservative, don't have losses, and historically have yields, returns, at 2% to 3% greater than money market funds. According to Babel, the industry-sponsored study, which painted TDFs in the best possible light, was riddled with flaws. To make TDFs look better than stable value funds, they pumped out more fiction than Walt Disney. For example, they made an assumption that stocks and bonds have no correlation. Wrong. Bonds and stocks do indeed move in step to a degree, and they move even closer during tough times. Bonds and stocks had 80% correlation in 2008. Babel and his team reviewed the study and picked it apart. They had mathematically dissected the report's fictional findings and were prepared to show its ridiculous assumptions that made TDFs look so superior. When he showed up on the day to present his conclusion, the economist behind the table, chosen by the Department of Labor to judge both studies, thought he had some great points that needed further review. But the Secretary of Labor had already made her decision and quit the next day. She didn't even show up at the meeting he had scheduled with him. Dr. Babel said it was pre-wired. The industry has bought the seal of approval they needed to write their own fat check. Fast forward, and by the end of 2012, TDFs were used by 41% of 401k participants to the tune of trillions. Not a bad return for the investment community for a $2 million investment in a study Dr. Babel and his renowned Nobel laureate equivalents called heavily flawed. A 2006 federal law paved the way for target date funds to become the default retirement option of choice. Employers can't be held liable for sticking employee money in target date funds. Today, well over half of all employers auto-enroll their employees into their 401k. According to research from Fidelity, over 96% of large employers use these target date mutual funds as the default investment of choice. You never know who's swimming naked until the tide goes out. Imagine that it is early 2008 and you are closing in on your retirement. You have worked the grind for over 40 years to provide for your family. You're looking forward to more time with the grandkids, more time traveling, and just more time. By all accounts, your 401k balance is looking healthy. Your 2010 target date funds are performing nicely, and you trust that since you are only 2 years away from retirement, your funds are invested very conservatively. Millions of Americans felt this way before 2008 wiped out their hopes for retirement, or at least the quality of retirement they had expected. Now go to the PDF included with this audiobook and see a list of the top 20 target date funds by size and their gut-wrenching 2008 performance. Remember that these are 2010 target date funds, so retirement was now only 2 years away from their investors. Notice certain funds and the percentage they target to put into stocks, more risky, even though they were supposed to be in the final stretch and thus most conservative. To be fair, even if you are retiring, you must have some exposure to stocks, but at the same time, this type of loss could have devastated or at least delayed your plans for retirement. Lesser of two evils. When I sat down to interview many of the top academic minds in the field of retirement research, I was surprised to learn that they were all in favor of target date funds. Wait a second, how could that be? I shared with each of them much of what you have just heard, and while they didn't disagree that there are issues with TDFs, They pointed to the time before TDFs existed when people were given the choice to allocate as they wished. This arrangement led to more confusion and, quite frankly, really poor decision-making. The data certainly supports their point. In my interview with Dr. Jeffrey Brown, one of the smartest minds in the country, he explained, if you go back prior to these things, TDFs, we had a lot of people that were investing in their own employer's stock, way over-concentrated in their own employer's stock. He reminded me of Enron, where many employees put 100% of their savings in Enron stock, and overnight that money was gone. When people had 15 different mutual fund options from which to choose, they would divide the money up equally, 1/15 in each one, which is not a good strategy, or they would get nervous if the market drops or sell when the market was down, and sit entirely on cash for years on end. Cash isn't always a bad position for a portion of your money, but within a 401k, when you are paying fees for the plan itself, you are losing money to both fees and inflation when you hold on to cash. In short, I can see Dr. Brown's point. If the concept of a target date fund is appealing, Dr. Brown recommends a low-cost target date fund such as those offered by Vanguard. This could be a good approach for someone with minimal amounts to invest. A very simple situation and the need for an advisor might be overkill. But if you don't want to use a target date fund and instead have access to a list of low-cost index funds from which to choose, you might implement one of the asset allocation models you will learn later in this book. Asset allocation, where to park your money and how to divide it up, is the single most important skill of a successful investor. And as we will learn from the masters, it's not that complicated. Low-cost TDFs might be great for the average investor, but you are not average if you're listening to this book. If you want to take immediate action to minimize fees and have an advisor assist you in allocating your 401k fund choices, you can use the service at Stronghold by going to strongholdfinancial.com, which, with the click of a button, will automatically peer into your 401k and provide a complimentary asset allocation. In addition, many people think there aren't many alternatives to TDFs, but in Section 5 you'll learn a specific asset allocation from hedge fund guru Ray Dalio that has produced extraordinary returns with minimal downside. When a team of analysts back-tested the portfolio, the worst loss was just 3.93% in the last 75 years. In contrast, according to MarketWatch, the most conservative target date retirement funds, those designed to produce income, fell on average 17% in 2008, and the riskiest target date retirement funds, designed for those retiring in 2055, fell on average a whopping 39.8%, according to a recent report from Ibbotson Associates. Another one bites the dust. We have exposed and conquered yet another myth together. I hope by now you are seeing that ignorance is not bliss. Ignorance is pain and poverty in the financial world. The knowledge you have just acquired will be the fuel you will need to say, never again. Never again will I be taken advantage of. Soon we will begin to explore the exciting opportunities, strategies, and vehicles for creating financial freedom. But first, we have just a couple more myths to free you from. Chapter 2.7. Myth 7. I hate annuities and you should too. The Fed chief's largest assets last year were 2 annuities. Fed Chairman Bernanke's personal finances are no frills. USA Today, July 21, 2008. Love 'em or hate 'em. I came across an online ad that read, I hate annuities and you should too. The typical internet hook promoted a free report on how annuities are terrible investments and that a strategy using stocks and bonds is a much better approach for long-term growth and security. Of course, the advertiser was readily available to sell you his expert stock pickings for a fee. What's not mentioned in the bold print of the ad is that the advertiser is an active approach stock picker, which we've already learned from experts Jack Bogle, Ray Dalio, and David Swenson, as well as academic research results, that active management is ineffective in beating the market over an extended period of time. Their results are inferior to a simple index, which usually have fees that are 500% to 3,000% cheaper with greater performance. This marketing strategy often works, though, doesn't it? Compare yourself to what's perceived as a terrible product, and suddenly yours doesn't look so bad. But not everybody hates annuities. On the flip side, I was blown away to find that the former Federal Reserve Chairman Ben Bernanke, arguably the most influential man in finance at one point, certainly appreciates the use of annuities in his personal finance plan. Bernanke had to disclose his investments before becoming chairman of the Fed. The disclosure showed that he held a relatively low amount of stocks and bonds, while his annuities were his two largest holdings. My immediate thought was, what does he know that I don't? So which is it? Are annuities the best thing since sliced bread, or just a deal that is good for the insurance company and brokers selling them? The answer? It really depends on the type of annuity you own and the fees the insurance company will charge you. Let's explore. During the process of writing this book, I was searching for the world's most respected minds to explore the best ways for readers to lock in a guaranteed lifetime income stream, a paycheck for life without having to work. After all, isn't this why we invest in the first place? As I conducted my interviews, Dr. David Babel was a name that was continually rising to the top during my research. If you recall from the last chapter, he is the Wharton professor with multiple PhDs who was hired by the Secretary of Labor to conduct a study on target date funds. In early 2013, he presented his own personal story in a report on how he debunked the advice of his Wall Street buddies, who encouraged him to let his investments ride and hope for more growth, and created a lifetime income plan. So instead of risking a penny in stocks or bonds, he used a series of guaranteed income annuities, staggered over time, to give him the safe and secure retirement he wants and deserves, a lifetime income plan. The annuities he used also gave him a 100% guarantee of his principal, so he didn't lose in 2000 or in 2008 when the market crashed. Instead, he was comfortably enjoying his life, his wife and his grandkids, with complete peace of mind that he will never run out of money. I flew to Philadelphia to meet with Dr. Babel for a 1-hour interview, which turned into 4 hours. His strategy, which we will highlight in the Income for Life chapter, was powerful yet simple, and the peace of mind factor really came through as I could see the freedom his strategy afforded him. I left with a completely different view on annuities, or at least certain kinds of annuities. He was very clear that not all annuities are created equal. There are many different types, each with their own unique benefits and drawbacks. There are ones you should indeed hate, but to lump all annuities into one category is to thoughtlessly discriminate against the only financial tool that has stood the test of time for over 2,000 years. The Julius Caesar Insurance Company. The first lifetime income annuities date back 2,000 years to the Roman Empire. Citizens and soldiers would deposit money into a pool. Those who lived longest would get increasing income payments, and those who weren't so lucky passed on. The government would take a small cut, of course. One must render to Caesar what is Caesar's. The Latin word annua is where we get our word annual, because the original Romans got their income payment annually. And, of course, that's where the word annuity comes from. How's that for exciting water-cooler trivia? In the 1600s, European governments used the same annuity concept, called a tontine, to finance wars and public projects, again keeping a cut of the total deposits. In the modern world, the math and underpinnings of these products are still the same, except governments have been replaced by some of the highest-rated insurance companies, including many that have been in business for well over 100 years. Insurance companies that stood the test of time through depressions, recessions, world wars, and the latest credit crisis. But we must be careful when it comes to the different types of annuities. Annuities were pretty much the same over those last 2,000 years. There was just one version, the classic Coke of financial solutions. It was a simple contract between you and an insurance company. You gave them your money, and they promised you a guaranteed income or return on your money. And after you make your contribution, you get to decide when to start receiving income payments. The longer you wait, the higher your income payments are going to be. And the day you buy it, you will have a schedule which shows the exact payment so there is no guessing. Is it progress or just change? Over the last 50 years, annuities have evolved into many different types compared with the original ones offered by Caesar. Sometimes evolution is a good thing, other times we end up a mutant. It's safe to say that there are more poor products out there than good ones. As Jack Bogle says, I remain a recommender of the annuity conceptually, but you better look at the details before you do anything. So let's cut to the chase. Which should you avoid? Variable annuities are invariably bad. In 2012, over $150 billion worth of variable annuities were sold. To put that in perspective, $150 billion is just a hair below Apple's gross revenue for 2012. Variable annuities have evolved into the commission darling of many large brokerage firms. So what the heck is a variable annuity? In short, it's an insurance contract where all of the underlying deposits are invested in mutual funds, also known as sub-accounts. Yep, the same mutual funds that underperform the market and charge insanely high fees. But this time, the investor buys them inside of an annuity wrapper. Why would anyone want to invest in mutual funds through an annuity? Because annuity products have special tax benefits, and the money inside can grow tax-deferred, just like a 401k or IRA. This arrangement is especially attractive, as the pitch goes, if you have already maxed out your 401k or IRA limits and have extra capital to invest. But now, instead of just paying excessive fees for underperforming mutual funds, there are additional fees for the annuity itself. Fees on top of fees. So what's the appeal? Why would someone buy mutual funds wrapped inside an annuity just to avoid taxes? Most variable annuities guarantee that even if the account goes down, your beneficiaries will receive at least the total amount you originally invested. So if you put in $100,000 and the mutual funds drop in value to $20,000, your children would still get $100,000 when you die. That doesn't sound like such a bad deal until you realize that you just bought the most expensive form of life insurance available. Earlier, in Chapter 2, we outlined the laundry list of fees you will pay to own an actively managed mutual fund and how these fees can dramatically drag down your performance. To recap, the total of all fees, expense ratio, transactions cost, soft dollar cost, cash drag, sales charges, will average approximately 3.1% per year according to Forbes, if held in a tax-deferred account such as a 401k, IRA, or variable annuity. That's $3,100 per year for every $100,000. But we ain't done yet. When you buy a variable annuity, not only are you paying the fees just described, but you also have additional fees paid to the insurance company. There is a mortality expense, which according to Morningstar averages 1.34% per year, as well as administrative charges that can run somewhere between 0.1% and 0.5% per year. Let's add them up. Average mutual fund costs equals 3.1% according to Forbes article. Mortality and expense equals 1.35% average. Administrative cost equals 0.25% average. A grand total of 4.7% per year. $4,700 for every $100,000 you invest. And this money comes off the top before you make a dime. Said another way, if the fund returns 4.7%, you didn't make anything. All of these additional fees all to avoid tax on the gains? Heck, after all the fees you probably won't have much gain, if any, to pay taxes on. Painted into a corner. Even though most people lose money in these variable annuities, they feel locked in and afraid to pull their money out because of the death benefit guarantee. The guarantee that their heirs will get back the original deposit amount. And there are usually heavy surrender charges, so the insurance company might charge you for leaving the party early. Are there any exceptions to the rule? Only two that experts tell me are worth considering, insofar as one needs the tax efficiency. Vanguard and TIAA-CREF both offer extremely low-cost variable annuities with a list of low-cost index funds to choose from. They do not charge commissions, so there are no surrender charges if you want to cash in. Not your grandpa's annuities. In chapters 5.3 and 5.4 of this book, Freedom, Creating Your Lifetime Income Plan, and Time to Win, Your Income is the Outcome, we will clearly examine both traditional income annuities as well as a relatively new type of annuity, the fixed-indexed annuity, that provides some of the highest and most compelling income guarantees of any financial product, while also providing 100% principal protection. By the time you are done with this book, you can have the certainty and peace of mind of knowing that every month when you walk to your mailbox, you will be receiving a paycheck that you won't have to work for. And we can accelerate your path to financial freedom if we can eliminate taxes on your lifetime income payments. How, you ask? By taking a portion of our money and combining the power of a Roth IRA with the power of a lifetime income annuity. This means that no matter what the government does with tax rates, you can rest assured that the entire amount you receive is spendable income. That's right, a legal and secure tax-free lifetime income with no moving parts or worries about the market volatility. The purpose of this chapter is not only to tell what to avoid, but also to warn you about getting sucked into the marketing myth that all annuities are bad. The only reason why I'm not going into more detail on the power of annuities is because you first need to understand where to put your money, asset allocation. And understanding asset allocation will help you know when and where annuities make sense for you. The solution. If you have an annuity, regardless of what type, it's always beneficial to get a review by an annuity specialist. You can reach out to an annuity specialist at the Lifetime Income website at lifetimeincome.com, and they will perform a complimentary review which will help you discover the pros and cons of your current annuity, determine the actual fees you are paying, assess whether or not the guarantees are the highest available, and decide whether to keep it or get out of your current annuity and exchange for a different type of annuity. If you have an annuity that you find is not great, there is a feature called a 1035 exchange. It requires some simple paperwork to move a cash balance from one insurance company to another without being hit with a tax penalty. But one must be aware that his or her current annuity might have surrender charges if they haven't owned the annuity for long enough. It may make sense to postpone an exchange until there are low or no surrender charges. Also, you may be forfeiting the death benefit guarantee. We are nearing the end of our top 9 myths, so stick with me. Let's unmask Myth 8, the myth that you have to take exorbitant risks to make great returns. Chapter 2.8. Myth 8. You gotta take huge risks to get big rewards. An investment operation is one which, upon thorough analysis, promises safety of principal and an adequate return. Operations not meeting these requirements are speculative. Benjamin Graham, The Intelligent Investor. Having your cake and eating it too. Superficially, I think it looks like entrepreneurs have a high tolerance for risk, but one of the most important phrases in my life is, protect the downside. Richard Branson, founder of Virgin. My friend Richard Branson, the founder of Virgin and its many incredible brands, decided to launch Virgin Airways in 1984. In true David versus Goliath fashion, the master of marketing knew that he could outmarket anyone, including the behemoth competitor British Airways. To outsiders, it seemed like a huge gamble, but Richard, like most smart investors, was more concerned about hedging his downside than hitting a home run. So in a brilliant move, he bought his first 5 planes but managed to negotiate the deal of a lifetime. If it didn't work out, he could give back the planes. A money-back guarantee. If he failed, he didn't lose. But if he won big. The rest is history. Not unlike the business world, the investment world will tell you directly or more subtly that if you want to win big, you've got to take some serious risk. Or more frighteningly, if you ever want financial freedom, you have to risk your freedom to get there. Nothing could be further from the truth. If there's one common denominator of successful insiders, it's that they don't speculate with their hard-earned savings. They strategize. Remember Warren Buffett's top 2 rules of investing? Rule 1, don't lose money. Rule 2, see Rule 1. Whether it's the world's top hedge fund traders like Ray Dalio and Paul Tudor Jones, or entrepreneurs like Salesforce founder Mark Benioff and Richard Branson of Virgin, without exception, these billionaire insiders look for opportunities that provide asymmetric risk/reward. This is a fancy way of saying that the reward is drastically disproportionate to the risk. Risk a little, make a lot. The best example of risking very little to make a lot are the high-frequency traders, HFT, who use the latest technologies, yes, even flying robots and microwave towers that are faster than the speed of light, to save 1/1000th of a second. What would you guess is their risk/reward while generating 70% of all trading volume in the stock market? I will give you a clue. Virtue Financial, one of the largest HFT firms, was about to go public, a process that requires them to disclose their business model and profitability. Over the past 5 years, they have only lost money one day. That's right, one single trading day out of thousands. And what is their risk? Investing in faster computers, I suppose. 2 nickels to rub together. My friend and hedge fund guru Kyle Bass is best known for turning a $30 million investment into $2 billion in just 2 short years. Conventional wisdom would say that he must have taken a big risk for returns of that magnitude. Not so. Kyle made a very calculated bet against the housing bubble that was expanding like the kid in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. It was bound to burst sooner or later. Remember those days, when ravenous, unqualified shoppers were enticed to buy whatever they could get their hands on and with no money down or so much as any proof they could afford it? Lenders were lining up to provide loans knowing they could package them up and sell them off to investors that really didn't understand them. This bubble was easy to spot so long as you were on the outside looking in, but Kyle's brilliance, which he reveals in his interview in section 6.0, is that he only risked 3 cents for every dollar of upside. How's that for taking a tiny risk and reaping giant rewards? When I spoke with Kyle recently, he shared the details of another asymmetric risk/reward opportunity he had found for him and his investors. The terms? He had a 95% guarantee of his investment, but if or when the company went public, he had unlimited upside, and he expected massive returns. But if it all went south, he lost only 5%. Kyle, like all great investors, takes small risks for big rewards. Taking a swing for the fence with no downside protection is a recipe for disaster. Kyle, how do I get this point across to my listeners? Tony, I will tell you how I taught my 2 boys. We bought nickels. What was that, Kyle? Maybe the phone was breaking up. I could have sworn you just said you bought nickels. You heard me right. I was literally standing in the shower one day thinking, where can I get a riskless return? Most experts wouldn't even dream to think of such a thing. In their mind, riskless return is an oxymoron. Insiders like Kyle think differently than the herd, and by defying conventional wisdom, he always looks for small investments to return disproportionate rewards. The famed hedge fund guru with one of the biggest wins of the last century used his hard-earned money to buy, well, money. $2 million in nickels, enough to fill up a small room. What gives? While a nickel's value fluctuates, at the time of this interview, Kyle told me, Tony, the U.S. nickel is worth about 6.8 cents today in its melt value. That means 5 cents is really worth 6.8 cents, 36% more in its true metal value. Crazy to think we live in a world where the government will spend nearly 9 cents in total, including raw materials and manufacturing costs, to make a 5-cent coin. Is anyone paying attention up there on Capitol Hill? Clearly, this isn't sustainable, and one day Congress will wake up and change the ingredients that make up the nickel. Maybe the next one will be tin or steel. They did this identical thing with the penny when copper became too expensive in the early 80s. From 1909 to 1982, the penny was made up of 95% copper. Today, it's mostly zinc with only 2.5% copper. Today, one of those older pennies is worth 2 cents. Not in melt value. That's the price the coin collectors would pay. That's 100% more than its face value. If you would have invested in pennies way back when, you would have doubled your money with no risk, and you didn't even have to melt the pennies. I admit it sounded gimmicky at first, but Kyle was dead serious. If I could take my entire cash balance of my net worth and press a button and turn it into nickels, I would do it right this second, he exclaimed. because then you don't have to worry about how much money they print. The nickel will always be worth a nickel, and his cash would be worth 36% more, and like pennies, likely 100% more in the future, as soon as the government inevitably cheapens the nickel's recipe. Kyle was more than an enthusiast. Where else can I get a 36% risk-free return? If I'm wrong, I still have what I started with. Sure, it's illegal to melt down your nickels for now. The point is, I won't need to melt it down because once they change the way they make the nickel, the old nickels become even more valuable than before because scarcity sets in as they begin to remove them from circulation. Needless to say, his boys got the lesson, as well as a good workout moving boxes of coins into their storage unit. Now, you might be thinking, well, that's great for Kyle Bass, who has millions or even billions just to throw around, but how does that apply to me? Surely it can't be possible for normal investors to have upside without the downside, to have a protection of principal with major upside potential. Think again. The same level of financial creativity that has propelled HFT from non-existent into a dominant force in just 10 years has touched other areas of finance as well. Following the 2008 crash, when people didn't have much of an appetite for stocks, some very innovative minds at the world's largest banks figured out a way to do the seemingly impossible. Allow you and me to participate in the gains of the stock market without risking any of our principal. Before you write this notion off as crazy, I personally have a note, issued and backed by one of the world's largest banks, that gives me 100% principal protection, and if the market goes up, I get to keep a significant chunk of the gains in the market, without dividends. But if the market collapses, I get all my money back. I don't know about you, but I am more than happy to give up a percentage of the upside in exchange for protecting myself from stomach-wrenching losses on a portion of my investment portfolio. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We've come to a point in the United States where most of us feel that the only option for us to grow our wealth involves taking huge risks, that our only available option is to white-knuckle it through the rolling waves of the stock market. And we somehow take solace in the fact that everyone is in the same boat. Well, guess what? It's not true. Not everyone is in the same boat. There are much more comfortable boats out on the water that are comfortably anchored in the proverbial safe harbor, while others are getting pounded in the waves of volatility and taking on water quick. So who owns the boats in the harbor? The insiders, the wealthy, the 1%, those not willing to speculate with their hard-earned money. But make no mistake, you don't have to be in the 0.001% to strategize like the 0.001%. Who doesn't want to eat the cake too? In the investment world, having your cake and eating it too would be making money when the market goes up, but not losing a dime if the market drops. We get to ride the elevator up, but not down. This too-good-to-be-true concept is so important that I have devoted an entire section of this book titled Upside Without the Downside, Create a Lifetime Income Plan. But for now, here is a brief appetizer designed to dislodge your preconceived notions that you and all of your money must endure the endless waves of volatility. These are 3 proven strategies that we will explore in more depth within Section 5, where you can achieve strong returns while anchored firmly in calmer waters. 1. Structured notes. These are perhaps one of the more exciting tools available today, but unfortunately they are rarely offered to the general public because the high net worth investors gobble them up like pigeon seed in Central Park. Luckily, the right fiduciary is able to grant access for individuals even without large sums of investment capital. So listen up. A structured note is simply a loan to a bank, and typically the largest banks in the world. The bank issues you a note in exchange for lending them your money. At the end of the time period, also called the term, the bank guarantees to pay you the greater of 100% of your deposit back or a certain percentage of the upside of the market gains, minus the dividends. That's right. I get all my money back if the market is down from the day I bought the note. But if the market goes up during the term, I get to participate in the upside. I call these notes engineered safety. The catch? I typically don't get to keep all of the upside. So you have to ask yourself, Are you willing to give up part of the upside for downside protection? Many people would say yes. These solutions become especially valuable when you come to that point in your life, close to or during retirement, in which you can't afford to take any big losses. When you can't afford or even survive another 2008. For those looking to take a bit more risk, some notes will allow for even greater upside if you're willing to take more risk on the downside. For example, a note available today will give you a 25% downside protection airbag. So the market has to go down more than 25% for you to lose. In exchange for taking more risk, they will give you more than 100% of the upside. One note available right now offers 140% of the upside if you are willing to absorb a loss beyond 25%. So if the market was up 10% over the term, you would get 14% in return. So what are the downsides of structured notes? First, a guarantee is only as good as the backer. So it's important to choose a name brand bank, issuer, with a very strong balance sheet. Note, many experts utilize Canadian banks since they tend to have the strongest financials. Next challenge? Your timing could be way off. Let's say you owned a note with a 5-year term, and for the first 4 years the market was up. You would be feeling pretty good at that point. But if the market collapses in the 5th year, you will still get your money back, but you didn't get to capture any of those gains. You also might have limited liquidity if you need to sell the note before the end of the term. It's also important to note that not all structured notes are created equal. Like all financial products, there are good versions and bad versions. Most big retail firms sell you notes that have substantial commissions, underwriting fees, and distributions fees. All of these will take away from your potential upside. Accessing structured notes through a fiduciary, a registered investment advisor, will typically have those fees removed because a fiduciary charges a flat advisory fee. And by stripping out those fees, performance goes up. A fiduciary will also help you make sure you own the note in the most tax-efficient way, since the tax ramifications can vary. 2. Market-linked CDs. First things first, these are not your grandpa's CDs. In today's day and age, with interest rates so low, traditional CDs can't even keep pace with inflation. This has earned them the nickname certificates of death, because your purchasing power is being slowly killed. As I write this, the average 1-year CD pays 0.23% or 23 basis points. Can you imagine investing $1,000 for a year and getting back $2.30? The average investor walks into a bank and is willing to lay down and accept 23 BPS, but the wealthy investor, an insider, would laugh and tell them to go to hell. That's not enough to buy a latte. Oh, and you still have to pay taxes on that $2.30 return, an even higher ordinary income tax rate, as opposed to investment tax rate, which historically is significantly lower. Traditional CDs are very profitable for the banks because they can turn around and lend your money at 10 to 20 times the interest rate they are paying you. Another version of the insider's game. Market-linked CDs are similar to structured notes, but they include insurance from the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC. Here's how they work. Market-linked CDs, like traditional versions, give you some small guaranteed return, a coupon, if the market goes up. You also get to participate in the upside. But if the market falls, you get back your investment plus your small return, and you had FDIC insurance the entire time. Typically, your money is tied up 1 or 2 years, as where structured notes can be as long as 5 to 7 years. To give you a real-life example, today there is a market-linked CD that pays the exact same interest rate as a traditional CD, 0.28%, but also allows you to participate in up to 5% of the market gains. So if the market is up 8% total, you get to keep 5%. So in this example, you earned over 20 times the return of a traditional CD with the same FDIC protection. But again, if the market goes down, you lose nothing. Keep in mind that rates are constantly changing in this field. Rates may be more attractive at certain times than others. In 2008, when banks were struggling and looking for deposits, they had a sweetheart deal that my buddy A.J. Gupta, who is also my personal registered investment advisor, couldn't pass up. The note had 100% principal protection with FDIC insurance. The value was linked to a balanced portfolio of stocks and bonds, and when all was said and done, he averaged 8% per year with no risk. I must warn you again, however, that accessing these directly from a bank will often incur a host of charges and fees. Conversely, accessing these solutions through a fiduciary advisor will typically remove all the commissions and fees that a retail firm may charge, and thus, the performance/terms will be better for you. 3. Fixed-indexed annuities. Let me be the first to say that there are a lot of crappy annuity products on the market. But in my research and interviews with some of the top experts in the country, I discovered other types of annuities are used by insiders as yet another tool to create upside without the downside. Fixed-indexed annuities, FIA, are a type of annuity that has been around since the mid-90s, but have only recently exploded in popularity. A properly structured fixed-indexed annuity offers the following characteristics: 100% principal protection guaranteed by the insurance company. This is why we have to pick an insurance company with a high rating and a long history of making good on its promises, often a century or more. Upside without downside. Like structured notes and market-linked CDs, a fixed-indexed annuity allows you to participate when the market goes up, but not lose if the market goes down. All gains are tax-deferred, or if it's owned within a Roth IRA, you won't pay taxes on the returns. Lastly, and probably most importantly, some fixed-indexed annuities offer the ability to create an income stream that you can't outlive. A paycheck for life. Think of this investment as your own personal pension. For every dollar you deposit, the insurance company guarantees you a certain monthly income payment when you decide to trigger or turn on your lifetime income stream. Insurance companies have been doing this work successfully for 200 years. We will explore this strategy in depth in Section 5, Upside Without the Downside, Create a Lifetime Income Plan. A word of warning. Before we move on, let me be very clear on one point. This does not imply that all versions of these products and strategies are great. Some have high fees, high commissions, hidden charges, and on and on. The last thing I want is some salesman using what you've just heard to sell you something that's not in your best interests. And when we dive into these solutions in Section 5, I will give you a specific list of pitfalls you must avoid, as well as a list of things you absolutely want to make sure you receive when utilizing these solutions. You get what you tolerate. The point of this chapter is to begin to show you ways in which you can have your cake and eat it too. Sometimes when you have endured the choppy waters for so long, you begin to believe that there is no other option. This tendency is called learned helplessness. But that's not the way insiders think. From Buffett to Branson, they all look for asymmetric risk/reward. Insiders are not helpless, nor are you. In every area of your life, you get what you tolerate, and it's time to raise the standard. How far we have come. We have made some serious progress. Let's recap the myths we have shattered and the truths we have uncovered thus far. We have learned that nobody beats the market, except for a handful of unicorns. And by using low-cost market-mimicking index funds, we can outperform 96% of mutual funds and nearly as many hedge funds. Welcome to the front of the performance pack. Since stock-picking mutual funds are charging us extremely high fees, over 3% on average, we can drop our investment fees by 80% or even 90%. You could have more than twice as much money when you retire or cut years off the time it will take you to get to financial freedom. Let that soak in for a second. We have learned the difference between a butcher and a dietitian, between a broker and a fiduciary. And now we know where to go to get transparent advice that may also be tax-deductible. We learned how to drastically reduce our 401k fees by using a low-cost provider like America's Best 401k. Again, these cost savings will compound our total account balance by putting money back into our family's pocket. For business owners, we showed how you can get yourself compliant with the law and drastically reduce your liability. We learned about the Roth 401k and how we can protect against rising taxes by paying the tax today and never paying tax again, not on the growth or the withdrawals. We learned that target date funds, TDF, are not only expensive, but that they may be more aggressive or volatile than you think. And if you want to use a TDF, you should stick with a low-cost provider like Vanguard. And later in the Billionaire's Playbook, you will also learn how to put together your own asset allocation instead of paying a TDF to do it for you. We learned that variable annuities are a mutant evolution of a 2,000-year-old financial product, but that other more traditional fixed annuities can provide what no other product can, a guaranteed lifetime income stream. And finally, we learned that wealth without risk is a possibility. Sure, there is risk in everything, but we learned that certain structures will allow us to participate when the market goes up and not lose when it falls. Are your eyes beginning to open? Has the blindfold been removed? How will your life be different now that you know the truth? Shattering these myths is the groundwork for creating true financial freedom. I want you to see, hear, feel, and know that the game is winnable. If these myths are unsettling, good. They were for me when I first discovered the truth. Let them drive you forward to make financial freedom a must in your life and declare that you never be taken advantage of again. We will take it up a notch and have some fun in Section 3. It's here where we will make our dreams become more of a reality by putting a plan in place that is both doable and exciting. And if it's not happening fast enough for you, we will show you how to speed it up and bring it closer into your future. But first, the last and final myth must be put to death. But unlike the others, it's not one that someone else has sold you. It's the story you have sold yourself. It's whatever myth or lie that has kept you from taking action in the past. It's time for a breakthrough. Let's shatter your limits by discovering the lies we tell ourselves. Chapter 2.9. Myth 9. The lies we tell ourselves. Seek truth and you will find a path. Frank Slaughter. Okay, let's get real here. We've just gone through all of the marketing and investment myths that have been promoted for years at great expense to us and to the benefit of big institutions. And my bet is right now you're probably shocked, but you feel incredibly empowered. You now know what to avoid and what to do to succeed. But there's one final myth to tackle. The myth that says the reason we're not succeeding, not achieving, not growing, is because of someone or something else beyond our control. Or the alternative thought that somehow we just aren't made of the stuff that can help us master this area of our life. But here's the truth. The ultimate thing that stops most of us from making significant progress in our lives is not somebody else's limitations, but rather our own limiting perceptions or beliefs. No matter how successful we are as human beings, no matter how high we reach personally, professionally, spiritually, emotionally, there's always another level. And to get there, we have to be honest with ourselves, honest about our unconscious fears. What do I mean? Everybody has a fear of failure at some level. At times, we've all been fearful that perhaps we are not enough. Even when we know what to do, our fear can keep us from executing our plans. As a result, rather than face our natural fears, what do? We come up with stories about why we're not where we want to be, why we're not smart enough, successful enough, thin enough, rich enough, loved or loving enough. Our stories almost always relate to something outside our control, or our lack of some natural talent or ability. But talent and skill are two key elements to success attainable by anyone who is truly committed. You can get the skill if you can get beyond the mental limits of how hard, difficult, or impossible it may be to master something. You've made the single most important financial decision of your life by deciding precisely how much you're going to save to build your freedom fund, so you can tap into that and create a money machine that makes money while you sleep. And we've taken the time to look through all of the marketing myths that can trip you up along the way. So what's left? The last thing out there standing in our way is often our own story, our own limitations, our own fears. The final obstacle to face is ourselves. That's why for 38 years, my passion has been helping people to break through from what holds them back, to help them get from where they are now to where they want to be, and faster. My whole life has been committed to helping people create breakthroughs. And frankly, while lots of people make this step complex, I've found there are only 3 elements that make the difference between success and failure in the long run, between whether you stay where you are or you move forward, whether you make excuses about what you don't have or whether you get to enjoy the life you deserve. Breakthroughs. So what is a breakthrough? A breakthrough is a moment in time when the impossible becomes possible. When you don't just talk about something, but you finally take massive action and do whatever it takes to make it happen. You make a move to truly change and improve your world. Often it's frustration, anger, or stress that triggers a breakthrough. We hit our threshold, a point where we say, never again and no more. Or inspiration strikes. We meet someone who inspires us, and that makes us see how life can be so much greater than we ever dreamed possible. You meet someone who enjoys life fully, has a great relationship, is physically fit or financially free, and you decide, I'm as smart as he or she is. I'm going to find a way. What was acceptable before no longer is. There's no going back now. It's amazing what you can do when you decide to draw a line in the sand, commit to a new goal, and set a new standard. Most people say it took me 10 years to make this change, but the truth is, it didn't take 10 years for a breakthrough. True transformation happens in a moment. It may have taken you 10 years to get to the point where you were ready, or open, or maybe even provoked. But we all have breakthroughs in our lives, and those breakthroughs happened in a single moment. We struggle with something for years, a job or a career, our weight or a relationship. We're miserable until one day, a trigger goes off. Suddenly, that's it. I love you. I quit. I'm in. Let's begin. Not within a day or an hour, but in that moment, your life changes, and it changes forever. Have you ever stayed in a relationship way too long, even though you knew you were unhappy, and so was your partner? You came to the edge of dealing with it, and then the fear of the unknown, of change, of being alone stopped you. The fear of loss and uncertainty kept you from taking action, and you settled. Whatever you struggle with, I know there's a place where you've had a breakthrough before. Take a moment to think of one. What's an area you used to struggle with, daily, weekly, monthly, for years, or even a decade or more, until one day you hit your threshold? You become inspired or fed up enough to finally make a real decision to change this area once and for all. And you took massive and immediate action to make a change. You got it done. You finally kicked the habit and quit smoking. Or you left a job that made you miserable and started your own business. Or maybe you finally decided to start exercising and change your body, or get yourself out of that bad relationship. I want you to own that breakthrough. There was a time when things seemed like they couldn't change, but you did it. You made it happen. You do have the ability to change everything in your life. No matter how long it's been this way, you can change it all in a moment of real decision, a decision that is acted upon. That's a breakthrough, and one is waiting for you right now. 3 steps to creating your breakthrough. There are 3 steps to creating a breakthrough, 3 forces that together can massively change any and every aspect of your life. Any one on its own can work, but if you put all 3 together, you will absolutely change the aspect of your life that you choose to focus on. What are the 3 biggest challenges people face in America? What are the 3 areas that show up over and over again causing pain in people's lives? Our finances, our relationships, and our bodies. How many people do you know who struggle with money, who can't save, who don't earn enough, who spend too much, or who can't figure out what to do next with their career? And what about relationships? Men and women, we are wired so differently. If we don't understand each other, it can take so much work to maintain healthy, intimate relationships, to understand what our partner really needs and wants, to communicate in a loving and supportive way. And then there are our bodies. We live in a time today where the majority of people in the Western world are massively overweight. In the United States, nearly 7 in 10 Americans are either overweight, as defined by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention as having a body mass index of 25 to 29.9, or obese, having a BMI of 30 or higher. Our struggle with fitness and health has become a national crisis, and it's spreading around the world as developing countries adopt some of our lifestyle and eating patterns. Why do I bring this all up? What do relationship challenges and unhealthy eating habits have to do with your ability to achieve financial freedom? Well, whatever area you want to create a breakthrough in, whether it's your body, your relationships, or this book's focus, money, there are only 3 things that you need to look at, and they are the same 3 things no matter what area of breakthrough you're hoping to achieve. If you want to change your life, you have to change your strategy, you have to change your story, and you have to change your state. Let's begin with strategy because that's where most people start. The right strategy. If you're with me here now, hearing this book, you're in search of answers, of strategies to take control of your money and secure your financial future. I live for finding strategies to improve every area of our lives. I've spent the past 38 years relentlessly focusing on finding strategies and tools to immediately change the quality of people's lives. I've been successful and impacted over 50 million people in 100 countries because I'm obsessed with finding simple strategies that quickly lead to breakthroughs. Breakthroughs in relationships, in finances, in careers, in growing businesses, in mind, body, and soul. I've always believed the best way to get a result, the fastest way, is to find someone who has already accomplished what you're after and model their behavior. If you know someone who used to be overweight but has kept himself fit and healthy for a decade, model that person. You have a friend who used to be miserable in her relationship and now is passionate and in love for 10 years going? Model her. You meet someone who started with nothing and has developed wealth and sustained it through time. Learn from those strategies. These people aren't lucky. They're simply doing something different than you are in this area of life. I've spent my entire life as a hunter of human excellence. So to find a strategy that works, you go to the best, those who have proven results for the long term. And if you follow their strategies, if you'll sow the same seeds, then you'll reap the same rewards. This is the essence of what I mean when I say success leaves clues, and this book is filled with strategies modeled from the very best. The other thing the right strategy can do is save you the most valuable resource of all, time. If you start with a proven plan, the right strategy, you can literally convert decades of struggle into days of achievement. You can avoid the inevitable frustration that comes with learning something for the first time by trial and error. Instead, you can get results in days instead of years by learning from people who have proven success already. Why reinvent the wheel? So now, there's the question about the power of strategy. And if you listen to this book, you'll have the best financial strategies that exist in the world today. I promise you that, because they're not my strategies. They're the strategies of the most successful investors in history. But as obsessed as I am with strategy, I know that strategy alone isn't enough. Why not? There are 2 key challenges to thinking that strategy alone can change your life. First, too often people have the wrong strategy, which inevitably ends in disappointment. You're trying to lose weight by eating 500 calories a day, which, of course, isn't sustainable. Or you're sure you're going to get rich off one hot stock. Highly unlikely. Where do most people go to learn strategy? Where do we look to for advice and guidance? Too often from someone who isn't successful in the very area we want to improve. How often do people get relationship advice from friends who are in lousy relationships themselves? Or fitness advice from a friend who struggles with his weight too? How many people hear the message reinforced that they can't change their body? Why that message? Because they're surrounded by friends or family who aren't fit. The same is true for financial advice. Looking to someone who has not developed real wealth is a recipe for disaster. It simply reinforces the belief that nothing will work. It's not that nothing will work, it's that these strategies won't work. However beautiful the strategy, You should occasionally look at the results. Winston Churchill. The power of story. Let's go back to our biggest challenges, our relationships, our bodies, and our finances. In each of these areas, we get stuck for one of three reasons. First, as we just discussed, we lack the right strategy. We all know a couple where the guy doesn't communicate or the woman never stops talking. Neither of them understands the needs of his or her partner, much less meets those needs. And what about the friend who goes on fad diets constantly or is always looking out for a magic way to make $1 million, telling himself, without it, he'll never be financially free? Without the right strategy, you will fail. And when you fail, you develop a lousy story. My wife will never be satisfied. I'll never lose the weight. The only people who make money are the ones who already have money. Those limiting stories keep us from finding the right strategies, or even if we have the right strategies, from executing them. Do you know anyone like that? You put the answer right in front of their very eyes and they still say, no, that will never work because... They'll tell you 1,000,000 reasons why it won't work. They've got every excuse in the book. So if the right strategies are there in front of us, why aren't people using them? Why are they still not achieving their goals? Why is it so hard to maintain a passionate relationship or lose the weight once and for all? Are 70% of Americans overweight because the strategy for becoming thin, fit, and healthy is really so complex? Is the information hidden and only available to the 1% or incredibly expensive? Hell no. The answers are available everywhere. There's a gym with someone who can instruct you within a short drive. God forbid we were to walk there. There are trainers all over the world, some of which will coach you online, wherever you are. The web is filled with free advice, and of course there are thousands of books on fitness and weight loss available for you to download right now to your iPad or smartphone. You have to work to avoid finding the strategies for becoming fit, strong, and healthy. So what's the real problem? The answer is we have to bring in the human factor. I always say that 80% of success in life is psychology and 20% is mechanics. How else do you explain how someone can know what they need to do, want to do it, have the right strategy to get it done, and still not take action? To solve this riddle, we have to delve into the psychology of individuals, the values, beliefs, and the emotions that drive us. When someone has the right strategy in front of them and they still don't succeed, it's because they're missing the second key to a breakthrough, the power of story. If you're not taking action and the answer is sitting there in front of you, there's only one reason. You've created a set of beliefs that you've tied into a story about why it won't work, why it can't work, why it only works for other people. It's only for the rich, the thin, the lucky, the happy in relationships. It's easy to come up with a limiting story. So why bother to take action on a strategy that you know will fail? Well, strategy here isn't the problem. Your story is. A half-hearted approach that says it might work or it might not, of course it won't. That belief becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. With a disempowering story, failure is nothing less than guaranteed, which only, of course, reinforces your belief that nothing will work, and so the cycle continues. But the people who make change happen, who get stuff done, who accomplish, who shift, who grow, who learn, they take their strategy and they attach a new story to it, a story of empowerment, a story of I can and I will, instead of I can't and I won't. It goes from being a story of limitation to a story of empowerment. I will not be one of the many who can't. I will be one of the few who do. There was a time when I was 38 pounds overweight and my story was, I'm big-boned, which I am, but I was also fat. Stories can be true, but if they don't help us, if they're stopping us from having the life we desire and deserve, we have to change them. We've all had lousy stories in our lives. I don't make enough. I can't save more. I'll never read. I've got dyslexia. My friend Sir Richard Branson, chairman of the Virgin Empire, has dyslexia, but it certainly hasn't limited his life in any way. Why? Because his belief or story about dyslexia was empowering, not limiting. His story wasn't, I'll never read. It was, I have dyslexia, so I have to work harder to make everything happen, and I will. You can use your story or your story can use you. Everybody has got an empowering story if they want to find it. What's wrong with your life is just as easy to find as what's right with your life when your story changes. If your relationship isn't working out, all the good guys are gone, or they're gay and you're not, or you're gay and they're not, there's always a story, right? Stories control our emotions, and emotions drive all of our behavior and actions. Let me ask you a question. Do you worry about money? Does it keep you up at night, stress you out thinking about your next paycheck, your car payment, your kids' college tuition, or whether or not you'll have enough money to be able to retire? What's your financial stress really like? According to the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, AICPA, 44% of Americans, nearly half of us, report high levels of financial stress. Have you ever thought to yourself, all this stress just might kill me? Kelly McGonigal, a health psychologist at Stanford University, warned about the dangers of stress for a full decade before she realized that maybe it was her advice, rather than stress itself, that was sending people to their graves faster. I'm converting a stimulus, stress, that could be strengthening people into a source of disease. With a breakthrough in her thinking and some powerful new research, McGonigal made a complete turnaround. Turns out, stress might just be our friend. Just as you put stress on a muscle to make it stronger by lifting weights or running, emotional stress can make us physically and psychologically stronger too. McGonigal now highlights new research that shows that when you change your mind about stress, you can literally change your body's physical reaction to it. In an 8-year study, adults who experienced a lot of stress and who believed stress was harmful to their health had a 43% increase in their risk of dying. That sure stressed me out. However, people who experienced an equal amount of stress but did not view stress as harmful were no more likely to die. McGonigal says that physical signs of stress, a pounding heart, faster breathing, breaking out into a sweat, aren't necessarily physical evidence of anxiety or signs that we aren't coping well with pressure. Instead, we can interpret them as indications that our body is energized and preparing us to meet the next challenge. The bottom line is, science has now proven that how you think about stress matters, the story you attach to stress. Telling yourself it's good for you instead of harmful could mean the difference between a stress-induced heart attack at 50 or living well into your 90s. Success is my only mofo option. Failure is not. Lose yourself, Eminem. So what story have you been telling yourself about money? What's stopping you from achieving your financial dreams? Are you telling yourself that it's too early to start saving, or too late to start rebuilding your investments? You're not making enough salary to put anything aside, or the system is rigged against you, so why bother trying? Maybe your story is, the government has saddled us with debt, the financial system is in shambles, or I'm just not good with numbers. Great news. You don't have to be. If you've got a phone and a calculator or can download our app on your phone to answer 6 simple questions about where you are today, where you want to go, and what you're willing to do, and get a financial plan that you'll clearly understand about how to be financially free. Maybe your story is, it takes money to make money. One of the first people I shared an early version of this book with had a core belief of, I will never be financially free unless I have a way to make a lot of money. People that start with a lot of money can make millions, but not me. After she read the chapter on building your own money machine with Theodore Johnson, who never made more than $14,000 a year, yet turned it into $70 million over his lifetime, her story went out the window. Theodore wasn't lucky. He used a simple system, the same one you're about to learn. Here's her new story, and it could be yours. If I just happen to use this simple system of compounding, I can make a lot of money, I can go wherever I want, I can live however I truly want, I can be financially free. There are no limits except the ones I impose on myself. One of my own financial breakthroughs happened with an important change in story. Growing up poor, I always associated a lack of money with pain for everyone in the family. I swore to myself early on I would never have a child until I was truly financially successful. I swore that someday I would be so successful financially that my family would never ever experience the humiliation, frustration, and pain of my childhood years of not being able to pay the bills or put food on the table. And I made good on my promise. By the time I was 18 years old, I was earning as much as $10,000 a month, which at the time seemed like a huge amount of money. It still is. I was so excited I ran back to my friends from my community, the guys I had grown up poor with, and said, "Let's go have a blast. Let's fly to Egypt and race camels between the pyramids." I had had this dream as a little boy, and I could now share this dream with my friends. But the response was hardly what I was expecting. "Easy for you, Mr. Rich Man." The level of disdain I got from guys I considered to be friends shook me to my core. I wasn't flaunting my money, I simply wanted to share my abundance with my friends and create an experience of real adventure. But I had to reevaluate. I created a new story, a belief that said you can do well, but only so well, or else people will judge you. If you stand out and do too well financially, people won't like you. So for years I did well in my life and businesses, but my income didn't grow significantly. Until I finally hit a tipping point, a stage in my life where I thought, this is ridiculous. If I could expand my intelligence, should I? My answer was, of course. If I could experience and give more love, should I? Of course. If I could expand my ability to give, should I? Of course. If I could earn more and expand my financial wealth, should I? And the answer was, of course. For the first time, I felt hesitancy. Why was it that in every other area of my life, it seemed natural to expand and become more? But when the issue came to money, suddenly it was different. Why? It made no sense. But I knew the truth. I had a deep unconscious fear that people would judge me because I had expanded in this area as well. I wanted to please everyone. I wanted to be loved so badly that subconsciously I not only made doing well financially something wrong, but I subconsciously sabotaged my own success. Like so many people, I told myself that money was not spiritual. How crazy is that? Anyone who's become truly wealthy knows the truth. The only way to become wealthy and stay wealthy is to find a way to do more for others than anyone else is doing in an area that people really value. If you become a blessing in other people's lives, you too will be blessed. Money is only one of those blessings, but it is a blessing. It's simply another form of freedom and abundance. Money is nothing more than a reflection of your creativity, your capacity to focus, and your ability to add value and receive back. If you can find a way to create value, that is, add value for a mass number of people, you will have an opportunity to have a mass amount of economic abundance in your life. I had to hit that threshold where I was tired of living that way and where I saw the absurdity of trying to fit in. It's true, if you do well financially, you may be looked at as the 1%. In my life as a kid, being a part of the 1% was something that was aspirational. I came from the 99%. I just wasn't willing to settle for that, for my family or for my life. But staying there just to fit in, well, that didn't make any sense. I decided I was tired of blaming others for my lack of financial progress. The story I had of my financial limitations had to go. I would love others, but I would not spend my life trying to please them, especially knowing that to please them, I would have to play small. I don't believe in my heart that our Creator made us for that. It was time for me to find a way to earn more in the same way I strove to give more, contribute more, love more, and expand my intellectual, emotional, and spiritual capacity. With that shift in belief, suddenly, when it was clear that this was not a should to conquer this area, but a must, along with the relational areas of life, suddenly strategies started showing up in front of me. They were probably there all along, but because of my mindset, I was blind to them. Your whole world changes when you change your story. Change your story, change your life. Divorce the story of limitation and marry the story of truth, and everything changes. I can tell you, when you get rid of the limiting stories, take massive action, and find the strategies that work, the results you can create are truly miraculous. Let me give you one final example. A dear friend of mine, Julie, a successful screenwriter who gets paid top dollar for her work, could never seem to make any financial headway. By the time she and her husband were in their 50s, they had a modest mortgage on a nice home, but only about $100,000 in an IRA, way short of what they'd need to retire. And their money was invested in a socially responsible mutual fund that charged high fees and ate up most of their returns. Julie's husband Colin wanted to invest more aggressively, but Julie wouldn't even talk about finances with him. She told him she hated Wall Street and everything it stood for. In fact, the whole idea of money made her uncomfortable. To her, money was evil. But then a breakthrough happened. Julie attended my seminar, Unleash the Power Within, UPW, where we use the power of strategy, story, and changing the state of your mind, body, and your emotions to create breakthroughs in every area of people's lives. UPW is intense. I use music, dynamic movement, humor, and a host of other tools to put the audience in a peak state, and that's when breakthroughs happen. Julie's goal that weekend was to turn her financial life around. How did she do it? First, she recognized that something had to change, or she and Colin were looking forward to some very painful golden years. It finally hit her that her negative beliefs about money were creating constant pain in her marriage and in her future, and she asked herself, where did this story come from? And then she did something really important. She dug down deep and asked herself, is this what I really believe? We are not born believing money is good or evil, so where did this belief come from? She didn't have to go very far to find the answer. Both of Julie's parents grew up during the Great Depression. Her mother never got the chance to go to college, even though her academic scores were off the charts. Instead, she worked as a department store clerk for $9 a week and didn't dare complain about the low wages or long hours on her feet. Julie grew up hearing the stories over and over, how the rich exploit the poor, how banks and Wall Street stockbrokers destroyed the economy, how you can't trust the stock market. So Julie made the association in her brain, if I become a wealthy investor, I'll be a bad person and my mother won't love me. Julie realized that the story she'd been telling herself about the evils of wealth wasn't her story after all. It was her mother's story. Money is the root of all evil was her mother's mantra, not hers. This realization jolted her. The truth set her free, and those words lost all of their power over her. In fact, when she did her homework on the biblical phrase, she found that it's not money is the root of all evil, but the love of money, above all else. Love, relationships, contribution. That's the recipe for surefire disaster. It was an amazing transformation. Once Julie got past her limiting story, she could sit down with her husband for the first time to talk about their finances. He was thrilled they could be partners in taking back control of their financial life. Imagine how hard it is to build wealth when your core belief is that money is evil. They dumped their high-cost mutual funds and transferred their IRA to a diverse portfolio of index funds with Vanguard. Then they put in place a long-term financial plan, like the one you'll be hearing about in this book, to finally put them on the road to financial freedom. Julie and Colin shifted their story. And what happened? They learned how to play the game and win. They learned how to create an income for life just like you're going to do in Chapter 5.2. Julie and Colin learned how to put an extra $150,000 to $250,000 into their pockets over their investment lifetime just by getting out of those expensive mutual funds. How great do those golden years look now? Remember, you know the answer. The secret is simple. Change your story, change your life. Divorce your story of limitation and marry the truth. You can make anything happen. Your state. It's hard to change your story when you're in a lousy state. If you feel like hell, you don't think to yourself, life is beautiful. Have you ever been really angry with somebody and suddenly you remembered every freaking thing they ever did to irritate or annoy you? When you go into an angry state, it switches on the part of your brain that supports that state, and the story that keeps you there quickly appears. By contrast, if you've ever fallen head over heels in love, can you remember how the world looked? It was like looking through rose-colored lenses. Everything was wonderful, right? Rude clerks didn't bother you. Crying babies seemed cute. That's how a positive state can change your outlook, your story. Your mental and emotional state colors your perception and experience of everything in life. When I work with anyone, from world-class athletes to high-power executives, we change his or her state first. There's a part of you that, when it's turned on, can make anything happen, but when it's turned off, the world is dead. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? You know, when you get on a roll and everything flows just perfectly without even having to think about it. You ace the tennis shot, you say exactly the right thing in the meeting, or walk out of the negotiation with exactly what you wanted. On the other hand, we've also all experienced the opposite. We couldn't remember our home address, the name of our dinner host, or spell the word the. I call that the stupid state, but a few minutes later it comes back to you. You remember the answer because you get in a different state. The purpose of this book is not to try and teach you how to change your state. That's the basis of many of my other books and audios, programs, and live events. But in a nutshell, you can immediately and radically change how you feel and not just hope you feel good, by learning that by changing your body first, you can change your mind. I teach many ways to create immediate change in your state, but one of the simplest ways is to change what I call your physiology. You can change the way you think by changing the way you move and breathe. Emotion is created by motion. Massive action is the cure to all fear. Think about it. Fear is physical. You feel it in your mouth, in your body, in your stomach. So is courage, and you can move from one to another in a matter of milliseconds if you learn to make radical shifts in the way you move, breathe, speak, and use your physical body. I've used these insights for almost 4 decades to turn around some of the world's greatest peak performance athletes, financial traders, and business and political leaders. Last year, Harvard University did a scientific study that proved the validity of this approach. Social psychologist and Harvard professor Amy Cuddy offered a no-tech life hack in her famous 2012 TED Talk when she asked the audience to change their posture for 2 minutes. Cuddy's research showed that just assuming power poses or postures of high power, think Wonder Woman with her hands on her hips and legs firmly planted on the ground, or the guy in your office leaning back in his chair, hands clasped behind his head, elbows out wide, you know the one, increased testosterone, the dominance hormone, by 20% while simultaneously reducing cortisol, the major stress hormone, by 25%. The impact of this biochemical change immediately transforms your willingness to face fears and take risks, all within just 2 minutes of changing your body. In Cuddy's study, 86% of the power posers reported feeling more likely to take chances. But when the second set of volunteers were asked to sit or stand for 2 minutes in more passive poses, with their legs and arms crossed tightly, their testosterone levels dropped by 10%, and the stress hormone rose by 15%. Far fewer of these men and women, only 60%, behaved assertively. Remember, these weren't just psychological changes, but actual biochemical changes, hormonal changes. What I have taught for 38 years, and what all of my students knew was true through experience, was now validated by science. What does this mean? It means basically, you rock. You've got some swagger in your step. You're ready to put yourself on the line to take the necessary risks and shape your world. 2 minutes of posing can lead to the changes that either configure your brain to be assertive, confident, and comfortable, or really stress-reactive. Our bodies are able to change our minds. There was a time in my life when I was overweight and depressed, living in a studio apartment in Venice, California, staring at the empty furniture and listening to Neil Diamond records. Pretty scary, huh? One day a friend stopped by who hadn't seen me in a long time. He took one look at me and said, "Man, what happened to you?" It snapped me out of my trance. I decided then and there to break the pattern. So I put on my running shoes and I grabbed my Sony Walkman. Yes, I'm ancient enough to have owned one of those. And in those days, you had to be committed to your music. You had one album to listen to, not 10,000 songs to choose from. I turned to the legendary rock band Heart, put on the song Barracuda, and let the beat ignite me. I took off running with the determination that I was going to run as hard and as fast as I had ever run in my life, and I wasn't going to stop until I spit up blood. To say I was determined to push myself beyond my limits would be a serious understatement. I'm sure it must have been a hilarious sight, my excess 38 pounds, my beer belly flopping back and forth in the wind as I ran like a banshee. When I literally couldn't breathe an ounce more of air, I collapsed on the beach and grabbed a journal I had brought with me. And in that state of absolute conviction, determination, exhilaration, and exhaustion, I sat and wrote everything in my life I would no longer tolerate. The way my body was, my laziness, my shallow, intimate relationship, and my disastrous finances. Right across from it, I wrote what I was now committed to creating in my life, and in that pumped-up, invigorated state, I felt certain I could find the way. With a strong enough state, you will develop a strong story. My story was, this ends here and now. My new life begins today. And I meant it with every ounce of my being. I discovered that when you change your state and your story, you find or create the right strategy to get what you're absolutely committed to. That's how you create a real breakthrough, a new state with a new story and a proven strategy. I went on to lose 30 pounds in the next 30 days, 38 pounds total in a little more than 6 weeks. I was maniacal in my commitment. I set a new standard that day about who I was and what I stood for. It has not waned in the 30-plus years since that day, and my weight has never returned to that level either. I went from earning less than $38,000 a year to more than $1 million a year just a little more than a year later. It was a level of change I couldn't even imagine creating at the time. More importantly, I regained my emotional and psychological fitness, the two forces that truly change how someone's life turns out. Determination, faith, and courage began to be the forces that guided my every action going forward. Great strategies can surround you, but they will be invisible to you unless you put yourself in a strong, determined, and empowered state. A state that will automatically breed the beliefs and stories that you can, must, and will achieve, and that you are committed to. With state and story combined, you'll not only find the strategies that work, you will execute them and experience the rewards you desire and deserve. Do I have your full attention? If there's any area of your life that you're living that is far less than the life you desire, it's time to change one or more of these elements. Remember, we all get what we tolerate. So stop tolerating excuses within yourself, limiting beliefs of the past, or half-assed or fearful states. Use your body as a tool to snap yourself into a place of sheer will, determination, and commitment. Face your challenges head-on with the core belief that problems are just speed bumps on the road to your dreams. And from that place, when you take massive action with an effective and proven strategy, you will rewrite your history. It's time to no longer be one of the many, but to become one of the few. One of the few who step up, own your true capability financially and in every area of your life. Most people start out with high aspirations but settle for a life and lifestyle far beneath their true capabilities. They let disappointments destroy them. Disappointment is inevitable when you're attempting to do anything of great scale. Instead, let your disappointments drive you to find new answers. Discipline your disappointments. Learn from every failure. Act on those learnings and success becomes inevitable. So next time you come up with a reason why you can't do something, when you know in your heart that your spirit is unlimited, call bullshit on yourself. Change your state, change your focus, come back to the truth. Adjust your approach and go after what you really want. Okay, deep breath, or loud scream. Get up and shake and move. With these 9 myths, these past limitations now out of our way, it's time to move on to step 3 of our 7-step path to financial freedom. We're going to make the game winnable by coming up with a specific number, a number that reflects your exact financial dreams realized. Then we'll create a plan, improve that plan, and find ways to speed it up so you can achieve your financial dreams sooner than you may have ever imagined. Section 3. Make the game winnable. Chapter 3.1. What's the price of your dreams? Make the game winnable. All men dream, but not equally. T.E. Lawrence. I usually kick off my financial seminars with a question. What's the price of your dreams? Then I invite people to stand up and tell me what it's going to take for them to be financially secure, independent, or free. Most of them don't have a clue. There's a lot of shuffling and squirming in the room, then maybe a few hands shoot up. In hundreds of seminars with hundreds of thousands of people from all walks of life, I've heard just about every number imaginable. So let me ask you personally now, How much money will you need to be financially secure, independent, or free? Just take a guess. You don't have to be right or even logical. Is it $1 million? $5 million? $500 million? Take a second right now. Go with your gut and write down the number either in a notebook app or just on a scrap of paper. It's important to write it down because writing it anchors it and makes it real. Did you get it done? Soon you'll see why this step is an important first action. Now, my experience tells me that if you're like most people, that number probably feels a bit large to you right now. Does it? Well, keep listening, because we're going to do a few easy exercises to help you tame that number, and I'll bet you'll find out that it can be made much smaller than you ever imagined. In fact, you're going to learn there's not just one magic number, because there are 5 different levels of financial dreams that will set you free. And no matter if you're just starting out or getting ready to retire, no matter how solid or shaky your balance sheet is right now, I guarantee you that at least 1 or 2 of those dreams will be within your reach. How? It starts with understanding what you truly need. Recently, at one of my high-end programs, a young man in the back of the room stood up to name the price of his dreams. He threw his shoulders back and announced $1 billion. There were a lot of oohs and ahs from the crowd. This person was in his 20s, one of the younger participants at the conference, and he probably hadn't earned his first million yet, so I asked him to consider what that number really meant. Remember in Chapter 1.4, Money Mastery, It's Time to Break Through, when we talked about how everything people do, they do for a reason? Just as a reminder, there are 6 basic human needs: certainty, uncertainty/variety, significance, connection/love, growth, and contribution. So why did this young man want $1 billion? Which of these needs was he trying to meet? Certainty? You can get certainty in your life for a lot less than $1 billion. How about variety? You can get plenty of variety with $1 million or much less, right? Connection and love? Hardly. If he gets $1 billion, there will be a lot of people who want to be in his life, just like lottery winners who suddenly discover dozens of relatives and friends they never knew they had. With that kind of money, he'll get connection all right, but not the connections he wants and needs. Growth and contribution? By his demeanor, I doubt these steps were at the top of this young man's list when he named his number. So when you look at the human needs, which one do you think drives him the most? Clearly, it's significance. As he said, with $1 billion, people would take him seriously. He would matter. This might be true, but the problem is when he gets $1 billion, it still won't be enough, because when you seek significance, you're always comparing yourself to someone else. And there's always someone bigger, taller, stronger, faster, richer, funnier, younger, more handsome, more beautiful, with a bigger yacht, a nicer car, a nicer home. So, while there's nothing wrong with significance, if you make it your number 1 need, you'll never be fulfilled. But rather than lecture him, I decided to show him he could feel significant with a lot less money, which would make his life a lot easier. After all, he was just picking his number out of the sky. Saying he needed $1 billion made him feel like he was going after an important goal. But the problem is, when you have this huge goal in your head, if in your gut you don't believe it's going to happen, your brain rejects it. It's like living a lie. Have you ever done this? Come up with some enormous goal and then a voice in your head pops up to say, "Who are you kidding?" The truth is, you'll never make it happen until it sinks deep into your subconscious, the part of your mind so powerful that it makes your heart beat 100,000 times a day without your ever having to think about it. Have you ever been driving your car and got lost in thought and then suddenly looked up and realized, holy shit, who's been driving my car for the last 5 minutes? Thankfully, it was the amazing protector of life, your subconscious mind. Imagine your brain divided into an upper and lower half. The upper half is the conscious mind, while the lower half is your subconscious. Ideas keep trying to lodge in your head, such as, I'm going to make $10 million, or I'm going to be financially free by the time I'm 40. But your upper conscious brain goes, screw you, there's no way in hell that will happen. It quickly rejects the big idea and bounces it back out into space like a tennis ball. But if you resolve within yourself the sense of absolute certainty that I'm going to do this, and then you start to build a plan, something extraordinary happens. You begin to develop the certainty that you can actually achieve it, and with newfound confidence you suddenly see there is a way to get it done. You'll find a role model who's already achieving what you're after, and you'll take massive action. The goal seeps down into your subconscious, and it goes to work to make your dream a reality. That's when the magic happens. Now, I doubt that you think you need $1 billion to fulfill your financial dreams, but I'd be willing to bet that the number you chose to feel financially secure or independent is pretty intimidating. Almost everybody makes that number bigger than it needs to be because they don't take the time to calculate what it really costs to live at different lifestyle levels. And that's why so many never begin to work toward it. They talk a good game, get excited about it, they tell people their big dream, but they never act on it. Why? Because psychologically, they don't have certainty that they can do it. And certainty is the first human need that influences our behavior or actions. Fact. If you failed to act in your financial world, it's partly because you're uncertain, you're unsure as to what is right or wrong and which approach will succeed or fail. Or you're feeling overwhelmed by the complexity of the system that no one has taken the time to walk you through with clarity. With uncertainty, we default to doing nothing, or at least procrastinating. We put off until tomorrow what we need to do today. To help my would-be billionaire friend identify the real price of his dreams so that they could lodge in his unconscious and become real, I asked him some questions. They're the same kind of questions I'll be asking you in a moment to guide you on your path. I started by asking my young friend what his lifestyle would be like if he had $1 billion. He thought for a moment and then said, "I'd have my own Gulfstream." "Your own jet," I said. "Where will you fly to?" He said, "Well, I live in New York. I'd probably fly down to the Bahamas, and I'd probably fly to L.A. for some meetings." I had him write down how many times he'd fly in a year, and he figured it was probably a maximum of 12 flights. And how much would a jet cost him? We looked it up, and a long-distance Gulfstream 650 would cost him about $65 million. A slightly used Gulfstream 4 would only set him back about $10 million, not including fuel, maintenance, and crew. Then we looked up the cost of chartering a private jet instead of owning one. A mid-sized jet was all he really needed for himself and 3 family members to fly, and that's around $2,500 an hour. He would be flying for maybe 100 hours a year for a grand total of $250,000 per year, or around $5,000 per hour, or $500,000 if he wanted to fly by Gulfstream on every flight. Still far less than the annual price of maintenance on many jets, and at a cost that would be less than 1% of the cost of buying that Gulfstream. Even from the stage, I could see his eyes lighting up and his mind working. "So what else would you buy with your $1 billion?" I asked. "A private island." That was something I could relate to. I own a small island paradise in the country of Fiji. It was a wild dream I had early in my life to find an escape place someday where I could take my family and friends and live. In my early 20s, I traveled to islands all over the world searching for my Shangri-La. When I arrived in Fiji, I found it. A place with not only magnificent beauty, but beautiful souls as well. I couldn't afford it at the time, but I bought a piece of a little backpacker resort with 125 acres on the island. I really didn't have the money, and it probably wasn't the best investment at first, but it was part of what I call my dream bucket, something you'll learn about later in this book. But I made it happen, and I'm proud to say that over the years I've purchased and converted it into a protected ecological preserve with over 500 acres of land and nearly 3 miles of ocean frontage. I've turned the Malé Resort and Spa into the #1 resort in Fiji for the last decade, and it's consistently rated among the top 10 resorts in the South Pacific. But how often do I visit this paradise? With my crazy schedule, maybe 4 to 6 weeks a year. So my dream has come true. Everybody else has a great time there. I told my young friend, if you want to enjoy your own island, you might not want to be in the hotel business, and trust me, you're only going to be there a few weeks a year at the most. We looked up the cost and found out he could buy an island in the Bahamas for $10 or $11 million, and then he would have to spend $30 to $40 million to build a small resort. Or he could rent my friend Richard Branson's Necker Island resort for a week and bring all his friends and family for less than $350,000 with a staff of 50 people to take care of them all. If he did that every year for a decade, it would only cost $3.5 million versus $30 or $40 million with no work to maintain the property. We worked through his list, and guess how much it would take to have the lifestyle he wants for the rest of his life. When we added up the real cost of even his wildest dreams, not just his needs, it came to a grand total of not $1 billion, not $500 million, not $100 million, not $50 million, but a mere $10 million to have everything he dreamed of having in his lifestyle and never have to work to pay for it. And his dreams were gigantic. The difference between $10 million and $1 billion is astronomical. These numbers exist in different universes. The challenge is, when we get to really big numbers, people's minds don't fathom what they really mean. There's a radical difference between a million, a billion, and a trillion. Even President Obama uses the terms millionaires and billionaires in the same breath, as if they're in any way related. They're not. Let me prove it to you. I'm going to give you a little test. I want you to think and make a first guess as to the answer. This exercise will help you gain perspective on a million versus a billion versus the figure the government now uses so often, a trillion. In fact, in Washington, a trillion is the new billion, as they say. My first question is, how long ago was 1 million seconds ago? And take a moment, even if you don't know. What do you guess? The answer is 12 days ago. How close were you? Don't feel bad, most people have no clue. If you got it, congratulations. Now we're going to up the ante. Since you now have a perspective of what a million is, a million seconds being 12 days ago, how long ago was a billion seconds ago? Stay with me, come on. Make a guess. Commit to a number. The answer is 32 years ago. How close were you? For most people, they're pretty far off. That's the difference between a millionaire and a billionaire. 12 days or 32 years. Do you see what I mean by they live in different universes? You can never say millionaires and billionaires in the same breath and be talking about the same thing. Just to complete the thought, when you hear the U.S. government has 17 trillion in debt, how much is a trillion? Well, if a billion seconds was 32 years ago, how long ago was a trillion seconds? The answer, nearly 32,000 years ago. 31,689 to be exact, when humans were not even called humans. The point of this exercise is to get you to realize that we blur large numbers, and if you get down to the facts, an extraordinary lifestyle probably costs less than you think it does. But back to our would-be billionaire. Now, don't get me wrong, 10 million is still a hefty sum, but probably within reach for this young entrepreneur over the course of his career. Who knows? He might actually end up with $1 billion, if he invents the next Instagram. But what if he doesn't? He could still live the extraordinary life he was dreaming of for 99% less money than he thought he needed. He wouldn't need to be a billionaire to live like one. I'll be willing to bet that once you find out the real price of your dreams, the number it would take for you to really get where you want to be is a lot less than you think. And always remember the ultimate truth. Life is not about money. It's about emotion. The real goal is to have the lifestyle you want, not the things. When you die, someone else gets those things anyway. They're not yours. I have no illusions. As much as I cherish and enjoy my resort in Fiji, I know I'm just the caretaker. Someday someone else will own this property. But I love that I have nurtured it into a destination where people from all over the world come to experience joy, romance, and adventure. It's part of my legacy, and that's what gives me joy. Attaining possessions is not the goal. Money itself is not the goal. Our worth is not measured by the weight of our bank account, but rather by the weight of our souls. The path to money, the places money can take us, the time and freedom and opportunity money can bring, these are what we're really after. You can have it all, just not all at once. Oprah Winfrey. Take a moment now and think about what you really want your money to buy. Not everyone wants to live like Donald Trump or Floyd Money Mayweather. Is your dream to travel the globe, exploring ancient cities or photographing lions in the Serengeti? Is it owning your own beach house in the Bahamas or a penthouse in New York? Is it starting your own business, the next Snapchat, or creating an extraordinary contribution to humanity like the next Charity Water? Is it something as simple as sending your kids to college and having enough left over for a house in the country with a big vegetable garden? Or is your dream just peace of mind, knowing you can be free forever from debt and worry? Wherever your dreams may take you, I'm going to show you a path to get there. Even if you don't get all the way to the summit, you can reach the dreams that matter most to you and celebrate your victories along the way. Because money is a game of emotions, and we're going to come up with some numbers that will ring your bells and make you say, I'm certain, I promise myself I can get there. Like all journeys, before you get started, you'll need to take stock of where you are. We'll work together on a few simple calculations. If you've never taken the time to figure out exactly what it's going to take to achieve your financial goals, you're not alone. Often many of those who have earned millions of dollars haven't developed a plan to sustain their lifestyle without having to work at least some of the time. And as we've already said, more than half of Americans haven't even tried to calculate how much money they'll need to retire, including 46% of all financial planners. Why don't we know our basic financial picture? The number one reason I've found after hearing from hundreds of thousands of people from 100 different countries is that people are afraid to know. It's like stepping on the scale. You know you've gained weight, but you don't want to know how much. It's a form of denial, a way to put off making a change. High school wrestlers and professional boxers step on that thing every day, so that if they're off target on their weight, they'll know right away and they can do something about it. You can't manage your health if you can't measure it, and the same goes for your finances. You can't reach your financial dreams unless you know precisely how much it will take to get there. I'm here to help you set yourself apart from the masses who hide their heads in the sand when it comes to their money. In a minute, we'll do some quick, easy number crunching to find out where you are and where you need to be. If adding a few figures is a challenge for you, remember, there's a calculator on your phone. And you can also go to the app on our website at tonyrobbins.com/masterthegame. The app will ask you the questions and calculate the numbers for you automatically. But first, let's look at those 5 financial dreams. When I say the words financial security, financial vitality, financial independence, financial freedom, and absolute financial freedom, do those sound like the exact same thing to you? Do they bring up emotions that feel different in your body when you say them out loud? Give it a try. Which one feels higher, security or vitality? How about vitality or independence? Independence or freedom? What about absolute freedom? Each of these 5 financial dreams is incrementally bigger, isn't it? And the numbers needed to reach them would be different. Of these 5 dreams, you may discover that you are committed to only 2 or 3 of them. For some people, financial security alone is life-changing and gives them enormous freedom. And so in designing this exercise, I've included these dreams as steps along the road to absolute financial freedom. Or, if you remember that mountain earlier in this book, as base camps along the climb to the summit. And remember, not all of us need or want to go all the way to the peak of Everest. For some of us, financial vitality would be a blessing, and independence would put us over the moon. Not all of these dreams are musts for everybody. I'm going to invite you to pick the 3 that matter to you most, what I call the 3 to thrive. You'll have 3 targets, short, medium, and long-term goals. It's set up this way because we don't build on failure. We build only on success. If you're just shooting for the big number in the distance, it might feel too far off or even overwhelming, and as a result, you may never truly begin the journey. We need a target close enough that we can feel certain it's achievable and in the relatively near future. That's what gets you to take action and turn a short-term goal into reality. And remember to claim your victories along the way. Why wait until you're financially independent to celebrate? Why not win at different stages? That's what encourages you, excites you, and gives you momentum. It takes as much energy to wish as it does to plan. Eleanor Roosevelt. Dream 1. Financial security. What does security mean? Instead of telling you what it is, let me ask you, how amazing would you feel if these 5 things were paid for as long as you live without ever having to work to pay for them again? 1. Your home mortgage for as long as you live, paid for forever. You never have to work again to pay for your house. 2. Your utilities for the home, paid forever. You never have to work to pay your phone bill or to keep the lights on. 3. All the food for your family, paid forever. 4. Your basic transportation needs. 5. Your basic insurance costs, all of them paid for without you ever working another day of your life. I'd bet that your quality of life would be pretty fulfilling, wouldn't it? You'd feel pretty secure if you knew these things were covered. Now for some good news. Remember that number you wrote down earlier, the amount you thought it would take to be financially secure and free? It was probably not as extreme as my billion-dollar friend's number, but probably felt pretty large, didn't it? Well, I'll bet when you figure these numbers out, you're going to be surprised that the dream of financial security is probably a lot closer than you think. Or if you're one of the rare few who underestimate, you'll have a reality check, and you'll know the precise number it will take to realize your financial dreams. If you haven't downloaded your free app already, do it now. It's really simple. What's your current mortgage payment? If you're in an early stage of your life where you don't yet own a home, put your monthly rent here. Or you can estimate/check online what your mortgage payment would be on something that may not be your ideal home, but more like a starter home. If you have your records, great. Next, what's your utility bill each month? Third, what do you spend on food? Keep going. If you don't have the numbers, take a guess. You can always go back and change them later, but you don't want to lose momentum. Let's really get a number down that's reasonable. Or pick up your bank book or go online and get your numbers. Just to keep the momentum for you right now in case those aren't easily accessible, let me give you an example. Do you remember my friend Angela, who I introduced to you in the first chapter? She's 48 years old and single. She's trying to figure out what it would take to be financially secure. Her first guess was $3 million. Could that be right? Or even in the ballpark? So I asked her to go through an exercise and write down her 5 basic monthly expenses. As it turned out, her numbers were almost identical to the national averages, which you'll see by doing this exercise. Grab a pen and paper and be ready to pause this program as necessary to give yourself time to do some calculations. 1. What is your rent or mortgage payment per month? The average is $1,060. 2. What are your food and household expenses per month? The average, $511. 3. What are your gas, electric, and water bills per month? Average is $289. 4. What are your transportation costs? The average, $729. 5. Insurance payments? The monthly average is $300. Total up your basic monthly expenses. The average is $2,889. Multiply that monthly total by 12 to get your yearly costs. The U.S. average basic annual expenses are $34,668. When she was done, I had her add it up and multiply the monthly total by 12. That shows the annual income she'll need to cover these items for life, without working, to be financially secure. As you can see, her number of $34,000 is virtually identical to the number for the average American. Now, how would Angela be able to have $34,000 a year without working? Remember, she's going to build a money machine. She's automated her savings of 10% of her income. She's putting it in a Roth 401k, where it's being invested into low-fee index funds with an estimated growth rate of 6%. This is the percent that Jack Bogle estimates the markets will return over the next decade. However, the average stock market return has been 9.2% over the last 20 years. We ran it through the wealth calculator, which you'll do in the next chapter, and she found out that instead of the $3 million she thought it would take to achieve financial security, she would only need to accumulate $640,000 in her freedom fund to have that $34,000 a year for the rest of her life, less than a quarter of the amount she thought she needed. At first, she was shocked. She asked me in disbelief, "That's all it would take for me to have this? I'd still have to work, right?" I told her of course she would, but not to pay for her home, food, utilities, transportation, or basic health care, which, by the way, these 5 items on average represent 65% of most people's expenses. So she now had a way to pay for 65% of her overhead without working. And remember, most of us want to do something meaningful. Without work, we're a little crazy. We just don't want to have to work. She could work part-time to pay for the rest of her expenses or full-time and have all that income for other things. I asked her how that would make her feel if everything from her home to transportation was paid for without working for the rest of her life. "Extraordinary," she said. "That's an achievable goal. That's something I could figure out how to make happen." I said, "Exactly." And what you could see in her eyes was a sense of certainty, and because she was certain, she had a reason to act. I reminded her, "By the way, this doesn't have to be your ultimate goal. It might be your short-term goal. For some people, all they want is financial security, like someone in a later stage of life who may have taken a hit in 2008. For someone who is middle-aged or young, you'll blow through this goal as long as you know what your number is and you act upon the 7 steps of this book. If you're wondering, by the way, how long it would take to accumulate whatever your security number is, take heart. You don't have to do this calculation. We'll do it in the next chapter in The Plan, and if you want, the app will calculate the number for you. Together we'll create 3 plans, a conservative plan, a moderate plan, and an aggressive plan, and you'll decide which of these plans are most manageable and achievable. Remember the aspiring billionaire? His annual income for financial security was a mere $79,000, a far cry from the billionaire neighborhood. Your number might be higher or lower. All you need to know now is the annual income you need to achieve financial security. If you haven't already done it, calculate the numbers on the app. By the way, we can't go on to the next goal without talking about something that's a simple requirement, not a dream. And it's something almost everybody should be able to achieve relatively quickly, though few people have it in place. An emergency/protection fund. According to a Princeton University of Chicago study in 2014, 40% of Americans say they couldn't come up with $2,000 if they needed it. Yikes, that's terrifying. Why do we need to have an emergency supply of cash on hand? What if there's an unexpected interruption in your income flow? It happens in almost everybody's life at some point. An interruption can be a health problem. It can be a problem with your business. It can mean being displaced from a job. So you need some money to cover yourself for somewhere between 3 to 12 months. But for most people, 3 months is too short a time, while 12 months may seem like a lot. So perhaps you start by putting aside a few months' overhead and gradually build towards 6 or 12 months' worth. Wouldn't it be wonderful to know that if something happened, you had a year to be able to get yourself back on track? You'd still have a roof over your head and food in the cupboard, and the bills would get paid. Again, this goal is not for an annual income for life. Once you have that, you're set. This goal is just emergency cash to protect you until you develop a large enough nest egg to take care of yourself every year for the rest of your life without working no matter what happens. How much do you need? Well, you know what your monthly overhead is. So write down that number and memorize it. Again, you can do this exercise on the app, and the number will be saved for you and always available at a glance in your pocket. My friend Angela, who set aside 10% of her salary to build her money machine, started looking into her spending patterns to find more savings. Remember how she realized it was cheaper to buy a brand new car than to keep fixing her old one? Well, she also found a way to set aside an additional 8% to build her protection/emergency fund. She completed her goal, and now she sleeps much better at night. If you haven't already, it's crucial you set up an emergency fund. And I guarantee you'll have some great new ideas on how to do this after listening to chapters 3.3 and 3.4, Speed It Up. Keep that amount in cash or in a safe place like an FDIC-insured bank account. So now let's move on to the next level of dreams. With security achieved, let's look at Dream 2. Financial vitality. What do I mean by vitality? This goal is a mile marker on your path to financial independence and freedom. You're not all the way there yet, but it's the place where you can be secure and also have some extras thrown in that you can enjoy without having to work. What do you pay for clothing every month? $100, $500, $1,000? How about entertainment, cable TV, movies, concert tickets? How about going out for dinner? Is it Chili's or Nobu tonight? So for food and entertainment, are you shelling out $200 a month or $2,000 plus? How about small indulgences or little luxuries like a gym membership, a manicure or massage, or monthly golf dues? Is it $50, $500, or $1,000 plus? Whatever it is for you, how would it feel if half of those costs were already covered without having to work for the rest of your life? That's what happens when you reach financial vitality. Sounds like something worth celebrating, doesn't it? Here's how to calculate your financial vitality. Grab that pencil and paper again and let's walk through it, or go to the app that will calculate it all for you. 1. List half of your current monthly clothing costs. 2. List half of your current monthly dining and entertainment costs. 3. List half of your current small indulgence or little luxury costs per month. 4. Add up your total additional monthly income for vitality. 5. You already know your monthly financial security number, so add that on the next line. 6. Put your total monthly income necessary for vitality. 7. Now multiply that by 12, and you'll have the annual amount you need for financial vitality. Dream 3. Financial independence. Pop the champagne, because when you've reached financial independence, you no longer have to work to have the same lifestyle you have today. The annual interest earned on the return from your savings and investments, your Freedom Fund, will provide you with the income that you need while you sleep. You are now truly financially independent, that is, independent of work. How amazing would that feel? What kind of peace of mind would that bring to you and your family? Financial independence means that money is now your slave. You are not the slave to money. Money works for you. You don't work for it. If you don't like your job, you can tell your boss to shove it. Or you can keep right on working with a smile on your face and a song in your heart, knowing that you're working because you want to, not because you have to. So let's figure out how much money it would take to maintain your current lifestyle. This number might be really easy to calculate because unfortunately most people spend as much as they earn, or sometimes more than they earn. If you made $100,000 and you spent $100,000 that year, including paying your taxes, just to maintain your lifestyle, your financial independence is $100,000. If you spend less than you earn, congratulations. Unfortunately, you are the exception, not the rule. So if it cost you only $80,000 to live on a $100,000 salary, then $80,000 a year is what you need to be independent. So, what's your financial independence number? Write it down or go to the app and enter it. Remember, clarity is power. When your brain knows a real number, your conscious mind will figure out a way to get there. You now know the income you need to be financially secure, vital, and independent. So let's see what happens when your dreams get bigger. Dare to live the dreams you have dreamed for yourself. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Let me tell you the story of Ron and Michelle, a couple I met at one of the seminars I hold every year at my resort in Fiji. They were in their mid-30s with 2 small children. Successful people, they owned a small business in Colorado. Ron was great at running their business, but neither of them paid attention to their household finances. That's why he was in Fiji attending my business mastery event to grow his business 30% to 130%. Their accountant drew up personal financial statements for them every month, but they never bothered to look at them. No wonder they were having trouble envisioning the life that they wanted, which turned out to be a life of contribution. When I asked Ron what he needed to be financially set, as I asked the young would-be billionaire, his number was $20 million. I wanted to prove to him it could be a lot lower than that and still have an extraordinary quality of life for him and his family, so I walked the couple through what they actually spent every month. Bear in mind that as business owners, Ron and Michelle's annual household income is clearly higher than the average American. First, we started with financial security, and he told me his 5 numbers. Mortgage on their main home, $6,000 per month. Utilities, $1,500 per month. Transportation, $1,200 per month. Food, $2,000 per month. Insurance, $750 per month. Total, $11,450 times 12 equals $137,400 per year. So for financial security, all they needed was $137,400 in income per year, well within their reach. By the way, if he wanted to know how much he would need to accumulate in his nest egg or his freedom fund, most financial planners would tell him to multiply his annual income number by 10 or even 15. But today, with such low returns on safe, secure investments, that's not realistic. Remember, on the way up the mountain, the accumulation phase, you might put your investments in an aggressive portfolio that could give you 7% to 10%. On the way back down the mountain, the decumulation phase, you will want your investments in a secure and less volatile environment, where by nature you would likely get smaller returns. So it might be smarter to use 5% as a more conservative assumption. 10 times your income assumes a 10% return. 20 times your income assumes a 5% return. Ron discovered that financial security would be within reach. 20 times $137,400 equals $2,748,000, a number far less than the $20 million he projected. For financial independence, they figured they needed $350,000 a year to maintain their lifestyle at the current level, because they had a second home and a lot of toys. Michelle was fond of things with Louis Vuitton labels on them. So conservatively, they needed $7 million, $350,000 times 20, in their critical mass to live that way without working. Ron was amazed to realize that his number was almost 2/3 less than the $20 million he thought it would take. And he's going to get there a lot sooner than he imagined, having to save $13 million less than he previously estimated. Dream 4. Financial freedom. Once you've freed yourself from the need to work for the rest of your life, how about freeing up your lifestyle? Financial freedom would mean you're independent. You've got everything you have today, plus 2 or 3 significant luxuries you want in the future, and you don't have to work to pay for them either. To get there, you need to ask yourself, what annual income would I need to have the lifestyle I want and deserve? What do you want the money for? Is it for the freedom to travel, to own a bigger home or a second vacation home? Maybe you've always wanted a boat or a luxury car. Or do you want to contribute more to your community or church? Let's go back to Ron and Michelle. They were already living the lifestyle they wanted for $350,000 a year. So I asked, what would make them feel financially free? Would it be a bigger home, a condo in Aspen, a boat? You know what Ron said? He'd feel financially free if he could donate $100,000 a year to their church and maybe throw in a small bass fishing boat and a ski vacation condo in Steamboat Springs for his family. It was an awesome answer. I was so moved by his goal to contribute, I couldn't wait to help them find a way to make it happen. I pointed out that Ron made about $500,000 a year in income and only spent $350,000. He could already set aside that kind of money for the church if he really wanted to. But how great would it feel if he and Michelle could make that kind of contribution without working, just from investment income alone? After adding the costs of financing the boat and condo along with his contribution, for financial freedom, they would have to add an additional $165,000 a year to their number for financial independence. In other words, they would need $515,000 a year times 20, or $10.2 million in their money machine. But remember, this number represents a lifestyle even better than he has today. A lot, but still roughly half of what Ron had thought they needed just to be independent. See Ron and Michelle's financial freedom numbers by going to their list on the PDF included with this audiobook. The world that Ron and Michelle wanted was so close, they just didn't know it. But once you figure out the price of your dreams, there are ways you can get there faster and for less money than you ever imagined. What would it take for you to be financially free? What are your numbers? Let's go through it together. You'll need your pencil and paper again. 1. Think of one luxury item and its cost per month. 2. Decide on a second monthly luxury item and its cost. 3. What about donations? What will those be per month? 4. Now calculate your monthly income for financial independence from before, that is, whatever number you calculated annually divided by 12. 5. List your total monthly income number for financial freedom. 6. Now multiply that number by 12, and you'll have the amount you need for financial freedom each year. What items would you add to your total? A sports car, a second home, or a big donation like Ron and Michelle? Whatever they are, enter them so the app adds the cost to your total for independence. That's the price of financial freedom. And if it seems too steep, just wait. You'll learn how to tame that number in the coming chapters. Dream 5. Absolute financial freedom. How about absolute financial freedom? What would it be like if you could do anything you wanted, anytime you wanted? How would it feel if you and your family never had to want for anything again? If you were able to give freely and live completely on your own terms, not anybody else's, and all without ever having to work to pay for it. The money you make while you sleep, your investment income, would provide for your unlimited lifestyle. Maybe you would buy your parents the home of their dreams, or set up a foundation to feed the hungry, or clean up the ocean. Just picture what you could do. I asked Ron and Michelle to tell me the biggest dreams they could dream. What would absolute freedom look like for them? Once again, I was deeply moved when Michelle told me her paramount dream was to buy a ranch and turn it into a church camp. What would it cost? Ron figured about $2 million to buy it and $1 million more for improvements. I could see the excitement build in them when we ran through the numbers. If they borrowed the money to buy the ranch, they would need about $120,000, $3 million at 4%, a year to service the debt. And that was already within reach. So what else? Ron loved adventure and travel, and owning his own plane was an ultimate dream. So I walked him through the same exercise I did with my young would-be billionaire friend and convinced him that renting a jet would give him a lot of the same convenience and satisfaction at a fraction of the cost of owning and maintaining a Gulfstream or Citation. Do you follow me? You don't have to own the jet to have the lifestyle. You don't have to own the sports team to sit in the skybox, and you don't have to pay for the whole team to be an owner. You can be a partial owner and get all the privileges. That's what my friend Magic Johnson did when he was part of the group that purchased the Los Angeles Dodgers, along with my friend Peter Guber and several other partners in Guggenheim Baseball Management, which spent $2.3 billion to get the team and stadium. I can promise you Magic didn't put in $2.3 billion, but he still gets all the joy, the pride, the excitement, the influence, and the fun of being an owner. This thinking can create the quality of life you want for yourself and those you love. What makes most people just a dreamer versus those who live the dream is that dreamers have never figured out the price of their dreams. They make the number so big they never begin the journey. There isn't a dream you can't realize if you're committed enough and creative enough, and if you're willing to find a way to add more value to other people's lives than anybody else. Now, as you can tell, for most people, this category is mostly for fun. In my seminars, I only do this exercise with people who have really big dreams and want to know the price of them. I understand that most people will never achieve absolute financial freedom, but there's power in dreaming and unleashing your desires. Some of these high-octane dreams might excite you and make you want to earn more and help you reach your goals faster. But there's another reason to do this exercise. You might achieve financial security without working, and then by working part-time at something you enjoy, you could be financially independent. Or it's possible you could achieve financial independence through your investment income and part-time work, allowing yourself to experience the luxuries of financial freedom with that income. So go for it. You never know what you could create if your desires were truly unleashed. Write your list in the app with the costs, and you will see the amount you need for absolute financial freedom. You can take a look at Ron's list on the PDF included with this audiobook to see the details of how he calculated his absolute financial freedom numbers. To sum it up, for a 20-foot fishing boat, a $100,000 yearly donation to their church, a ski vacation condo and steamboat, a plane, and turning a ranch into a church camp, plus the lifestyle they have today without having to work, Ron and Michelle would need $673,092 income per year. Multiplied by 20, they would need to achieve a critical mass of $13.5 million. Still a third less than the number they thought they needed for mere security or independence. What are your numbers? Let's go through it. 1. List the monthly costs for 3 more luxury items including donations on separate lines. 2. List your monthly income for financial freedom from the exercise we just did. 3. Now add up your total monthly income to get the number for absolute financial freedom per month. 4. Now multiply that number by 12 and you'll have the amount you need for absolute financial freedom each year. There is only one thing that makes a dream impossible to achieve: the fear of failure. Paulo Coelho. How do all those numbers you've entered look to you now? I hope that you've seen how the price of your financial dreams can be much smaller than you ever thought, and that you've picked out 3 to aim for, including at least one short-term and long-term goal. Which of these dreams are your 3 to thrive? The most important for most people, the most common musts are security, vitality, and independence. Or for those who want to reach higher, it's security, independence, and freedom. If you haven't already done it, pick 3. Make them real and put them in your app. Key reminder messages will be sent to keep you on target. If you're a baby boomer who's had a tough time since the meltdown of 2008, which one of these dreams is the absolute must for you? Security, right? Here's the good news. You may not have as many years to build your savings and investments into a critical mass, but you can absolutely have financial security, and I'll show you how. Maybe you'll never get to independence, but maybe you will if you make it a must. If you're starting younger, you're way ahead. You might be able to go for freedom or even absolute freedom and not even be stressed about it. But it's important to decide what matters most to you and know your numbers. Why? Because in a few moments, we're moving on to the next chapter, where you'll be able to calculate how many years it will take for you to achieve these dreams based on how much you are saving at a reasonable average annual rate of return. And then we'll make a plan to get there. This is where the rubber meets the road. I'm going to walk you through each step, and everything will be automated for you. It's absolutely critical that you keep moving forward. I want you to feel empowered and excited by the journey you're on. I want you to know that you're the creator, not just a manager of your life. Sometimes we forget how much we've really created in our lives. I don't care who you are, I know there are aspects of your life today that once were just a dream or a goal or seemed impossible. It could have been a job or higher-level position you wanted that at the time seemed beyond your reach, or a car that you were obsessed with, or a place that you always wanted to visit. Maybe you even live there now. Maybe there was somebody in your life, someone you never thought might even go out with you, and now you're married to them. Instead of being back in those days of dreaming, wondering if this person would ever make love to you, perhaps they are beside you now. If so, reach over and give them a kiss right now, and remember this relationship once seemed impossible, and you created it. What's in your life today that was once a dream? What was a desire you had in the past that at the time seemed difficult or impossible to achieve, but now it's in your life today? If you're going to remember that you're the creator of your life and not just the manager of your life's circumstances, first you must reconnect to the things you have created consciously. Take a moment and jot down 3 or 4 of those things. And take note, your list does not need to be made up of all giant accomplishments. Sometimes the little things that seem difficult or impossible, when conquered or realized, provide us with essential lessons with how to achieve the big things. Also, there may be some things in your life today that once seemed difficult or impossible, and now you have them, but you take them for granted. The law of familiarity says that if we are around anything, or anyone, enough, we tend to take things just a little bit for granted. So awaken to your appreciation and jot down your list now. Second, you have to review what steps you took to turn that dream into your reality. Take a moment right now. Select one of the things you've achieved. What are some of the first actions you took? Jot them down now. I've interviewed literally tens of thousands of people about how they've taken something that seemed impossible and woven it into their life. How did they create it? How did you? There's a process we all go through. It's a matter of 3 steps. Step 1. Unleash your hunger and desire and awaken laser-like focus. Something happens within you. Either you become inspired by something that excites you so much that your desire is completely unleashed, you become completely obsessed with it, and you focus on the object of your desire with laser-like intensity. Your imagination is ignited, or you hit a wall, a threshold, a place inside yourself. You will no longer settle for a life as it has been. You make a decision to never go back, and you become ferociously focused on the new life or the object you desire. It could be a job change, a relationship change, a lifestyle change. You unleash your hunger for it, and wherever focus goes, energy flows. Have you ever experienced this? You bought an outfit, or you bought a car, and suddenly you saw that car or outfit everywhere. How did this happen? Because part of your subconscious mind, called the reticular activating system, knows this is important now, so it notices anything that relates to it. Those cars and outfits were always around you, but now you're noticing them because your subconscious makes you aware of the very things you were not seeing before. That's what's going to happen as you're reading this book, by the way. You're going to start noticing the fees charged by mutual funds and hearing about asset allocation. You're going to start hearing things you've never heard before, high-frequency trading, dollar-cost averaging, and they are going to come to life for you because now your brain knows they're important. Anything that's important, anything that's focused on, energy flows into it. And when you have that level of hunger, desire, and focus, step 2 starts to happen. Step 2. You take massive and effective action. If your desire is truly unleashed and you are obsessively focused on what you want, you will be called to do whatever it takes to make your dream a reality. There are no limits to the energy or flexibility you'll have in the pursuit of what you want. In your heart, you know massive action is the cure-all. If you're willing to put in the effort, you'll get there. You've done it before, right? Maybe there was a time when you just had to see a girl you loved, so you borrowed a car and drove all night through a snowstorm to visit her at college. Maybe you moved heaven and earth to get your child into the best school to suit her needs. If it's a must and not just a should, you'll find a way. But there's one caveat, of course. You need to put effective execution behind all that effort, right? What if you drove through that snowstorm without a map and ended up in the wrong city? You can throw all your effort into saving for the future, but put your money in a 401k loaded with high fees and poorly performing mutual funds, and you'll get nowhere. Or you can invest everything in one company and watch the stock drop 40% in a day. So if you're willing to do whatever it takes, you still have to execute your plan carefully and keep adapting your approach, because effort with effective execution creates magic. This book is your map, your blueprint to take you from where you are today to where you want to be financially. By consistently taking massive and effective action, adapting your approach whenever it doesn't work, and trying something new, you will move toward your dream. But there's one final extraordinary element that plays an important role in whether your dream becomes a reality or not. Step 3. Grace. Some call it luck, coincidence, fate in God's hand. I call it grace, the acknowledgement that there's more in this world than just ourselves, and that perhaps a higher power gives us both the privilege of this life as well as the gifts of insight and guidance when we're open to it. It's amazing how when you take care of the first two steps, God or the universe or grace, whatever you like to call it, tends to step in and support what you're doing. Things flow to you when you do your part first. We've all experienced the phenomenon of serendipity. Something happens that defies explanation, so we call it a coincidence. We miss a train and meet the person we end up marrying. We fill in for a friend and it leads us to the job of our dreams. We didn't figure it out in advance, didn't earn it, it just happens. To me, that's grace. And the more you acknowledge and appreciate the grace that's already in your life, the more you experience the gifts that are beyond what you've created. I've had it happen many times in my life, and I know it's real. I also know that gratitude connects you to grace, and when you're grateful, there is no anger. When you are grateful, there is no fear. So, are you ready to become the creator of your life, not just the manager of your circumstances? Do you know what you're really investing for? An income for life. Are your dreams becoming a part of you, a must that your unconscious mind focuses on night and day? Are you willing to do what it takes to make them a reality? Then it's time to move on and do what so many others fail to do. It's time to make a plan. Chapter 3.2. What's your plan? If you don't know where you are going, every road will get you nowhere. CEPC, Henry Kissinger. Congratulations, you've come a long way. You've taken 3 huge steps toward financial freedom. You've made the most important financial decision of your life. You've become an investor by committing or expanding the percentage of your income that automatically goes into your freedom fund, and you've begun to build your money machine that will set you free. You've also learned how to protect yourself from the biggest lies designed to separate you from your money. Finally, you have put a price on your dreams. You know how much income it will take to be financially secure and independent. Now we're going to take what you've learned about the power of compounding and put those money power principles to work. We're going to work together to create a plan for you and your family that is absolutely attainable and within reach, no matter what level of financial dream you're shooting for: security, vitality, or independence. There's one more thing before we start. If you're like most people, you hate talking about money. But hey, it's just us anyway. No one else will see these numbers unless you decide to share them. What's most important is that you be honest with yourself. No rounding up here, no bending the truth, no looking at your numbers with a rosy lens and making your finances look a little better than they are. And by the same token, don't sandbag yourself either by making the plan so conservative that you feel like it's impossible to achieve. Just level with yourself, commit to taking a candid picture of where you are now. That's how to make this plan really work. You can only play your own hand. A good friend of mine recently had a reunion with a group of his boyhood pals near my home in Palm Beach. They all gathered to celebrate their 50th birthdays. They had gone to nursery school together and lived down the street from each other throughout high school in a Levitt community of tract homes on Long Island, New York. Their fathers were all professionals or owned their own businesses, their mothers were all housewives, and their household income levels tracked together closely. What struck me most about these lifelong friendships were the demographics. During their formative years, the lives of these friends were in sync, but once they went away to college, the young men splintered in different directions. One went to work for a leading financial institution on Wall Street. One became a photographer, opening a frame shop in Manhattan. One built homes across the mid-Atlantic states. One started a business as an importer of fine wines and craft beers. One trained as an engineer and worked on a civil servant's salary in South Florida. When they got together, these lifelong friends compared notes. Despite the gap in income levels and bank accounts, they were all happy. Not happy in precisely the same ways, of course, but happy. Their needs were met. Many of their hopes and dreams as well. My friend shared the concepts from an early manuscript of this book with his buddies. After a few beers, the conversation turned to money, and they asked one another the same question you answered in the last chapter. How much money would it take to reach financial security or fund their retirements? The Wall Streeter thought he had to save at least $20 million to maintain his present lifestyle without having to work. The Manhattan photographer thought $10 million would do the trick. The real estate developer thought he could manage on $5 million, especially now that his kids were out of college. The wine merchant had recently remarried. In spite of welcoming a new baby, he was counting on a nest egg of $2 million. And the civil servant, the one who'd been conditioned to live within his means and to look ahead to a steady pension for the rest of his life, thought he could live worry-free once his pension kicked in and he started collecting Social Security benefits. Which one of these friends was closest to achieving his goal? Who had the right number and the right plan in place to help him get there? It's a trick question, of course. The answer isn't driven by money. You don't win the race of life by amassing the biggest pile of cash or accumulating the most things. And you don't win by grabbing a quick lead and coasting to the finish line. How do you win? You win by living on your own terms, as well and as fully as you can for as long as you can. You create a plan that meets your needs, that works for you, and you stick to it. That's success, plain and simple. If you're scrambling, constantly competing with others' view of success or financial independence, and trying to achieve an elusive goal, you're going to fall behind and become frustrated. If you're chasing someone else's goal, you also lose. It doesn't matter how much your neighbor has, what kind of car he or she drives, or the vacation he or she takes. This plan is about you, only you, and no one else. The day you stop racing is the day you win the race. Bob Marley. The illusion of advantage. Ever watch track and field events in the Olympics? It's easy to stare at the track just before the starting gun fires and wonder how the runner positioned all the way out in front in the outer lane of the track doesn't have a huge advantage. Intellectually, we know that all the runners must run the same distance, but visually our eyes seem to deceive us. That so-called lead is called a stagger, and it's meant to even the distance on an oval track. In a 400-meter race, there's a gap of about 6 meters separating each runner. But of course, everyone knows that there's no advantage physically to being all the way out in front on the outside of the track or all the way in the back on the inside. You have to run the same distance either way. Yet the appearance of advantage can be a powerful psychological edge. Does the guy out in front think he's got the lead? Does that give him a boost of confidence or perhaps take away a tiniest fraction of his drive? Does the guy all the way in back feel like the underdog and then run just a little bit faster to compensate? Let's go back to our 5 friends from the outside-looking-in perspective. It might feel like the civil servant is all the way in the back, lagging behind the field, and it might seem like the Wall Street executive has set himself up for a strong finish. But that's the illusion, not the reality. No one is ahead. There's no first place or last place here. Life is not a competition. Often people use money and the acquisition of things to measure where they stand. Who's got the nicer house, the fancier car, the summer home in the Hamptons. But the truth is, we can't predict how long we'll live or the state of our health as we age. The reality is, it doesn't matter where we start. It's how we finish that counts. Here it seemed that all of these lifelong friends were headed in the right direction, each on his own terms, in his own time. That's one of the reasons they felt so happy with their lives. With a little discipline and foresight, they all had a shot at winning the race they'd started together, all the way back in nursery school. The same can happen for you. It doesn't matter where you stand in relation to your friends, your family, your colleagues, or clients. All that matters is your personal journey. It's tempting to look at others as a yardstick and convince yourself that you're all the way out in front, with the appearance of a lead, or resign yourself to the back of the pack. But that's not the point. The race of life is a marathon, not a sprint. The only thing to do is focus on the path in front of you. Look ahead, establish your own pace, keep moving forward, and then create that plan. The only person you should try to be better than is the person you were yesterday. Anonymous. Your plan. Now that you know that your only competition is yourself, it's time to come up with a plan and create a financial blueprint. The good news is all you have to do is answer 6 questions in the It's Your Money app. Using this wealth calculator, within seconds you'll have a first version of your plan. If you haven't already downloaded the app, here's the link: tonyrobbins.com/masterthegame. The 6 questions are related to 2 areas: where you are now and what you are committed to creating going forward. The few numbers you need to answer you can pull from your records or perhaps off the top of your head. You may have to do a little bit of homework, but most of these numbers should be close at hand, and if you can't come up with them right now, it's okay to use a round number estimate just to get you started to keep the momentum going. Using these numbers, the app will build a plan tailored just for you based on variables you get to determine, like how much you expect your income to grow, how much you're determined to save, and what rate of return you expect to get on your investments. You can be conservative or aggressive with your estimates, or you can run the numbers both ways and decide on some middle ground. And the beauty here is, once you capture these numbers, the app will do all the work for you. You'll have a true blueprint for your financial future, a clear plan to follow. Choose your own adventure. The wealth calculator in the app you've just downloaded is a device I've used for more than 3 decades in my workshops and seminars. It's simple and flexible, and it's helped millions of people create financial plans that work for them. It's built on a series of conservative assumptions, but you're free to go in and change those assumptions if you'd like. You can make them more conservative or more aggressive. You're in control, so put in numbers that fit with your lifestyle, your current reality, and your future dreams. If you don't like the picture that comes back to you, you can play with your numbers and choose a different path to financial freedom. In the rest of this section, we'll work together to get you specific steps to speed up your plan and ensure its success. The first plan you come up with is just that, your first bite at the apple. Then we're going to take it and improve upon it significantly. A few things to keep in mind before we start. One of the biggest factors will be our tax rate, which is radically different for each one of us. This book is listened to by people all over the world, so rather than make it complex, we've made it very simple. Wherever you live, you'll learn to utilize the tools in your country that give you the greatest tax efficiency. Wherever possible, you want to use tax-advantaged accounts to accumulate your wealth to generate a greater net rate of return. This calculator will show you 3 potential scenarios with different annual rates of return for each plan: 4%, 5.5%, and 7%. A conservative plan, a moderate plan, and an aggressive plan. These rates are after-tax rates of return. Some might find these numbers too conservative or too aggressive. Again, you can adjust them to any numbers you like. How did we get to those numbers? On the high end, if you look at the standard set by the Charles Schwab organization, they'll tell you an aggressive return is 10%. Our app's aggressive return is 7%. Why the 3-point difference? Schwab has shown that over the past 40 years, from 1972 to 2012, the market has averaged 10%. But our calculator is assuming approximately 30% in taxes, which brings the number to just under 7%. In the United States, long-term investment tax rates are only 20%, not 30%. So our app is being aggressive on the tax side. Also remember, if you are investing through a tax-deferred vehicle like a 401k, IRA, or an annuity, you are deferring taxes. So if you had a 10% return, as in the Schwab example, you would continue to compound at 10%. No tax would have been deducted until withdrawal. We are using our lower returns of 4%, 5.5%, and 7% to provide a buffer for mistakes or future returns failing to hit the aggressive mark you had hoped for. On the low end, or conservative side, if you look at Vanguard, they use a 4% return after taxes. But we're looking at things a little differently. Most Americans who have money to invest do it through their 401k, an IRA, or a 401k Roth. What's the best option? We recommend that you go with a Roth, or your country's equivalent, unless you truly are certain your taxes are going to be lower in the future. Lucky you. Governments all around the world, and especially the United States, have spent money they do not have. How are they going to pay it back? By raising taxes. So while no one for certain knows whether taxes will go up or down, my bet here is they're going up. In a Roth, your returns are 100% yours, meaning if you've got a 7% return, you keep all 7%. No cut to the tax man ever on the growth of your investments. If you get a 10% return, you keep all 10%. This is why we built the wealth calculator this way. It gives the flexibility to think about returns in a net after-tax approach. You design the plan with what you believe is most appropriate for your planning purposes. This wealth calculator is designed to quickly give you a sense of how different choices will impact how long it will take you to achieve financial security, vitality, or independence. After you come up with a basic plan you like, you can also get precision, too. As I mentioned earlier, Stronghold at strongholdfinancial.com has a technology platform that has the ability to link all of your investment accounts. It will give you immediate feedback on what your actual rate of return has been on your investments in the past. Most people have no clue. It will show your best performing years, your worst performing years, and in how many years you have taken a loss. It will also show you how much you are really paying in fees, so you'll know the true impact on your future savings. Go there if you like after you have your basic plan completed on the app. Of course, with the app, the numbers and your plans are completely secure and remain accessible to you wherever you go on any device. You can change your returns at any time, change how much you're willing to save, and see the impact in moments. One of the most powerful ways to accelerate the pace at which you achieve your financial goals, and the most painless way I know, is to implement the Save More Tomorrow plan, which has helped over 10 million Americans grow their savings in ways they never thought possible. Do you remember how it works from the Money Machine chapter? You commit to automatically take a percentage of any raise you receive in the future and add that to your Freedom Fund. So for example, let's say you're saving 10% of your current income toward your Freedom Fund. You're investing, but you want to find a way to speed up your plan. By committing to the Save More Tomorrow plan, the next time you get a 10% raise, 3% would go toward your Freedom Fund, and the other additional 7% would be available for your improved lifestyle today. Do this 3 times in the next decade and you could be saving up to 19%, almost double what you are today, and at no loss to you, because it's all based on additional future income. This will make a huge difference in the speed in which you can achieve your financial dreams. To take advantage, just click on the Save More Tomorrow option in the app. One final note. I've also taken out the value of your home from the equation. Now, hold on before you scream and yell. Yes, I know, for many of you, it's the largest investment you have. If you want to add it back in, you can, but I've taken it out so you have yet another conservative cushion. Why? Because you'll always need a home to live in. I don't want you to run these numbers and generate a plan that relies on the value of your home to generate income. You may sell your home in 10 years and realize a significant gain, or you may stay in your home for the rest of your life, or you might need to downsize and take some money off the table to help pay off an unanticipated expense. No matter what happens, your plan is designed to keep you afloat no matter what your living situation holds. Why all these buffers built into the system? Because I want these numbers to be real for you, not just real in this moment, but real over time against any number of real-world events that could set you back. I want you to exceed your own expectations and to soften the blow in case you veer off course, and most of all, to know with absolute clarity and certainty that the projections we generate together are truly within reach. Ready to dive in? Open your app. When I look into the future, it's so bright it burns my eyes. Oprah Winfrey. Drum roll, please. Now, I know you are going to want to dive right in, hit enter, and sit back while the app tells you how the rest of your life will play out. But that's actually not the point. The true value of this next step is to show you what's out there, what's realistic, what's possible, what's worth dreaming and fighting for. It lets you try on different outcomes and play with some of the variables if you want to create a different picture or produce a different result. In the near term, it gives you a true plan you can follow, a blueprint for your financial future. Think of it as your personal financial trainer. It takes your real numbers, your savings, your income, and calculates what they'll be worth based on a series of anticipated outcomes. Don't worry about specific investment strategies just yet. We'll cover these in Section 4, but it's important to get some idea of how your money can grow once it starts to work for you. Remember, the focus is not on where or how you'll invest your money. This exercise is an opportunity to forecast, to look into the crystal ball of what's possible. What would your future look like if you could realize a 6% return on your investments? How about 7% or more? How much money would you have after 10 years, after 20? What if you somehow managed to hit the jackpot and found a way to generate gains of 9% or 10% returns? Remember, just one of the asset allocation portfolios you will learn in Chapter 5.1, Invincible, Unsinkable, Unconquerable, the All-Season Strategy, has produced an average rate of just under 10% over the last 33 years and lost money only 4 times, and one of the losses was only 0.03%. So there are many possibilities once you educate yourself as to how the top investors on Earth conduct themselves. So play around until you find a number that feels right to you, one that you have a healthy dose of confidence in. Just a few minutes of your time and you'll know what your savings with the power of compounding at different rates of return will bring you. It is only the first step that is difficult. Marie de Vichy-Chamrand. Congratulations on running your first plan. Are you excited about the results? Concerned? Frustrated or encouraged? Over the years working with countless people from all over the world, I've noticed their results tend to place them in roughly one of 3 categories. 1, those who are young and in debt, wondering how they're ever going to get to financial security. What's beautiful is they find out they can. 2, those who think they are decades away from financial security and are surprised or frankly shocked to learn they are only a stone's throw away, 5, 7, 10 years max. In fact, some are already, but had no idea. 3, some who started late and are fearful of never being able to make up for lost ground. Let me share with you some examples of other people I've worked with in similar situations and show you how their plans played out, how they achieved financial security, vitality, even independence and freedom. All grown up but still paying off student loans. Let's start with someone young and in debt. Like a lot of millennials today, Marco graduated with a big chunk of debt. As a 33-year-old engineer earning a respectable $75,000 a year, he was still paying off $20,000 in student loans. Like so many Americans, Marco felt like his debt was consuming his life. He thought he'd be paying it off forever, and probably would have had he paid only the minimum payments. Marco did, however, expect his salary to grow, slowly but steadily, with expected raises of about 3% to 5% per year. After working together on a new plan for Marco, we allocated 5% of his income to paying off his student loans, and Marco committed 3% of any and all future raises to his Freedom Fund. What did this new plan give him? How about a debt-free life in 7 years? On top of that, Marco was going to be able to take that 5%, once he was debt-free, and redirect it toward his savings to grow and compound his Freedom Fund. With this savings and investing plan, Marco could reach financial security in 18 years. That may sound like a long time, but he'll still only be 53 years old. And just 7 years later, at 60, Marco could reach financial independence, a full 5 years before he'd ever dreamed of retiring, with more annual income than he ever imagined. Marco went from worrying about never paying off his student loans to looking at a future of real financial independence. Even better, within 5 years, by age 65, with all of his growth and the boost of Social Security added, Marco would actually experience his definition of financial freedom, a prospect entirely unfathomable to him before running his new plan. Remember, he began this journey with no assets and nothing but debt. If it looks too good to be true, it might actually be true. Then there's our second category of people, those who take a look at their plan and think something must be wrong. Their calculator is not working. They see that financial vitality or independence is popping up far too quickly. There's no way I can get there that fast, they think. I can't achieve financial independence in 5, 7, or 8 years. That's crazy. In their mind, they've got a good 20 or 30 years ahead of them of hard work and nose-to-the-grindstone days. Where's the disconnect? How is that possible? It's possible because the number they had in their head, that $10 million or $20 million or $30 million price tag, was totally off base. It had nothing to do with reality. It was simply a pie-in-the-sky number representing what they thought they needed to be financially independent, not what they actually needed. Catherine, a woman who attended one of my wealth mastery seminars, is a great example. She was a savvy businesswoman who needed $100,000 a year to be financially secure, a large number by many people's standards, but not by her own. To achieve financial independence, she'd need $175,000 to maintain her current lifestyle without working. Catherine assumed it was going to take more than 20 years to get there. Want to know what happened when she ran her numbers with my team? The first thing they uncovered was that her current business was earning more than $300,000 a year in net profits and growing at nearly 20% per year. With my team's help and a little bit of research, she found that she could sell her business today for 6 times her current profits, or a total of $1.8 million. What does this mean? Well, if she sold her business for $1.8 million and then received a 5% return, her annual investment income would be $90,000 per year. She had other investments already that were providing more than $10,000 per year. So with a $100,000 annual income, guess what? Catherine is financially secure right now. Catherine was blown away, but also confused. She said, "But Tony, I don't want to sell my business right now." I told her I wasn't encouraging her to, nor did she have to, but she should declare victory and realize that she is financially secure today. Why? Because she has the assets to produce this income she needs right now. Even more exciting, at her business's current growth rate of 20% per year, she would double her business in the next 3.5 years. And even if her current growth rate was cut in half to only 10% per year, in 7 years, her business would be worth $3.6 million. If she sells at that point, $3.6 million times 5% equals $180,000 per year in income without working. In 3.5 to 7 years, Catherine will be financially independent. Not 20 years. And this was without making any other investments whatsoever. By the way, one of the things I show business owners in my Business Mastery program is a little-known set of strategies that allow you to sell a portion, or even a significant majority, of your business and yet still run, control, direct, and profit from it. This allows you to get a large cash flow bump to secure your financial freedom today while still having the enjoyment and fulfillment of growing the business you love. You can be late to the party and still win. Let's go back to my friend Angela's story. Angela is anything but average, but from a financial perspective, she represents the average American. Angela is 48 years old. Having lived a free-spirited life, traveling and sailing around the world, she had never saved or invested in her entire life. She's now committed to saving 10% after finishing Section 1, but she's still got a major challenge. She's beginning in the game late. As she said, "I'm almost 50. She has less time to tap into the power of compounding. When Angela first calculated the amount of income she'd need for financial security, her number came to $34,000 a year. For financial independence, she'd need $50,000. At first glance, her numbers excited her. They didn't have 7 zeros, and they were numbers she could get her arms around. However, the timing of those numbers brought her back down to earth. Starting late in life and saving only 10% of her income was a plan that would take Angela 24 years to get to financial security. If she was 41 years old, that would be a great win. She would achieve it by 65, but since she was starting later, Angela would be 72 years old when she achieved financial security. It was certainly a more compelling future than if she hadn't run the plan, and she was glad to know she could get there. but she wasn't terribly excited by the long, slow road ahead. So what could we do to speed up that goal? How could Angela get to financial security faster? One way would be to increase her savings and invest it. She was saving 10% already. Never having saved before, 10% seemed like a huge number, but by committing to the Save More Tomorrow plan, she could painlessly save more when she received raises and accelerate her plan. Another way to speed things up was to take a little more risk and increase her rate of return to 7% or more. With that risk could come more losses too. But it turned out there was an even simpler insight we had overlooked. Lucky for Angela, she still had one more round in her arsenal. She had left out a huge piece of future earnings, one that many people neglect to include in their financial planning: Social Security. Angela, already 48, was only 14 years away from taking Social Security at a reduced rate, and 17 years away from capturing her full benefit. She stood to take home $1,250 per month once she turned 62, or about $15,000 a year. So that $34,000 a year in income she needed for financial security suddenly dropped down to $19,000. Now when we reviewed the numbers in the app, she shaved a full decade off her timeline. Instead of getting to financial security at 72, she was going to get there at 62. Angela was going to be financially secure in 14 years, and she was thrilled. She now would have enough income never to have to work again to pay for her mortgage, her utilities, her food, her transportation, and her basic health insurance, a real sense of freedom for Angela. The impossible became possible, and guess what else happened? Once Angela realized financial security was in view, she took that emotion, that excitement, that momentum, and she said, "Hey, let's kick it up a notch. If I can get to financial security by 62, let's take a look at financial independence. I'm going to figure out a way to become financially independent, not in my 70s or 80s, but in my 60s. And her number to reach financial independence? It was $50,000, only $16,000 more a year in income than she'd need for financial security. Angela took one more step after reading Chapter 3.6, Get Better Returns and Speed Your Way to Victory, and found yet another way to accelerate her plan. Angela was always extremely interested in owning income-producing real estate, and she learned some simple ways to invest in senior housing or assisted living facilities that are available throughout public and private real estate investment trusts. These are covered in Section 4. We will highlight more details later in the book, but in short, senior housing facilities are a way to own income-producing real estate that is also tied to what I call a demographic inevitability, a wave of 76 million baby boomers that are aging and will require the use of these facilities. By investing $438 per month, or $5,265 per year, for the next 20 years, and assuming she reinvests the income for compound growth, she will have accumulated $228,572. Note, this assumes a 7% income/dividend payment, which is the current rate on multiple senior housing real estate investment trusts. The amount she accumulates will generate $16,000 of income, assuming a 7% income payment, and she won't have to tap into her principal unless she wants to. One last huge benefit? She doesn't have to pay income tax on the entire income payment due to the tax deductions for depreciation. Marco, Catherine, and Angela are real people just like you and me. Your plan is within reach too, and just like them, you might be able to get there sooner than you think. Don't let the first plan you've run on the app be the end-all. Think of it as your starting point to make your dreams happen. In the next chapters, we're going to show you 5 ways to speed it up and get there even faster. Kites rise highest against the wind, not with it. Winston Churchill. Whether you're excited about the numbers your plan threw back at you or you're disappointed about the long haul ahead, take heart. Disappointment isn't always bad. It often serves as a great kick in the pants that pushes you to create massive change. Remember, it's not conditions but decisions that determine our lives. Disappointment can drive us or it can defeat us. I choose to be driven by it, and I'm hoping you take the same view. Most people don't even get to this point in their planning because they don't want the letdown they're afraid they'll experience once they run their numbers. But you've taken on the challenge and the promise of this book, so you're not like most people. You've chosen to be one of the few, not the many. I vividly remember a 4th of July trip I took more than 20 years ago with my dear friend Peter Guber and a group of top movie executives through Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard. We were on Peter's private yacht, and a couple of these moguls were throwing around how they had earned $20 million and $25 million on a single film that year. My jaw dropped. That number simply astonished me. Here at 30 years old, I thought I was doing pretty well. That is, until you hang out on deck with a bunch of movie tycoons. These guys had an insane lifestyle, and it didn't take long for me to get seduced by the idea of it all. This experience jolted me, but it also made me ask a different question. What did I really want to create in my life, and could I possibly ever get there? At that time, I didn't see any way I could add enough value to other human beings through my core skill of coaching to ever create that level of financial freedom. Of course, I was being totally unfair comparing myself and my level of accomplishment to these men. I was only 30 years old. Peter and his movie-producing friends were all in their early to late 50s. Peter was in the prime of his career. I was just beginning mine. He had 52 Academy Award nominations and a slew of Hollywood hits to his name. Sure, I was making a name for myself and running a successful business and changing lives, but financial success for Peter and his friends and financial success for me were light years apart from one another. And so, as I compared myself to those guys on the boat, I did what so many people do unfairly. I beat myself up for not being at the same level of accomplishment. But the beauty of that moment, that day, was that it put me in a new and strange environment, and something inside me shifted. I was so far outside of my comfort zone, I felt like I didn't belong, like I didn't deserve to be there. Have you ever felt like this? It's amazing what our minds will do to us if we don't consciously direct them. And yet, contrast is a beautiful thing. When you get around people who are playing the game of life at a higher level, you either get depressed, pissed off, or inspired. That day I realized I didn't want a yacht, but I was inspired to sharpen my game. I realized there was so much more I could do, give, and be. The best was yet to come. I also realized how incredibly valuable it was for me to get uncomfortable at that point in my life, to put myself in an environment where I didn't feel on top or superior. Of course, Peter had none of these thoughts. He was just bringing dear friends on a 4th of July trip as a gift of love. But what he had really done was show me a world of unlimited possibilities. That experience helped awaken the truth in me. I became clear that I did have the capability to create anything I could envision. Maybe I didn't want those same grown-up toys, but I sure as hell wanted to have the same types of choices for my family. Today, in my early 50s, those impossible visions are a simple reflection of the reality I live, and I still don't want a yacht. Let's be clear, it isn't about the money. It's about choice, about freedom. It's about being able to live life on your terms, not anybody else's. Don't complain. Don't say you can't. Don't make up a story. Instead, make a decision now. Find your gift and deliver it to as many people as possible. If you become stronger, smarter, more compassionate, or more skilled, then your goal is a worthwhile one. One of my earliest mentors, Jim Rohn, always taught me, what you get will never make you happy. Who you become will make you very happy or very sad. If each day you make just a little progress, you will feel the joy that comes with personal growth, and that leads to perhaps one of the most important lessons I have learned about big goals and achievement. Most people overestimate what they can do in a year, and they massively underestimate what they can accomplish in a decade or two. The fact is, you are not a manager of circumstance. You're the architect of your life's experience. Just because something isn't in the foreground or isn't within striking distance, don't underestimate the power of the right actions taken relentlessly. With the power of compounding, what seems impossible becomes possible. Right now, whether you love your financial plan or hate it, or whether you're excited or afraid, let's make it stronger together. Let's accelerate it by looking at the 5 elements that can speed it up. Chapter 3.3. Speed it up. 1. Save more and invest the difference. If everything seems under control, you're not going fast enough. Mario Andretti. Congratulations, you've just taken a huge step toward financial freedom. Most people don't take the time to consider their complete financial picture and create a plan. And for those who do, it often stirs up all kinds of emotions. It's big, it's scary. I've been there, I get it. But now that you've done it, take a moment to savor in your victory and ask yourself this: how do you really feel about your plan? Do you feel good about you and your family's future? Are you excited to realize that your financial dreams are closer than you imagined? Or is it terrifying to think you might never get to where you'd like to be? Are you so deep in debt you're starting to wonder if you'll ever dig your way out of the money pit? Wherever you are, it's okay. You've come a long way, you've made huge strides, and there's no turning back now. And now that you've learned to walk, so to speak, let's teach you how to run. The goal of these next mini chapters is to get you thinking about how to make your financial dreams come true faster than you ever thought possible. Dream big, make it happen, and then speed it up. Have you ever had a crazy busy day, worked your tail off, raced against the clock, and then, against all odds, finished early? That extra hour or two of life that you reclaim is an absolute gift, a bonus that makes you feel like the world is on your side. You hit the gym and go for a run, head out for cocktails with friends, or race home to tuck the little ones into bed. I travel like mad. I'm in different countries, on different continents, crossing time zones and flying around the world like the business version equivalent of a Harlem Globetrotter. If I arrive somewhere early, if I've got an extra window in my week to refocus my energies or spend time with my wife or my family, I'm energized and excited. I just found some extra time. What if the extra time could last more than just an hour or two? What if you could find not just an extra hour in your day, but financially find 2 years of savings in your life, or 5, maybe even a decade of life where you have the freedom of not having to work to support your lifestyle? That's the promise of this book. Even if your current plan doesn't look like it can get you there, these chapters can show you how to shift your plan and find that opening in your life, that extra money, that extra time, that ultimate freedom. He who gains time gains everything. Benjamin Disraeli. If you're going to speed things up, there are 5 core strategies. You can do any or all of them. It's your choice. Any one of them by itself can significantly speed up the tempo with which you achieve your dreams of financial security, independence, or freedom. Put a couple of them together, and you'll be unstoppable. You can be rich by having more than you need, or by needing less than you have. Jim Mott. Strategy 1. Save more and invest the difference. The first way to speed up your plan is to save more and invest those savings for compound growth. I know, that's not what you want to hear. Maybe you're even thinking, Tony, I'm spending every dime I have. There's no way I can possibly save more under any circumstances. If that's true, before we talk about anything else, let's remember the most fundamental strategy you learned back in Chapter 2.9. Myth 9, the lies we tell ourselves. The best strategy to get around your belief system is to develop a new belief. You can't squeeze water from a rock, but you can change your story. Even if you're convinced you have no room to save, Nobel Prize winner Richard Thaler showed us we can all save more tomorrow. Remember those blue-collar workers who said they could never save? And just 5 years and 3 pay raises later, they were saving 14%, and 65% of them were saving as much as 19%? You can do this, and you can make it painless if you use that strategy. Let's attack some fresh strategies right now. What if, in one fell swoop, in one single move, you could save a huge chunk of money toward your financial freedom, and it wouldn't cost you a dime more? Do you like that idea? Let's take a look at one of the biggest investments in your life, your home. If you're like millions of Americans, home ownership is important, something you either aspire to or currently take great pride in. No matter whether you live in Portland, Maine or Portland, Oregon, your house probably takes the biggest bite out of your monthly apple. How would you feel if you could save an extra $250,000 to $500,000 or even $1 million from your home? Sound impossible? No, I'm not talking about refinancing your mortgage at a lower rate, although that is one painless way to save hundreds or even thousands of dollars a month. The banker's secret. You don't have to wait for a market downtick to save money on your mortgage. By the time you're hearing this, rates may be on their way back up anyway. You can still cut your mortgage payments in half, however, starting as soon as next month without involving the bank or changing the terms of your loan. How? Let me ask you a simple question. Let's say you're applying for a home loan. Which would you prefer? Option 1. 80% of your combined mortgage payments go to interest, or Option 2, a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage at 6%. Go ahead and think about it for a moment. What do you think? Are you tempted by Option 2? Does Option 1 sound crazy? Did you follow the crowd and choose Option 2, or did you outsmart us all and choose Option 1? The answer? It doesn't matter. They're identical. When you sign your name on the dotted line and take on that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage at 6%, fully 80% of your mortgage payments will go to interest. Didn't see that one coming, did you? How much does that interest expense wind up costing you over the course of your loan? 30% more? 40% more? 50% more? Life should be so good. You want to know the banker's secret? Your interest payments will tack on an additional 100% or more to your loan value. The $500,000 home you buy actually ends up costing you $1 million after interest payments. If you buy a $1 million home, that costs over $2 million once interest payments are added in. For example, a $1 million home will cost $1,160,000 in interest payments. No matter what price you pay for your home, the ratio of impact is the same. Interest payments will double the cost over time. For most people, their mortgage is the single largest expense, and with the vast majority of your payment going to interest, I bet you're not surprised to learn that the average American, when you add in credit cards and auto loans, spends 34.5% of every take-home dollar on interest expense. And that's just the average. Many people spend more. So how can you cut that enormous interest payment down? How can you decrease the interest expense you rack up over time, and take that money and funnel it to your freedom fund? The answer is so simple it might surprise you. If you have a traditional fixed-rate mortgage, all you have to do is make early principal payments over the life of the loan. Prepay your next month's principal, and you could pay off a 30-year mortgage in 15 years in many cases. Does that mean double your monthly payments? No, not even close. Here's the key. Money Power Principle 3. Cut your mortgage payments in half. The next time you write your monthly mortgage check, write a second check for the principal-only portion of next month's payment. It's money you'll have to pay anyway the following month, so why not take it out of your pocket a couple of weeks early and enjoy some serious savings down the road? 80% to 90%, and in some cases even more, of your early payments will be interest expense anyway. And on average, most Americans either move or refinance within 5 to 7 years and then start the insanity all over again with a new home mortgage. It's a pity, mortgage expert and author of The Banker's Secret, Mark Eisenson, told the New York Times. There are millions of people out there who faithfully make their regular mortgage payments because they don't understand the benefits of pocket change prepayments. The average American home is $270,000. But this strategy works whether your home costs $500,000 or $2 million. A 30-year loan on $270,000 at 6% requires an initial monthly payment of $1,618. With this technique, you would also write a second check for an extra $270, next month's principal balance. A very small number, relatively speaking. That second check of $270 is money you'll never pay interest on. To be clear, you're not paying extra money. You're simply prepaying next month's principal a touch sooner. Hold yourself to this pay-it-forward strategy each month, and again, you'll be able to pay off a 30-year mortgage in just 15 years, cutting the total cost of your home by close to 50%. Why not prepay that $270 and cut the life of your mortgage in half? So if you have $1 million home, that's $500,000 back in your pocket. How much would that accelerate your journey to financial freedom? Baby, you can drive my car. It's not just our homes where we can save big bucks. One of my sons was dying for a BMW. After years of coveting the ultimate driving machine, he finally went out and leased a brand new Beamer with all the performance options. He was thrilled with his purchase. He loved that car. He loved the way it drove, what it said about him, what it represented. It was a point of pride and aspiration, and it announced his arrival, in his own mind, at least. On the flip side, that BMW cost him a fortune. He could have paid a monthly house payment with what he was paying for that car. A year or two later, the car got a little dinged up and, no surprise, lost some of its luster. At 30 and newly engaged, he decided he wanted to look for a home for him and his future wife. When he did the math, he almost croaked. That $1,200 payment for his BMW X6 with a twin-turbo V8 could have literally covered an entire house payment. He realized he no longer needed the same ego stroke that came from driving a luxury car. It was just transportation, after all. He saw that he could put himself in a Volkswagen Passat or a Mini Cooper, and it might even be nicer, newer, more fuel-efficient. On top of that, much of the joy that he got from driving that car also disappeared. He found joy elsewhere, in the idea of building a new life, putting down roots with the woman he loved, and buying a home. Getting rid of the BMW was no longer a sacrifice. Instead, it became a conscious decision to spend his money elsewhere and start building a financially secure future. Now, if you're a car aficionado and love cars, as I do, I'm not telling you to go out and drive a Volkswagen. For many guys, that black shiny Ferrari, Porsche, or the new Tesla is just too much to resist. And if your plan is getting you to where you want to be financially, by all means, drive whatever car you want. But if you're not getting there, or you're not getting there fast enough, then maybe it's time to rethink your wheels and see if you can find some meaningful savings to put into your Freedom Fund. Remember Angela? She read an early copy of this manuscript and came home with a new car, her first brand new car ever. Take a look at her numbers. She was able to trade in her old car and save $400 a month, or almost $5,000 a year, to put toward her savings and start compounding right away. What else can you do? Houses and cars aren't the only places where we can save. Where else can you work at axing expenses in your life that no longer give you value? I know the idea of living on a budget is totally unappealing to most people. I don't want to be put on a budget, and my guess is you don't either. But what I do believe in is a spending plan. I like the idea of planning how to spend my money so that it gives me the most joy and happiness, but also ensures my financial freedom long term. Now, to be fair, if you're one of those people who says, screw it, I'm not going to save, I'm just going to focus on earning more, then you can just go ahead and skip right over to the next mini-chapter on earning more and adding value. If the idea of saving just completely exhausts or bores you, you've got 5 other strategies to help you speed things up, and I don't want you to miss them because saving isn't for you. But if you do, stay with me. I promise you that little things can make a big difference long term. They add up to surprisingly giant numbers. To be fair, Amazon and bookstores have entire sections filled with books on how to save more money. David Ramsey is a very caring man with several books in this area, and Susie Orman is another author worth investigating if you are looking to find savings. But we're going to take a few minutes here to highlight the best simple strategies now. One thing for sure, you can create a spending plan that helps you decide in advance how and where to spend your money to give you the greatest returns today and in the future. Remember the Money Machine chapter, where we looked at how ordering in pizza with friends instead of going out to dinner could save you $40 a week or $2,080 a year? At an 8% return, that turns into more than $500,000 over 40 years. $500,000. That's a whole different retirement picture than most Americans have today. That kind of money, on its own or added to our 401k, can certainly help make us rethink our daily grande skim latte with a shot of vanilla. Financial expert David Bach is a good friend of mine who got his start by attending one of my financial seminars more than 20 years ago. He made a decision to pursue his dream of helping people become financially independent, and just a few years later, I hired him for his first paid speech. Today, through his passion and dedication, he's helped educate over 4 million people through his best-selling book, The Automatic Millionaire, a powerful one-step plan to live and finish rich, which includes the concept of creating wealth through finding what he calls your latte factor. And it's not just about coffee. The latte factor is simply a metaphor for all of those small purchases that we don't even consider, things we wind up wasting our money on without even realizing it. But if you are a coffee fiend, how much is that addiction costing you? Let's say you're a casual user. At $4 a day, you're effectively giving up almost $56,500 of savings at 6% interest over 20 years. From a single drink. But let's be real. The Starbucks loyalist doesn't just go once a day. What about the real evangelists who are there 2 or 3 times a day? Take your $4 habit and boost it to $10 a day. And now you're drinking away over $141,250 in savings over 20 years. That's the cost of a 4-year college education. What if you're a purist? You don't binge on caffeine, your body is a temple. But bottled water is your thing. Got any Fiji or Evian enthusiasts out there? Or frankly, even if you just stock up on Poland Springs at Costco, how much are you spending on bottled water every year? A young woman I work with, who I adore and who considers herself very socially conscious, is about to get married to a guy who regularly buys 12 packs of 1.5-liter bottles of Smart Water. How smart is that? He buys them 3 at a time, 36 big bottles in total, which lasts him about 2 weeks and sets him back $75. He's spending $150 a month on water, almost $1,800 a year, on something he could get free from the tap or filter with a Brita water system and a few Nalgene bottles for $50 to $60 a year. Forget that he's killing our planet, but he's also killing his wallet. I know her fiancé would be much happier if that $1,800 a year was going into their savings account and compounding annually. At 8% over 40 years, that's $503,605 being pissed away, literally. I'm not saying you have to give up bottled water or stop getting coffee, but the savings are there somewhere. Isn't it time to find them? And finally, let's not forget about our impulse purchases. You know, the ones that feel great in the moment. The pricey work bag or the beautiful Hermes tie. Lisa, a young mom from Nashville, has a taste for the finer things in life. She drives her husband batty with her impulse purchases. She'll come home with a great new dress or amazing pair of boots, to which her husband will invariably ask, "Were they on sale?" or "Did you check online to see if you could get them cheaper?" After several spats, Lisa and her husband agreed on a new plan. When Lisa found herself unexpectedly at Saks Fifth Avenue or Jimmy Choo, she'd take a photo of her next must-have and send it to her husband. He had 2 weeks to find her a better price online. If not, she'd call and order her purchase over the phone at full retail. But as Lisa sheepishly admitted to me, over 80% of the time, he did find whatever she was looking for, often at 20 or 30% cheaper. So take a page from Lisa and her husband and check out all of the online rewards programs that can save you real money. YouPromise.com helps you earn cash back for college from your everyday spending, from online purchases to dining out and booking travel. You can put those savings toward a student loan, savings account, or a 529 college savings plan, a tax-deferred savings plan set up by parents for their kids' college tuition. And if college has passed or it's not a priority, but cash is, there are hundreds of other cashback websites out there. Extra Bucks, Ebates, Mr. Rebates, all of which can save you 10% to 30% on purchases at thousands of online stores. As for Lisa and her husband, they put all of their savings back into their YouPromise account, and now everyone feels better about that pair of stilettos. At the end of the day, the question to ask yourself is this: do my expenses, big and small, bring me the thrill they once did? It's not about depriving yourself. It's about adjusting your spending habits to mirror your core values and indulge only the experiences that truly matter to you. That deliberate spending allows you to invest in a quality of life that is sustainable and brings you joy. Whether you've got 20, 30, or 40 years to invest, no matter where you are, how much you can save, or how many years you've got to do it, you can take advantage of the unparalleled power of compounding. Financial security, financial independence, whatever your goals, you will get there a whole lot faster when you put your money to work for you. It's not about lifestyle, it's about timing. Why not make simple changes today to ensure you have more than enough down the road to continue to fund your lifestyle and your dreams? You can still enjoy life's finer pleasures, but you're in control now. You get to choose how to allocate your funds and where to get the biggest bang for your buck. Whether you're going to tackle your mortgage expense or trade in those fancy wheels, make your online purchases work for you, or do a little better on your everyday expenses, it's in there. Real, meaningful savings to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars to $1 million or more are there for you to find and to reinvest. Now let's uncover the fastest way I know to speed up your plan and achieve financial independence faster. Let's learn to earn more. But first, mindful savings. Here's a quick and easy 6-step exercise to get you thinking more aggressively, more purposefully about saving. 1. Brainstorm about all the recurring expenditures that you could eliminate or reduce to cut your expenses. Car insurance, cell phone bills, lunch money, movie tickets. Think about where you can make changes. 2. How much do these items/activities cost? Highlight the most significant of these expenditures and make a note of the associated costs. Next, calculate how many times per week you indulge in this expense and take a reality check snapshot. 3. Now, on a scale from 0 to 10, with 0 representing none and 10 representing extremely pleasurable, how much joy do you get from each of these? Attach a number to each activity/item to help you associate these costs to your life. 4. Next, think of what it would feel like to have absolute financial freedom. Remember how you responded to that concept back in the Financial Dreams chapter? Remember how it made you feel. But at the time, remember that this was a feeling you experienced in the abstract, in theory. Here, it's close enough to taste. What would you be able to enjoy, have, do, be, or give if you were absolutely financially free? 5. Decide which is more important to you, the joy you receive from the recurring expenditures on your list, or the feeling of absolute financial freedom. Remember that life is a balance. You don't have to cut out everything from your list to move the needle on that feeling of freedom. 6. Write down at least 3 expenditures you are resolved to eliminate. Calculate how much money this will save you over the course of the next year. Chapter 3.4. Speed it up. 2. Earn more and invest the difference. Try not to become a man of success, but rather try to become a man of value. Albert Einstein. Okay, let's kick into second gear. If saving is one way to speed up your plan, there is an even faster way that literally has no limits if you unleash your creativity and focus and become obsessed with finding a way to do more for others than anyone else. That's how you earn more and shift into the fast lane to freedom. Driving a truck to financial freedom? When I was growing up, my mother had a great plan for me. She wanted me to become a truck driver. She had seen these ads on television over and over for Truckmaster Truck Driving Education School. She told me with little training I could qualify as a truck driver and make up to $24,000 a year. $24,000. That was twice what my dad was earning as a parking attendant in downtown Los Angeles. She thought that this would provide a great future for me. She worked into her sales pitch that I'd have the freedom to be on the open road and drive. It actually appealed to me on a certain level, the idea that I could just turn my music on and go. Kind of a cool thought for a 14-year-old kid that was not even driving yet. I'd have the opportunity to get up and go instead of being stuck in an underground parking garage for 30-plus years. But after all of the misery I had witnessed, all of the shame associated with 4 different fathers of never having enough money for clothing or food, I realized I could never drive a truck long enough or far enough to allow me to escape the pain of that situation. In my head, I decided that there was no way in my lifetime I would have a family that would suffer this way. On top of that, I wanted to use my mind and my heart. I wanted to get in the game of life at a different level. I looked around and wondered how other people's lives could be so vastly different from my own. Why were we struggling constantly to make ends meet, to stay ahead of the bill collector, choosing between canned beans or spaghetti with ketchup because we couldn't afford tomato sauce? And yet, in the same city, not far from us, kids I went to high school with were taking fancy vacations and studying on picture-perfect college campuses, living a life well beyond my wildest dream, a life so obviously different from the one we would ever experience. What did they know that we didn't know? What were they doing differently from my father and mother? I became obsessed. How was it possible that someone could earn twice as much money in the same amount of time, 3 times as much, 10 times as much? It seemed crazy. From my perspective, it was an unsolvable riddle. Invest in yourself. I was working as a janitor, and I needed extra money. A man my parents knew and who my father had called a loser had become quite successful in a short period of time, at least in financial terms. He was buying, fixing, and flipping real estate in Southern California and needed a kid on the weekend to help him move furniture. That chance encounter, that fateful weekend of working my tail off, led to an opening that would change my life forever. His name was Jim Hanna. He took notice of my hustle and drive. When I had a moment, I asked him, "How did you turn your life around? How did you become so successful?" "I did it," he said, "by going to a seminar by a man named Jim Rohn." "What's a seminar?" I asked. "It's a place where a man takes 10 or 20 years of his life and all he's learned, and he condenses it into a few hours so that you can compress years of learning into days," he answered. Wow, it sounded pretty awesome. "How much does it cost?" $35, he told me. What? I was making $40 a week as a part-time janitor going to high school. "Can you get me in?" I asked. "Sure," he said. "But I won't, because you wouldn't value it if you didn't pay for it." I stood there disheartened. How could I ever afford $35 for 3 hours with this expert? "Well, if you don't think you're worth the investment, don't make it," he finally shrugged. I struggled and struggled with that one, but ultimately decided to go for it. It turned out to be one of the most important investments of my life. I took a week's pay and went to a seminar where I met Jim Rohn, the man who became my life's first mentor. I sat in an Irvine, California hotel ballroom listening to Jim Rohn, riveted. This silver-haired man literally echoed the questions that had been burning in my mind. He too had grown up poor, wondering, even though his father was a good man, why his father struggled so hard only to suffer while others around him prospered. And then, suddenly, he answered the question I had been asking myself literally for years. "What's the secret to economic success, the key," he said, "is to understand how to become more valuable in the marketplace. To have more, you simply have to become more. Don't wish it was easier, wish you were better. For things to change, you have to change. For things to get better, you have to get better." We get paid for bringing value to the marketplace. It takes time, but we don't get paid for time, we get paid for value. America is unique. It's a ladder to climb. It starts down here at what? About $2.30 an hour? What was the top income last year? The guy who runs Disney. $52 million. Would a company pay somebody for 1 year's worth $52 million? The answer is, of course. If you help a company make $1 billion, would they pay you $52 million? Of course. It's chicken feed. It's not that much money. Is it really possible to become that valuable? The answer is of course. And then he let me in on the ultimate secret. How do you truly become more valuable? Learn to work harder on yourself than you do on your job. So can you personally become twice as valuable and make twice as much money in the same time? Is it possible to become 10 times as valuable and make 10 times as much money in the same time? Is that possible? Of course. And then he paused and looked directly in my eyes and said, all you have to do to earn more money in the same amount of time is simply become more valuable. And there it was. There was my answer. Once I got that, it turned my life around. That clarity, that simplicity, the wisdom of those words, they hit me like a 100-pound brick. Those are the exact words I've heard Jim Rohn speak probably 100 times. I've carried them in my heart every day since, including the day that I spoke at his funeral. That man, that seminar, that day, what Jim Rohn did was put me back in control of my own future. He made me stop focusing on what was outside of my control, my past, the poverty, other people's expectations, the state of the economy, and taught me to focus instead on what I could control. I could improve myself. I could find a way to serve, a way to do more, a way to become better, a way to add value to the marketplace. I became obsessed with finding ways to do more for others than anyone else was doing in less time. That began a never-ending process that continues to this day. At its most basic level, it provided a pathway to progress that continues to drive and lead every single decision I make and action I take. In the Bible, there's a simple tenet that says if you wish to become great, there's nothing wrong with wanting to be great. If you wish to become great, learn to become the servant of many. If you can find a way to serve many people, you can earn more. Find a way to serve millions of people, you can earn millions. It's the law of added value. And if the gospel of Warren Buffett is more your thing than verse, the Oracle is famous for saying that the most powerful investment he ever made in his life, and that anyone can make, is an investment in himself. He talks about investing in personal development books and educating himself, and how a Dale Carnegie course completely changed his life. Buffett once told me this story himself when we were on the Today Show together. I laughed and asked him to keep telling that story. It's good for business, I grinned. I took Jim Rohn's message to heart and became obsessed. I would never stop growing, never stop giving, never stop trying to expand my influence or my capacity to give and do good. And as a result, over the years, I've become more valuable in the marketplace, to the point that I'm extremely fortunate enough today that finances are no longer an issue in my life. I'm not unique. Anyone can do the same. If we let go of our stories about the past and break through our stories about the present and its limits. Problems are always available, but so is opportunity. What does the American income ladder look like today? My bet is Jim Rohn couldn't have imagined that in 2013. The low end of the ladder would be $7.25 an hour, $15,080 annually, and that the high-end earner of the year would be Appaloosa management founder and hedge fund leader David Tepper, who earned $3.5 billion in personal income. How could any human being make even $1 billion a year, much less $3.5 billion? Why such an incredibly low income for some people and such a high income opportunity for others? The answer is the marketplace puts very little value on being a cashier at McDonald's, $7.77 an hour, because it requires a skill that can be learned in a few hours by almost anyone. However, successfully expanding people's financial returns in a significant way is a much more rare and valued set of skills. When most Americans are getting less than 33 basis points, a third of 1% annually, as a return on their money from the bank, David Tepper delivered a 42% return for his investors in the same time. How valuable were his contributions to their economic lives? If he got them a 1% return, he would have been 300% more valuable. A 42% return means he added 12,627% more economic value to their lives. So how about you? What are you going to do to add more value to the marketplace? How are you going to ensure abundance rather than struggle? If we're going to make a radical shift and take you from where you are today to where you want to be, to financial freedom, then this path is the most powerful one I know to get you there. Now, before you start your rallying cry of objections, let me just say, I know that things are different today. I know it's a challenging time for the economy. I know we've lost 2 million jobs since 2008, and the ones that are coming back are mostly service or low-paying jobs. And yes, I realize that incomes have been stagnant for the last 20 years. Guess what interest rates and unemployment looked like in 1978 when I started my career? Within 2 years, interest rates had skyrocketed. My first investment, a fourplex in Long Beach, California, had an 18% mortgage. Could you imagine interest rates at 18% today to buy a home? We'd have a revolt on the White House lawn, but history is circular. Always has been, always will be. Yes, incomes are stagnant if you don't find a way to geometrically add more value, but if you find a way to add value, incomes move in one direction, and that's always up. During the Great Recession, 8.8 million jobs were lost. In 2008, 2.3 million jobs were lost in that year alone. Unemployment peaked at 10%. But remember, that 10% unemployment rate is an average. Some portions of the population had unemployment levels over 25%, but for those making $100,000 per year or more, what would you guess was their unemployment rate? The answer? Close to 1%. The lesson? If you truly develop skills that are needed in the current marketplace, if you constantly improve and become more valuable, someone will employ you or you'll employ yourself, regardless of the economy. And if you employ yourself, your raise becomes effective when you are. Even today, it's a totally different story in Silicon Valley, where jobs are for the taking. Technology companies can't fill their openings fast enough. They can't find enough qualified people. Jobs are out there, but you and I need to retool our skill sets, retool ourselves, so that we become valuable in the new marketplace. I can promise you this, most of those old jobs aren't coming back. Let's look at history. 150 years ago, 80% of Americans were farmers. Today, 2% of the U.S. population works in farming and agriculture, and we feed the entire world. New technology disrupted everything. Suddenly, one farmer could do the work of 500. Many people struggled, many lost their jobs. For those who didn't adapt, the Industrial Revolution was an incredibly painful time. But that very same technology that brought along steam power and machine tools that displaced people in the short term made the quality of life of everyone around them exponentially better and provided more jobs at a higher level of income. Today's new technologies are causing massive disruption once again. Oxford researchers say that fully 45% of America's occupations will be automated, translation replaced, within the next 20 years. You and I have to retool to a different level. I promise you, 150 years ago, no one could fathom a day when there would be jobs called social media marketer, stem cell scientist, and robotics engineer. No one could imagine that an electrician or a plumber would make $150,000 a year, or that a factory worker could learn how to use a computer to automate a machine and earn $100,000 in the process. But just because people couldn't imagine it doesn't mean it wouldn't happen. I meet people every day who tell me the job market is frozen, or they've been laid off and they'll never find work again. But I'm here to tell you it's not the market, it's you. You can increase your earnings potential. Anyone can. You can add value to the marketplace. You can learn new skills. You can master your own mindset. You can grow and change and develop, and you can find the job and economic opportunity that you need and deserve. But if your job is going to be obsolete in the next 5 or 10 years, it's time to think about making a pivot and trying something new. A pivot is what Silicon Valley calls it when you go from one business to another, usually after a colossal failure. If you're listening to this book right now, you're a person who looks for answers, for solutions, for a better way. There are hundreds of ways you can retool your skill set. You can do it by going after a college education, a trade education, or self-education. You can earn $100,000 to millions a year, and not by just going and spending a boatload of money on a 4-year college degree. That can put you $100,000 in debt or more. Millions of jobs are available in this country, but there is also a major skills gap. According to Mike Rowe, host of Discovery Channel's Dirty Jobs, there are about 3.5 million jobs available right now, and only 10% of those jobs require a 4-year degree. That means that the other 90% of them require something else. They require training, skill, or a willingness to get dirty perhaps, but mostly a willingness to learn a new and useful trade. According to Rowe, that's always been for sale, but it's kind of fallen out of our country's narrative. Retooling is both exciting and scary. Exciting because of the opportunity to learn, grow, create, and change. Exciting once you realize I'm valuable, I have a contribution to make, I'm worth more. Scary because you think, how am I going to do this? Remember Jim Rohn's words. For things to change, you have to change. For things to get better, you have to get better. Retool or be the fool. Get rid of your story of limitation and shift into high gear. People often say to me, Tony, that's great if you have your own business or you work in a company where it's growing. But what if you're in a traditionally low-paying job and you love what you do? What if you're a teacher? What then? Let's step outside our own limiting thinking, and let me give you a perfect example of a school teacher who used to struggle, but because of his passion and his desire to help more students, he found a way to add more value and earn more than most teachers ever dream about. The real limitation in our earnings is never our job. It's our creativity, our focus, and our contribution. Creativity, contribution, and the Korean rock star. If you ever had a 3rd grade teacher who inspired you to try something new, or an 8th grade teacher who believed in your own child beyond measure, you know the power of a single role model in the life of a child. Our teachers are one of our greatest yet most underappreciated and underpaid assets. So what do you do if you're a teacher or you have a similar job where your upside potential seems to be limited? As a teacher, how can one think about adding value to more than just 30 students in their classroom? Is there a way you might be able to add value to hundreds of students, thousands of students, even millions? There are plenty of school teachers who think, I'll never make enough money doing what I love. There is broad agreement that we as a society don't value teachers in the way that we should. But as we now know, that limiting belief holds people back. Kim Ki-hoon is a teacher in South Korea who refused to buy into that story. Unlike most teachers, Kim Ki-hoon is known as a rock star in South Korea. Kim is one of the most successful teachers in his country. How did he become so successful? He worked harder on himself, on his ability to teach, than he did on his job. 60 years ago, according to the Wall Street Journal, the majority of South Koreans were illiterate. The country realized they needed to take massive and dramatic action. Today, teachers there are constantly encouraged to study, to innovate, to teach the same class a new way every day. They're taught to learn from one another, mentor each other, find the best techniques to add more value. The result? High school students today in South Korea rank 2nd in reading, with a 93% graduation rate, compared with just 77% in the United States. Ki-hoon took that model and ran with it. He put enormous time into finding the best teachers, studying their patterns, learning how to create breakthroughs. He found a way to help his students learn faster, better, smarter, and not just his students, but students all across the country. Why focus on just helping 30 students, he thought. Why not help as many as I can? With the advent of technology, he realized he could put his classes online and make his passion for teaching and learning available to everyone. Today, Ki-hoon works about 60 hours a week, but only 3 hours of those are for giving lectures. The other 57 hours are spent researching, innovating, developing curriculum, and responding to students. The harder I work, the more I make, he says. And he works hardest to become better for the people he serves. Ki-hoon records his classes on video and circulates them on the internet where students log on at the rate of $4 an hour. How does he know it works? How does he know he's adding more value than anyone else? The marketplace always tells you your true worth or value. Guess how many people buy his classes? Last year, his annual earnings topped $4 million. The more value Ki-hoon offers via online classes and tutorials, the more students sign up. And it follows. More students means more money. In this case, a lot more. A teacher earning $4 million. How does that compare to the best school teacher you know? Ki-hoon's story shatters the belief our profession limits us. He's part of the 1% not because he's lucky, not because he was in the right place at the right time, not because he chose a lucrative profession. No, Ki-hoon is a wealthy man, part of the 1%, because he has never stopped learning, never stopped growing, never stopped investing in himself. The ultimate multitasker. But what if you're not an entrepreneur? What if you have absolutely no interest in hanging up your own shingle? What if you work in corporate America or even for a small business? Can you still figure out a way to add more value and increase your earning potential? Let me tell you about a young woman, Daniela. Daniela worked in a marketing department doing art design and didn't see any clear path toward moving up in her company. She was extremely talented, but more importantly, she was hungry. She was constantly looking to do more and give more. It was just her nature. And so she often helped her colleagues with visual arts. And then she wanted to learn about marketing, so she started studying marketing and offered to help. And then, of course, she realized she didn't really know anything about social media, but the opportunities there seemed huge, so she decided to educate herself on social media as well. After a few years, Daniela was doing many of the jobs of her coworkers, and they forgot that she was offering a gift, and they started to take her for granted. A new pattern emerged. At 5 o'clock, when jobs with key deadlines were still not done, she worked alone at her desk as her associates slipped out the door. She didn't want to stay late, but she wasn't going to let the company and their clients down. When it was clear her colleagues were actually taking advantage of her drive and ambition, she reached her limit. I'm doing 3 people's jobs plus my own. But instead of getting angry, Daniela decided it was an opportunity. What did she do? Daniela approached her CEO and laid it on the line. Right now, I'm doing the work of 4 people. I've gone to courses, I've learned and taught myself about visual arts, marketing, and social media. I'm not here to throw anybody under the bus, but I can save you 50% of your marketing costs right now and eliminate 3 people by taking on their jobs myself. And I'll do a better job, too. I don't need you to trust me on this. Let me prove myself to you. Let them keep doing their jobs for 6 months, and I'll do my assignments and theirs, so you'll have 2 different examples to pick from. You decide what's best. All Daniela asked was that if she did a better job after 6 months, her boss would give her more responsibility and more pay, 50% more. And guess what? She did it. She proved herself on the visual art front, the marketing front, with great copywriting and with a successful social media campaign. She showed that not only could she handle the extra work, she could run circles around the competition. She could outperform them all. She added enough value that the company realized they could pay one person twice as much money and still cut their costs in half. The marketplace had spoken. Happiness is not in the mere possession of money. It lies in the joy of achievement, in the thrill of creative effort. Franklin D. Roosevelt. Opportunity is everywhere. How are you going to add more value to the world? How are you going to contribute more, earn more, and increase your impact? There are hundreds, if not thousands, of stories of average individuals who saw a problem, looked at things just a little bit differently, and went on to disrupt entire industries or create entirely new markets. They weren't entrepreneurs. They were just people like you and me, people who wouldn't settle. In the world we live in today, no industry or product is immune. The intersection of all things digital, the internet, social media, and technology, the interconnectedness of every person and everything on Earth. That means that even the biggest companies, the most mature or stable businesses, are ripe for disruption. Enter Nick Woodman. Riding the wave. Who would have predicted that Kodak, the corporate titan that dominated the world of photography in the 20th century, would be caught flat-footed when digital imaging came on the scene? Kodak invented digital photography, and yet, after 124 years in business, the company filed for bankruptcy in 2012, a move that had a disastrous ripple effect on the economy in and around Rochester, New York, where over 50,000 jobs were lost. But those same massive technological and cultural changes that killed Kodak provided a huge opportunity for a California surfer named Nick Woodman. Woodman was obsessed with surfing. His absolute love and devotion for the sport, along with his drive and his hunger, enabled him to find a way to add value. Chances are you've never heard of Woodman, but he had the brilliant idea to strap a waterproof camera to his wrist while riding the waves. All Woodman set out to do was find a way to enjoy his surfing after it happened. With digital photography coming out, he started to tinker with cameras and see if he could make them more waterproof and capture better quality video. And as technology changed, he continued to tinker and tinker. He ended up inventing the GoPro, a tiny broadcast-quality clip-on and take-anywhere digital camera. This cool little device is now on the head of every extreme sports person in the world. Whether you're riding a bike, paddling through rapids, snowboarding, or catching the waves, the GoPro allows you to capture the magic of your adrenaline rush and share it with everyone you love. Woodman's timing couldn't have been better. He began marketing the GoPro just as everybody started uploading their videos to YouTube and Facebook. He created a product he wanted to use and figured he couldn't be the only guy needing one. Woodman figured out how to add value to lives of millions by making a new technology convenient, fun, and affordable. Ultimately, Woodman got in front of a trend. That trend was actively sharing digitally whatever was there. One of the key secrets if you really want to become wealthy, get in front of a trend. Today, the surfer from San Diego, California, is worth over $1 billion. A new category is born. Back in 2010, Matt Lauer invited me to join him for a special roundtable interview about where the economy was headed. I was joining Warren Buffett and the world's youngest female self-made billionaire, a woman named Sarah Blakely. Any opportunity to discuss the economy with Warren Buffett was a huge privilege, but what I didn't bank on was being totally blown away by Sarah Blakely's story. Blakely didn't disrupt an industry so much as create an entirely new one. A former Walt Disney World employee, Sarah was getting ready for a party when she realized she didn't have the right underwear for a pair of fitted white pants. Rather than go commando, she decided to take matters into her own hands. Armed with nothing more than a pair of scissors and a whole lot of sass, she cut the feet off her control-top pantyhose and voila, a new industry was born. Of course, it didn't happen overnight, and it didn't happen easily. Sarah shared with me that one of the most important secrets to her success was that from an early age, her father actually encouraged her to fail. But he defined failure not as failure to get a result, but failure to try. Around the dinner table, he would ask if she had failed today, and he was truly excited if she had, because he knew that meant she was on the path to success. "Tony, it just took away my fear of trying," she told me. Down and out in a dead-end office product sales job, Blakely invested all the money she had in the world, $5,000, and set out to create bodywear that would work for her. "I must have heard no 1,000 times," she said. But she didn't listen. In addition to the $5,000 she invested, she saved $3,000, which she didn't have, on legal fees by writing her own patent from a Barnes & Noble textbook. Ultimately, the company she founded, Spanx, created an entirely new category of products called shapewear and has inspired a cult-like following among women worldwide. According to my wife, put on a pair to pull in all your its and bits, and you'll take 3 inches off your waistline immediately. With Oprah's blessing, Spanx turned from a small business into a worldwide sensation. Today, Spanx is worth over $1 billion, and the brand now includes over 200 products that help women look and feel great. Ever the optimist, Sarah tried to work her magic on me. She tried to get me to wear a pair of her new Spanx for Men when we were together on the Today Show. I thanked her and mentioned gently perhaps she didn't understand the male market as well as the female market, but I remain inspired by her example. In the end, Spanx for Men has also taken off, no thanks to me. Today, Blakely owns 100% of her company, has zero debt, and has never taken on outside investment. In 2013, Time named her one of its 100 most influential people. Like Nick Woodman, she saw a need and moved to fill it. She refused to be limited by her own story and found a way to add value. You can too. You don't have to start a billion-dollar company, disrupt an entire category, or make $4 million as a teacher online. You don't even have to take on 4 jobs at once. But if these people are capable of doing that, couldn't you find a way to make an extra $500 or $1,000 a month? Or maybe even an extra $20,000 or $50,000 or even $100,000 or more a year? Couldn't you figure out how to unleash your own creativity, contribution, and focus to add more value to the marketplace and put that money in your freedom fund? You can. The time to begin is now. Find a way to earn or save an extra $500 a month or $6,000 a year. If it is invested at an 8% return over 40 years, it is worth $1.5 million. Remember our pizza example. If you find a way to earn $1,000 a month or $12,000 a year, that's worth $3 million in your nest egg. If you find a way to earn $3,000 a month or $36,000 a year, that's worth $9 million in your nest egg. What's the lesson? Go add value, earn more, and invest your earnings, and you can create any level of financial freedom you truly desire. Chapter 3.5. Speed it up. 3. Reduce fees and taxes and invest the difference. We have what it takes to take what you have. Suggested IRS motto. You must pay taxes, but there's no law that says you gotta leave a tip. Morgan Stanley advertisement. So now you're rocking and rolling. You're speeding up your path to financial freedom by saving more and earning more. What's left? Doesn't that cover it? Actually, no. You now know as an insider it's not what you earn that matters, it's what you keep. Our third strategy for speeding things up is to get more money out of your investments by reducing your fees and taxes and reinvesting the difference. Remember our 3 childhood friends from Chapter 2.2, Myth 2, Our Fees, They're a Small Price to Pay? They all invested $100,000 at the age of 35 and earned a 7% return on their investment. But each one was subject to a different set of fees, and the difference between the 1%, 2%, and 3% fees came out to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Taylor, who paid just 1% in fees, accumulated almost twice as much money as her friend Jason, who paid 3% in fees. Her investment grew to $547,349, while he was left with only $324,340. Remember, those hidden fees on mutual funds average an astronomical 3.17%. The difference between owning high-cost, fee-laden mutual funds versus low-cost index funds could literally cost you a decade's worth of your life's work. Talk about slowing you down on your path to financial freedom. And to add insult to injury, studies show that the high fees that come along with those mutual funds almost never lead to increased performance. So stay away from excessive fees. Run for the hills. Find low-cost index funds to invest in and heed the warning of Jack Bogle, who showed us that paying through-the-nose fees can eat up as much as 50% to 70% of your future nest egg. The mantra is simple. Take the money you save on fees and reinvest it for compounded growth. This strategy is another fast lane to freedom. And what about an even bigger bite of your savings? Do you know what the single largest bite to come out of your nest egg is? Survey says, taxes. Over the course of our lives, the average American pays more than half of our income to an assortment of taxes: income tax, property tax, sales tax, tax at the pump, and so on. 54.25% is what many experts currently estimate. Good old Uncle Sam, and we're not done yet. After 54.25% has been lopped off for the taxman, you can also say goodbye to another 17.25% of each dollar you earn in interest expense and fees. Got a car, a house, any credit card or student loan debt? In April 2014, the average U.S. household had credit card debt of over $15,000, student loan debt of over $33,000, and mortgage debt of over $150,000. As a nation, we are up to our eyeballs in debt. The fact is, on average, approximately 1/3 of the income you have left after taxes will be spent on paying down interest. That leaves you with, drumroll please, a whopping 28.5% of your hard-earned income left over to pay for everything else in life. Food, clothing, shelter, education, healthcare, travel, entertainment, and anything else you happen to stumble upon at the mall or on Amazon. Plus, out of this same number, you have to find a way to save and invest for financial freedom, or at least some form of retirement income. Becoming more efficient with your taxes is one way to get back some of that 54% you've given away. Keep more of your hard-earned income, and that's money you could invest, compound, and achieve your vision of financial freedom quicker. In fact, if you're a high-income earner living in a high-income state like California, as I used to, your total tax bill, including income, investment, payroll, Obamacare, and Social Security, clocks in at 62%. Which means that unless you have an efficient tax strategy, you get to keep only 38 cents out of every dollar you earn. There's no good reason to pay more than you have to. In fact, it's your right as an American not to pay more than you have to. As Judge Billings' learned hand, one of the most influential judges of all time, stated, "Anyone may arrange his affairs so that his taxes shall be as low as possible. He is not bound to choose that pattern which best pays the Treasury. There is not even a patriotic duty to increase one's taxes. Over and over again the courts have said that there is nothing sinister in so arranging affairs as to keep taxes as low as possible. Everyone does it, rich and poor alike, and all do right, for nobody owes any public duty to pay more than the law demands." I follow Judge Hand's wisdom. I don't believe in paying any more than I absolutely have to, and neither should you. I continually look for legal, ethical ways to lower my tax bill, and I do my best to make use of government initiatives that allow me to build my nest egg in a tax-free environment. I learned from those I interviewed that tax efficiency is one of the most direct pathways to shorten the time it takes to get from where you are now to where you want to be financially. I am proud to be paying taxes in the United States. The only thing is, I could be just as proud for half of the money. Arthur Godfrey. Let's be clear. I'm a patriot. I love America. I'm one of millions of examples of the American dream, and I'm happy, well, perhaps not happy, but proud, to pay my taxes. Yet I pay millions of dollars in taxes every year. My tax bill is more than I ever thought I'd earn in a lifetime, much less a year. But I know from Yale's David Swenson that there are only 3 forces that can help you achieve the greatest returns. 1. Asset allocation. 2. Diversification. 3. Tax efficiency. It helps, of course, that David is running a non-profit organization, but for the rest of us, even with current tax laws, there are ways to maximize investment returns and minimize your tax bill. Money Power Principle 4. Tax efficiency is one of the simplest ways to continuously increase the real returns on your portfolio. Tax efficiency equals faster financial freedom. Listener alert. If your brain is going to blur as I talk about taxes, I get it. Then simply jump immediately to the next chapter so you don't lose momentum. But be sure to schedule a time to sit down with your fiduciary and/or tax expert to learn how to be most tax efficient with your investments. If you're willing to go for it, the next few minutes offer some simple tax distinctions that, when understood, will allow you to keep more of your invested income and achieve your financial dreams faster. Pick your tax. What if you realized that a small amount of tax knowledge could save you from needlessly paying 30% of what you earned to the taxman? How much faster could you achieve your financial goals? You need to pay close attention to 3 types of taxes as an investor. 1. Ordinary income tax. As stated, if you're a high-income earner, your combined federal and state income taxes are nearing or exceeding 50% between both federal and state taxes. 2. Long-term capital gains. This is a tax on investments, which is only 20% if you hold your investment for longer than 1 year before you sell. 3. Short-term capital gains. This is a tax on investment gains if the investment is sold before you have held it for a minimum of 1 year. Today, the rates are currently the same as ordinary income taxes. Ouch. Now that you know the power of compounding, I'm sure you realize the difference between compounding your growth after taking a 50% tax bite versus 20% can mean the difference between arriving at your financial goals a decade early or never getting there at all. Want to understand the real impact of this? If you're getting an 8% gross return in your mutual fund, on average you're paying as much as 3% in fees, let's call it 2% conservatively. So now your 8% return nets you 6% after fees. But we're not done yet. If you're a high-income earner from California or New York, with a 50% federal and state ordinary income tax, you're left with closer to 3% on your investment after all these fees and taxes. Remember, you only get to spend what you keep. If you invest with a 3% net return, it takes 24 years to double your money. If you made the same investment in an index fund, your 8% return would have fees in the range of 10 to 50 basis points, or 0.10% to 0.50%. We'll go for the larger number just to be conservative. That means you have a 7.5% return. 8% minus 0.5% equals 7.5%. But since the index is not constantly trading, you defer all tax, and so your net return for the year is 7.5%. That means you can reinvest those returns and tap into the incredible power of compounding without the taxman interfering. If you conscientiously manage your investments for tax efficiency, your 7.5% allows you to double your investments in 9.6 years instead of 24 years. Now do you see the importance of both tax and fee efficiency? So how do you lower your tax bill and keep more of your earnings so you can compound your investments and achieve your idea of financial freedom faster? Make sure that wherever possible you invest in a way that allows you to defer your taxes, 401k, IRA, annuity, defined benefit plan, so that you compound tax-free and pay tax only at the time you sell the investment. Or set up a future tax-free environment by growing your investments in a Roth. When you do sell any investment held outside of a tax-deferred account, like an IRA, make sure you hold for a minimum of a year and a day in order to qualify for the lower long-term capital gains rate, which at the time of this writing is 20%. One more thing. Beware of mutual funds. For most people, a home sale is usually a once or twice a decade thing, and your accountant or tax expert can easily explain how to do this most tax efficiently. But let's take a look at mutual funds. Do you know what those mutual fund managers of yours are doing every day? They're trading. They are buying and selling stocks and bonds on a daily, monthly, or quarterly basis. This is what the industry calls turnover. So although their marketing material encourages investors to buy and hold, the managers certainly don't practice what they preach. What they really mean is buy and hold their mutual fund while they trade your retirement savings like crazy, wrote Charlie Farrell of CBS MarketWatch. Experts say that the vast majority of mutual funds do not hold on to their investments for a full year. Why else would you buy them other than hoping they can trade their way to better performance? And you know what that means? Unless you're holding all of your mutual funds inside your 401k, you're typically paying ordinary income taxes on any gains. In short, there's a good chance you're being charged 35%, 45%, up to 50% or more in income tax, depending on what state you live in and your income level. All this tax, and you didn't even sell your mutual fund. So instead of keeping all your gains and having them continue to compound tax-deferred, you are taking a devastating hit to your compounding ability that is completely avoidable if you understand tax efficiency. Even if you've maxed out your 401k and IRA, you can still make investments in a form that allows you to defer taxes. Index funds do not constantly trade individual companies. They usually hold a fixed basket of companies that only change if the index that the fund tracks actually changes, which is rare. As a result, if you're investing in an index long-term, you're not taking the tax bite each year. You're deferring the taxes since you've not sold anything. That money can remain in the fund and continue to compound earnings to its owner, you. Your fiduciary or a great tax expert can help you understand all the ways you can produce more net growth in your Freedom Fund so that your compounding process is maximized. Remember, this can save you years or even decades. And finally, in Section 5, there is a strategy that you'll learn about in the Secrets of the Ultra-Wealthy chapter that you can use too. An IRS-approved method that will make a huge difference by allowing you to compound your investments and help you keep your nest egg tax-free. This could allow you to achieve your financial goals up to 25 to 50% faster without taking any greater investment risks. Have I got your attention? I hope so, because it's your money and it's your life. Don't let anyone take it or waste it. So you now have 3 fast-track strategies to speed up the pace and win the money game. 1. Save more and invest the difference. 2. Earn more, add value, and invest the difference. 3. Reduce fees and taxes and invest the difference. Now it's time to turn on the juice and take a quick look at some of the ways you can increase what your investments earn. Chapter 3.6. Speed it up. 4. Get better returns and speed your way to victory. If you're prepared and you know what it takes, it's not a risk. You just have to figure out how to get there. There is always a way to get there. Mark Cuban. How do you get a greater return while still reducing risk? Most people think that in order to get high returns, you have to take huge risk. But the greatest investors know that's simply not the case. Remember Kyle Bass from Chapter 2.8, You Gotta Take Big Risks to Get Big Rewards? He blew the high-risk, high-return myth out of the water with something called asymmetric risk/reward. That's a fancy term for a pretty simple concept. How do you explain it? Kyle turned $30 million into $2 billion by finding an investment opportunity where he risked only 3 cents for the opportunity to make $1. More accurately, $3 million for $100 million upside, and expanded that risk/reward ratio into billions. Remember how he taught his sons to make riskless investments with significant upside by buying nickels? The upside, reward, is way bigger than the downside, risk, on this deal, which makes it asymmetric. One of Paul Tudor Jones' greatest successes is that he knows he can be wrong and still be successful because he uses asymmetric risk/reward to guide his investment decisions. He's always looking for what he calls a 5-to-1 investment, where if he risks $1, he believes he can make $5. Jones is willing to risk $1 million when his research shows he's likely to make $5 million. Of course, he could be wrong, but if he uses the same 5-to-1 formula on his next investment and he's successful, he will have made $5 million minus the first investment loss of $1 million for a net investment gain of $4 million. Using this formula of constantly investing where he has the opportunity for asymmetric rewards for the risk he's taking, Paul could be wrong 4 out of 5 times and break even. If he lost $1 million 4 times in a row trying to make $5 million, he would have lost a total of $4 million. But when the 5th decision is a success with a single home run, he earns back his total $5 million investment. The greatest investors in history know how to maximize their returns. They know how to set the game up to win. You'll learn more about what Paul teaches in the 1% section in my Billionaire's Playbook interview with him. He is going to share with you his $100,000 MBA, or the most important things he's learned about investing, one of which is how to be wrong and still win. So asymmetric risk/reward is the first way to get higher returns. The second way? You'll learn more about this in Chapter 4.1 on asset allocation, but for now, just know that if real estate's mantra is location, 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 then the mantra for getting better returns while reducing risk is diversification, diversification, diversification. Effective diversification not only reduces your risk, but also offers you the opportunity to maximize your returns. Asset allocation is the one thing that every investment professional I've talked to, the best in the world, have said is the difference between where you end up financially. It's the most important skill, and it's the one most investors know little about. So in Chapter 4.1, the most important investment decision you'll ever make, you're going to learn the power of asset allocation and be able to implement its gifts to benefit you and your family for the rest of your life. On top of that, you're going to see in Section 6 the exact asset allocation of some of the most successful investors in the world who have consistently produced the highest returns. Yes, you heard that right. You'll be able to model the exact strategies of the best investors on the planet. You'll have Ray Dalio's asset allocation. Obviously, past performance doesn't guarantee future performance, but in the case of Ray Dalio, your strategy is coming from one of the greatest investors of all time, and his focus is getting you the greatest return with the least amount of risk. Dalio has been estimating every type of market and finding what the best ratio is through asset allocation for over 20 years. He has over $160 billion in assets under management and a record of only 3 losing years out of the last 22. After listening to this book, you will learn a strategy that is based on Ray's groundbreaking approach for the world's wealthiest individuals, institutions, and governments. How fast can you go? It's probably pretty obvious that we'd all like better returns. But what's less obvious is the massive impact that better returns have on your time horizon for investing. The Rule of 72 says that it takes 72 years to double your money at a 1% compounded rate. So if you've got $10,000 to invest at 1% compounded, you may not be around to see that money double. You can cut that timeline in half by doubling your rate to 2%, and in half again by doubling that rate to 4%. So what's the difference between a 10% return and a 4% return? A 10% return doubles every 7.2 years. A 4% return doubles every 18 years. If you want to radically change your plan and get to financial freedom in 7 years versus 18 years, you can. 14 years instead of 36. Those are the types of differences that are possible when you learn how to get better returns. And the most important thing is to get these greater returns without taking significantly greater risks wherever possible. You're looking for that asymmetric risk/reward that all great investors seek. It's elusive, but it's out there, and this is just one more way that you can speed up your approach to realizing your dreams. So your next question is likely, where do I start looking for my own asymmetric risk/reward opportunities? Sometimes they turn up in the unlikeliest of places. For me, maybe because I grew up in Southern California, I've always believed in including real estate as a key component of my portfolio. And if you ever turn on the news, it's hard not to notice the demographic shift that's taking place in this country right now, with 10,000 people turning 65 every day. The boomers are hitting retirement in droves. In the back of my mind, I always knew there had to be a way to provide some of my capital to help expand quality facilities for people entering this stage of life while providing a profit for me. But it wasn't until I visited my wife's grandmother in Vancouver, British Columbia, that I connected the dots for a future investment in retirement communities. My wife, my Bonnie Pearl, my sage, is the love of my life. Her family is my family. Her grandma Hilda was my grandma. I loved her dearly. After being married for 58 years, her husband died, and we all watched as she suffered. For 10 years, Hilda cried herself to sleep at night. She was living on her own, proud and independent, but heart-achingly lonely, missing her life partner. We didn't have the heart to put her in a home, yet with her dementia worsening, Bonnie Pearl's mom, Sharon, was determined to find Hilda a home with the best possible care. We had heard that some retirement communities were pretty spectacular, and after weeks of looking, Sharon finally found a community that gave the Four Seasons a run for its money. This place is amazing. I always said I'd stay there, and I don't say that about many places. So guess what happened to Grandmom after moving into her new digs? Forget that she traded up to a beautiful new apartment with modern amenities and 24-hour care. That was just the tip of the iceberg. More amazing than that, she began a second life. At 88 years old, she transformed into a new woman and fell in love again. A 92-year-old Italian captured her heart. "I don't let him under my shirt yet, but he tries all the time," she grinned. They had 4 beautiful years together before he passed away, and I kid you not, at his funeral, she met her next beau. Her last decade was filled with a quality of life she never could have envisioned. She found happiness, joy, love, and friendship again. It was an unexpected last chapter of her life and a reminder that love is the ultimate wealth. It can show up unexpected anytime, anywhere, and it is never too late. Grandmom's story opened up the realization that there was a real need for retirement communities that were effectively staffed and beautiful just like hers. How could I find a way to invest in an opportunity like that? Obviously, just walking into a home and asking to invest is probably not the most effective strategy. So I went to my personal advisor, A.J. Gupta, at Stronghold, and told him what I believed in and what I was looking for. He found an opportunity where my investment not only stood to make a great return, but also aligned with my own values and beliefs and with a broader trend in the market. Many experts look at this category as a demographic inevitability because the 75-year-old age segment will grow by 84% between 2010 and 2030. Demand will be greater than supply. AJ found an investment company run by an amazing entrepreneur who builds, invests, and manages high-end senior living facilities. He started with nothing and has built it into a $3 billion enterprise. He finds the sites, puts up to half the money himself, and then rounds up a small group of investors to put up the rest. Here's what I get in exchange. I get a preferred return on my money, which are income payments each month, based on the profitability of the facility. This can range between 6 to 8% per year, and because it's real estate, I also get the tax benefit of depreciation, which means I don't have to pay income tax on the entire income payment. Plus, I own a piece of the real estate, which over the long term I believe will increase in value, and I get to participate in the exit strategy when the investor group eventually sells the facility. To be clear, this specific investment is limited to investors who are accredited and meet certain net worth/income limits. But don't fret. For those who are non-accredited, there are publicly traded REITs, real estate investment trusts, which focus solely on owning a basket of properties around the country. These can be purchased for as little as $25 a share at the time of this writing, and offer dividend income payments each quarter. Do your homework and/or have a fiduciary advisor help you find the best available. If senior housing seems out of reach, another strategy in real estate is lending your money with a first trust deed as security. I'll describe to you in the chapter on asset allocation an example of how investors that need money will take short-term loans at high rates, for example, a 1-year loan for 8% to 10%, and you get the first trust deed as collateral. When done effectively, you can loan, for example, $50,000 on a $100,000 home or $500,000 on a $1 million home, and the property could drop 50% and you'd still be in good shape. While others are collecting 3% and 4% returns, you're getting 8% to 10%. Once you start passionately focusing on ways to save more, earn more, reduce fees and taxes, and find better returns with even less risk, you'll be amazed at how many new opportunities you'll discover. Again, a great fiduciary advisor won't just guide you. They can also help you to find investment opportunities with that magical asymmetric risk/reward that all successful investors seek. Okay, we're coming to the home stretch of this section. This final step can massively increase the speed at which you achieve your most important financial goals. Plus, it's fun to dream and explore. You're going to love the journey of this next chapter. Let's discover. Chapter 3.7. Speed it up. 5. Change your life and lifestyle for the better. My favorite things in life don't cost any money. It's really clear that the most precious resource we all have is time. Steve Jobs. What would happen if, for just a moment, you considered making a change? A big change, like picking up and moving to another city. You could be living large in Boulder, Colorado for what you're paying just in rent in New York City or San Francisco. The cost of homes, food, taxes, and so on differ wildly depending on where you live. Our country, our world, is one of boundless opportunity waiting for you to explore. So why not take off the blinders just for a moment to consider what life could be like if you lived in a new city or town? Are you freezing your butt off in the Midwest winters or battling the heat of summer in Atlanta, wondering year after year why you don't hoof it to a better climate? As a native son of Southern California, I'm always amazed by people who spend their lives freezing to death in the Arctic tundra of Minneapolis or Chicago. And even if you don't care about the weather, you've got to care about your cost of living. $1 million home in Washington, D.C. costs a fraction of that in Raleigh, North Carolina, a city rated as the third best place for business and careers by Forbes, not to mention a high-tech and educational hub that also has great weather. Or what about something more local, a move from San Francisco to San Diego? You can stay in the great state of California and still cut your housing cost in half. It's one thing to be tax efficient in your investments. It's another to be tax efficient in your life. You're trying to save 5% here, 10% there. What about saving 10% or 15% or more in everything you do by moving to a less expensive city or a tax-friendly state? Think about all the additional money you'd have to invest, share, donate, if it didn't go straight to rent, food, or transportation. One single move could give you a 10% to 30% increase in your income. If you're already saving 10%, with a move you can now save 20 to 40% without spending an additional dime. This change in your savings rate will put some rocket fuel in your money machine that will massively improve the pace at which you achieve financial freedom. I know what you're going to say. Move to a new city? You've got to be crazy, Tony. I can't just pick up and move. I have a job. I have family. I have friends. I've lived my whole life in Dallas, or Seattle, or Miami, or Denver. But if you saw that you could save 10 years of your investing life, reach your financial freedom goals a decade sooner or even more, might it be worth it? Generations of Americans have looked at retirement as a time to pick up and move to a warmer climate, a less expensive city, or to a beautiful, low-key place like Boise, Idaho, or Greenville, South Carolina, to breathe clean air and enjoy the outdoors. But why wait until retirement? Why not change your zip code today? Why not find a place to raise your family that allows you to reduce your cost of living and elevate your quality of life at the same time, while you're young enough for both you and your children to reap the rewards? If you're still shaking your head no, I get it. I was with you on this one actually until recently. I grew up in California and never imagined living anywhere else. Even when I started traveling extensively and buying homes and properties all over the world, California was always my home base. Then in 2012, California raised taxes on the highest income earners by more than 30% to 13.3%. After a lifetime of paying through the nose on state income taxes, historically among the most punishing in the country, the tax situation got even worse. My effective tax rate after federal and state income taxes, Social Security, investment taxes, payroll taxes, and the Obamacare tax shot up to 62%. That meant I was left with 38 cents on every dollar, just 38 cents. And on top of that, the new state income tax increase was made retroactive, meaning that I was going to have to pay additional tax on income I had already earned that year. They changed the rules of the game after the fact. I had reached my limit. This was outrageous. Because of my travel and the time I spent in my other homes, I was living in California for only 90 days out of the year. Just 90 days for literally a multi-million-dollar state tax bill? California was no longer sustainable for me. I'd had enough. I had played by the rules, and the rules had come back to bite me. But instead of feeling sorry for myself, I voted with my conscience, or with my feet, I should say. Along with thousands of others, Sage and I realized we were no longer welcome in California. So we decided to take the plunge and look for a new place to live. In fact, California has lost over $30 billion in annual income tax revenue over the last 2 decades to states such as Nevada, Arizona, Texas, and Wisconsin. If you want to see how big this trend is and how many people are moving from high-tax to low-tax states, go to the How Money Walks website at howmoneywalks.com. We turned it into a kind of treasure hunt. We looked at places like Lake Tahoe, where we really liked the mountains, the mix of seasons, and the small-town vibe, and Austin, Texas, where music, energy, and high-tech come together to create the fabric of an innovative and connected community. We looked at Florida, too, reluctantly. All I knew of Florida were alligators and old people, but that's the stereotype, not the reality. What we found instead was a paradise in Palm Beach. After looking at 88 properties in 3 states in just 3 weeks, I told you I'm a massive action guy, we found the only brand new home on the water in Palm Beach. 2 acres, nearly 200 feet of ocean frontage on one side, and the Intercoastal Atlantic Waterway on the other, with a 50-foot boat dock. I feel like I'm back in my home in Fiji. It's extraordinary. Sage has everything she wants close by, world-class restaurants, shopping, easy access to the entire East Coast, and all the privacy and serenity of living on an island right here in the United States. Of course, the price tag was way higher than I ever wanted or imagined paying for a home, but Florida has no state income tax. We went from 13.3% state income tax in California to nothing. Nada, zip. So here's the kicker. With the state taxes we're saving every year, we are literally paying off our entire new home in 6 years. Did you catch that? We're paying for our entire home out of the tax savings we now get as residents of the Sunshine State instead of the Golden State. Kinda makes you think we should have done it sooner, huh? Better late than never. And if that weren't enough, which it is, we've massively improved our quality of life in the bargain. Every day we pinch ourselves as we wake up with magnificent weather, 78 degrees with a cool breeze off the ocean, and water you can melt into. It's so warm. In fact, Sage and I have become almost evangelical in our enthusiasm for our new home. We tell friends and family to think about moving down to Palm Beach to join us. My youngest son has already moved here. 2 of my dearest friends in the world are on their way down from Connecticut and New York, and they're here to stay. And of course, even if they decided not to move here, we would have happily taken our tax savings and flown them all out here to visit us in paradise anyway. So whether or not you decide to join us in Palm Beach, there's a new zip code out there that might be just right for you. You don't have to wait for retirement to get there. From Nashville, Tennessee to Portland, Oregon, and from Augusta, Maine to Ann Arbor, Michigan, there are hundreds of affordable havens for young and old alike. Retirees looking to stretch their savings and continue to enjoy a rich, rewarding lifestyle, and young professionals looking to jumpstart or reimagine their careers. Check out U.S. News & World Report's feature on the best places to live for as little as $75 a day on their website. Also seriously consider the 7 states where there's no state income tax at all: Alaska, Florida, Nevada, South Dakota, Texas, Washington, and Wyoming. Or try Tennessee and New Hampshire, where only your dividend and interest income are taxed at the state level. The Memphis and Nashville music scenes and more money in your pocket? How bad does that sound? Give your globe a spin. And while we're at it, why not think all the way outside the box on this one? Forget just a 10% to 20% increase in your spending power. How about cutting your cost of living by 1/3 or in half? Get out your globe and give it a spin, and think about some of the beautiful and beautifully affordable places you could live if only you expanded your horizons. There are huge opportunities all over the world to improve your lifestyle and lower your expenses in places such as Bali, Fiji, Uruguay, Costa Rica, if you have the courage and the freedom to go for it. You can rent an extraordinary apartment in the mountains outside of Buenos Aires, Argentina, for a fraction of what it would cost for a studio walk-up in a major U.S. city. You can move to the Czech Republic and find a room just off Wenceslas Square in Prague's Newtown area, the heart of the city's cultural community. Remember my BMW-loving son? After he traded in his fancy wheels for a chance at a better lifestyle, he decided to think really big. He went down to Costa Rica for a couple of days and was completely blown away by the extraordinary culture. Turns out there is a huge English-speaking community in Costa Rica, tons of expats who discovered their money went a lot further down there. Their days were a little richer, their nights more exciting. And Costa Rica isn't just a place to relax and unwind. Some of our leading companies have established important bases of operations there. Procter & Gamble, Heinz, Microsoft, Intel. The list goes on, which means there are countless career opportunities available. Life can be an adventure. Take a trip and explore a foreign city with an eye toward moving there. Turn your next vacation into a fact-finding expedition, where the end game is to try on a whole new way of life. You don't have to live in a box and go through the same motions each and every day. You don't have to worry about making your rent or covering your basic expenses if you open yourself up to the idea of massive change. Lift yourself from your comfort zone and spend 60%, 70%, even 80% less money getting you to your goal of financial freedom that much faster. And while you're at it, improve the quality of your life in an exponential way. Even if a move across the world seems too radical now, think about this option over the long term, a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan or maybe a retirement plan. Why not at least open yourself to the idea that there's a beautiful and affordable place out there waiting to be discovered? Our world is dynamic. It's changing constantly. The idea that a move would be bad for your kids is a thing of the past. We live in a global economy. What an amazing experience to give your kids an opportunity to see the world, learn a new language, adapt to a new culture. You can make a family decision about creating a better quality of life for everyone. Life is like a bicycle. To keep your balance, you must keep moving. Albert Einstein. At the end of the day, it's all about being more efficient and more effective with your earnings and your savings and speeding up your path to financial freedom. You can find a way to improve the quality of your life while reducing your cost of living simultaneously. It's the ultimate win-win. The best investment you can make is the one you make in yourself and your lifestyle. Wow, you've taken 3 giant steps toward financial freedom. Step 1, you've made the most important financial decision of your life. You've decided to become an investor, not merely a consumer. You've committed a percentage of your income to save and invest in your freedom fund, and you've automated it. Step 2, you've become an insider who knows the rules of the game. You've debunked the 9 myths, and you'll never be taken advantage of again. Step 3, you've made the game winnable. You know exactly how much money it will take for you to achieve financial security, independence, or freedom. You know your 3 to thrive, your short-term, medium-term, and long-term goals. You've come up with an initial financial plan and a timeline for achievement. You've used the app to calculate approximately how long it will take you to meet financial goals you're most committed to. You've reviewed the 5 ways to speed up your plan. Ideally, you've begun to brainstorm ways to apply these insights to sock away more money or keep more money in your financial freedom fund. This can help you reach your cherished financial goals even quicker. So what's next? Step 4 answers the obvious question that's probably burning in your mind. Where do I put my money? What specific investments will maximize my upside and protect me against the downside? It's time to make the most important investment decision of your life. It's time to learn the power of asset allocation.